welcome to Living the Amiga Way course. Thank you so much for coming here, especially at short notice.
Yeah.
Such a delight to see you here, and I'm really looking forward to sharing this with you today.
Thank you.
Pleasure.
And we just can't wait to share it, because this has been a culmination of our life mission and our purpose. And it's like, if we never did anything else in our lives, that we feel like we've lived our life purpose. We're just sharing with you this now and it going out to the world. And I just want to thank you for being a part of that, and I want you to know how grateful I am, because without you being here it wouldn't happen, and I really want you to know that.
Thank you. Thank you for asking.
So what we have here is, we feel in many ways quite unique. We've both been working on our own ways for decades, haven't we? And so this for us is a very, as Maggie says, a very auspicious point where we can actually come to say, now we can share it. Because in some ways it's so intangible. It's taken us a long time to put it into a form that we can actually share, even though it's actually very, very simple.
Yeah.
But to bring it together in a way that can communicate that simplicity and help us step into it, that's been the challenge. And it's pushed us to its limits, to our limits, hasn't it, Larry?
Oh, it's like we had to be up to speed to do it as well. And for me personally, got to be living and walking the truth. And if I was never in that place, I couldn't film. I couldn't do anything. I would immediately stop myself. So it's been a great, reaching this moment today is just fantastic.
So we're going to have some fun, aren't we?
Yeah, we are.
We've got lots of great stuff to share with you. And if you enjoyed the Amiga Shift, how did you feel?
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
Yeah,
You're going to love this.
Yeah.
Because this was the Amiga Shift, albeit we tried to pack it in as short a time as we could, and it still took a couple of hours.
Yes.
It's still only a taster, albeit it is the fundamental piece. And that's what we wanted to make available and free to the world.
Yeah.
Because without that piece in the middle, we can hardly even communicate what we got to share or say. So it means that whenever we want to communicate with somebody where we're coming from, what Amiga Shift, Amiga Awareness means, as long as they've seen that video, we have communication, because we can now talk. And without that, we found we had no way of communicating easily, simply, quickly what it was we're all about. So this will be fun, and
don't worry about the chickens in the background, because we are actually in the middle of a field filming this in a teepee. It's all just part of the atmosphere and energy.
And the peacock as well.
Yeah, and the peacock.
Peacock's on display.
Yes, there's a few peacocks.
I think he's trying to live in Amiga Awareness too.
Yeah, he's spotting his stuff.
Right.
Okay.
So, if we look around at the big picture, which I think the peacock is doing right now, looking at the big picture, I think you'll probably agree that there really is something big going on these days. There's a kind of shift. People call it many different things, don't they? People call it ascension or a big shift in consciousness and so forth. People report that time's getting faster, that their issues are coming up quicker, things are moving quick. Time's moving really fast, actually. And so there's something up with world consciousness. And this new age, if you like, which is a bit of a cliche, for many people does seem to be actually dawning now. And historically, these shifts that we go through take time. Like, for instance, Galileo and all Copernicus, when they realized which way around the sun and the earth and the planets went, it literally took hundreds of years to embed. In fact, I believe the Roman Catholic Church actually acknowledged Galileo was right in about 1987, I think. So that was 350 years.
Wow.
So we're hoping it doesn't happen to us that slow, but you know.
So this actually seems to be happening, yes, a lot faster, but with that speed goes kind of like quite bumpy. So as we move into this sort of end times of this whole phase of consciousness, what we've been calling the sacred finale of this amazing adventure we've got together, it seems as if it's also, the acceleration is making it very fast and very bumpy, not unlike the thrills of a roller coaster. And if you've been experiencing any of that stuff at all, I think almost everyone we talk to reports the same kind of thing.
It's all over the world.
It's all over the world, isn't it? And in a sense, this is the big one. There is a Big Dipper called the Big One in Blackpool, England, and it is a big one.
This is what we've been waiting for, this moment where we can really learn to be free and be ourselves. And it's like getting on the ride and surfing on it. So let's carry on.
Yeah, we'd like to suggest you actually fasten your seatbelts. put your feet up, relax, and get ready for some fun. Now, the other thing also is that as we go through finalising the shift and into living it, it may well provoke within you some reactions.
Yeah.
In fact, many people have already reported some reactions during the Omega Shift video itself. And as we go deeper, and with the energy here can become very strong as we raise our consciousness, in fact, you may find that you need some support.
Yeah, so don't be afraid to ask for it, because it's going to be quite normal. We're going into high energy here of more of yourself, and and if you resist it, you might feel pain or nausea even, or dizziness. It's all okay.
In fact, we go further and say that being in your bliss, if you like, being in your joy, is your natural state.
Yeah.
So as we bring our consciousness into that state, all those things that hold us back from being there all the time will tend to come to the surface very quickly. So you're bringing it to the forefront.
Okay.
It's nice being here in this TV,
You
isn't
can
it?
hear the wind.
Hear the wind rushing through.
Lovely.
There's like a special energy in here too.
Special.
It's a very big teepee. It's 30 foot across. We put specially up for us for this weekend.
And it's lovely and intimate as well.
Okay, so what we'd like to do is perhaps state a little bit of the obvious, but also go maybe a little bit deeper into the obvious, which is why we're here in the first place. And we'd like to just involve you in that, but before we start, we thought maybe a little exercise, a little relaxation to help us key in to what's probably the primary objective for why we're all here. And it's just our way of expressing it. There's probably many ways of expressing it. But would you like to lead us into that, Maggie?
Let's just a few minutes of relaxation, and you may close your eyes or have them open, wherever feels comfortable to you, and allow your breathing to slow down. And I want you to remember a time when you felt you were on a roll, when you felt the buzz, when you felt the joy, the love, when you had, say for example, a peak experience, or when you were in love and you felt so at one with all of creation. And as you are tapping into that memory, allow yourself to enhance it, allow yourself to intensify it even, allow yourself to deepen it, deepen the colors, hear the sounds, intensify the colors, intensify the sensations. And as you play in that image or memory, allow yourself to ponder, why would I ever take myself away from that place of supreme joy, of my own natural ecstasy, that peak experience? What takes me out of it? And as you play with that memory, I will sing a few notes to help you enjoy that place. And allow yourself to soak in that memory, that image. And just be aware For this is who you really are, and this is your natural state. Enjoy, immerse, sink. Enjoy. And you may open your eyes and stretch. It's gone all white. Feels like it's gone all white, doesn't it?
I felt myself expand infinitely. It was awesome.
We are naturally huge, we're naturally ecstatic, huge beings, and it's interesting why we would take ourselves out of that state, and it's one of the things we're going to discuss.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And when you, I don't know if you feel this, but when I'm in that place, it's just like everything clicks, everything's on a roll, you're on a buzz.
Yeah.
And don't you have this feeling that you're just like unstoppable?
Yes.
Yes.
You've got this elation, you've got this, and a sense of anticipation. Yes, I can live, I can make happen, I can be, I can...
Like something great's going to
Something
happen.
great's going to happen.
Yeah.
It's like you're really on a roll.
Yes.
You've got so much energy, so much enthusiasm, and you do feel this kind of invincibility.
Yes.
And everything seems so rosy and effortless, doesn't it, in that state?
Yes.
And for me, there's something else I feel as well. This is me.
Yes.
Do you have that feeling?
Yes.
This is me.
Very much so.
And sometimes you sort of think, wonder why I'm not in that place all the time, as you were saying.
Absolutely.
And so part of what we're doing really is allowing ourselves to find how to get back into that state and maintain it, but not to invalidate at any point being out of it either, because that is part of the game too. And that is part of the play as we go through this transition, as we go through life, is the play of the two. It's lovely to be in that place. It's lovely to set ourselves as what is the primary objective probably is to be in that place more, and yet at the same time recognise that we may not be permanently in it.
Yes.
We may even split right out of it as we find our way back into it, and that's perfectly okay too.
Yeah, it's fun actually, because as you get more, as you'll find in the course, more intimate with your reality and who you are, you'll enjoy the hard and the soft and the agony and the ecstasy. It'll become more like a dance with reality, a play with reality.
And yet behind all of it is more and more background, this feeling of, yes, this is me.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is me. And as you know, being me is a very fundamental part of the 𝐿𝐸𝐞 truth and the 𝐿𝐸𝐞 shift. Bringing me actually into what has been called spirituality, or what has been called science, or what has been called religion, is in a way quite unique.
Yes.
Now you'll often find the I coming in, but there's a kind of distant formless thing right back as a witness somewhere inside you. You'll find that world out there having lots of explanations, and you'll find that the big God, or the big Atman, Brahman, whatever, but very rarely me. I mean, what's the most important to me? Well, it's me, isn't it? So a lot of the 𝐿𝐸𝐞 shift is about refocusing in on what is the primary shift of frame of reference, which is from all that other stuff to me.
Yeah.
And you as me. And that's one of the things that gives it its power and its joy and its momentum. Because just as you can enjoy a great mango on your own, just as you could, I mean, you know, I could come here, set all this up and then just do it on my own, and that'd be fun, wouldn't it? I could put a mirror up there and say, hello, how are you today? You stop copying me. All right, then go on then. And I could talk to myself, but just like Adam on the island, we don't like it, do we?
No. We want to share the joy.
So we want to share it and share the joy. In this case, also is sharing the being me, and sharing this place of being shifted into an awareness where we come to recognize that you and I are indeed the same one being. I am enjoying it from my point of view, from my side of the chessboard, if you like, which doesn't exist, but I do have that impression of it. You have your view, and that we connect as the same one being. Not across space and time, but across beingness as the same one being that we are.
Yeah.
So part of this primary objective is not just being me, little me, but it's to live in an entire reality where everybody is being me,
Yes.
or more and more people
Yeah.
becoming me, and so become part of a whole shift in our global awareness, if you like, where we are all becoming more whole, more complete, more me, and more connected together in a shared space rather than a single solitary space where you disappear into your own spiritual space and then maybe have difficulty coping with outside reality, as it were. So yes, that in a sense is kind of like a way of giving the primary objective, is accessing that place and living it in a shared space with other people. At the same time,
Yeah.
that's one way of putting it. How about yourselves? Maybe it might be just nice, because we know you,
Yeah.
you don't know yourself. Very quickly just say a couple of words about yourself, and maybe from where you came from or are coming from, just why you're here today, or what you might like to get out of it. Yeah, it could be anything. Yes. How would that be?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Cool. Yeah.
Mark, would you like to start?
Okay. How did I get here? I think to use the word spiritual path, I don't like using that word
Why is that then?
because it sounds like it's something separate to everyday life.
Yeah.
Very good.
It's not. I think to use the analogy, the Zorba the Greek, the two characters in Zorba the Greek,
Yes.
Zorba and his friend who comes over from England, who reads all the books, does the spiritual path, very straight, very disciplined. And Zorba's having a good time with the girls, and he's eating the meat, he's drinking the drink, and he's really experiencing life.
Yeah, living life to the
So-
full.
Yeah.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
living life. So it's the juice of life that I'm after.
Right.
Whenever I see it,
Yes.
I go towards it.
Right.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So
So you want to be the Greek, not the Englishman, but the Greek.
that's right.
Yeah.
I
Or
do.
a combination of
I-
the two.
I don't care as long as I've got the juice there.
Yeah.
You know.
Oh yeah. As long as
Well, that's the same as the story, the alchemist. The alchemist went for it and experienced it, and there was another guy alongside him that read everything and completely missed.
Right.
And like you, for me, it's
it's all about.
embracing it rather than thinking
Yes.
it, or
Yeah.
just letting it happen now.
Yeah, it's the
Yeah.
experience is the important thing.
The experience in a dynamic, juicing relationship, being there, being involved,
Yes.
living life
Yes.
to its full sense.
Yeah,
Yes.
instead of chasing backwards or forwards,
Yes.
just being present.
Yes. Yes. Okay.
Wonderful.
Thank you, Teresa and
Yeah.
Mark. Did you have anything else to add to that, Teresa, for why you're here?
Because I know it's going to be good. Because it was, before, and
Yeah.
it's changed my life. Completely changed my life.
Because you had a
since I met you
preview
two.
of an earlier version of this, didn't you?
Yeah, and that blew me away.
It did, didn't
And
it?
I mean,
Yeah.
I'm with it now,
Yes.
and I know this is phenomenal.
And you live your life much
I
to
do,
be that way,
yeah,
don't you?
and I do, and it's working for me
And
now.
what difference has that made for you?
Well, I'm peaceful. I'm much more peaceful. I'm a woman.
Yes.
I'm not arguing all the time. I'm not defensive.
And in terms
Because
of,
I feel that I am in total, I'm responsible for my life.
right.
And what happens around it is all
Yeah.
just a reflection of what I might need to change if I want to, if I choose to.
And how about the love aspect in your life?
Oh, wow.
You forgot that bit.
No, I haven't forgot that bit. That has changed dramatically. I just love people.
You love people.
I love people. And don't discriminate. Just,
Yeah.
I love people.
And the
My
shift.
life would be less without people in it.
So for you, this shift has very much been an
Huge.
integration of people, love, connection, and so forth.
Very much so.
That's beautiful. Thank you.
And Brian.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Brian, my man. Our wonderful
Well, you've known me
producer.
for a few years,
Yeah.
John, and I've come the path. I've done life this time round,
Uh-huh.
and you know that basically I almost became a cave dweller.
Did you?
I went into myself that much.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I did.
Very much into the Eastern philosophies, Ramana Maharshi, Nigasagata, Mayababa, people like that, and I loved it. I really did, and I did love that peace that I found with it.
Okay.
The only thing I did find was balancing being here with joy
Right.
and finding the peace that I found in a cave, and I definitely found the peace in a cave.
Yes.
But then I'm naturally, I think, a joyful person, really, at heart, and I lost that joy in myself. So when I watched the introduction,
Yes.
and I saw Mini-Me and Maxi-Me,
Yes.
or Maxi-Me and Mini-Me, actually that's exactly where I was at.
Right.
I found the Maxi-Me okay, it was fine, and it seemed to be a long journey to finding the Maxi-Me. I became very transcendental, for want of a better word, but I wasn't very immanent. And a lot of the stuff,
immanent meaning
I wasn't really here.
present here.
Yeah.
Right.
So a lot of the stuff I was into, I'd go to America
Right.
and became very transcendental,
Right.
you know.
Like stepping out into your
the-
higher
Yeah.
self, sort of thing.
Or stepping into your higher self,
Yeah.
and this world's a waste of time.
Yes.
And what's the point of it all here?
Sure.
But all the time, when that was happening to me, I was still being pushed now and again back into my immanence, and then it started really shoving me back into being here.
Right.
And then I found the joy.
Right.
So when I saw your introduction,
Yes.
it resonated with me totally,
Right.
because I thought, yeah, it's the peace and the joy together, and being here.
Yes.
I'm walking around. I call it, as you know, I call it being in the dream and enjoying the dream.
Yeah.
Maybe even knowing it's a dream, but that's okay.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
and enjoying, but knowing where you're coming from in the dream. So that's
Yes.
that's what I got from more or less. You said the same, didn't you, Mark? In your own way.
Yes.
That's I come the same way, I guess, to a certain extent.
So we're really all saying, living the juice of life, living life to full, being our full selves, being present, being here, not stepping out, stepping in.
Well, it's almost like you step out of the body, and you're one with all that is, or you are the one that is everything.
Yeah.
And then suddenly, hold on, I'm going to get back in the body, still being the one that all is.
Yes.
In fact, all bodies are within
Yes,
me.
absolutely.
It's-
And that was your route
Yeah.
to come to this place.
Yeah.
And I think that actually, from my point of view, the Omega shift actually validates actually all routes.
Yeah.
Because in a sense, they're all coming back to this core place of being the whole of me. And it's a very difficult, for reasons that we're going to go into today, it's actually, technically, what we've done is a very difficult thing to achieve, because you have to go through a barrier we're going to talk about called solipsism, where you become very isolated and lonely. And it's never really been got through, but through the shift, you get through it and then flower on the other side in a way that's just awesome.
Yes.
So I think that's kind of like what you're experiencing. And everybody will experience that same kind of thing coming from their own way.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because I feel it enhances and validates your own path or approach.
I think it deepens
Yes.
anybody's path once you have the Omega shifts. You don't have to abandon what you believe
Exactly.
in. You can actually take it to another level.
Yes.
One of the things I'm so passionate about sharing is the fact that I believe we are naturally ecstatic beings, and that my joy and passion is to show that we can go into high states of ecstasy without drugs or any tools whatsoever, because it's our nature. We've just forgotten how to do, or we've switched that mechanism off of doing that, or it's not been okay. And it's my own, I mean, it may not necessarily be yours, but it's my joy and my mission personally and my story in a way is to learn to be in love with my reality, totally, to go the whole way. The way I would of a person, but everything, flower, plant, stone, this rug, and anything that happens to me, the challenges. And you can only do that with the Omega shift and with an open heart, no barriers. And I'm just so grateful to be able to share that with people, if I can
absolutely.
inspire that, because
I noticed on the introduction,
Yeah.
what I loved about it as well, John, sorry to intervene here,
Yeah.
but you called it love and understanding.
yes,
And I really do see it's the head and the heart
Yes.
Come together.
Yeah.
come together.
Yes.
And finding that balance.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, this is really the
Yes.
heart of living the Omega way, because
Yeah.
I think a lot of what we're describing, and a lot of what probably everybody experiences, is that we do have these peak states.
Yeah.
And it could be through drugs, or it could be through meditation, or it could be through spirituality, or it could be through even scientific insight, where you just get an insight as to what's going on, or it could be through love of another.
But we want to take it through your life. Why not have the hyostatic states in your everyday life?
Because most
What a
people
great
who have
immune-
these
yeah.
experiences, they don't last.
They don't last.
Frankly,
They have
they're great,
challenges.
they don't last. I mean, you can get people, and I've been there, you go into a system of thought, or a system of understanding, and of spirituality, you have a peak experience, and you think, yeah, that's it. You can spend 20 years trying to recreate it or maintain it, and actually you end up spiraling downwards.
Right, yes, absolutely.
Because you hang on to the mechanism which gave you that peak.
Yeah.
Now, one of the things we're doing today, and again, one of the prime objectives, is to understand that one of the main reasons why we come out is the pull of that old frame of reference.
Yes. Yes.
Of there being a world out there that we live in. Because living in a world out there that pulls on you, or even being part of a bigger thing that pulls on you, is actually completely contradictory to that very space that we're talking about.
Yes.
But how do you reconcile the two? And that's our objective here. So we have some other some other little objectives here that we can perhaps review at the end, see how far we've come along with it. We want to, in the space of these next couple of days, end up with really banishing all confusion of what we've and to actually make sense of everything we've heard before. It could be a holographic universe, it could be, you know, my saviour, the Lord, or whatever, to bring it all into context. The confusion is lifted. I can just get on with my life.
Yes.
Another big thing that we're doing here, and for me a big difference in what we have to offer, is the introduction and deepening of the, not just the me, but the we. And it's not very often that you hear the word me in spirituality. You hear I, but not me, because maxi me is the whole experience. Again, as we said on the video, we ask you who you are, well, I'm me.
Yeah.
You never say I am I. So to bring the me is to then extend into the we, and bring we into our truth. And to find a means to do that is to take this experience that we have into our reality and maintain it, as opposed to being pulled out of it, when usually someone else comes and says, oh yeah, try this, now keep your joy, you know. We challenge ourselves through that.
Yes.
Absolutely, yeah.
Another area we want to get into, and this is quite interesting, and again we alluded to it at the end of the wrap-up of the shift, is, and this is very exciting, and this actually was the thing that excited me most of all right at the very beginning in 1976 or so, when I kind of had this vision, and that is that actually the very mechanism of creation itself, of which you now know is an intimate part of you, rather than you being an intimate part of it, is in itself absolutely quite thrilling.
Yes.
The ability for something as ephemeral and intangible as, let's say, pure consciousness, to become as physical and as hard as that floor and this beautiful rug and you and all of us. When you key into that process, and we'll take you into that, is in itself quite thrilling and ecstatic.
And we
I
are
feel it already.
I know, we are so excited that we have a model for sharing that with you. Not just intellectually you'll get of your mind, but you'll experience
Yes, you feel it throughout you.
Yeah, the rush. You
Again,
know?
the love and the knowledge coming together, so you can actually understand and feel that creative spasm or spark, as it's called sometimes, or a throb that actually creates this reality.
It's awesome.
And we miss it. We're missing it's happening the whole time, and we're missing it. And in fact, it is the ecstasy itself to tune into that creative process and apply it in your life. So to make it very practical as well as just very heady. Another area that is at the root of much confusion is how is it that you and I can actually share our reality together and be in full ownership of that without any conflict, without me imposing on you or you imposing on me, without us being impinged upon by each other. How does that work? We're going to cover that.
Yes.
And it takes the knowledge to a new level to actually fully resolve that, doesn't it?
I don't think anyone's covered this yet, actually.
Well, a
as far
great
as we're
philosopher
aware.
friend of mine said recently, who was completely blown away when I took him through it, he said, well, he studied philosophy all his life and first class honours at Oxford and so forth, he said, okay, John, you've cracked it.
Oh, of course.
The age-old problem of free will and determinism,
Yes.
it's been done now at last. And again, we don't. Woo! Yes. And I, you know what I feel like? I feel like one of the first kids in the playground who's found out about Santa.
Yes, I know what
Yeah.
you mean. Yes.
It's not that it's such a big deal. It's
No.
not like, whoa, John and Maggie, they're great gurus. It's like, oh no, have you heard about Santa?
Yeah.
And some people want to hear, some people don't want to
Yeah,
hear.
and
But when you hear, you just move on. It's not
Yes.
like, you
That's a
know,
big
if
thing.
a 9-year-old went to the sixth formers, 16-year-olds, and said, hey, I've got some great news. Have you heard about Santa? They're going to go, yeah.
Do you mean free will and destiny, John?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Basically.
Free will and destiny.
Yeah.
You know, do you have free will? Is there destiny?
Yeah.
Is life
The
determined?
Forrest
Yeah.
Gump
Isn't
thing.
there?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
This is an age-old immutable. One of our objectives is to resolve that with you, so you go, right, now I get it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, and it is. You thought the shift was awesome. This next level is even
Oh,
deeper
you
and more
ain't
awesome.
seen nothing
Okay.
yet.
So that's one of our. Well, we like our lofty objectives, don't we?
Yeah, we
It's
do,
nothing like a
actually.
challenge, is there?
Yeah, challenge is our name. Yeah.
And from that place then is to learn how to enjoy absolute, shared, absolute and shared. This is a very strange thing. How can you be fully empowered and be shared with somebody else? Empowerment, responsibility, control, freedom, creativity, joy, and no longer ever feel a victim.
No.
Or feel you have to step on someone else's toes or manipulate someone else
To get what
have
you want. Exactly. Both ways.
Yes.
To people, to circumstances, to life, to events, to even to your own inner feelings and emotions and so forth. Because a lot of people now are really catching on to this 100% responsibility for your life, like Dr. Len, for instance, and you feel and know it's true, but how does that work? How does that work? Because if we share a car and we both want to drive it the same day, and you want to go to London and I want to go to Glastonbury, we've got a problem. How do you resolve that? You have to give in, don't you? Well, not with the Amiga shift when you take it to the end. You don't have to give in, nor do you have to control and impose on another.
Yes.
It's awesome.
It is.
Okay.
Okay.
So you end up working then in total harmony with others
Yeah.
and your reality,
Yeah.
not fighting. And
I
if you're
know.
fighting, you're really only fighting yourself. Aren't
Yes,
you?
absolutely.
Yeah. And eventually that leads to the ability to be in relationship, intimate relationship with your reality. To you really get to fall in love with it and dance with it and play with it.
Your
Whereupon-
physicality.
Yeah.
Whereupon
Yeah.
Yeah.
the incredible possibilities start to unfold for your
yes.
life. You know, the kind of things that The Secret and so many other law of attraction and things that are edging into and doing a fabulous job reaches its completion when you understand and you live in that true relationship
Yeah.
with
Yeah.
God. Without that, you'll have off and on. It will work to a degree,
Yes.
it'll hold back to a degree,
Yes.
for all the reasons that we hope to cover in the course. So in that sense, we hope to reveal the secret of living the secret.
Yes.
The secret behind the secret that makes it work, which is phenomenally
Yeah.
successful and popular these days. Again, another mark of all of us in the playground wanted to know what's going on.
Yeah.
Which is fabulous. So,
Right.
those incredible possibilities, we can then use this to live out the dream,
Yes.
our dream, which in fact turns out to be, because you mentioned the dream. Now, we're a little bit finicky about this now, you see, because we've found that every time we use the word the, and we alluded to this, it suggests that there's something. So a lot of people talk about the dream, and of course this can cause a bit of a problem because, well, it's like the universe. The universe is a dream, the dream. It sounds like there's a singular event going on, but of course there aren't. You see, we've got here 5 dreams going on. You're 3, and I 2. 5 dreams. So which dream are you talking about? Well, you know, if we were on our island, okay, it's actually the dream of the island,
Yeah.
or actually our island, because we created it, didn't we? So this, in a sense, what we like to say, and not to get too finicky about it, is our dream,
Yes.
because it reminds us of our core,
Ownership.
of our ownership
Absolutely.
and our core root being the
Total
same one being.
responsibility.
Yes, absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yes.
And you will find it's almost like we've reprogrammed ourselves into saying the.
Yeah.
And when you say that, you're creating separation.
Yes, absolutely.
The
I'm
universe
aware of that.
or whatever.
Yeah.
When you start rephrasing it, you'll find yourself
Yes,
shifting
yes.
within your own being.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And actually feel the your own universe become more intimate with you, and you with it.
Very much
Yes, yeah.
I love this because
Yeah.
as we're going to discover, and we may pop around here as we go through different things as they pop up, but we do have a structure of this. We go into this later, but in a way, because we're creating our reality is reflecting back to us the whole time, who we really are at all levels, you see.
Yes.
Well, it's actually quite funny because the primary means we have of even experiencing this reality at all is a kind of misdirection. It's like a magic trick.
Yeah.
And when you see through a magic trick, it's very obvious what's going on. But without that, the magician uses a misdirection to put your attention elsewhere. So the whole idea of our reality that we have created is to put our attention elsewhere.
Yep.
But that place we've put our attention, our reality, is reflecting back who we are. So it's reflecting back the misdirection of who we are. So actually within our reality, it's constantly full of misdirection in its own right. We're constantly being misled by everything and everybody around us as to what's going on, what's true, what's real, and so forth. So this whole idea of misdirection and then seeing through that and redirecting yourself back to wholeness is one of the fun things. And within that, it's what we're going to see as a further objective is to really bring in the idea of using our relationships to deepen this experience that we're talking about. If you try to step out of the relationship, you're stepping out of yourself, really. If Eve tried to step out of a relationship with Adam, Adam would be scratching and say, well, what's that about then? Because, I mean, that was the whole point was that we're going to have some interaction here, you know. And through that relationship with our creation, then the culmination is very much the kind of love affair, the kind of falling in love with life, the universe, everything, and, as we like to say, everyone. Because that life, the universe, and everything, well, hello, what happened to everyone? They're a very important part. In fact, they're the pivotal part. And on the island, of course, Adam and Eve are the pivotal aspects, and the island, if you like, is subsidiary to that. So, coming out of this, what we would like then, in terms of that objective, is at a minimum to recognize how reality is your friend. Moving into the idea of being in love with it, and really eventually moving to that place of being a lover. Like a lover. And the lover is a very powerful metaphor, because if you think about the peak human experience, it's often in the place of being in love with a lover. And if we think about emulating that peak experience, what's interesting about the lover is that, notice how with a lover there's both emerging, you feel at one, yet at the same time there's total respect and honour for the individuality. And that's the relationship with reality, to be at the same time at one with it, and at the same time have the distinction that allows you to honour those differences. So I can honour you even though I know I am you. I can honour you as an individual being even though I know we're the same one being playing that out. And that allows the love affair, which is a dynamic thing, as opposed to transcendent bliss. Okay, the love affair is dynamic. It's the culmination, I think, of what we're talking about at the beginning. It's the primary objective. So that primary objective for us culminates in a real love affair. And we on this course we would like to take you into that, and maybe subsequent courses will then really deepen that to its full potential.
Okay.
Cool. We've got so much we want to share.
Absolutely.
How are we going to go about doing this? Well, it's very simple. We've already talked about it. It's primarily about opening our mind to our own knowledge, not just what Maggie and John says, oh yes, they seem to be very clever, they must know what they're talking about, that resonates with me, but your knowledge. Opening up to what you can see and feel with your own mind, and releasing this amazing grip that the universe, the world has on us. It's very powerful, and it's like learning to fly. The big thing you've got to watch out is gravity pulls you out, and that's what happens when we fly. The gravity is this world we live in. Literally gravity, again, reflecting, but the power of its own draw to draw you out of yourself and back into this separate relationship as if it was something outside and different from you. And yet, to be able to live in it at the same time rather than stepping out of it. And the second side is?
It's about opening your heart to love. But it's not just your heart, it's your whole being. You begin to feel your skin melting on this. It's like the feeling of total connection with the
Yes.
whole of your reality, everybody, everything, and everyone in it. And what a way to live! I mean, to feel that live, and one of the things I've sort of noticed is that there's a lot of people aging that look sort of lacking in aliveness,
Luster.
and luster, and joy and radiance. And it's like tapping into what you said, Mark, about the juice. When you are in love with your reality again, and also you're open to it, it's like you're breathing with it, you're dancing with it. And that's what the love part is really, it's going into. It's not this, as I say in the free online video, it's not just a superficial love. It's the deep,
Yes.
intimate connection with the whole of your reality as yourself.
And your whole being
Yeah.
radiates that radiance.
Yes.
And light.
That
Yes.
self-radiance. Even in late 40s.
Nearly 50.
Living examples of it. Yeah. Now, this love and this knowledge will find a balance for
Yes.
each of us. Some people just love the knowledge and just kind of like let the love in, and some people it's the other way around, and some people it's balanced more. But that's, everyone finds their own. But there will always be both sides to it. And I think you can say that in Zorba the Greek, the heady guy was completely in the head.
Yes.
And he suffered from it. And actually Zorba was completely in the love and
heart.
expression. And he
Yes.
suffered from it
There
too.
was some
Yeah.
limitations there.
And so to find one's own balance and bringing those two together
Yeah.
without prescripting it
Yes.
is very important. That's a personal thing.
Yeah.
And also then to apply that
Yeah.
quite uniquely in your own life and self-expression.
Absolutely.
There will no one ever be anyone like you, or no, exactly like you, and you have your own opportunity to express that in your own unique way. And that doesn't have to be like us, it doesn't have to be like your neighbour. In fact, it's going to be totally like you.
In fact, your life is going to be like a canvas, like a fresh blank canvas
Paint.
that you can just paint boldly on it and just go, wow.
So in that sense then, as we said earlier, it's not to replace current
Yeah.
paths but to deepen them.
Deepen
A
them.
scientist will realise the ease of the equations and the understanding of the quantum and so forth with the shift, as can a religious, spiritual, an atheist. Anybody will just simply deepen that path. Okay. So this is really for people who are ready to integrate this shift. It is advanced in some ways in that it's very simple. People want to find their own truth, their own love, their own liberty, their own purpose, their own self-expression. For the adventurous, really, the curious, the brave souls, as we move into. We want to tap into people who want to tap into a new dimension of themselves. For people who want to wish to achieve a huge goal in their life.
Absolutely.
I mean, a huge goal in their life, like a global impact.
To leave a legacy. And you guys, I feel that's why you're here.
Yeah.
Because everyone
Amen.
can do that. Everyone can do something that's really important to them. And
It is.
you know,
Very important.
And for those, and this is particularly, I mean, I'm coming from all these places, but I also
Yes.
particularly like just not being, you know, Adam on his own in the island, or just Adam as the only one who knows what the island is. I want to share this
Share it.
space with
Yeah,
others.
absolutely.
And that's one of the main reasons why we did the Omega Shift and don't charge for it, is because
we want
I wanna
to get
share
out to
it.
everybody.
Yes.
yeah,
Yeah.
wow, this is awesome.
Yes.
We're the same one being, experiencing our
Yes.
world two different ways. Whoa! And in a sense, get that search behind us. Move on, get on with life.
Yeah.
Get on with living.
Yes, absolutely.
My head's done in with searching.
Yes,
right?
yes. Absolutely, John.
Yes.
So
Absolutely.
it's it's time to take a break.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so thank you for allowing us to get there's really some of this off our chest almost.
I know.
Because it's just years of welled up passion
I
here,
know.
looking for its roots.
Yes.
And the root has been the Omega Shift video which we've
Yes.
developed together, and I thank you and myself for allowing this to happen.
Thank you.
And it's just a great joy now to
Yeah.
be in that next phase of development.
Thank you for sharing it with
So
me.
thank you for now, and we'll start again.
Go.
That was very good.
Welcome back.
Welcome back to Living the Omega Way. Now, we will obviously be drawing on terms and experiences that we have introduced in the Amiga Shift video. So it goes without saying that you absolutely need to have watched the Amiga Shift video before continuing with this, and I know you have. And for our viewers, if not, please stop and go to the Amiga Shift. It's free, and it introduces all the fundamentals for this course. Now, what we're doing is a little bit like a magician revealing the tricks of his trade. So he's got this great trick, and the audience is captivated by it, entranced. I remember that I used to always love the idea of a lady being sawn in two. And he used to, for years, used to think, oh, how does he do that? How does he do that? You know, it's like, oh, maybe there's a bit of mirrors. And then, and so it kept me interested and intrigued for many years. And you know, that's part of the whole point of the magic show, isn't it? And one day I found out how it was done. And you know, probably various ways, but it can be very simple. You just got two ladies, one in one in one side of the box, and another one crawls in and puts the feet out the other side of the box. You get the head and the feet wiggling. It's just two ladies. And of course, once I found that out, it lost all its intrigue. And so I no longer had the same kind of interest in that show. And of course, this is why the magician doesn't reveal his tricks, because once the trick's revealed, then you kind of lose interest, except in one case. And when does the magician reveal his tricks? Or to whom?
Within the circle.
Yes.
Magic circle.
To
other members, yeah.
yes. Fellow magicians, apprentices, other members of the magic circle. Because now they're revealing trick not to the audience, but to the magician themselves. So I always think this is a bit like that, because in a sense to take this on board is to recognise the real trick of our reality, and to make good use of it is to become the magician yourself. And in a sense it's almost a conscious decision to, yes, I want to use this for me to now take mastery of my life, as opposed to, oh, another piece of information and get on with your life, and then you kind of like miss the value of it. So we're kind of like, feel we're in that position, and inviting people to think again, as we did on the free shift, whether it really is what they want to take at this time. Because without that inner desire, not only is it possibly just wasted, but it can also be quite, cause quite a lot of upheaval when you recognise exactly what's going on, but don't have the will to follow it through and apply it in your life. So again, by taking this course, we are all agreeing to the terms and conditions that came with it, which in summary are that you really do feel committed and ready for taking the Amiga Shift to the next level, and that you feel strong enough for that, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, even physically, and that you recognise that the Amiga Shift is truly a radical shift in the way we see ourselves and our world, and that big shifts, no matter how wonderful and empowering they are, can always be challenging as you readjust to new perspectives and ways of being. So, therefore, you are in effect agreeing that you take full responsibility for whatever reactions the Amiga Shift may stir up in you, and even though it's extremely unlikely that it will have a really adverse effect, you're obviously releasing us, John and Maggie Jameson, from any liability from how the Amiga Shift and living the Amiga way affects you and your life. Now, you obviously take full personal responsibility for it. So by continuing, now you are confirming that you have read and agreed to the terms of this wonderful course, and that you're to use the information and experience responsibly for the highest good of yourselves and of others. And actually not to share this particular experience with others who've not first seen the Amiga Shift free video themselves, because it's not fair on them, and were you to be successful, you may actually provoke quite a strong reaction in them, although it's probably more unlikely you might spoil it for them. So that's just the business out of the way. We're now going to get into the meat of the course, which is in two parts. Part one is to complete the Amiga Shift. We've got the full Amiga Shift with new levels of the knowledge and new levels of the love.
Yes.
Okay?
Yeah.
And part two then was going to be taking that shifted perspective.
Yeah, and learning how to live it and incorporate it into your life. So we're going to be talking about life purpose and relationships from the Amiga perspective, and challenges too.
And all things like abundance,
yeah,
and just generally how to apply it in your everyday life.
Yeah.
So that'll come after we've completed on the first part. So they're both very exciting but very different. Right? So, let's start with the full Amiga shift. Now, first of all, just to introduce terms, the old frame of reference, we're going to just call that the physical universe or the universe. So when we say that, we know it, or sometimes 3D is a word that's often used. That stands for 3 dimensions. So we live in 3 dimensions, you, me over here. I suppose there's 4 if you include time, but we tend to call it 3D. Or some people use the term 3D for third density, in terms of different densities of types of reality. So, 4 more levels of the knowledge to come, and 2 more of the love, for the full revelation, which is even more amazing, and yet will simplify and answer all our questions. Now, like Santa, there's nothing wrong with the fantasy that we live in now. Kids enjoy the fantasy of believing in Santa. We enjoy this fantasy, even though it doesn't feel like it sometimes, of living in our reality as we see now, living in 3D, if you like.
But the beauty of this, John, isn't it, is that once you have the shift of perception, you can play with your life more. You're more empowered, and there's a beauty and a joy in that. You get to be really, really creative with your reality.
So as kids come to the point where they want to start playing with a new idea of who Santa really is and so forth, they're reaching that age of discernment, which we're all doing now, I think. And so too it is perhaps with our 3D reality, that as we start moving into it, there's a kind of transition period. It doesn't just sort of flip straight in, and most kids go through this actually, where they kind of like know about Santa but prefer to believe him for a while and so forth. They kind of like flip in and out of that perspective, and I think we said it before, but not to set expectations too high. That's probably exactly what's going to happen with us. But once we've got the resource, we can use it as and when we like. So this big shift is happening now. I don't think it's been accessible before. You see, I can't really understand. We've studied and researched.
We can't find any reference, can we,
We cannot
John?
find any reference to something that's so simple. Now, obviously, there are references to the great infinite spirit, the fact that we're all one, that we live in an ocean consciousness, and so forth. But the specific idea that we are the same one being living in 2 different universes, which are wholly our own, which is what we're going to explore deeply today, and that only correspond and coincide because we're the same one being wishing to share that experience, in a way that seems unique, and we've yet to see that so directly said. Why now? Because I think the whole of our, say, planetary consciousness that we are enjoying together is reaching that stage. So in a sense, we're kind of growing. Yeah, we're kind of growing up.
Yeah, growing up.
And it's interesting that our culture and our technology is reflecting that back to us. So we have technology, virtual realities, computers, mass online virtual games, virtual reality itself, our films like The Matrix and many, many others. They're all giving us this message. And The Matrix actually is very close to what we're saying, except that The Matrix reality is based on an artificial computer system, as opposed to simply being our own system, all within our own consciousness without any external support. But as a metaphor, isn't it close, and didn't it provoke a huge shift in our consciousness? So all these things are going on side by side to support it. Now, we're going to go profoundly deep into the knowledge now, and I need to just prepare you with a few more preliminaries or fundamentals, because we're going to have more fun with dimentals, as it's all in the mental sphere, isn't it? All right. So I want to introduce the knowledge a little bit more, a little bit of repetition and deepening what we've already covered. But how do we actually know anything? This is the eternal question of the philosophers. How do we know anything? And every system of thought has assumptions in it. For instance, the scientific system of thought assumes that we can rely on what comes in from our senses, that there's some validity, that there's something out there that our senses are giving us information about. In fact, that's the only thing we can rely on, and that's all we should rely on. And the strict scientific point of view traditionally has said that we really shouldn't even think about ourselves or spirit, because that's an irrelevance. The only firm, solid foundation is what's outside. But that's an assumption. But the whole of science is based on that, and it's such a deep-rooted assumption it actually becomes a truth. And even, you know, to even question that truth can be seen in some circles as being a heresy in its own right. As it is with every tradition, you know, if you question the basis of any tradition, there is always an assumption behind it. So when it comes down to it, we are all, in our understanding of our reality, totally dependent on these assumptions and the models of our reality that are built upon them in order to just to live every day. Well, you know, we can talk a lot about lots of different systems of thought, whether it's science, spirituality, religion, and so forth, but there is one assumption that underlies them all. And that one is, can you guess? One understanding that we just take for total granted.
We all come out of the one?
Well, that certainly comes in certain areas, but I'm talking about something even more fundamental that we've all been born into, that we grow up into, and that we just assume in our everyday life. Even though we may have, sorry?
A universe out there.
Yeah. We may have philosophies that explain how that works, but our fundamental way of life, our fundamental model for living, well, I don't really care whether you are a Vedantic or Buddhist monk that just believes it's all an illusion, or whether you're a scientist that believes it came out of quantum waves of probability. There's always a universe which is of some form, be it illusory or whatever. And that is that you and I live in and across one universe.
That feels distant
Yeah, and
and
separate.
separate
Yes.
and almost inanimate, sterile from us.
A very cold, often a very hard universe that's out there, that sits,
Survive.
Yes.
that we have to survive in, that we're a victim to often, that we can exert power over often,
We have to struggle and fight with.
Yes,
And, yeah.
yeah.
that sits between us. Just as I might be one wave of an ocean and you might be one wave of an ocean, there's a bit of ocean that sits between us even though we're the same ocean. It's still in that model of we're in the same ocean, universe, idea, model. So whatever your ideas and philosophies are, that's the model we live by day. And that's the fundamental, if you like, which defines our life on Earth, as it were, our three-dimensional physical universe experience. And in a way, it is the most sacrosanct. So much so that no one ever questions it. No one ever questions it. If it comes up, they will simply say, and I've heard it from all walks of life and paths, they'll simply say, well, of course the universe really exists. As if it was like, God, if I were to drop that, I'd have nothing.
Yes, absolutely, yeah. Totally.
Well, what we'll see later on is that if you do drop it, in a sense there is nothing, and there's a dangerous period to go through. And we will take you through that really and out the other side. And it's called solipsism, where you are the only one in the universe. It feels very lone, as if you're the only dreamer. And that's such a difficult place to go to that it can stop people, or people could even get stuck in it with the omega shift and actually experience that loneliness. We want to hold our hands and take us right through it, so we come right out the other side of and break through that barrier into that shifted place. We're going to do it from a place of knowledge, not belief or being told.
Yeah.
Now, just for background, a little bit more background on this idea of models of the universe. There are lots of ways of looking at this, but like I say, there are essentially 4 basic models of the universe that we all subscribe to, and they all rely on this one assumption of the universe out there that sits between us. Number 1 is the self-created universe. That is that somehow, and I do find this rather amusing, the universe created itself out of nothing. No one knows how, but it did. It was a big bang. And so it went bang. For some reason we don't know about, and it created time and space and 3 dimensions and 4th dimension if you include time, and lots of energy and stars and planets and eventually humans, and we're very, 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 very small in this very, very large place, and eventually out of humans or possibly other animals came consciousness. Again, out of nowhere. Don't know where it came from, nobody knows, nobody can say, everyone avoids that subject like the plague. So there's a lot of hmms in there.
Exactly.
That's the self-created universe. Then there's the God-created universe, where a very similar thing happens, but now God created, so it's okay. Because, well, it was done for us. And where did consciousness come from? Well, God. Where did the universe come from? Well, God. How do you do that? I don't know, but he does work in mysterious ways, so that's okay. And anyway, we're all sinners and unworthy, which has always gone against my own instinct. What about you, Maggie?
Yes, it's been almost a heartache in me that human beings have felt they're basically flawed in some way.
Yes, yes.
And that is so sad, because I just see the beauty in everybody and each thing. And when you have that, and I think everybody who's on this plane will have it to some degree or other, it may be suppressed. You'll never ever release your full potential and your capacity for love and joy and creative expression.
On the other hand, it does give us an opportunity to explore what it feels like to be that compressed and contracted in this type of reality.
And there is a joy in that, because wow, I had that ability. I contracted, I suppressed myself so much. Nobody did it to you, but as you'll see in the course, we chose to do that. We play out events that feels like somebody put it upon us, but we chose to experience that. But now we choose freedom.
Absolutely. So we've got the self-created universe, the God-created universe. The universe is kind of there, but it's made of energy or quantum waves of can't say it today, probability, quantum waves of probability, or even consciousness, or even a hologram. But we are at one with it, like waves on an ocean. So that's another very popular one. And the final one, of course, I mentioned is the universe is an illusion, but our souls, our true inner self, is God, and that we are all one from that place, and the only truth therefore lies within us in that unchanging place. And the goal is to find that self in nirvana or samadhi, and really that illusory world has no value, or is full of suffering.
Real existence.
So they're kind of like four main things. There is this next one where nothing else exists other than yourself. And in my case that would be me, so you don't exist. And that's called solipsism. And that is such a lonely place, as I was saying. That it's just such an anathema to even consider it, that it's never had much truck in philosophy. So it's been identified as a possible way of thinking, but I don't think there's ever been a proponent of it, because it's kind of like, there's no one to propose it to, do you see what I mean? I think someone actually wrote a letter to Bertrand Russell once, famous English philosopher obviously, and said, I've just discovered how good solipsism is. I can't understand why it's not more popular. And actually that solipsistic place where, my God, this is all my universe, is so frightening, if you like, that that's the place we get stuck and stops us going into this next place, which is the final one, omega, which pulls it all together. So those basic models of the universe. But this paradigm of the universe, it basically just doesn't answer the questions. We all know that, because we're all asking all the questions. Whichever way you come to it from, you meet this wall in the end that says, I can't get the full answer. This is exactly like the kids in the playground trying to work out how Santa gets around the world so fast. They can have lots of theories. Yes, or how does he get on the chimney? How does he know what I want for Christmas? They can have little groups. There's the, he's magical group, or he does it very, very fast group. And they all have their little factions, but as long as they sit within that, they can't answer the question from within that paradigm, that way of thinking. So they need to move on. And when they do, the answer, of course, is very, very simple.
It's like changing your viewpoint, like looking down on a maze and people running around. And if you had a high vantage point, you can see the quick, easy way. You can see the whole picture and all the way they're headed to. And this is what happens with the Omega shift. You change your viewpoint.
Absolutely. So that's how one paradigm shift can actually answer everything so easily. Otherwise, we are like the kids running around the playground. And what is our playground? The universe. And so that's why we're here. So just to be clear, the Omega shift really is going to challenge this idea that we live in a universe. It's the most fundamental. This is why it can be challenging. And the only way we can get away with doing that without, let's say, people risking falling into this solipsistic hole of isolation and loneliness is to replace it with a firm foundation of me. Where me is me, and for you, me is you. And we are the same one me. And I think because it hasn't really been possible or timely to do that yet, that's why we've never got this far, because it's all very well put in the rug, but you need we all need a foundation to stand on, and we become that foundation. So good. Okay. And final point on this. This is a new way of seeing, thinking, feeling, believing, being. And studies have shown that almost invariably after the age of 25 we do find it very difficult to change the foundation or the paradigm upon which we experience our reality. So for all of us that are over the age of 25, we should be aware that there is a fundamental part of us that has become like concrete, set into a way of thinking that no matter how much you chip at it, it just won't budge. Unless we have a great commitment, or we're very special, or we really want it, it can happen. And certainly after the age of 40, it's very, very rare to shift the paradigm. So if you're in that bracket, you need to be aware that you are also working against your own system, which has solidified. It's part of the natural human process, if you like. So it's good to be aware of that, and particularly if you've invested much into one way of thinking, a scientific, a spiritual, religious, a particular way, and you've invested it in your life, your lifestyle, you may have got books and so forth, it can become almost impossible to even see what we're saying, to shift out of it. So, you may experience some resistance to this whole process, and that's perfectly natural and okay. Even children do with the idea of sanity. You can see them going, oh, I don't think I really want to know this, as they reach their own age of discernment. So, our suggestion, just a suggestion, put all your ideas on a shelf for now, for the duration of this course. They're going to still be there when you come back. Alright? Treat this as just an exploration with an open mind and an open heart of a viable and interesting alternative, as opposed to a threatening claim to absolute truth. Allow it to become your truth and do what you will with it. That's all. But if you block it out, you won't even hear it, and many people just cannot hear it because of fear, really, isn't it? Fear of change. Okay. And do use our relaxations to help you clear your mind, to open up to simply what's being said and what's being offered. Not as an indoctrination, but to open to what is actually your own truth.
Yeah, what actually will happen, we've noticed when we're going into relaxation, you're doing it, it's almost like your brain is reprogrammed, readjusting back to natural balance, and the energy helps retune you to that frequency. It's like an amplifier too, and helps settle you. Fine-tuning your frequency.
Very good, that's a good way of putting it. Yes.
Yeah.
So I'm keen to get on with the first level of knowledge that we didn't cover in the Omega shift. And there's one last thing I'd like to cover first, if I may. And that is, so how can we know anything? If we can't rely on basic assumptions, because an assumption is literally that, an assumption, well then what can we rely on? Now, I've developed over these last many years now, this system of knowing, which I feel is very, very strong foundation. And I want to run through it very quickly because we'll pick up on it as we go along, not to spend too much time on it now. But to me it seems to make perfect sense. And it doesn't require assumptions. Right? And it goes like this. We've already covered it to a degree in the Omega shift. The first one is we can know by observation. So if I say to you, pink elephant, okay, and you imagine a pink elephant, for instance, and I say, did you imagine a pink elephant? And you say, well, hopefully, yes. And I say, well, yeah, I don't know, that's a bit of assumption. I'm not sure you can really know you actually did experience, imagine a pink elephant there or not. You can look at me and go, well, hello.
Yes.
I mean, this is a no-brainer, I mean, well, you do need a brain, I suppose, but I know what I know. I experienced a pink elephant, right? Or I can say, I don't think you feel you exist, or you have a sense of conscience. Well, I know this to be true. From your own observation, you know it, but there's no assumption in there. Where it all comes from or what's behind it, yes, okay, but there's this set of things that we know by observation. And, pretty well all of this Omega Shift video was based on this observational thing. Well, hang on, I can play chess, I can play different roles, I can forget one and play the other, I can make it into an island, I can multiply it many-fold, this is just observation. And we can know that. That's an indisputable truth for you. And the idea of then saying, well, I take what I know. Now, if I were to take that and simply extend it to become bigger, so if I got imagination, what would it be like if I had an even bigger imagination? And you end up with one mirror ball and, an infinity of the same thing. You still know that's possible if you allow the idea of an extended imagination without limit. And then you say, well, then number 3, by sufficiency. Well, if that's sufficient to explain everything, why would I need to introduce anything else that I don't know about? some mythical Big Bang, some mythical God in the sky, some mythical spirit within. I don't know about these things. What I do know is what I experience myself. So again, all within our own experience. If it's sufficient, why extend it? There's a fourth level, which many people talk to us about. They say, I knew that, but they hadn't articulated it, they hadn't expressed it, but when they heard it and they felt it and they saw it,
It's like a deep inner knowing.
it's an inner knowing, it's an instinctive recognition that's beyond words, and it's a familiarity.
Yes.
And so we call that by instinctive recognition. The fifth one is by answering. Well, hey, if you see it and it's sufficient and it feels right and it answers all the questions, I mean, hello, what else do you need? I mean, what more do you want here? So if it answers your questions, number 5, who am I, who is God, what's the universe and all that. Number 6, yes, there is a 6th one, and that's what this is about. If you take all that and you live by it, and that works for you, what's your problem? I mean, it's enough for me. Yeah, I don't know what else you'd want. Well, there is one final level, number 7, and that's, well, by direct cosmic experience. Mega me, massive, by actually having the experience of being maxi me, if you like, of that creative process in your own being, that is a final confirmation, an affirmation that all that went before it is true for you.
Like cosmic consciousness?
Could be in a meditation, it could be through observation, it could be through being open, it could be through opening your heart, opening your mind. It could come to you in many ways, and in a sense perhaps subject of advanced courses. But in the end, that's the final validation. Now, it's interesting that we put that as the last one, because for many people it becomes as almost the first one. What it means is they get a peak experience.
Yeah. And then they can't maintain it.
They can't maintain it, and the context within which they had that peak experience becomes the truth.
Yeah.
Well, I gave myself to, no offence to anyone in particular, let's say Jesus, and indeed there's total validity in that. I had the experience, therefore it's all true that I've read, I've heard and told, and that framework is the only truth. Well, I'm sure there is truth in that, but it may not be the only truth. That was the context within which you had that experience. So what we're saying was, before, let's get the context right for ourselves and then let in the enormity of it and see how it feels. If you put it around the other way, you can get stuck into one way of thinking, and then you can't move from there. So there's 7 levels of thinking.
Absolutely.
By observation, by extension, by sufficiency, by instinctive recognition, by answering all your questions, by living and loving it, and then by direct, literally direct, cosmic, for want of a better term, experience. Now, the one thing that we do normally know, and this is another way of saying what we said before, is that, what do we know? Well, the one thing we know is that we are not, this is everybody's individual, everyday experience, they are not the entirety of the universe they live in. And yet the shift is taking you into this, and we're taking you even further today. So yes, this actually is really very big. So now we start with the levels of knowledge, if that's
Why
okay.
it's called Omega.
Yeah, like oh my God, and Omega being the final state. All right. So what I'd like to do now is I'm going to lead this into the knowledge. We've got 5 levels to go through, only one of which you've been exposed to so far.
Yes.
Well, we've touched a bit on the others, but essentially we're going to have how I create my universe individually. We call that wisdom, and it stands for something we'll see. Then we're going to just quickly review that whole womb, we're one mirror ball, which is how we create it together. And then we go how we all create the entirety of existence, not just our own individual experiences. And then back into the enormity of my own creative universe. And then number 5 is to look at the actual mechanics of our own creation. So we can actually make some observations now about its reflective nature and so forth. And this will help us to live it out. Okay. So, number one is wisdom, which is how I create my reality. Okay. Now, funny thing experience, isn't it? I mean, we're kind of born in it, we accept it, and yet, I don't know about you, but it's always been a little bit of an enigma to me. Like, we normally just take it for granted, don't we? But the fact that we are alive and we do experience, and there is a kind of reality, why? Weird thing. What is it all about? Why does it come from? And so we're going to spend a little bit of time now on this first wisdom one, looking very much at our own personal reality. And there's some interesting things that we can draw from this. And actually, this particular level is nothing new. In fact, it's been debated by philosophers under various names for many, many years. But it's actually so fundamental, it's almost impossible to take it on. So throughout today, we're going to be helping you taking on this first primary wisdom about our own creative reality. Now, in order to do this, we're going to have a little exercise with our friendly TV that's been sitting here patiently waiting to get its turn now. So we'll just set that up. So, what I'd like to do with the wisdom is just ask you a very simple question, and that is, what do you see here?
Caravan and a tree.
Yes, the tree is obscuring the caravan to a degree, isn't it? So,
Mobile home in a tree.
a mobile. Mark, what do you see here?
Well, there's a piece of wood leaning against the tree there, with a mobile home behind it.
Okay, all right. So, what I'd like to do, if I may, I'd just like to just confirm that you feel secure in your answer there. So, Mark, you can see a tree and a mobile home, is that right?
That's right.
Trees, or what do you see?
I see a caravan and a tree. Same thing.
Okay, and Brian?
Exactly the same.
Now, are you sure?
Positive.
Are you really positive?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah? Like 100% or 90% or? I mean,
100%. That's what I see.
Okay,
100%, that's what I
okay.
see.
you're okay with that?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And I don't mean to be funny, but you say you can see a caravan and a tree, is that right? It's just that, and I say, it's just that, see, I know to me it doesn't feel like a caravan and a tree. I'm probably being silly, so help me here, because to me it doesn't have that feel. So can you help me with what's going on here? What do you say you can see a caravan? Is this a new type of caravan, or what?
I can see
Yeah.
a caravan
On the television.
on a television with a piece of... Yes.
Oh, the caravan is on the television.
Well, it's
So-
in
In the
it.
cat.
Oh, it's in it.
Contained.
So if I took it apart, I'd find the caravan. It's like a window. I'd find the caravan in it.
No.
But you just said that the
It's a
caravan
reflection.
is in
Is it a
the
reflection?
television. So I'm really trying to follow what you're saying here.
Yes.
I'm a very simple person. I get confused easily.
Yes.
Well, I'm seeing
Yeah.
a bigger picture now. I'm seeing
Yes.
Maggie and John and the television set with a picture of a caravan
Oh, okay.
behind a tree.
Oh, so I don't mean to be funny again, but did you just change your tune? Did you say you were now seeing a picture, whereas before you said you were seeing a caravan?
Oh, get you. Okay.
So you're seeing a picture of a caravan?
Yes.
Oh, sorry, I was being thick. That resolves every... I see, I understand that. So it's not actually a caravan, and there's no caravan in the TV. It's a picture of a caravan on a TV. Right, so you're seeing a picture of a caravan. Oh, okay, that makes more sense now. Duh. So what we're seeing is a picture of a caravan. Okay. So what is the picture? What are we really seeing when you say you see a picture? What is it you're really seeing?
You've seen an image
Mm-hmm.
of a caravan,
Well, you're seeing...
tree,
Okay.
on a television.
Okay.
In television.
Isn't that the same as a picture? An image? Or do you mean something else by image? Is there something else you're saying here?
No, it's same as picture.
Okay, so but what is that image and that picture? What's it made of?
Is it an illusion?
Dots. Coloured dots.
Oh, okay. Yes, it is actually made of a lot of coloured dots, isn't it? Which come together to form what you call a picture of what you call a caravan. Yes? And what is the whole thing then made of? What are the dots? What's it all made of?
Dancing molecules of light.
Dancing molecules of light. Okay.
Photons.
photons of light, yes. Particles of light, we'll call them photons probably, better than molecules, but I know what you mean. So actually, what you're really saying is you're seeing light. The light is forming, let's say, a pattern.
Yeah.
That pattern you instinctively, in your own mind, put it together in the form of an object that you call a caravan, that you give weight and depth to such a point. When I said, what are you looking at? You said, the caravan. It took quite a lot to get you out of the idea of it was actually the caravan into, well, there's a picture of a caravan. Actually, there's a picture made of light. So I'm actually looking at light, which looks like a caravan and so forth. So this image that we're seeing on here is purely composed of light, and we have the capacity to convert that into something that we recognise as an object. That's how TVs work. That's how films work. We have this great ability to convert flat images, if you like, of light into patterns that we recognise, into objects that we feel have physicality. You know, I was at a 3D movie once and they threw knives at you, and no matter how hard you said it's just an image, you still flinched when the knife came at you. That's what we do. We convert these light into physical objects, physicality, depth, dimension, and it's very much natural part of our human thing. So, now, you might wonder, why is there a picture of a caravan on that television? Where is that coming from? Well, we are inside a very nice little enclosed space we call a teepee. And if I told you that that image was coming from a TV camera that's currently sitting outside on the edge of this teepee, literally under the flat, looking out onto this lovely retreat and one of the caravans here, you would now know what you're looking at, wouldn't you? Well, would you? How would you know?
Because you've told us.
Oh, so now I'm God. My word's sacrosanct. So you would know because
It's there.
it's there. You can see it. It's proof enough, isn't it? So you would know because
It looks like a caravan.
it looks like a caravan. If it looks like a caravan, then it tastes like a caravan. It smells like it must be a caravan from a camera that must be sitting outside the side of this tent because I just told you so. And that's how you know it. Okay, you might have noticed that I lead you up traps here. Okay, so where's the trap in this?
Well, we've got to accept you're saying, you're telling us the truth.
Yes, that's
Yes.
right. You don't
Yes.
know.
Well, I do actually, because I've been outside and I've seen that caravan. So I know
But
it
we'll come back
exists.
to that. We'll come back to that. But while you're inside this tent, you don't know that.
No.
Okay?
Absolutely.
You can only rely on what I told you, or what
Yes.
you intuitively, well, it seems to make sense. Okay. Now, this might seem a little bit obscure, but actually there's a very good point behind it, and I'd just like to lead you through what's going on here. Okay. So I'm going to go to the flip chart now, but we'll keep referring back to this friendly TV and its picture of the caravan. Okay. Because you see, here we are inside this enclosed space. And what I'd like to do is to help, you know, we used our imagination a lot, didn't we, on the Amiga shift? Well, we're going to use our imagination now. I'd like you to imagine that we are actually inside our own skull. That the sides of this tent are actually the sides of our cranium, our skull. Okay? And that we are inside it. Well, that's not so difficult because in a sense, well, obviously we are inside our own skull, aren't we? So we're just extending the idea to this metaphor of being in here. Right? In other words, this is what we normally do. We normally exist inside an enclosed space. So this represents our enclosed space. Okay. Now I have set up a camera outside with a lead that I've hidden, but I can show it to you. It's just here. Yeah, here's the lead. Oh, that's the wrong one. Doesn't matter. It's here is the lead, right, with the video signal, and that goes to the camera that's behind the curtain here. And what I'd like to do is to show you how closely this actually does correspond to the way we understand our own physical system to work. Okay, so you have to excuse my drawing. Okay, you get the point over there. Right? So let's just we'll draw a sort of cone head type man to represent this teepee, bigger cone, all right? Now, this is the skull, all right? It says it's got a nose and a mouth, and of course, very important, it's got an eye. Yes? Now, no one really understands how this works, but we do kind of like assume that inside this skull there's this big thing called a brain, yeah? And that the eye is connected into the brain via something we call an optic nerve that goes into the brain somehow, okay? So, the eye is really a bit like a TV camera, isn't it? It's sitting outside our skull. But it's connected inside our skull via a cable, which we call an optic nerve. So I've got a camera just outside here. It's connected via a cable, much like an optic nerve is. Okay. Now, the interesting thing about this, now I wouldn't recommend you do this at home, okay? But if you cut an optic nerve, okay, and you look down it, if that eye was looking at a caravan, would you see a picture of a caravan? You wouldn't see anything, would you?
No, it'd be gone.
There is nothing there. Why? Because it's coming down as probably electrical types of pulses. If I cut that wire and look at it, I don't see anything. I see a bit of copper, a wire. I've got to have special equipment to decode the signal that's coming down it to see a picture again. So the picture of the caravan that sits out here, now you can have a laugh and you see my caravan, okay?
Doesn't look like anything like the one on the telly.
No, I didn't
Right
say.
colour,
I didn't
right
say the
colour.
one. I didn't say the one on the telly. I said my caravan. My caravan looks like that.
And for the American viewers,
Yeah.
what would you call it a caravan?
Caravan.
Trailer.
A
Trailer. A trailer.
Yeah.
Okay. So for the trailer.
Just checking.
Yeah.
They wouldn't have them as small as that.
That's right. But they are very domed.
Yeah.
So the trailer has light that comes in, gets picked up by this camera that we call an eye.
Yeah.
Gets translated in some kind of electrical signals or chemical signals that we don't really understand. Certainly doesn't look like a caravan anymore. And then you know what? Something very magical happens. That, by the way, nobody has ever explained or even has a theory about. Somehow they get represented back into the mind as, guess what? A caravan! There's a kind of little picture inside our mind that we see
Yes, yes.
of a caravan.
Yes. Yes.
It gets recreated.
Yes.
Isn't this like being in here? The first thing we did, all right, when we saw that picture on our screen was to say, it's a caravan,
Yes.
or a trailer. But it wasn't a caravan. It was a picture of a caravan. But physically, I mean, you don't have to be spiritual for this from a scientific point of view. The same thing is happening inside our brain. Now, of course, we are talking as if the brain exists in the three-dimensional universe and so forth. But even from that point of view, it's still true to say that the picture of the caravan that we see in our brain is not the caravan itself. It's a picture of the caravan.
Yes.
Yeah? And we have to rely on the idea that there is an eye and a caravan that correspond to the picture that we get. And we're so good at this, we take it as second nature, and we never question the idea at all. It's just a given. We never say, so what can you see, Brian? A television. No, you don't. You see a picture of a television in your mind. We never have that conversation. Oh, I see a television, I see a book, I see a car, I see a person. As if you really were seeing them. But you're not really seeing them. You're seeing a picture of them that's somehow mysteriously created in your awareness or consciousness, inside your brain, somehow, in some mechanism that no one has ever discovered. You know, no one has ever cut open a brain and seen a caravan.
No.
A picture of a caravan or anything remotely like that. They've only seen mush. That's all they've only seen. A few electrical signals, a few chemicals, but basically a lot of mush. Nothing resembling what we experience at all. Let me ask you a question, as they say. Why do Why are the most expensive cabins on a cruise liner the outside ones?
Because you're closest to the ocean.
Expand a bit.
Get a better
You've
view.
got a better view, yeah.
Okay, you get a better view
Yeah.
because you have a,
Window.
yes, called on a boat
Portal.
a porthole, yeah.
Yeah.
You pay more money because you have a porthole. In other words, you can see outside. It's not just that you get a better view, you actually get a view. If we look at the top view of a boat, okay, this might go a little bit better than my caravan. Alright,
Yes.
with all the cabins on the outside. They have a porthole. So the people in each of these cabins can actually see what's going on. So if they go past the Statue of Liberty, say, in New York, I really shouldn't try and do this, should I? Okay,
Okay, we'll take your word for
the
it.
Statue of Liberty. Okay, and they come in, they say, well, it's a great trip, thank you very much. We saw the Statue of Liberty as we sailed in out of our porthole. Okay, but the inner ones, they have a problem. Because on the inner
That's it.
ones, those cabins, they got nothing. So a particularly innovative and clever cruise company decided, why don't we put in special high definition TV screens on our inner cabins, okay, all right, with a camera on the deck
Yeah.
that looks out on the bridge and feeds a signal into each of those. So all of our people in here can actually see the Statue of Liberty as we go through, as we go past, all right? And this is a high definition screen, so it's so realistic, you might just as well be looking at a porthole, okay? And in fact, they do this and it's very successful. And when the people arrive at port and people say, did you have a good cruise? They say, oh yeah, it was great. Saw the Statue of Liberty as we came in, it was shining in the sun, it was brilliant. And they don't think to say, I saw a picture of the Statue of Liberty because it was so realistic. So my question to you is this. Our everyday experience of this, experiencing our world, is it more like the inner or the outer cabins? What's a better comparison?
Well, I suppose it's both the same really, but I prefer to be on the outer.
No, I know you might prefer that. I'm saying that in our, with this
The
system
same,
here,
yeah.
you've got a skull,
It's the same.
a camera, an image. Is that experience more like the inner cabin or the outer cabin?
More like the inner, really. You're going down a pipe. And the
And what
information
would
goes
you
down.
and what would you prefer to be in, the inner or the outer? That was the question, John?
Well, originally it was you prefer to be in the outer because you get a view.
yeah.
But this high definition TV is so good
that you
that
get
in the end
view
people
anyway.
don't really mind.
No, exactly.
Yes.
It's the same.
But the question is, what does our physiology more resemble, an inner or an outer cabin with an HD TV screen on it?
The
Okay?
inner.
The inner one, okay? Because the outer one has a porthole. But here's the funny thing. We assume our eyes are portholes. We assume we've got a clear glass look out
Yes.
to the outside
Yes.
world. We think that what we see is what's out there. But on the camera, on the TV, we weren't seeing what was out there. We were seeing a picture of what was out there. And this is the all-important distinction, that what you see is not what may or may not be out there. What you see is a picture.
Yeah.
And in terms of what you know, I said to you, what do you know? Well, all you know is that you see a picture of a caravan on that screen. You can assume that there is a camera out there. But what if I told you that I've got a videotape recorder around here that's playing that scene and I had you fooled?
Yes.
Okay?
You could easily do that.
How dare you trick me like that? But now you don't know, do you?
No.
See, I could have recorded that and played it for you, or it could be there now. You don't know. And I'm not going to tell you which it is. And that's the point, is you don't know. But what do you know? By observation, on your screen, inside this environment,
There's a
is a
picture.
picture that you relate to the idea of what you call a caravan. Okay, that's what you know by observation, and that's all you know actually.
Yes.
We're talking about this as if there were an external world, but here's an interesting thing. Of course, it's as I say, it's bugged philosophers for years as to whether there really is an external world or not, because in fact they realise when you think about it that you really can't tell. You know what you see, but you can't. You see, what you said earlier, Trees, was, oh, I know there's a camera around there because I stepped outside and I walked around and I saw it. What would the equivalent be for us in our brains? We're in our brains, in our skull. What would the equivalent be? Well, there is none, is there?
No.
There's not like a hatch at the side of your head that you can literally walk out of and go around and see what your eye sees.
Yes.
And even if there was, you'd still have to use some kind of eye, so you'd be back in the same problem again.
Yes.
So here's a weird thing, and maybe a little difficult to grasp, but you see, if there were the universe out there, an external world, who would ever see it directly? Like, you've got this big universe, no one ever sees it. No one ever smells it, no one ever touches it, no one ever hears it. We have to rely on our ears. What I've said for sight is one sense. It also applies for all 5 senses. Okay? Just because you hear the noise of wind rustling around the caravan or whatever, again, if you cut the auditory nerve or the smell nerves, you know, if you cut the smell nerve and smelt the nerve,
Or the ear off.
yeah, if you listen to an auditory nerve, you wouldn't hear the sound. It's all been translated.
Yes.
And it all appears on what I'm going to call your mental screen. Now, screen is very visual, but this is this is multi-sensual.
I could respond on
Yeah.
that actually, John, because one of the things that has been a little bit interesting for me lately is I'm no longer, it's like I don't hear sounds anymore. I feel them in my being. I feel them as vibrations, and it's a lot more intense in that way. You know, it's just incredible, and I'm really, it feels to me like the hearing is a play that we have chosen to do, and we have fun with
And I
it.
also have had
Yeah.
experiences where the senses actually start to merge, that you can
Yeah.
taste the picture
Yes.
and you can hear the smell.
Yes.
They start to merge together.
Yes.
Well,
And-
that's happening to me.
And actually what's happening
Yes.
is that the distinctions that we make between them are all happening on what I call the same mental screen.
Yes.
And maybe you could call it your mental theatre,
Yeah.
Yeah.
which is like sound and sight and smell, and everything is feel and touch, everything is coming into this, but it's like a screen on the visual side. So let's just call it a screen for now, is that okay?
Could you call it, John, coming into, like you were saying, Maggie, that's what's happening to me lately. I get the sense of tasting something,
Yes.
tasting a picture,
Yes.
or smelling a
Yes.
picture,
Yes.
and all
Yes.
come together.
Yeah.
Yes.
Could it be, John, that we're that you're all moving to the soul sense, SOLE and SOUL, that one sense?
Well, it could be that,
Yeah.
or it could be that it all started with you, and you made the distinctions in your own mental
Yes.
sphere of awareness, just as 𝐋𝐢𝐯𝐸 did when he was sitting in solitary confinement. See, 𝐋𝐢𝐯𝐸 in solitary confinement has no sight, has no touch, has no taste, has no smell. It's a sensory deprivation environment.
Yeah.
But his imagination, or our imagination if we're 𝐋𝐢𝐯𝐸, does have those facilities. So, just as we do in a dream at night, you can within your own being dream up all those things within your own mental sphere, within your own mental awareness, on your own mental screen, for want of a better term. But it's a multi-sensory screen. It has all the senses in that theatre. So we are able to create all of those senses onto that theatre, like a theatre, like a full theatre on that screen. But it's on the screen that the experience occurs.
Yes.
All right?
Yes. Yes.
It never occurs outside in the outside world.
No.
Right? It all comes in through the senses if you think of it that way around as a universe. Right?
It always appears on the inner.
But it always appears as an experience that you can work with on the inner, in your own sphere of awareness. So, we never smell a rose. We get a chemical that comes from a rose. There arose within my world a smell of a rose. So here's a rose. Don't laugh.
Oh gosh, yeah.
And it It
Funniest
wafts.
looking rose I've ever seen.
Wafts chemicals. Yeah?
Yes.
Those chemicals don't have a smell. They're chemicals. There are receptors in the nose that go ding, 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 ding. I know that. I know that smell. I know that chemical. That has a certain signal associated with it. I'm going to send that signal off to my father brain, okay, down my nasal nerves. And on our mental screen, we get an experience that we call smell
Yeah.
of a rose.
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with the original rose.
It's just our, yes, imagination.
Now, this is not rocket science. This is not new. It just, the more you think about it, the more it sinks in. It's more like, oh my God,
yes.
this
it
is my experience in my awareness, not the one out there.
No, yes. Wow.
And I'm experiencing that as I'm sitting here now,
Yeah.
looking over all this, like here, all all the cameras and everything.
So, we've got a fantastic rose that no one ever smells. Not directly. And if you were God, imagine for a moment an absurd idea. Sorry. Just imagine that you were God, you were the creator. You had the ability to create within your own being scenes such as islands and games of chess and so forth. And you were in your own being, you think, I think I'll create a universe today, like 𝐋𝐢𝐯𝐲𝐶 did. Would you really go to all the bother of sourcing all the material from somewhere, I don't know where, to go and create a physical universe out there that no one ever gets to see, touch, hear or smell, just so you can have that inner experience? Would you do that? Or would you just say, no, I can imagine that? Saves a lot of time, doesn't it?
Yes.
Seems to me nonsensical to go to all that effort to build something that no one will ever see when you can just imagine it in your own mind, because you're God, you can do anything.
Yeah.
And we can do it.
And maybe you're the only one who wants to see it.
Well, you are the only one anyway, so how could there be anyone else? Because if we take God, we mean all pervasive and all everything, and there's nothing else. Like 𝐋𝐢𝐯𝐲𝐶, there's only me. The big me in the sky, not even in the sky's in me. So did God really create this universe of amorphous energies and quantum waves of I'll say it today, probability, or energy, and so, or did he just say, yeah, I know what it's going to look like. It's going to look like that caravan. That's what it's going to look like. I don't need all that. That's a waste of time. I don't need it to create the effect. Do you see what I mean? It's not necessary to create the effect. So we have this mental screen in our awareness, and I know you were taking us into this, but a very short exercise in the meantime, okay? Because we're not used to thinking that everything that we see is on a screen.
Yes.
So we're going to do that just for a moment, okay? It's just an observational thing, and it's extremely important that in this you don't do anything to damage yourself in any way, okay? Because we're just going to use our eyes, so just be very gentle with yourself, okay? You probably won't have to do anything. So just if you would do it, close your eyes for a moment. Okay, now when we close our eyes, I want you to notice if you can see anything. Now often we see sort of background flits of colour, little maybe dots or so forth. You see what I mean? And if you actually put your hands over your eyes so that you've got real darkness, alright, you can actually kind of see them better. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So you've got real darkness, and can you also see sort of like kind of strange light patterns? Maybe very faint, but they're there. Yeah?
Yeah.
You see it, Mark?
Yes.
Okay. Now, probably you know as a child that if you now press on your eyeballs, you'll get better colours and brighter colours, but I wouldn't recommend doing it because that might be dangerous. But if you did, you would do it very, very gently. But even the lightest touch, you actually start to get, or even just putting more pressure with the cups of your hands, you start to get more colours and light flashing in. Do you see what I mean? Right, that's excellent. So at this moment, if you're doing that right now, what you're actually experiencing is light on your mental screen. And if you listen carefully in a very quiet place, like a depth of a cave, you can hear rushing in your ears, and you can hear all sorts of sounds that are not coming from outside, they're coming from in your body or from within you. Okay, so you're now looking at images on your mental screen. They're amorphous images. They may make patterns or they may just be random, but they are images on your screen, aren't they? So have you got this idea that you are looking at images on your screen?
Yes.
You all right with me there?
Okay.
Now what I want you to do is very, very slightly open your eyes. You know when that very first crack of light comes in. And I want you to notice that the light appears in the same place on that same screen. So before you see any objects outside, because you haven't got your eyes open that wide yet, the merest glimmer of light's coming in. That light is flooding in on that same place. Can you do that? So you start to open your eye. You might want to put a crack in your hand so you can get some light coming in or something. But you're just starting to see light coming in. Light is flooding your screen. Give me some feedback here. Are you seeing this?
Yeah. It's all coming from the front, in front of me.
Okay. And have you got your eyes very slightly open, Teresa? And is it flooding into your screen?
Yes.
Okay, now I want you to just open your eyes that little bit more, so a little bit more light comes in, but I want you to focus on the idea that what's coming in is flooding on the screen. There's no object here. There's just flooding light. Streaming onto your screen. And to open your eyes that little bit more, some more light comes in, but again focus on the idea that it's light pouring in, and a little bit more, and notice the point where you stop thinking you're just seeing light on your screen and you start to see objects outside of yourself, and notice that transition is fairly arbitrary. The difference between light on my screen and suddenly there's an object is only a factor of how much I've got my eyes open, and suddenly the object appears. Have you all got that?
Yeah.
Yes.
So you've just noticed that on your screen you're able to go woof and push out an object outside yourself, like this room. But it's all on the same screen. All here in your brain, all in your mind. Interesting, eh?
John,
Yeah.
can I just intervene here?
Please.
For years, well, since about 93, 94,
Yeah.
I can't close my eyes. What happens is, as soon as I close my eyes, they're forced open, and all I see is dancing molecules of light
Okay.
pouring at me.
Yeah.
So I was doing the, and I know that,
Yeah.
and you probably notice when I can't close my eyes, they're just flickering all the time.
Yes.
When I do that, even when I open them a little bit,
Yeah.
that dancing molecules
Right.
of light just pouring, that light just pours in.
Right. And you have a question? Are you sharing that? Or?
No, what I'm trying to work it out actually.
Right.
So that's the light pouring onto my mental screen.
Well, see, Brian, it is if you subscribe to the idea that you and I live in one universe that sits between us that has light bouncing around. So from that point of view, and I am talking from that frame of reference for the moment, I'm not talking from the Amiga frame, I'm saying that even from the physical universe frame of reference, what's happening from a scientific point of view, although it turns out there are actually some scientists that disagree with this, and I can't work that out at all, is that you're not seeing the object, you're seeing a picture of the object which to you looks like light.
Yeah.
So when you say I see light streaming in, your experience is of light on your mental screen, which you interpret as coming into you.
Yeah.
But it was always into you in the first place because it always exists in here.
Absolutely. That's what I was trying to turn around to.
Right.
What I was trying to understand the experience. So in other words, I understand.
Okay.
I'm totally seeing the inner realm.
Always.
Yeah, exactly. And the inner realm is dancing molecules of light.
Absolutely.
Basically.
Yes, our inner realm is a mental screen of light, touch, taste, smell, which when you allow that experience in its fullness, all starts to merge together as one experience. That's why we can taste a picture and hear a touch and so forth. Okay, the distinctions start to when you actually become aware of that internally. But with your eyes open, it's almost impossible to do that because we're so used to projecting that screen outwards onto a reality out there. This is just like when we go to the cinema and we watch a film of, I don't know, Tom Cruise in Mission Impossible hanging off a cliff. We don't say, what a pretty pattern of light. We say, oh my God, he's going to fall off!
Yes.
You know, and we're right in the reality of it.
That's very good.
We're
actually.
right in the reality of it. That's why films work. That's in our nature. Again, that's something you can observe. Oh, it's in our nature to take screens and create realities out of them. A hello, screen, reality inside. And so, I maintain, although there is some disagreement with this, mostly there is full agreement with this, is that we're dealing with fact at a normal, everyday level. You know, fact, we're sitting in a teepee, I accept that has validity as a fact, and I'm saying as a matter of fact at that level, our experience is always on a mental screen. What we're dealing with here is fact. It's self-evidently true that what you're seeing, just as if you're is not actually the Statue of Liberty, it is a picture from the bridge.
Yes.
It's not actually the caravan we saw on the TV screen, it was a picture of the caravan outside. And when we actually walk outside, or we look at anything now, my hand, anything, that's not my hand you're seeing. It is a picture of my hand that you are assuming is coming from outside there, but you don't know where it comes from. Is there a world out there is being the philosophical question behind philosophy's ears. Sometimes it's called phenomenalism, where mostly it's just ignored. It's too difficult. Why? Because wisdom, this wisdom, and I will now tell you what wisdom stands for. W-I-S-D-O-M-E stands for, I wonder if you can guess this.
Are you sure there's an E on the end?
I'm just checking whether you're listening, that's all.
I was going to say something.
Okay.
But I thought. No, maybe
W.
I'm wrong after all these years.
Alright, what I see,
Yes, I remember this.
okay,
You love that from
Yeah.
the others.
dreams,
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember.
and I say dreams not to diminish the reality, but because it starts with D. Because a dream is really unreal, but this, as we'll see, is very real.
Yes.
Yes.
But nevertheless, it dreams
Yes.
out
Mm.
of extra O, me.
Yes.
This is what I call the primary wisdom.
It's a lovely feeling, isn't it, when you just
Yeah.
even say that. It's
What
like,
I see dreams out of me.
and it's wonderful. It's so freeing.
If you get that one down.
Yeah.
I do know. I do.
That this is actually the hardest part of the entire thing we're going to cope with. Even though some things are more mind-blowing, to cope with the actual experience, what I see dreams out of me, in my own mental sphere, just as Max see me, plays the mini-me experience, it's all happening within me, it's all made of my own consciousness. When we hear the universe is made of consciousness, well now, with the primary wisdom, what we can know for sure, knowledge, is that my universe is made out of me, in my consciousness. My universe is made of my consciousness. Not to pressurize you, but would you agree?
Yes.
Yes.
Totally.
And it's interesting you say that, John, because I'm really getting a lot lately just out of this normal awareness, not dreaming or sleeping.
Yes.
My reality is breathing with me. I can actually see the physicality breathing with me, you know, like that, matching my breath.
I understand what you're saying.
I
Not that
understand.
way, but I understand what you're saying. Yeah.
And another way of saying
Yeah.
this, because it is all you, and you're vibrating with your own creation, right, is that you can say to yourself, you can affirm to yourself with total and utter certainty that every last thing you have ever experienced, that you are experiencing now, and that you will ever experience, is all made
Of you.
of you.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Whether you call it your consciousness, your me-ness, your awareness, it is you. And that's awesome.
Your being.
And that's a lovely thought to go to sleep with tonight when you drift off.
When I see dreams out of me,
When I
yeah.
see dreams out of me, you'll be amazed.
It just, I
Your
feel
dreams-
this here and here.
What happens, Maggie,
Yeah.
when you do that really on a regular basis?
Your life changes.
Yeah,
Yes.
What you perceive to be outside of you changes.
absolutely.
Now,
You're the total creator of it.
I want
Yes.
to, not to quell this, but to put a caveat on it. Because what we are now discussing does have a danger in it.
Yeah.
Okay? And the danger is that without a supporting framework to support that idea, it does lead straight into this thing called solipsism,
Yes.
which is that, oh my God, if you really get this, then you are the dreamer of your universe,
Yes.
and you experience it, and that
Yes.
is like total isolation.
Yeah.
And that is the block that stops you going any further, because to get through that
Yeah.
is impossible without, we would say, the Amiga shift, which puts the whole frame round back
Yes.
to you and gives you the firm support, far firmer than the world out there, which is
Yes.
full of random vagaries of
Yes. Yes.
horrible things that you're, going to come and get you,
Yes.
into a firm foundation where you have your own, you are fully in your own power.
That's the danger of having a little bit of the truth.
Yes, exactly.
It's actually
Yeah.
worse in a way.
It can make it worse. So
Yeah.
this is why we, with limited time, we didn't put the wisdom
Yeah.
into the free video, you see. We wanted to give the womb, which
Yeah.
is the thing that pulls it together, even without the wisdom, is still very powerful. But now, when you take this wisdom and apply it to the we're one mirror ball, and we're the same one being, oh boy, does it fly then, because you've now dropped the barriers
Yes.
to the idea that
Infinite.
that you're seeing objects, basically, and things out there. Now, when you're in it, it's difficult to know that you're in it. For instance, if you're in a dream, you know what people say, well, I better pinch myself to check them in a dream. In other words, you can't tell. Or how do we know this is not a dream? Well, we suppose we could pinch ourselves. Oh, that's okay, it's not a dream. But you know, have you ever pinched yourself in a dream and not woken up? I know I have. It's actually very hard to tell.
Yes.
Or let's take another example. Supposing you were a baby and you were born into a virtual reality suit. I don't even know what a virtual reality suit is, but it
Imagine it.
puts pictures into your eyes, two TV screens, it has sounds in your ears, it has senses all over your body. In fact, the Matrix was exactly that.
Yeah.
Because they had it right into the spinal cord,
Yes,
right into the
yes,
nervous system.
yes.
Was exactly that. They didn't have to have a virtual suit, they just plugged straight
They had
into the
it,
nervous
yes.
system. Yeah. Now, Neo, which of course is, you know, is Neo, N-E-O is an anagram of one. So he
Yes.
always was the one, wasn't
Yes. Yes.
he? Neo didn't know what was going on when he was in it. And in order to be told, Morpheus had to come into his reality as a dream image. He was only sitting in a chair, but he came into his reality and said, I need to tell you something here.
Yes.
I can't explain it in here, we've got to step outside.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
So in a sense we're doing a bit of that stepping outside.
That's true.
In a sense we're saying we're using enough knowledge that Neo himself could actually say, oh, I get now, it's a matrix, even without stepping out, because he can just get the whole thing. But this is the point is it's so, we're very clever. You see, for me, out of all of what we're saying, out of everything we're saying, for me, the greatest, probably the greatest, and we were going to go into this in depth later when we go into the thrilling process of consciousness, but even now I would say the greatest miracle is not walking on water, it's not flying,
Yeah.
these nothing, this is like a dream. The miracle for me is the ability of our own beingness, whether we call it consciousness, mind, mental states or whatever, is to create a caravan in mush, brain, in awareness, in consciousness, to actually create the physicality out of, in effect, nothing. Yes, whatever the source of that image, whether you take a standard, of course we live in a world, and there was a big bang and it's out there. Even with that, the miracle is that that signal gets translated into an object that's outside of you, inside you.
Yes.
That is awesome. It's so awesome we take it for granted. We
Yes.
can't even get close
But
to
we
appreciating it.
block that though, don't we?
Of course.
Yes, we block that because that's what I've done before. You block it.
Yes.
There's a belief in there that blocks that picture from manifesting. But it's there, it's as easy to create as you've just said it's that, isn't it?
Well, are you saying that what you see in here becomes real out there? Well, I'm going even beyond that. I'm saying that never mind what's out there. The ability for us, for you, to even see a caravan in the first place
Is the
is
miracle.
to create the physicality, the feel, the touch, the taste, the smell of a rose, inside your brain, that your brain, your mental capacity, your consciousness, whatever approach you come from, has the ability to do that, is for me the prime miracle. And the prime wisdom is to recognise that you do that.
Yes.
It is
Yes.
totally awesome.
Yes,
We are
absolutely.
awesome beings.
Yes.
You and me. And
Yes.
yeah.
So, Prime wisdom, what I see dreams out of me. Actually, consciousness itself, it's a very quick diversion here, but it's interesting that the consciousness itself, you know, too many things to hold here, does actually have these two parts. Even inside here, there is still a kind of I, and I, that's I, John, and of course I is the same word, isn't it?
Yes.
There is a kind of I that looks at the caravan. So you say, I see a caravan. That means I am not the caravan. I, within my own consciousness, can distinguish I and that. And this, obviously, the I am that I am, all this, these two prime aspects of creation are always spoken about in the scriptures. But what's not mentioned is how personal that is. That the that is your own personal universe. Not the universe out there that I am. Yes, because to be that caravan is quite hard. But to be that caravan is easy. To be that caravan out there is actually quite hard. To be that caravan that you are inside yourself, when you realise it, is quite easy, as long as you don't fall into this alone place of solipsism, which is why we have the second stage of the womb.
Right.
Okay. Cool. So this ability to play with screens, fundamental to our nature, and what do we have around us all the time? Screens. Okay, it's reflecting how we work. I believe it reflects how it works. Yeah. Okay, now we're dealing with what we know to be true. We keep building on this knowledge. So what we know is that that caravan that I have perceived, or that TV, or me, or you, these are my own creation. What we don't know yet is the source of that. Where did that picture come from? Did it come in through my senses from the outside? Did it come in from me, from spirit? Is it just me playing with my imagination? We don't really know that yet, which is why we then go into the womb and say, well, actually, we've got all the capacity to do this within ourselves, so by sufficiency, it's probably within ourselves. We're doing this ourselves. Okay. So this is where we normally now would go into step 2 in the womb, which we won't do today in depth because we've done it. Although we will just quickly review it. And there's a couple of other things to draw out. In the meantime, it'd now be nice, because I've spoken for enough, nice for Maggie, could you take over and maybe just reintroduce the love and the awareness and the relaxation and the absorption of this idea that, but of course what I see dreams out of me. Duh. How did I forget that one?
I know.
Although I would like one little caveat on that. It's not actually total madness, because there is an advantage to forgetting that what I see dreams out of me, and that is
The experience.
Yeah,
The experience is a knife you're going to, you know, I mean, it detracts from that, doesn't it? The experience.
if 𝐋𝐢𝐯𝐲 resolutely held on to the idea, I'm not going to forget I'm dreaming, I'm not going to forget I'm dreaming. Well, I'm on this island, but it's me, I'm not going to forget I'm dreaming.
There's no point, is there?
He couldn't immerse
No,
into it,
exactly.
couldn't enjoy the, oh my God, the storm's coming in. Ooh, who's that lovely lady? Yeah? Ah, she's just me. Forget it.
You
Then.
couldn't play with yourself.
You can't play with yourself, as it were, yeah.
As Maggie would put it.
And that would be really bad.
But that's true.
I mean, now I can really play with it.
Yeah, do you see what I mean? It's not total madness to forget. Actually, it's perfectly
We've all got a
okay.
picture there.
It's actually in our choice to do
Yeah.
this. And at every stage, you see, the beauty of the 𝐋𝐢𝐯𝐲 Minimi is at every stage it's perfectly okay.
Yes.
The idea, what about being on an island? The idea of going onto the island, the idea of forgetting yourself, and then remembering, and then coming out again, and then enjoying that sacred finale, and then say, okay, I've done that now, do something else. It's every stage is perfect. So
we're talking, John, about imagination. And just imaging on your mental screen
yes.
Yes.
all the time.
And what I'm saying is that this is, at this stage, it's not really a spiritual idea, it's actually a scientific.
And there's nothing really new.
No, this
I
is
know
not
what you're
new.
saying, no,
This is
it's
not new. No.
But it's clarification of
Yeah. What you already knew.
what you knew for a long time,
Yes.
or whatever.
Yes.
But it really clarifies the whole thing, doesn't
Yes.
it?
Yes. Absolutely.
It makes it very clear.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
And you can go to sleep and dream on that. You can walk down the street and meditate on that.
Yes.
You can remind yourself of that. You can go, this is awesome. I don't get it, but I know it's true, and it's awesome.
Yes,
I mean,
yes.
you can play with it.
Yes.
You can play with it.
Yes.
And it is. It's. Well, it will be easy
So
once
John, I'm probably digressing a bit here, but
you. Oh, how dare you!
I've got a friend of mine, okay? We have this conversation, John, me and him. He's
Uh-huh.
a very wealthy man, and he does exactly this.
Uh-huh.
And he's created a wonderful house, you know, with a swimming pool, and he's got another house, and he's created a boat, and he's created a wonderful wife.
Uh-huh.
He said, didn't get the wife right, first of all, Brian, but the second wife I got. He told me the solution to that one, I forget what it was. But I believe, this is going to sound a bit naive, so you'll probably go jump on me, but
Jump.
I believe that he ran out of dreams. There was nothing more that excited him
Mm-hmm.
in, call it the third dimensional reality, if you want to call it that.
Mm-hmm.
He ran out of dreams, and he came to see me and talk to me about it. And I said, so you got the perfect wife, you got the perfect house, and you got another big house, and you got the boat, and you got beautiful holidays, and you got it all. But he was looking for something, John.
Yeah.
More than that.
And how did that conclude for him? Or
He
hasn't
keeps
it?
still coming. I'm trying to
Maybe
find
you,
the answer.
maybe you could do me a favour and just.
I'll send him to you.
Yes.
Do you know, it's funny you should say that, because although it hasn't quite manifested the same way, I think for us, the idea that I also feel like been there, done it all.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, I have had my riches, I have
Yeah.
had my little mansions,
Yes,
I have
I
had
know, yeah.
my all the accoutrements, I've had my holidays, I've had my travel, I've had the family. It's kind of like, and my passion, my personal passion, now is this.
Yes,
And so we've put ourselves completely on the line, as it were,
Yeah.
from any normal standards of common sense, if you say, to make sure that that we have a vehicle for that expression, because our dreams then became our own unique expression through this Amiga ship,
Yeah,
for
yeah.
instance. And so in many ways I feel for him, because when you look at what, you know, you can run out of dreams pretty quickly,
Yes.
because in a sense they're quite empty.
Yeah, well, it's things, isn't it? We're wanting
Yes.
things.
And so the Amiga brings in the we and this gorgeous, wonderful, loving relationship, not just
So
actually.
you can love everything. It's,
Yes, exactly.
So,
not
yes.
not
Are
just
you-
with other people,
No,
but with
everything,
and have
yeah.
a relationship
Yeah.
with
With
those
everything.
things.
Everything.
Yes.
So in other words, John, the answer for him would, to a certain extent, would be,
Mm-hmm.
but have you fallen in love with the thing?
With your reality, your
Yeah,
universe.
With your reality.
That-
Things
that's a
that
very
make
good.
you-
You've had them, and you've enjoyed them, and you like them, and all the rest of it. But have you actually, what's the word?
Embrace them.
Have you actually
Felt them in your heart?
Yeah.
yes,
Yeah.
felt, had all the love, it or saturated?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Drawn
yourself
them in
with
and
I
loved
know.
and
Yeah,
embraced and
whatever, you
And,
know.
and most people just glimpse that first love experience.
Mm.
That, I think that's, well, I
It's
mean, that's
top
certainly-
level, isn't it? That,
Yeah.
that first,
So-
there's much
well,
more.
Brian, this is my categorical answer to this. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not saying this to force it on you, because this is something I've come to as my
Yeah,
knowledge,
exactly.
all right? And I'm conveying it to you not as pure knowledge, but as now my belief
Yeah.
from my own play with this. I utterly have come to believe, from my own observation, but it's my belief, that you cannot fall in love with your reality in this way, to become owning of your entire reality and have this relationship with your entire reality as long as you think you live in it.
Yes.
Yes.
It's just impossible. You can have a good go, you can have a good crack, you can have a good philosophy, but actually when it comes down to it, as long as your primary frame of reference is that you live in it rather than it lives in you,
You, yeah.
and how that works without being solipsistic,
Absolutely, yeah.
then actually you will always trip over yourself as you try to relate to it, because
Yes.
you're trying to relate to something other than you,
Yes.
and you can't embrace it.
And
A
you're
true
also
lover,
trying to cling to it.
and you're
Yes.
trying to cling and reach
Yes.
out. But look at this, you know, we're talking about.
I certainly get that.
Yeah.
We're
Last
talking
bit, yeah.
about making a metaphor of like true love.
Yeah.
But you see, isn't it true that in true love you lose the distinction with your lover?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Isn't that true?
Absolutely, yeah.
How are you going to lose the distinction? Never mind the philosophies that say it's all one, but how, and you may have a peak moment of this experience, but how are you generally going to lose your distinction and separation with your universe when you think you live in it along with everyone else?
Yes.
Yeah.
Whatever you call it.
Yeah.
Yes.
And actually, you know what? My belief now, can't be done.
No.
Never been done, will never be done.
Well, you come back to, talking in worldly terms, you come back to the word unconditional love,
Yes.
which is the only love there is, where you're loving this creation that's in front of you, but you're not clinging to it.
Yes, but you can only do it when you own it, and you can only own it when you shift your frame round, and you
Yes.
can only do that when you
Yeah.
realise how you can be the same one being experiencing different universes
Absolutely.
from different points of views and coordinated because you're the same one being, i.e. Omega for short.
Yeah.
Without that, I am thoroughly convinced, and I don't wish to impose this as a belief upon you, I'm just sharing
Yeah,
my
yeah.
belief,
No,
cannot be done. Just read Siddhartha, Hermann Hesse, and he goes through this whole dilemma. It can't be done. And he comes this close to getting it by the end, because he sees through the Samanas, the Gautama Buddhas. He goes through all those and sees how they lead nowhere, and he ends at this place that's so close to Omega, but again, he's still in that universe and can't quite make it. And yet he's got the heart and the passion and the soul to be there, and still even he can't make it. And honestly, you read it, you think, well, if he can't make it, no one can. And I don't think they can
And only
without that shift. Sorry, love.
absolutely.
Yes.
When you know that you are your own universe,
Yes.
you can allow yourself to dive into it. It's just like into a lover's arms. You,
Yes.
you know, you feel yourself melting into it, and it melting into you.
But it's feeling it. You've really, really got to feel it.
Absolutely.
It's not possess it, it's feel it.
You
No,
cannot
yeah.
maintain the feeling or have the true feeling without the shift into holy me.
No, yes.
And you can't do that without recognising it's all coming from the same one being me. And it's all me.
Absolutely.
And we want to take you further and further and further into all me. Not part me, not fragment
yes,
me.
yes.
I'm not just a spark of the
No,
God.
yes.
I am the God.
Yes.
And so are you, and we are the
Yes,
same. So
yes.
that's where we're going with this. Now, love,
Yes.
this was great. Thank you for that
Yeah.
opportunity to share that prime
was very-
I
basic
wasn't
wisdom.
sure if it resonated or if it was,
No,
but
that's
it,
brilliant.
you know.
All the
Okay,
questions
okay,
are valid,
thank you.
Very powerful.
Yes.
Yeah.
Question mark?
Would you say that this this can't work because to make yourself a limited being, you can't have a full experience of that because you've separated yourself
Yes.
from the experience. So anything that comes to you has been limited down to this small pipe of emotions, the five senses. So through that limited pipe, you can't have that experience of that full satiation that your
that's the word I was
friend
looking for,
really,
actually, yeah.
really wants.
Yeah.
Well,
So
That's what
Unless you dive into it.
Unless he, or he adapts and
Because-
changes, he changes his perspective.
because
Once you change
can't
your
get it
perspective,
through
you
that,
can.
that reality.
So,
you've
just-
made this reality.
It's kind
So
of like
you've
You've
made the
created
you've created the reality. Good.
limiting yourself down.
Yes, you narrow yourself down to a very narrow version of yourself
Yeah.
with this very narrow 5 cents I live in a world type experience.
That's right.
Okay.
And through that pipe, if you like,
Yes.
of experience, you can't get this.
Yeah, let me
full
can I just help you here? I agree with what you're saying, but just look at you're saying this reality comes in. Okay,
Right.
would it be of assistance to recognise that the reality doesn't come in through this pipe, the reality goes out through that pipe because you're pushing the reality out.
Right.
Imagine this, when you dream at night, okay, I think most people would probably agree that when you dream at night, that's all self-contained
Yes,
within your mind,
itself,
isn't it?
Yes.
Right.
Okay,
Yes.
is that okay?
Yes.
So if you have an experience of reality in a dream, which is very real, isn't it, when you're dreaming? I mean, very real. Then actually, if you think about it now, you're pushing that reality out around you, isn't it? That dream reality isn't coming into you.
No,
See what I mean?
it's coming out.
So, and this is part of the problem, is that when we're in our 3D physical universe type reality, we use terms like "it comes into us."
Yes.
And it's that very idea that it's coming into us as if we were subsidiary to it that causes the very, which you expressed very well, this shutdown, this pipe
victim.
that stops. But so how does that feel to actually say the same thing, but that you're pushing your reality out through that narrow pipe?
Yes.
Is that this?
Okay. Well, I'm saying that you've created a world through your infinite power, a world where it comes in that direction.
Okay.
That's
Well,
what
it has the
direction is.
appearance of
The
coming in.
appearance, yeah.
Thank you.
Appearance,
Right. Yes.
And in that contraction,
Yes.
that's the definition of that contraction is you can't experience that satiation
That's very good.
from experience.
That's very good. We kind of covered this. Let me say it another way. It's a very nice way you've put it, actually. I like that. When we talk about the love later on, where you probably remember, we say that actually consciousness is very fluid. If you just think about drifting, it's a very fluid experience. If you think about the time when you just wake up in the morning, it's a very fluid place. And then you open your eyes and you think, oh God, who am I? Where am I? And everything suddenly crystallizes, doesn't it? Like you, oh, I'm John, where am I? I'm moving. Oh, I'm on a train seat. Oh, I'm on a train. And then suddenly your whole reality crystallizes in around you. It's like it freezes. So you've got this very high vibrational state, very fluid, like a water, that if you like cools and crystallizes into physicality, where it then becomes hard and solid for you again. And so this analogy with ice and water is very good. It's like you cannot dive into ice. As much as you may touch it and feel it's wet, you can't dive into it because you solidified it.
Yeah.
So when you say your pipe, that's what like I hear. As long as you have solidified your reality into its hard form.
But you can dive into water.
Yes, but but water. This is the important bit. Has a higher vibration.
Yeah.
So you have to raise the frequency of your consciousness to do that.
Right.
What is the experience of raising your frequency of consciousness like? It's very familiar. It's that peak experience of love, of joy, of excitement, of unstoppability. This is high vibe. You feel, you say, I'm on a buzz, I've got good vibes. You use the words to describe that. At that point, then you're going to find you can be in love with your reality. Okay?
Yeah, and you also begin to experience your reality matching you because it becomes more fluid.
And reflects that back.
You've probably noticed that, have you? When you're totally in love and everything shines.
Oh yes,
Everything just doesn't seem so hard.
Yes, no, it flows, everything
Translucent,
flows.
it takes a translucent
Yeah.
form. So as you expand in your perception, your whole world expands like a mirror to mirror that back to you.
No,
Yeah.
I've experienced what you've just said
Yeah.
more and more lately,
Uh-huh.
but a flick of a switch or a coin and I can change that to
Yeah.
completely the opposite.
Yes.
Right, and this is the whole point, I think, behind Mark's thing.
Yeah.
The question is
Yeah.
that, is that what? I mean, this is our prime question. Why do we take ourselves out of it?
Yeah, exactly.
And what I'm asking you to play with here is the idea that the prime reason why we go out of it is because we live in a universe out there, rather than
Yes.
that universe out there
Yes.
lives in us. Because the more we think that, the more it crystallizes,
Yeah.
and if it crystallizes, you physically can't be in that state of awareness.
No.
Notice that when you're in that state of awareness, everything feels fluid.
Yes.
So what happens is
Yes.
that something happens in your reality which gives you a jolt. Oh God, I've got to pay a bank loan, or oh God, I've got to go and
Yes,
see so and so,
yes.
or I've got to get
And
that job. And that very act of
Yes, absolutely.
holding the world out there as something you've got to move against
And it
brings
makes it,
brings energy down,
Yeah.
hardens it
Yes,
out,
absolutely.
and you go, where'd the bliss go?
Yes,
Well,
yes,
it went
yes,
into
yes,
the
yes,
object.
Yes, yes,
The bliss, the
Yes.
joy, the ecstasy went
Yes.
into the object. We'll cover that more later about how that happens.
Yeah,
Isn't that right?
absolutely. Yeah.
So that's awesome. Thank you for that. We've got just a couple of moments and then we'll have the meditation. Any final
Well,
questions
it's
on...
like giving power to anything, John, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
We'll go into that. That's something we really want to go into in the second day.
Well, that's what happened to me in the Lover's Way, was that I knew, I mean, to hear that for the first time, it was mind-blowing, but I knew it here, that to be true. And what happened was, get home, back into my reality.
Which was out there.
Yeah, it was, yes, exactly, very much.
And tells you, it comes and says,
And it just
hello,
crashed and burned, yes!
take this.
Everything
Now,
crashed and
am I
burned.
in you now?
Have you got it? Yeah.
And it was really horrific.
Yeah, but
Really, bang, crash.
That,
I'm glad I did.
I'm really glad you did, because what will happen as you allow yourself to open up is like you become, everything is more white.
Yes.
And anything that, whenever you take your belief system
Yes.
out of I am separate, it's intensified.
Yes.
You'll feel everything 100% intensified.
Yes, absolutely. Nadine.
And it's not because you've forgotten, it's just that you're seeing the difference
Yes.
between the integrated
yes.
self and the separated self. It's
Well,
like
it's
a
an
black
experience
spot
that
on a
you
white
need-
wall.
yes.
Yeah.
And the lines that
yeah.
delineate everything,
Yeah.
they become more oscillating, or they
Sure.
Yeah,
Yes.
absolutely.
because you're not fixing it.
You're not
Yeah.
fixing it.
Yeah, you're
Fixing
not-
is a good
Yeah,
word.
yeah.
It's not.
Yeah.
It's not. In other words, it's not so mental.
No.
Yes.
And then becoming physical.
Yeah.
It's slowly the lines are oscillating and moving away and breaking up and whatever.
I've become aware that I'm doing that now, and I
Yeah.
can, as soon as I flick that way, I can think, oh, I'm doing it, and I can flick right back again, which is like something I would say for weeks
it's a bit.
otherwise.
It becomes a bit like soft focus.
Yes.
But
Yes.
like, you know, like a camera lens.
Yes.
And you turn. I'm
Yes.
you know, and
Yes.
you turn the lens, and it really focuses. I got that really sharp.
Yeah, yeah.
Then you go like,
well, that's better.
and it
Softer.
just softs it
Yes.
right out.
So,
Yeah.
so again, what we're saying, to repeat, is that it's actually quite natural to go into this ecstatic state. We do it all the time. What takes us out is the physicality we think we live in.
Yes.
And this idea that actually our entire universe is within me, and
Yes.
yours is within you, and with the
Yes.
same one being playing out 2 points of view,
Yes.
that I call the knowledge. I'll tell you a funny story. That Maggie sometimes tunes into other levels of her being, which is sometimes has some very wise wisdom. You could call it channeling, or
Yeah.
with guides or whatever.
Yes.
But you always judge it based on the wisdom that comes through.
Yes.
So, because I've been developing this really on my own for 25 years,
Yes.
you see. So one day I said to Maggie, have you ever talked to your wisdom, your guides, about the knowledge? You know, I mean, bit of a long shot here. What do they think? What do they think of it? You know,
Yeah.
thinking that they might think I'm a complete nutter. You know?
Yeah. Oh.
And I just love the answer. You remember the answer they came up with? It's
They
like,
almost laughed.
They
actually.
laughed?
They laughed, actually. It was like a cosmic giggle.
yeah, what did they say?
Yeah, they said, this is common knowledge to us.
Where we come
Yeah.
from, this is the
common knowledge.
this is.
Common
They actually
knowledge.
said no. They actually
Yeah.
said this is the common knowledge.
Yeah, the common knowledge.
In other words, they
Right.
live like that all the time.
Yeah,
If they didn't, they'd physicalise their
What
experience, and they wouldn't.
clarification, John.
yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
So that
And
was
if they didn't, you're right. They would physicalise their experience.
they'd almost
Yes.
become like us.
Yes.
And maybe that's
Yeah.
what we've done, to have that experience.
Yes.
And nothing wrong with that.
And it stops you running away from it anymore, because
Yeah.
you know that you've asked for it.
Because it doesn't have.
I don't want to put it in negative terms, but
Yeah.
yeah.
One of the joys about being here is that you can really get playful with
Yes.
your reality. You're not victim to it
No.
anymore. You become the artist,
Yes.
the author, the screenwriter of your reality.
Yes.
When you
Really
own
paint the
it.
When
canvas.
you know
And
you
if
are it.
you and I share the same reality, under any guise, we can't own it.
No.
We can't.
No.
It'll always be something that pulls us
Yeah.
out of that.
Yes.
So the joy of Omega is you can own 100%, and even to degrees we haven't reached yet, we will show how that works.
Yes.
So I feel it's well time for a little
Yeah.
meditation. Is that all right?
And allow your eyes to gently close if you wish to. And a lot has happened. And allow yourself to know that love is our natural state. It is also a state of awareness. It is being with all of yourself. And as you allow yourself to breathe here, right now, breathing with us as one, but different as one, different points of view. Be aware. Be aware. Allow yourself to start opening up your senses. The pores in your skin are the pores of your being. Feel your reality all around you, through you, inside you and outside you. And I'll send you a tone, a sound that will amplify that feeling. Feel yourself expanding widthways and lengthwise. Your sense of beingness is becoming more translucent. You're falling, falling, falling into your reality. It is becoming more amorphous as you become more amorphous. Allow yourself to sink a little. Allow yourself to feel your love for yourself. Feel and be inside and outside. It's vibrating, oscillating, vibrating for you. Just be aware. You don't have to try with your mind. It's how you are it. Just be aware. You had that instinct, you knew you were all this and that. Listen, feel, open your senses. What you see, what you feel dreams out of you. You don't even need to know this. Allow yourself to feel it. Be aware. It's our natural state. And we are so busy that we don't even notice what we are doing all the time. Be aware. Be open. Feel your heart become like a lens, opening to allow yourself to feel the beat of your own universe. My verse, your verse, our ideas that we share together as the one being that we are in a static resonance. sweet dreams out of you. And you and me and me and you are one being, sharing this idea together here. And allow yourself to integrate and let it flow through you and relax. And when you're ready, you may open your eyes and smile and stretch. Woo!
Lovely, Maggie.
Thank you, guys,
Really lovely.
because I was getting off on
I
your
saw a huge
fun.
sunflower open up. Lovely, and amongst other things, but wow. It just kept opening.
Oh. Oh.
You need the love and the understanding.
Oh, absolutely.
You need it.
Yeah.
So, thank you for taking us through that wisdom meditation and reminding us of the love awareness.
Yes.
And just for a bit of fun, I've got a little optical effect for us to enjoy the image that we are seeing within our own awareness. Okay, it's called Optical, and what we're going to do is just look at it. It's swirling. We'll look at it for 30 seconds in the middle, and then you look away. And you can look at your hand, or you can look at anything, and your reality will swirl. And it's just further confirmation that really what you're seeing is your own image. It's not the thing itself, because the thing itself is obviously not swirling, but your image of it will.
Yeah.
All right. So I'll put that on.
Whoa.
Can you see that all right? So look right in the
Very
centre.
soothing.
Yeah.
It's going in. Go out. Up
You allow yourself to fall into it. Oh.
Wow.
And
It's
if you look
awesome,
away,
something.
Oh my goodness.
Whoa.
That is, see, this is something.
Crikey, I'm seeing triple.
if you look at the if you look at it for a while and then say look at the flowers.
Oh, that's interesting.
all right.
Do it with something organic.
Look at the flowers; they'll come zooming in.
Whoa, gosh! Whoa, that made that really big.
Yes.
I know.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
No, that's weird, isn't
Just goes. Whoof.
it? Yeah. It comes towards you.
Cool. And it's interesting because it looks here as if
Oh.
it's going away.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? But
Yes.
it's actually getting. It's doing all sorts for me now.
Yes.
Oh wow.
Oh wow! The flowers are good.
I know.
Whoa!
I know.
It's lovely, isn't
They
it
look like
lovely?
my life.
I'm going to get there. I'm getting tripped out on this.
You don't need anything. It's your own consciousness.
Yes, that's
Oh my
wonderful.
God.
Isn't it wonderful?
I know.
Wow.
Mm.
God, isn't it?
And the more you go into it, allow yourself to go into it, the more you experience.
Don't
as
forget
well.
now, when you look at the flowers, you're not seeing a bunch of flowers. You're seeing an image in your mind, which is simply bending in your bending in your awareness.
Oh God!
Whoa!
Is
We
it-
keep doing this for an hour. God.
It's just going like, whoa!
Are you doing this, John?
I am.
Can you get it from the angle?
Yeah.
All right.
Because it's
Whoa.
really, whoa, and it's doing all sorts.
Those flowers going to half come at you, don't
Yeah,
they?
don't they
Yeah.
just?
Whoa!
Whoa! Whoa!
Who needs glue? God.
Not only do they come at you, they keep coming
Yeah,
at
I know!
you. They've got to stop soon.
That's awesome.
It is
I guess the
amazing.
length of time that you stand looking at this,
The
Yeah.
bigger the
the
experience.
more this is
Yeah.
going to
Yeah.
pull it.
Yeah.
My God.
I can feel it physically as well.
Yes, and my heart here, I feel it here.
Okay, my friends, you can look at it again later. Is that all right?
Oh.
It's like taking a
Taking our toy away.
it's taking a toy. Yeah, taking a toy away from a baby, isn't it?
Who needs anything? You don't need alcohol or anything, do you, with that?
Right.
Yeah.
I guess you could do that with another type of image and do it with a person, couldn't you? Could you do that?
Look at a
I was thinking
person.
of 𝐋𝐢𝐯𝐲𝐶 𝐓𝐡𝐞
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, you could. You could try anything.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Right, may I suggest you
Anything
experiment
you
at
feel.
home?
Yes.
Yeah.
You may carry on playing with yourself at home.
Yeah.
Very good.
Absolutely.
Okay, now we're going to just review the womb. We're one mirror ball. I'm going to write up here. One mirror ball. Now, wasn't it rather nice that the womb is where you conceive, where a baby is conceived, and we as the same one me conceive, and we don't just conceive as in birth, you know, as the conception, but also as an imagination to conceive of something. It's very close to those words, aren't they? Have you thought about that before? That to conceive and to conceive
To conceive
are
an
the same
idea.
word,
Yeah.
and they actually mean, now from this perspective, they mean the same thing, which is would never have thought of that before, would you? So let's just have a very quick review and run through chess in the island. We start off with physical chess, number one, and just to re-establish ourselves in our normal reality. And one of the things that we do when we play chess is that we very instinctively and very easily stick to a set of rules, don't we? And okay, some people might cheat at things, but generally, chess particularly wouldn't really cheat. You play a game and you play against the rules. So if I'm playing you at chess and I decide to change the rules, how's that work for you? Like I say, well, I know pawns only go forward, I want mine to go backwards.
It changes the experience.
Yeah, so how would that work for you?
Could be challenging, could be positive.
Okay, yeah.
I probably wouldn't like it. I know.
I'd probably say you're cheating.
Yeah, you're cheating. Stop it. But not only that, I mean, would it really work for you as well? I mean, chess is chess, isn't it? And it has 8x8 squares, and the
it's a
pawn, you know, and you know what you're going into, and you play it out to its end. And so, even though we could change the rules, we don't. And why don't we? Because we want to play the rules out as we go through to the end.
That's it, and enjoy the game even more.
Exactly. If we keep changing the ground rules, how can we enjoy the
Yeah,
game?
exactly.
We
It's
don't know where we
structure,
are.
isn't it? It's a
Yeah.
structure. Yeah.
Yes. So again, you know, it's all by observation, and I always think, well, if it makes sense to me, why can't it make sense to me as the creator of all reality? And so, in a sense, when we take that right through into now the mirror ball, and we say, okay, well now we create the whole of this world experience together as the same one me, I ask myself about rules. And we've set ourselves some rules, haven't we? Like, for instance, if I pick up this remote control, and the rule is when I let go, it drops it. You see, and that helps me live my reality out, doesn't it? Because if I didn't know whether it was going to go up, down, or just disappear, I wouldn't know how to operate.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
we've set it up. I've set it up with a certain number of rules to work by, and then we work within those rules. And really, at any stage in that process, if you went right through the solo mental chess and you were playing yourself at chess, mini me, maxi me, again, you wouldn't really want to change the rules, would you? So, even though you could do, now this is interesting, you could change them, couldn't you? I mean, you could just change it to poker, you could do anything. I mean, do it a 10 by 10 board, 3-dimensional, anything you like. And yet, having set up that game, our natural tendency is to finish off that game against some rules. So, if we then extend that into our life, and we come to realise our own power, at the same time, we might want to recognise that actually part of that power has been to impose some constraints and limitations upon ourselves, like some rules, like gravity, for instance. So, you know, some people say, well, if I create my own reality, I could fly, couldn't I? Well, of course you could, if you really wanted to. But do you really want to? And so maybe you want to work within some parameters and guidelines or rules that you've set up to play out the experience. Because if there's no rules, there's nothing. You can't play chess without rules. You can't play the island without rules. Gravity is a rule. Need to eat. Sun comes up, sun goes down. These are all things which give us a playground in which to play, don't they? So sometimes when we come to realise our power and we realise the law of attraction, we realise that thoughts create your reality, if we get a bit carried away, we think, well, then I should be able to create anything.
Yeah.
But then we find that we can't, or we don't, because there may be another part of us is saying, no, I don't want to. I want to work within these constraints. And, you know, certainly, I mean, sometimes we all have these incredible constraints. Oh, God, how can I get out of that? I wish I didn't have these constraints, but I always like to say it's a bit like climbing Mount Everest. Now, I wouldn't climb Mount Everest myself, but I know some people would, and we all have our own Everest to climb, if you like. But those who do climb Mount Everest, it seems to me a complete crazy thing to do, but they want to do it. And if you went along to them in all compassion and said to them, "Hey, look, I can save you the bother. I've got a helicopter. I'll take you up to the top." Even though helicopters can't actually fly that high, but I've got a special helicopter that can take you to the top. Well, what are they going to say?
Explore their experience.
It's not really about getting to the destination, is it? It's about the whole getting yourself ready, going through it. And you know that at some points you're going to be halfway up this ice face with this blizzard blowing in, and you've got frostbite, and you just wish you were at home by your cosy fire, and you think, why did I choose to come here? But you did choose. And you are there, and you've got to deal with it. And I feel that often our reality is like that. What do you think, Maggie?
Oh, and I'm thinking of the story of the betting on horses.
That's a good story.
That's a good story to illustrate the point. I don't know whether you guys are familiar with that. I used to, enjoy betting on horses, and because I loved just the game of it, tuning into what I thought would be the winner.
You were very good at it.
I was really good. You did a spreadsheet for me over a 6-week period, bet on paper, not real money, but we did use real
horses,
races. Yeah, absolutely. And the results were much more, I was really tuning into the big odds, 20 to...
Well, it was high odds, usually at least 7 to 1, and you were getting 4 or 5 winners a day out of 8.
Out of 8, which is really quite high, actually.
No, it's not quite high, it's stunningly awesome. I mean, we could see that there was a complete fortune waiting to be just lifted out of that system.
I really enjoyed that.
On those odds, you see. We could, 5 times our money every day.
Absolutely, and so I'm sure many of us had that view. Would I'd love to earn loads of money, you know.
Yeah.
And I thought, this is an easy way. And I put the bet on. We started doing real money.
Yeah.
First day we won about £1,500, didn't we?
First day.
Yeah. Second day it was another 1,000, wasn't it?
Well, I think they maybe have a happy memory. It was perhaps more like 300. The point was it didn't last long.
But the beauty was actually, and this is a bit about, you can manifest what you really want, but you've got to check into what you really want.
Yes.
And I saw it as a great path to enlightenment for me. I learned from betting, because I started doing it every day, and as I was tuning in, I could see that there was different reasons why I wouldn't allow myself to win. And I thought, this is a great path.
Sorry, Maggie.
Yeah.
Did it dry up as you became attached to the outcome?
There was a bit of attachment, but what I felt deeper was when I checked in with myself, I would get so much more enjoyment through learning to go over the challenges.
Yeah.
Some of the issues that came up as I was tuning in were that I was frightened of upsetting the bookcase, we're winning too much money. And there was also issues. Yeah, absolutely. I really
There's many things like that, weren't there? Yes.
And when I was looking back on this, I realised that I wanted to overcome these things inside me more than winning the money. I wouldn't allow myself to win that money until I bridged these limitations within myself, because I know that that's where I would get the most ecstasy and enjoyment out of it. And that brings us into another point about, if you're in alignment with the whole of your being, you can have what you want. You can't have your cake and eat it. It's like, I'll give you another personal story. It's a bank situation about, that we had literally run out of money, didn't we? And people calling us for bills and stuff, and I thought to myself, I will not accept poverty consciousness. I will not accept it. I've been there. I've gone through hardship and living off the weeds and stuff like that. It's not my game this time. It's like I really knew that.
Yeah.
And I kept hearing myself saying, go into your imagination, allow yourself to be who you really are. And it's this feeling of, I'm luxuriating in my own abundance. I feel abundant. I see myself in this place of light and abundance and enjoying the luxury of it. And just tuning into that image and acting it out like a child felt so good. I didn't even need my reality to shift. But paradoxically, interesting enough, I had to call the bank because I couldn't make the bank loan payment. And I was still in the state, but it's interesting, I was shaking, even though I was in the state, really nervous about calling the bank because I was going to give them bad news. And I explained the situation. I said, I wonder if you can help me here. I treated them like my friend. I think that made a difference. I treated them like my friend. And I said, I started getting passionate about our Omega Shift video. And they got so carried away by it. They said, before I knew it, actually, I went into shock, didn't I? I said, oh, we'll give you another £10,000 loan.
I know, I remember speaking to you the next day. You were, she was in the dream world. Well, you couldn't believe it,
I couldn't believe it. I was in shock. I thought, they should be not doing that. But
kept saying, I'm such
they
a lucky
believed in me.
person.
They believed in what we were doing.
And if I understand what you're saying really, is that actually on reflection now, you would have preferred to gone through that whole experience to actually bring in the real feeling and being of where you wanted to be, rather than just have it handed on the plate by winning.
Absolutely, yes.
I do, because it's it makes you feel so alive, and that you really are literally creating your reality.
Yes.
And I wanted to feel so connected to the bank as well, that they were my friends, and that happened that way. Even though I was scared.
The bank was within you.
Yes. And even though it just goes to show, as long as you're in your integrity with the whole of your being, even though you may be shit scared basically, it's like your soul as yourself, not as something bigger outside of you, you will allow yourself to manifest that reality.
Was that shift scared, you say?
Shift scared, yeah. So this goes to prove the point, and it's that tuning into what you really want, because sometimes we want something, but we're actually denial of we're in denial or trying to use it as a cover for not facing something inside of ourselves.
Yes.
But I wanted to go for maximum enjoyment in my life,
Yes.
and maximum
Yes.
connection. And then my soul said, okay, you can have the money now.
And then, not forgetting, of course, that the soul is nothing other than
and then myself.
yeah.
And once you start playing from that place, you don't even need to channel your soul. You just start to, it's just there with you.
Yeah.
You are your own soul, you know, you're with the spirit, the
Yeah.
spirit's in you, you are the spirit.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I enjoyed that. I love sharing these stories.
Yeah, absolutely, yes, and actually underneath it, like the guy who climbs Mount Everest and is really suffering and wishes he was at home by his comfy chair. There is a part of him that is pleased he's there, wants to be there,
Yes.
and accepts it.
Yes.
And I feel that we can see our life in the same way.
Absolutely.
And I think one of the things we do sometimes is we try to save other people from their games.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, kind of like the equivalent of flying the helicopter and plucking him off the top of the
Yeah.
mountain,
Yeah.
halfway up, and putting him on top and say, there you are, now you can be happy. He said, well, thank you, but
You just bought my experience.
Yes.
Yeah.
even when
I
they're
didn't want to
suffering.
do that. Yeah.
So it's very tempting to try
Yeah.
to save other people from their suffering when it may be just the place they want to be, but at the same
Yes.
time,
Yeah.
they may be just at that place where they need your support.
Yes.
And you play that perfect role.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, then you've just got to tune into what's appropriate
Yeah.
for them and for you at that
Yes.
moment.
Absolutely.
But it's asking permission, isn't it? It's asking
Yeah.
their permission.
Yes, absolutely. At all levels of your being,
Yeah.
and knowing at all
Absolutely.
levels of being what's right for you too.
Yeah.
So one of the things about the well, I guess any level of enlightenment, I mean, we must have all experienced this when we get enlightened to a new level. I know I have. Is you want to go around and tell the world about
Yes. Yeah.
it. Hey, you don't want to see it like that. You want to see it like this.
Yeah.
This is much better.
Yeah, been there.
In fact, I've been there so many times. I started to say to people, "Hey, look, this is much better, but don't worry. I usually change my mind every 6 months, so don't take it too seriously. But it really is good." So this is a little bit like, you know, the kids in the playground who instinctively don't go around telling all the little ones about Santa. You know, it's almost like you don't have to say, "Oh, don't tell the little ones," because they kind of know.
Yeah.
And it's okay. And that extends to, for instance, if you're going to a horror film and people are screaming next to you, you know, you could just save them, couldn't you? You could stand up and say, "Whoa, it's a film, look behind you, there's a projector, it's just a screen, it's okay, no real monsters, you can save yourself the horror." Well, what's going to happen if you do that?
We're going to completely take them out of their experience, aren't you?
Well, and then what might happen to you?
We were going to get lynched.
Yeah! Yeah, man. Yeah, but I'm saving you from your... Get out, I'm enjoying the horror. How could you enjoy the horror? Yeah, no, I don't want to diminish or be flippant about people suffering, which is obviously very, very real.
Yes.
And I don't want to say, well, it's all their own fault, you know.
No.
But I'm saying there's another way of looking at this, which says, hang on a minute, if we're not seeing the big picture, how can we judge?
Yes.
How can we judge what's going on when we don't see that big picture,
No.
when we don't know what's going on with
No.
that individual?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
It's difficult enough to know what's going on with ourselves, isn't it?
I know.
Let alone
Yeah.
to judge another.
Yeah.
So to be there, to support them, to be, you know, to be in that appropriate position when it's right for you and it's right for you. Of course, we're not saying deny any of that or ignore people or just let them get on with it or say it's their own fault. But at the same time, we want to recognise that at a level of our being, maybe we have both collectively chosen to be in this place for good reasons, so let's allow those reasons to unfold in the most appropriate way, with our flow, in our integrity, and let that come out, you know, go through that theme in the most rapid way possible.
And in the old days or the old ways, John, and the ways of healing, somebody just knowing that was, you know, a dream, if you want to put it that way, it would break the spell anyway.
Yes.
That's the way it would be.
Say again, don't quite follow you, Brian.
Okay. So you get up and you're saying, "Don't worry, it's just look, it's light, you know,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
just images,
Yeah.
whatever."
Yeah.
So you get someone in the old ways of seeing stuff, and the sort of, you know, I suppose the late 90s or whatever, someone just knowing the truth,
Right.
that it was a dream,
Yeah.
would be enough to break that person's spell anyway,
You mean the person sitting next to them?
or their spell.
Well, maybe, but maybe they don't want the
Because
spell.
there's,
But you
only
see,
coming from the one
this is
cell.
this is the interesting thing, is that we all do this, and maybe you're doing it now, I don't know, but we do all do this, which is that there is an inbuilt assumption in us that there's something wrong with not being in the perfect place. There's something wrong with, if you like, not being enlightened yet, not being happy yet, not being in your joy yet, not being in ecstasy yet, not being... that there's something wrong with that. And that is the equivalent of saying to the guy halfway up the mountain, really struggling and suffering, you don't want to be there, you want to be on top or in the sunshine, mate. There's something wrong with you. You're not in the perfect place right now. Well, excuse me, maybe I am in the perfect place right now, and maybe I don't need to have my spell broken today. Maybe I don't need that, but maybe I do. I'm not saying either way, but we can't assume that we know, and we can't assume that there is. And I think that the Eastern, if I may say so, Enlightenment traditions play a lot into this. They play a lot into the idea that there is a goal to attain that is only the only thing that's worthwhile. They don't say, no, you're absolutely perfect as you are. No need to change a thing in this moment. Although they will talk about be here now. At the same time, there's a sub-agenda that says, be here now, but of course it's, you've got to be over here, really. So it's a contradiction. Be here now, but be over there. Be aware. Well, in the infinite self, within or whatever, it's somewhere else other than just being me as I am now, perfect as I am. And obviously that was one of the things that we brought out, is this idea that, hey, seen from this point of view, it is perfect.
So mini-me is okay as well as maxi-me?
Well, yes.
Exactly.
It's been my experience actually that when I've wanted to go and tell somebody something or give them advice, the advice was for me. I was always giving them the advice that I actually needed to take for myself.
Well, then in that case, the tables are turned, and what's actually happening is they're playing a role for you to serve you.
Yes, exactly.
There's that mirror for
but
you.
it took me a little while to realise that.
Absolutely,
So I wanted to go out and save the world.
We've all been there.
Doesn't need saving.
No.
It's perfect just the way it is.
Now, just on a sort of philosophical, rather metaphysical note before we leave the womb, one of the reasons I like this lovely mirror ball is because, as a metaphor, it's rather satisfying. Because I'm going to get up again. Sorry. When I first thought about the metaphor, always looking for metaphors for how to explain this reality, which is it's not obvious, I thought of a mirror ball, and then I thought, well, hang on a minute, that's a dimensional object, isn't it? So if you say, well, life's like a mirror ball, you place yourself outside it, and it requires a dimensional space, and of course, dimensional space only ever happens after the creation of the mirror. So if you're maximally looking into your mirror ball, and you look into a mirror, in that mirror you can find dimensional space, but only in the mirror. Just as Maximi can only find an island when he goes into being mini-me Adam. The island's not there, dimensional space is not there until you go into that experience. So looking for a metaphor is actually quite challenging, because all our metaphors tend to be dimensional objects, right? And the dimensional objects can't come into existence until after the metaphor's done its job. So here's a dimensional object. And so one might say, well, it's a bit weak then as a metaphor, because you're using a dimensional object to explain something that's essentially dimensionless until you've had the mini-me experience. But this is interesting, right? Let's suppose you're maximally looking into this mirror ball, and you look into just one mirror. Now, as we see it now, there's a distance between you and the mirror, and then in the mirror you see a reality. Like when you look in the mirror in the bathroom in the morning, you see a reality. It's you, your bathroom behind you. You see a reality in the mirror. Now, if you reduce the distance between you and the mirror by half, does that change anything?
No.
Change anything, is it? It's still the same thing, isn't it? You've got you, the mirror, and the reality that's behind, that seems to be inside or behind the mirror.
Yes.
Again, the bathroom mirror, there appears to be a reality behind the mirror. You can see it. Yes? I remember David Icke says it's like trying to comb your hair by trying to put the comb in the mirror. Yeah, you don't do it, you see, you start with you. And so, but you do see this reality behind the mirror. If you reduce the distance by half, it makes a difference. If you go halfway nearer the mirror, it makes no difference, does it? Well, suppose you go halfway again.
Still the same, isn't
Well, the same. Supposing you did that forever, until the gap between you and the mirror was just no gap at all, because you reduced it so much. All those mirrors, okay, would just basically come down and get smaller and smaller and smaller until in fact it became like a point. and in the end you could say a dimensionless point, and yet all contained within that point, and nothing's changed.
Yeah.
You see what I mean? So we can actually almost take this out of dimensions completely, and the metaphor doesn't change.
Yeah.
Neat,
Yes.
eh?
Yeah.
And then you can say, well, then pure, undifferentiated consciousness can hold that within itself before it creates dimensionality.
Yeah.
Using that metaphor.
Yes.
That is neat.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Did you get that all right, Mark?
Not really.
Not really. You didn't.
I don't think I've
No, I didn't.
completely got
I don't think Mark got that one.
analogy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, okay. Would you let me just run through that again?
I think it'd
Go
be
through
worth
the
it.
bullet points.
Shall I just summarise it again?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is that I'll try again.
The analogy of what that is showing.
Okay.
Go back to that.
Are you?
I mean,
So no, hang on a minute.
This is probably
Now this is
where I
very
passed
good.
out.
Now you see, this is why.
last night when I was watching.
This is why it's important to set uninterrupted time aside and to be awake when watching the Amiga shift. Because if you don't know what that is,
Point
you
taken.
got a big problem. You shouldn't have fallen asleep during it. No, if you don't know what this is, what I will do is I will remind you very quickly for the purposes of just summarising the womb. Okay? So, we step back. And it's good to go through it again. So the womb starts off with physical chess, you, me, one universe. All right? Then we say cooperative chess. Well, if you were a child, hey, we could cooperate on this together. I feel closer to you, but you're still on the other side of the board.
Yeah.
And then we say, hey, if there's no one on the other side of the board and we play solo chess, I get up and play the other side myself. Which, by the way, there's a fantastic video I must put up on the internet site, which actually is one of, I think it's one of the DreamWorks ones or something. They actually do that with the guy playing himself. It's very clever. And so we can play ourselves by swapping positions, you see. So we can play two roles, but we have to forget who we are to do that. And then we say, well, hang on a minute, what happens if you take the chessboard away? And you play on two PC screens instead. No, sorry, you play on one PC screen and I play you on the other side of the world on the internet. And we have a game of chess, I'm back to playing another player, but there's no chessboard now. We get rid of the chessboard, but we've got a virtual chessboard on the screen.
Yeah.
And we still play chess, and we get so immersed into it, hey, it's as good as physical chess. You with me so far?
Okay.
Okay. Just summarising what you already know.
Pure imagination.
And then we say, well, where's the chessboard? There isn't one? Well, there is one. There's a virtual one. It's kind of like an idea in the computer. Don't know. Sort of there. But it's not a physical one, that's for sure.
Right.
Okay? And of course that goes for our world. Where's the world? Kind of is there, isn't there, don't know, sort of in our mind. This is where we take ourselves to. And then we go to solo virtual chess, where we combine the ability to play ourselves with the ability to play on a screen, and actually have two screens in our cell. And we have white playing black here, and then black playing white there, from my point of view. And we go, okay, I'm white, I'll make that move. Right, so black hat on. Oh, white's made his move to me again. And we have fun because we've got nothing else to do.
Yeah.
And we throw ourselves into it because there is nothing else to do. There's no other computer place, no other game. We're forced into it. It's either that or put your feet up and pass out in solitary confinement stupor or something. So, you know, we would do it. Nothing else to do. And then, but they see what fun you're having, so they take the computers away. What are you going to do then? Do it in your mind. And so I can beat them, I can do the same thing in my mind. And I can remember that chessboard position there, and I can play white. And I can remember the chessboard position there, and I can play black. Because I've got a big mind now, and it's all focused on this and nothing else, because there's nothing else going on. And so we actually establish what is in effect the creation of a miniature universe in our own mental mind on two partitions of our mental screen. That's solo mental chess. You with me so far? Great. And then we say, well, this is interesting. I can create a miniature universe in my own mind. Well, if I can do chess, well, I can do anything. Why should I know, I'll be on an island, a desert island, he said in his Eddie Izzard voice. I'll be on a desert island, a paradisical island, and I'll have lots of fun, and there'll be fishes, and there'll be mountains, and there'll be great things to do, and I get, after a while, bored. Why? Well, it's just nice to have company, isn't it? But if I can do Mini-Me White and Mini-Me Black, I can do Mini-Me Adam and I can do Mini-Me Eve. Why not?
Yeah.
Well, now I've got well, that could be fun actually, come to think of it. So I create Adam, and then I create Eve, and Eve meets Adam, and that's very nice, thank you very much. Whoa, have lots of fun, and who knows what happens. Because you don't know when you set out. Like a game of chess, you don't know how it's going to pan out, do you? You see, you set out the game, you set out the rules, and you know your overall theme. Like, for instance, as Maxi-Me, you might say, there's you in solitary confinement, you say, well, I think I might make this game more interesting if I play white as, say, passive, and black as, say, aggressive. Now, like an aggressive person playing, I wonder how that'll work out. And poor old white is completely massacred him. Whoa, well, maybe as white, what I'll do is I'll be a little bit more assertive, but I'm not going to go aggressive yet. And then actually, that sort of catches black unawares, and then white beats black. You know, well, that's interesting. So by playing out different roles, different personalities, you can actually put more intrigue into this. So again, by playing out a male and a female role, this is more intrigue. This is more fun. This makes it more interesting. And if I can do it for... So that takes us right into Adam and Eve's Island, which is step number 8.
Okay.
All right, you remember that bit?
Yes,
Great.
I was aware.
You were. Duh. I understand it was late, and you did it especially to get here, so that's fine. So, but on that island experience, they can really have a complete, what we would call physical reality experience. Just the two of them, but it can be complete in every way, can't it?
Yeah.
Would there be anything missing?
No.
You know, you can feel the sand, you can smell the sea air, you can eat the mangoes, you can argue with each other, you can make love with each other, do what you like. Yeah?
Sounds good.
Well, that's what Adam thought when he dreamed it up. And of course, but then they have their story where they lose themselves into it and they find themselves again. And they say, well, what are we going to do now? We've got 3 choices. We could either lose ourselves again, now we know the truth. We could lose ourselves again and carry on, you know, getting lost up the mountain. Well, why not? That's okay. Nothing wrong with that. Or we could step right out of it and become Maxi-Me again and feel jolly proud that we found the infinite self within, but actually just to get damn bored again because, well, we wanted to play the game in the first place. Well, it might be appropriate, but it might not. And so they decide to say, well, look, let's play it out in this awareness. Make it like the end game of our adventure, our sacred finale.
Yeah.
And so they do, and they play it out and have a wonderful time in this wonderful joined up awareness, connected with creating this together awareness. And that takes us to the end of the womb. To the end of that step, number 8, which is Adam and Eve's Island. Well, where can we go from here? Well, that's the end of what we know by observation in this way. Let me say, well, if we extend that, if we were to extend it and take away, so if I can do it with 2 people, I can do it with 4 people. So I can play bridge, for instance, with north, south, east, west. And play out bridge. Okay, well, I can do it with 4, I can do it with 8, I can do it with 8, I can do it with any number really. So, hey, I can have more people on my island. So, as Maxi-Me, you create more and more people on your island until the tribes on there start fighting each other, and you know, wars do that. You think, oh well, we're a bit crowded now. I'll have more islands than their continents, and suddenly you've got a whole world of 6 billion mini-me's, and all with no ease and with no effort, because now you're playing with the idea of what would it be like if I took away the limits of my imagination. Just by extension, took away those limits, and by extension, I could do anything. If there are no limits in imagination, just with what I already know in my own being. And if you can imagine a vista of 6 billion mini-me's around you, not just 4, north, south, east, west, but 6 billion, then and each one was like a little mirror that is you reflecting back to yourself. Yes? What would that look like? Looking into an inside-out mirror ball. Each little mirror is like a mini-me. And as Maxi-Me, you can hold all that in your awareness.
Yes.
And as Maxi-Me, you can say, well, that's an interesting mirror. I wonder what that's like. Whoop! And suddenly you're focused in on that one to the exclusion of all the rest. And now you're having an experience exactly like this one.
Absolutely.
Right.
I'm glad you asked that, because
Yes.
I got a lot just from hearing that again. You know, I really did. It's much more. Glad you asked it.
That's
much
why
more clear.
I really did. Well, was awake, but
You did it for me, didn't you? Thank you. Thank you for playing the game with me.
Well, if we're not having fun, what's it all about?
Very good.
So yes, so that's the mirror ball analogy. And very difficult to find metaphors that support this inside-out, back-to-front, flip-flopped new view. We spent years trying to find metaphors, and I got a couple more I'll share with you. But this is a powerful one.
Yes, very much so.
And another way is to say is that it's like being a multiplexed being, like a multiplex theatre. You could have many. It's like if you were in the middle of a theatre with one projector, but beaming out lots of different images into lots of different theatres, and you're in the middle, then you'd have like a multiplex theatre with one projector, and each image on each screen is a different life experience.
Yeah.
And if they coordinated, they could all be people on the island, and then you'd be one multiplex being, which is also MB as well. So I did play with multiplex being as well.
We were multiplex.
But this is a very powerful metaphor.
It is. It's really visual too. So.
Yeah, exactly. And so, just as a completion on the metaphor, because for puristic sake, is to say, well, it's still in a dimension. It's still a metaphor which has a dimension. It still sits in three-dimensional space for you. And as such, there's a weakness in that. But all metaphors have their weakness, so it doesn't matter. But just as a matter of interest, you can lose that weakness on this metaphor. And you can lose it by playing with the idea of, if I were Maxime looking into my mirrors, with this metaphor, and played with the idea of halving the distance between me and each mirror, and then halving it again, and then halving it again, ad infinitum, you would end up with the same mirror ball, and the same Maxime, and the same 6 billion experiences, and no dimensional space, because it would all disappear into one dimensionless point.
Yeah.
Yes? Okay, there's even a point there, which is like a dimension, one dimension. But, you know, even there you can see it disappearing up its own consciousness. So in other words, consciousness can hold all that idea before the idea of dimensionality comes into place. Dimensionality and the idea of the physical universe only comes into place once you dive into one of the mirrors, you see.
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes.
So another metaphor is the idea of, and the Christian Scientist and Mary Baker Eddy used this one, but didn't take it quite to the end. And it's this: we are like Maxime, the light of consciousness. This is a bit like a sun, blazing out sunbeams in all directions.
Oh, I love this. Yeah.
Okay, and we are each the same one sun, and we are each a sunbeam. Okay,
Right.
and where the metaphor fell down needs completion is to say that in fact, whereas in the Mary Baker Eddy metaphor, those sunbeams were lighting up the universe around, in this what we're saying is, oh no, 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 no. Each sunbeam is a universe in itself.
Right.
Oh, how could that be? Well, because the sun is very clever and coordinates each one, so that we can have a coordinated, synchronized, coinciding, co-inside experience. So that's another nice metaphor as well. The sunbeam bursting out in all directions, a bit like, it's a little bit like that actually.
It is.
But that's more of a dimensional metaphor again. Another metaphor that's often used for this is a bit like a crystal, where each facet is an individual view of the world. And I've heard this expressed, and even Bashar has actually expressed it this way. It's like a crystal, a dimensional object again, with all its different facets. It's one crystal, but when you look through different facets, you get a different view.
Yes.
But again, all you have to do is turn that inside out and go inside the crystal and be the crystal and look out of each of the facets, you see? And then each facet, well, then it's very much like this again.
Yes.
And another metaphor was very much The Matrix, the film, which obviously had quite a big shift on our consciousness in the world. And in fact, it's very, very close. And I think, as I said earlier, the only difference is that whereas in the film, the supporting equipment which gave that experience to each person, such as Neo, was a physical object, a computer into a physical body with probes and things. This is really the same thing, but just simply saying the equipment is our own consciousness.
Yes.
So just taking it that own further as the same one being. And there's one last metaphor which is really rather nice that I've never actually heard explained this way, but this is what it means to me. And that is, in the East they talk about the 1,000-petal lotus. Yes? And if you think of a lotus flower, why 1,000 petals? Because for me 1,000 represents like a very large number for people who can't think very large numbers from many years ago. 1,000 is like infinity, if you like. So a very large petal lotus. If you think of a lotus flower, it's got these lovely little petals that all come out from this one point.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
They all come out, and if there's 1,000 of them, it's like 1,000 of
Yes.
these, you see.
Yes.
Now, here we are as the source,
Uh-huh.
maxi me in the middle,
Yes.
each petal like a mini-me,
Yes.
or a sun with its sunbeam.
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes.
And within that appears, within my consciousness, if I'm mini-me Adam, all the accoutrements on there that go to make up my universe.
Yes.
The distant stars, the people, the
Yes.
sand,
Yes.
they all appear in that consciousness,
Yeah.
and they all get projected out as if other than me. But the source, and I think Om Mani Padme Hum, we've heard that. What does it mean?
The many thousand petal lotus, actually.
No, yes, no, hang on, let me think. No, Om Mani Padme Hum means the jewel at the heart of the lotus. We are the jewel at the heart of the lotus. Another way of saying we're Maximi.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, didn't you know that one? We learnt that when we were 9.
And from this you can easily see how we can easily tie into each other, synchronise our
Yes,
dream
yes,
ideas,
yes.
because we are the same one being.
Yes.
So literally when we change our perception of something we want to experience,
Yeah.
because we're the same one being,
Yeah.
the other person will play that idea
Exactly,
back
shift.
with us.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah,
Now that particular point we're going to go into depth
yeah, because
later,
there's- yeah.
because it's
The
a,
interconnection.
yeah, and how
Yeah.
and how do we get the reality to synchronise
Yeah.
without controlling or being
Yes.
controlled? Very good.
Actually, during that last meditation, I said I saw a sunflower, but it wasn't. It was a lotus because it just kept
Yeah.
opening out.
Ah,
Exactly.
yes.
It was beautiful, yellow. But yeah, that's what I saw.
Which is
Just
a lovely
kept
introduction to actually the next level of
Yeah.
the knowledge, which is called flowering.
Oh,
It is
really?
Yeah.
actually flowering. Yeah.
So, the womb, the place where we conceive our whole reality out of our own free choice, and then enter into that reality out of our free choice, and almost, if you like, get lost in it of our own free choice. And I was thinking of the Longleat Maze, because I think Longleat Maze is one of the biggest mazes in the world, if not the biggest maze in the world. And it's quite interesting because, I mean, it really is big, and you go into this and you really do get lost.
That's Longleat in Wiltshire.
Longleat
Yes.
in Wiltshire, England, yes. And
Not far from here, actually.
not far from here, yes.
So
Now, one of the things about this maze is when you get to the centre, you actually go up onto a raised platform in the middle, and you get to see everybody else lost in the maze, you see. So this is again interesting because you go into it quite consciously knowing you're going to get lost and have a hard time. It's a conscious decision. And I remember even as we went past, I could see a way in to go straight up the back way into, because of the way out I could go back in. Well, of course I chose to go the hard way, didn't I? Well, that's crazy, isn't it? Well, no, not if you understand that a maze is fun, even though it's challenging. And you get in this maze and you do get really challenged. Oh God, I've been here before, I'm never going to get out of this place. And you start to get frustrated. And of course you can imagine if you get really frustrated, you might actually forget the reason why you went in there in the first place and start to get upset. And in fact, some people were starting to get upset. They're even shouting to the people in the middle, saying, "Which way out? Which way out?" Now what's interesting is that the people in the middle, guess what they did?
They didn't say anything. Or they did.
What do you think? What would you do if someone said, "Which way
Showed
out?"
them the way out.
I don't know that I would actually, because no, I don't think I would not now.
Mark?
If somebody's asking
Not
you,
now.
you
No.
tell them.
No.
Alright, well I'll tell you what the instinctive natural reaction
Get up
was.
high.
The instinctive natural reaction, which just seemed to be an unspoken rule, was you might get a hint, but you wouldn't get the answer.
Yeah.
And
So they might say, go back to the six-pointed
Yeah,
bush where there were
yeah,
6
yeah,
ways,
'cause
and,
you do
and,
intuitively
and go
know
back
that.
and try another
Yeah.
way from there.
Yeah.
So you like give a hint.
Yeah, yeah, a
Right.
clue. Yeah.
Yeah, that. So that was
But
kind of
not
like,
the whole thing.
oh, okay.
Right, left. There's no point. They
No.
can't go right back
That's
out
right.
again.
It's right. If they
Yeah.
actually said, yeah, left, right, left, right, left, you're here, you'd go, oh, okay, left,
Yeah,
left,
that
right,
would be
left, right,
nothing.
left, and then there'd be
Yeah.
nothing.
Yeah.
But a little hint is like enough to put you on your way.
Yes, absolutely.
Um,
Yes, that's a good analogy.
And so, so we like to get lost, and it's okay to get upset, and it's okay to find yourself, and everything is fine. Is there anybody in the maze at any time that's not in the right place at the right time? No, of course. So, there's so much more we could cover, but what I'd like to do now is to move into the love part 2, Maggie, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely.
Which is the Let It Be.
The Let It Be. Yeah.
Actually, just before we move on, if
Yeah.
I may, did you have any other comments you wanted to make on that whole room thing? 'Cause
pretty good.
It's very good, very good. I'm glad that
I
Mark
instantly,
asked what he asked, because it really did bring it together.
yeah.
Yeah.
I instantly thought of relationships when you thought of when you talked about the maze and you get involved in the maze.
Right.
Yes.
Then you get upset because you can't find your way out.
Right.
You wanted to go try it anyway.
Yeah, yes, that's
Yeah.
right, yes. In fact, they're often described as a bit of a maze, aren't they, relationships?
Yes, absolutely.
Finding your way through
From
it.
perspective, when you change it like that, you can see that it's actually beneficial, isn't
Yeah.
And people do come along and say, well, how did you get into this in the first place?
it? Yes, I know. I don't know. I thought it was a good idea at the time.
I took the front entrance and went straight in, full
Yeah,
consciousness.
absolutely.
I can't find my way out. Help!
So, in the love part 2, we are learning to allow ourselves to let it be. Because one of the barriers to experiencing love with your reality, with anybody, is that we start, in a sense, pushing them away. We create a barrier. Or anything, that's why we feel pain, is the ultimate degree of separation. We want to get away from it. We push it away.
Yeah.
And do you notice, like, have you ever noticed that the things you want to avoid, they really come back to you
Yes,
tenfold?
even more, yeah.
Absolutely. And particularly in healing work that I've noticed that when people have really helped themselves and healed themselves, it's when they are accepting of what they're feeling. They're not
Yes.
invalidating what they're feeling. They're not trying to fix it or change it. But when they allow themselves to be whatever they're experiencing with, that's when the magic comes. It's like whatever your emotions, whatever you're experiencing right now in this
In your
moment,
life as well.
absolutely, in your life, you've created that for a reason. It's beautiful. You have to own it and honor it. Only then can you see why you've created it. And this is part of loving your reality. Just accepting it. No need to push it away. And also those experiences where we have felt anger towards another or hatred towards another. Once we realize that it really is just ourselves from another point of view, we can have, that's when you really can have forgiveness. Because you know deep down that you created that because you had to experience that, not for a negative reason, but for a positive reason. Even if you can't see it right there, even just at that moment.
It sounds like the last thing you'd ever want to do is to
I know, and I'm sure you can
Yeah.
think of moments, and in my life to have experienced moments where how could I possibly forgive? But
Yeah.
if you really go into your heart and you tune into yourself, you realize that yes, I created this for a very positive reason. And maybe to develop a strength or a compassion, or you had to put yourself in such a condition, such what would you say? I'll give you. I think it's easier to give you an example. It's like I've created situations in my life where love was taken completely away. There were no interaction from anybody or anything, and so the only place I could find it, there was no other way to go, was within myself. And so that was a positive thing, because that's the true place, as we all know, to find it. So now we're just going to go into a gentle relaxation to focus on this idea of whenever you've got an issue coming up, whenever you've got a strong emotion, a reaction, anger, fear, pain, whatever it is, or wherever you feel you are victim to something, or something's coming at you, just play with the idea of letting it be and just watch what happens. You'll be amazed. You will see something you've never seen before. So, allow yourself to relax. You may have your eyes open or closed. And know that in this moment, that all what you're experiencing in your being is all you. And that whatever you're feeling, whatever you're thinking, you are experiencing because you want to. Not because you're a victim, not because you're trying to avoid something. It's there for a reason. And allow yourself to be, to sit with it, without trying to fix it, without trying to change it, without trying to push it away, without invalidating whatever you're feeling. And as you allow yourself that notion, allow the rising in your soul. I feel the world in me as you allow it to be, as you allow it to be. Don't push away your world. It's all you. Don't invalidate yourself, it is the worst thing you can do to you. You're perfect now, you are it all. I feel you. I feel the world in you and me and you. We are it all. And allow yourself to be. It's all in your imagination. As I breathe, I create. I can allow it to be. And as you sit, allow yourself to notice how your world expands when you do not push away your reality as separate and different from your being. Allow it to be. It's only here from another point of view. In this moment now, as you contract, you can draw your own experience. And then you can stand back again and view it all. In a small point, then expanding on a small point, then expanding. You can oscillate between them both as you allow it to be, as you allow it to be. I feel it all inside me. I feel my body in my consciousness. It's not out there, it's in me. And allow yourself to integrate, to enjoy, to feel and be, knowing that there is nothing you need to do, for you are all that is you from another point of view. And as you let it be, you can feel it. You can feel your reality as you. There is no distinction. You are becoming malleable, translucent. And you may relax and open your eyes when you're ready.
That was really awesome, Maggie. That was lovely.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Whoa!
Whoa! Unbelievable, Maggie.
That was lovely. Really.
Unbelievable.
Whoa.
It was all there.
When you
Thank
said
you.
malleable, I just went.
It is. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
That
almost.
was really powerful.
Thank you. Thank you.
It was great.
I enjoy doing that.
It's wonderful.
I just enjoy having fun.
It feels good.
Yeah, you had it all there.
When you said the integrate, I just felt everything just go.
Yeah.
Did you?
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
And it was like, oh, it was such a relief.
Absolutely.
It's hard actually holding yourself separate from your reality.
Absolutely.
It takes a
It
lot of
is,
energy
yes.
It takes a
to
lot
hold
of
people
energy.
and things as separate and distant from you. And when you start even just letting it be at this stage, and we're not even going the whole hog yet.
What a relief.
I really,
Absolutely.
yeah. Yeah.
So much easier.
So you guys are just doing so well.
And it's so much easier
Yeah.
to let it be
Yeah.
when you own and are your entire reality.
Reality. And you know how it works.
You don't have to fear it. You know, you can change it. It's just when you get
Yeah.
there, when you release and let go.
Do you know
Yeah.
those guys in the 60s, the Beatles?
Yeah.
They actually brought through so much, didn't they? Talking words of wisdom, let it be.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Let it be. Yeah.
Mother Nature.
Don't you find that with a lot of songs now? Though?
Well, I
Yeah.
just see those four guys, some of their music. It's just incredible what they brought through in the
Yeah.
60s.
Yes.
Which broke through.
Yes, the Marcus.
Particularly
I
John
mean,
Lennon.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no,
Beatles,
he was
Yeah.
just broke, started to break through all this mesmerism.
Yeah.
Very, very slowly. Started with Love It All,
Yes,
whatever,
yes.
but just breaking through, and we're seeing the benefits of that now. aren't we?
Absolutely.
Tremendously.
That's why it's lasted though.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
yeah, it's wonderful. Yeah.
Yeah,
Thank you.
that was awesome, really.
Cool.
Thanks, John.
Brilliant.
Thank you.
Really, really.
Did you get a lot of energy over there, John?
Oh, yeah.
Amazing.
I did think of him actually at one stage.
For John there.
Yeah.
For you in there, hanging on to the camera.
You don't have to meditate with your eyes closed. You're doing it as well, aren't you? You're with
Yeah,
it.
I am.
Yeah.
think he was
an
up
extra
there with the
dimension
camera.
as well, does it?
Yeah, yeah,
Wow.
yeah.
Yeah.
So So,
Coming
Smile on his
close.
face. He's all right.
ah,
Yeah, it's quite an experience from this end. Yeah.
Right.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah, I bet it is actually.
But that's kind of like being the maxi me, isn't it?
Yeah.
Looking at
Yeah. Oh,
mini me.
yes,
absolutely.
Absolutely.
You're kind
Yeah.
of charged.
You got it.
Yeah.
yeah,
Maxi.
Me.
Yeah, maxi me looking down.
Yeah.
Through us,
On the
you know.
whole of it.
On the
Yeah,
whole,
seen the
yeah.
Absolutely.
It's very like that.
Yeah.
Is that
Well,
it? Is it? Or is
Not
there
Maximi in the sense of God looking down on the world,
some- No, but
which would be easy.
No, it's just
all
you know
the
that
things.
that aspect
it's like
of
all
us.
the things are within
Yeah.
my consciousness.
Ah, very good.
That's what it
Excellent.
feels like.
Yes.
I'm coming again.
Okay, settle down, boys and girls. Settle
Yes.
down now.
Bring it back.
We're going to do the next level of the love. Aye. Aye. Next
flowering.
level of love.
We've had a complaint.
No, I'd just like to
The
say.
cameraman's been floating up to top of TV.
Yes, it's
Great.
Yeah.
No, I'd just like to say that we're going to do next level knowledge. On the auspices of flowering.
Yeah.
Flowering is the next one. And flowering is about... Now, of course, we have had a relatively simplistic model that we've enjoyed. We've had Mini-Me Adam, we've had Mini-Me Eve, and that's been very easy and very simple. But of course, there may be more to this than meets the eye. And we just maybe like to just take it to another another level.
Well, are you ready for this?
Another level.
Another level.
Now,
Oh, good.
let's
Just
just
come down to the ground.
let's just play a little scenario here. Let's supposing that let's supposing you are actually in solitary confinement and you're playing as Maximi and playing out Mini-Me Adam, Mini-Me Eve. And one day you're sitting as Adam on the beach, Eve's off somewhere, and you're thinking to yourself, "Oh, I wonder what I could do here." And it's starting to get dark, and there's nothing much going on. And you think to yourself, "Could you think to yourself, well, I guess I could just play myself at chess in my mind. I could play solo mental chess." Could you?
Yeah, if you wanted to.
There should be nothing stopping you, shouldn't you? It's still the same me, isn't it? If you can do it as Maximi, why couldn't you do it as Maximi being Mini-Me Adam?
Yeah.
Sit there and play solo mental chess. You might even get carried away and start creating another experience of your own, life on Mars, another island, who knows? Would there be anything to stop you? So we really don't know whether there's a hierarchy to this or not. For instance, as Maximi could be a mini-me of another Maximi. Yes? We don't really know, do we? Sometimes people talk about having a kind of group soul. Sometimes it's spoken about as like there's a sort of Maximi that's not the absolute total all singing, mega dancing, mega huge humongous Maximi, but just the next level up. Yes? Which one might call, they say, a mega me. So or what? No, sorry, just to be clear. Yeah, let's just suppose, for example, that, well, we take Adam and Eve, right? Let's say that Adam and Eve's immediate oversoul would be like Maximi. And that Maximi has basically got two fragments, two partitions, playing out his own game, his own agenda, or hers, or its, or whatever you want to call her. But there's no reason why that Maximi couldn't be a mini-me of another level of Maximi behind it, who may be playing out many roles on islands and just exploring them all. Maybe the real island man, or woman, or maxi, mini, whatever. But then that Maximi would be like a mega-me to the minis. You see what I mean? So it would go up in a hierarchy. So the mini-me Adam would have the Maximi in solitary confinement, which is only a mini-me of another Maximi behind, which we'll call mega-me, which is maybe playing out many different scenarios like that. And so, well, there's really no reason. We've thought about it going across that way, spreading out well, if I can do one, I can do 2 or 3 or 4, but we didn't think about whether it could go in depth as well.
Yeah.
So we're just going to explore a little bit about, hey, how about that depth side? And there is a quite remarkable, oh, by the way, if Adam is sitting on the island and playing a little mini-me chess, well, that could be a micro-me, couldn't it? Micro-white and micro-me black.
Yes.
You see?
Yeah.
So,
Isn't it?
so it could go infinitely either way. Now, when you get the idea of this repetition and infinite, there's a wonderful, again, it's a very modern-day metaphor. This was completely inaccessible to all the people that wrote those scriptures all that time ago. So either it was inaccessible to them, they didn't know, they had no expression, or again, it was just the wrong time to express such a concept, but the idea of fractal is incredibly powerful in this concept. And so, for those who don't know what a fractal is, I'll do a very brief explanation, and then we'll actually have an experience of one, which is awesome. A fractal is essentially a repeating pattern, in simple terms. So an often given example of a fractal would be, say, if you take the coastline of England, that's England, and Britain, it's got a certain crinkliness to it. So the edge has got a crinkle. Do you know what I mean? Coastlines are crinkly, aren't they?
Yes. Yes.
Ask Slarty Bartfast. Crinkly coasts was his...
Oh, well, that's...
You've got to know Douglas Adams.
Yeah.
As a little interlude... Sorry? As a little interlude, in all my travels and readings and writings, both on the web and in literature, I always look for people who have actually got the Amiga awareness. And really, I've only ever come across one other writer that really seems to have it on the nail, and that was Douglas Adams,
Yes.
with his Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy and others.
yes.
Yeah.
And actually, when you read it and you see his twist, you know that he could only have written that from that place.
Yeah.
And I'll give you a quote, one of his tomorrow, the Total Perspective Vortex, which is awesome. And again, it couldn't really not have been written in any way other from or at least very close to this Amiga place, and very rare. So I have great respect for, anyway, one of his characters like crinkly coastlines in Norway.
Oh, right.
Slarty
okay.
Bartfast.
Ah.
Now the thing about this, you may see a coastline which has got a crinkle, and if you zoom in on it and expand that out, you find that also has a crinkle. And if you zoom in on that and say come into a bay, that also has a crinkle around the bay. And if you zoom in on the rock pool, that also has a crinkle around the rock pool. And the crinkle's always the same. Well, actually, it always looks similar, but it's never the same. And this is one of the interesting things about fractals, is you never get a repeating pattern, even though the pattern is repeating. Similar. And one of the most famous fractals is the Mandelbrot set. And it looks a little bit like this. You'll see it on the screen in a minute. And you'll see it all over the place.
And crop circles as well.
Yes.
I've spent many an hour.
You're into fractals.
I spent many an hour with computer programs exploring the Mandelbrot set. And what you can do is you've got this beautiful crinkly Mandelbrot set, and you go and zoom in anywhere on here, and you get a very similar sort of thing coming out, or in fact you get a whole variety of different things coming out of the Mandelbrot set. They're all different fractals. They're all different patterns of the same fractal. And one of the interesting things about a fractal is that as complex, excuse me, as amazingly, awesomely complex as it is, because one of the things about a fractal is you can zoom in infinitely. So I can take a bit of this, zoom in, look at it, zoom in, look at it, zoom in, look at it, and it actually goes on and on and on and on and on, and then it goes on and on and on forever.
Yes.
And you never get the same pattern twice. It always looks similar, but it always looks different.
Yeah, yeah.
I spent many an hour playing with going into this Mandelbrot set on computers. But it's quite an awesome experience to see the most rich, gorgeous patterns, repeating but never repeating, always new areas to explore but always on familiar territory. And the amazing thing about that Mandelbrot set and most fractals is that they're based on an incredibly simple formula. I mean, it is literally just a couple of characters long, I forget what it is. But it's a very simple equation which, when applied and repeated and repeated and repeated, it just creates this amazing flowering of what is like creation,
Yes.
you know.
Yes.
And what I'd like to do is to share one with you now, just so you can absorb the experience of what it's like to go into such awesome depth, into just one simple, very simple pictorial representation of a formula.
Yes. So I don't know.
Okay, now this is the basic Mandelbrot set, as put out pictorially, and here's all the crinkliness. You see, so
Yes,
this
yes.
general crinkliness
Yeah.
is repeated. You see here and here and here, but always very slightly different. And wherever you go into this, you will find repeating patterns.
Yeah.
And it's quite awesome how deep you can go. And what I'd like you to do is just to meditate on this journey that we're about to go through now, as represented on here. And if you want to come a bit closer, Neil and Brian, or whatever, just really take it. I wish it was on a big screen. Okay, it's this guy I've met on the internet. He takes you into a journey down to here, right in this end point here, and you see where it takes you, and just allow it to flood through the sheer richness and diversity and dynamism of what is essentially a very, very simple formula that is repeated. Okay, and here we go.
Oh God! And when I look at the carpet, it's breathing.
Yeah, is it?
Wow! That's good.
Awesome! Thank you.
Yeah.
And that
Maggie, it was breathing, wasn't it?
Yeah. come back, and I just can't wait to get started today because I'm just like a racehorse with the energy. What about you, John?
Fabulous, yes, it's so exciting. We've got some beautiful, amazing stuff to get into now, and keep laying the foundation, and then we'll go into living this 𝐸𝐞𝐬 way.
I feel
Bit later on.
absolutely amazing.
How was things last night for you?
Good, I slept very well, thank you. Yeah. Ready for some action.
Ready for some juice, eh?
Juice.
Yeah,
yes.
right.
Juice. Life juice.
Yeah, same with me, John. Last night was incredible. Slept really, really well, and just woke up and, you know, just alive.
Yeah,
Same as last
yeah.
night.
Yes.
I did too. I drove home, got home. I thought, no, I want to go to bed, and I slept like I've never slept before.
Yeah.
I woke up before the alarm, and I just wanted to just get out there and just be in my life,
Wow.
be present.
Yeah.
You know,
Great.
it's like, whoa.
Yeah.
I can't explain it. It's just so huge.
And what's happening with your heart?
My heart is big, open, and it's almost like it's embracing the whole of the whole universe of my universe.
Yeah.
It's big, expansive. It's hard to describe. But I can feel in my solar plexus too. It's like, whoa, everything's going whoa.
Wow.
And everything's okay.
Oh, absolutely.
All of
I'm
it's
high.
okay.
No, I'm high on life.
So, is there any questions anybody would like to ask from yesterday, or anything to share they didn't quite understand before we go into today?
No, I think a lot of it was clarified at the end of last night, and it was great, you know. And yeah, no, I think it's all quite clear actually.
Any strong emotions coming out? I know after the Lover's Way course, Teresa, as you were on it, it was just like, you know, people were having
Yeah, I've
anger
got,
and all sorts of things coming out.
I've got some. There's some old issues there to do with the male, and because I'm embracing the feminine, and I've always been pretty masculine, and it's kind of it's been a scary place for me to be the feminine.
Yes.
And now it's kind of like I've gone so far that way. It's like, where's the male?
Yeah.
You know, so I'm trying to.
Have you
I'm
been
not
sort of
trying.
like a caretaker?
Yeah, I'm sort of there. I'm in there. It's like, yeah, okay, I'll have some of you. I'll have some of that. But yeah, that's what's happening, and I'm really excited. But it's not sadness. I want to cry.
Yes.
But it's not tears of sadness. It's tears of. It's like you've seen the film The Green Mile. You know when the guy gets rid of all that darkness.
Yes.
It's almost like I want to.
Yeah.
I want it to go.
Well, okay, we'll focus
You know?
on
All
that.
the negativity.
Yeah, it's there. And it's
Yeah.
it wants to go. And as I say, I want to cry.
But I just want to say, if anyone has strong emotions today, just, you know, we can use that. All your emotions are beautiful. You can use that to go into your joy. And just, I think it's a good idea, don't you, John? That
Totally.
Just, it'd be wonderful to, if you're up for it, to share that experience, wherever you're feeling, how you can use that to turn it into joy, excitement,
Absolutely, yeah.
passion, love. Yeah.
I know it because it's stuck, and I know that it's
That's
time
great.
for
Well,
it
we'll
to go.
use when we
Yeah.
get to that bit. We'll use that
Yeah.
if you're up for
Yeah.
it, and
Yeah,
that could be
okay.
very
It'd be
instructive
fun.
for everyone, actually.
Yes,
Yeah.
it would actually.
Yeah.
And Mark, anything else on your side you want to?
I'm feeling I'm starting to open up.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. It's, it takes a while for me, but I'm sort of quite a slow moving
Okay.
sort of guy. I can feel it opening up.
Right.
It's good.
So what do you actually feel is opening up for you?
The heart.
Right.
The heart, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Which is what
And that's difficult for us boys sometimes, isn't
yeah,
it?
it is.
Yes.
It is. Yeah.
Yes. We've kind of been conditioned into,
Yes.
I don't know, the mental, I suppose, rather than the heart.
Yes.
And
Yes.
and actually, of course, in the end, we all want a balance, don't we? If you get too much one way or the other, you get stuck. And this, of course, the joy here is of the love and the knowledge coming together is actually reinforcing that balance.
I think it's perfect, John, because I feel that with the knowledge I've gone through, it's actually enhanced the opening connection with the universe. I had the instinctive feeling before, but now it's like really grounded in pure knowledge as well. So it's like it's flowing through me.
That's right.
And my body and my awareness.
Well, it's good to share that, because I know when we
Yeah.
first started talking about the knowledge together,
Yeah.
in a sense, you were maybe a little resistant to it,
Yeah.
thinking that, well, you had all that already.
Yeah, I did.
Yes,
Yeah.
and in a sense, of course, you did, but it was more from the heart intuitive sense.
Exactly, yes.
So how did how have you found in bringing in the mind and the knowledge in a very sort of practical sense as well?
Oh, it's just been able to turn everything, to take ownership with everything that's happening in my life situations, and not feel, what the heck's going on here? But this is happening for a positive reason. I have created this, even though I don't know why, but I can get curious, I can get excited about it. And even if you don't know why, the very act of saying, now, I have attracted this into my life, I have created this, allows you to find that answer. You may not get it there and then, but that's okay, because you may have to go through something to get to that point and experience.
And that's okay.
Yeah, and that's okay.
And I mean, I think that really has helped you, because
Yes,
that's one example. There are many other ways as well, because I would say that as much as you were immersed in it, in many ways more than any of us have ever met, your universe, you know, you even call it the universe then, as we do, that's fine, would just pull on you so hard it would take you out of it. And then before you knew it, you were out, and you didn't really know how there and then to get back in, except perhaps to just get away and go out in nature and just re-find yourself there. But all the sounds of nature,
And the trucks.
the trucks and the lawnmowers are joining us here, which is wonderful. So I mean, I think that I've really seen that in you, that the ability to maintain the awesome, expansive, open heart that you have has really been helped by the knowledge into everyday practical life, which of course is spiritual as well. It is ourselves, there's no
Our
difference.
physical lives are spiritual.
Absolutely.
When we think that they aren't, we're denying half of ourselves.
So you don't need to go to Priddy so much, up on the hills.
It's not a need, but it's what I love to do.
It's a joy,
It's a celebration. I love to be out in nature and dancing with it.
But the need to is much less now.
It's just the need.
And I'd like to say as well that actually that we're on this journey too. And all it's like we're all going up Mount Everest together. We've all made that choice. And sometimes we get so embroiled with the particular rock face we're on, we do forget what the whole point was. And it's nice to have a neighbour say, it's okay, don't worry, you don't have to be on the top now, where you are is fine, you're here by your own choice. And in that sense, we're all supporting each other in that. So it's not like we're saying, and now, because we know the 𝐴𝐸𝐸𝐴, we're on top of Mount Everest. Well, no, it's just that we've remembered we're on the mountain, and we're having fun, and we know why the mountain's there, why we came on, and that really helps us. And it's just nice to share that place with other people, and there's nothing wrong with where we are.
I think what actually happens, you go into different plateaus, you experience, what I found, intense ecstasy and joy, and then what will happen, because you've opened your heart, your being even more, you'll have a challenge, you will draw the challenge to your difficulty, not to show you you're wrong or you've failed or you've lost it, but to show you how far you've grown, and you can, you know,
and also to show you what is limiting you from the next step.
Absolutely. So you can open your heart and experience more joy when you use that challenge, that difficulty, to take you to another level of yourself, to play with it and surf on its energy. And hopefully we'll get a few examples to do that today.
In the end, it's not even a challenge.
No.
It's just an experience.
It is.
That you choose, isn't it?
It is.
And the word challenge is probably a bit too strong for it.
Maybe opportunity might be better.
Well, I used to think that it was wrong to cry, that it was being cowardly or weak, but now I embrace that because I know the crying is going to take me to a new level of myself. And I'm feeling very tearful today. It's good because I'm really open, you see.
I can feel
Actually, I'd just like to challenge your challenge, if I may, because as much as I agree with the way you're saying, I can also see the other side, which is that if I am halfway up Mount Everest and there's a particular rock face, it might well be really quite a challenge. And I've only got one way, and that's up. And yet, if I remember the whole purpose of why I chose to climb Mount Everest, the challenge itself is much less of it. In other words, I don't have to resist that challenge.
Absolutely.
I can throw myself into that challenge with full heart as part of the play that I've embraced.
Knowing that this is taking me into even more joy of myself, more creative expression and more connection with other people.
Okay, well look, we are already living the 𝐴𝐸𝐸𝐴 way here.
We're a bit hyper today.
We need to complete on the knowledge for today. And so that's just a good taste of what we've got coming for later on.
Absolutely.
meantime, we'd like to carry on with the next level of the knowledge, if that's
Yeah.
all right.
Oh,
Yeah?
yeah.
The flowering,
Uh-huh.
which is wonderfully awesome. We've all had a chance to experience that amazing fractal.
Amazing.
So when we left off watching the fractal, could you just share a little bit of what that meant to you?
For me, it's just the infinite possibilities, choices of. There's just so much.
Yes.
It's like, wow, it's just so big. It's so big when you really let yourself go into it.
To me, it is a glimpse of infinity.
Right.
It's just a word, isn't it?
Yeah.
Infinity, but
Yes.
you see just going down one point,
Yes.
there's a whole universe down there, spawning infinite other universes.
Yes.
It just,
And it goes on and on and on forever.
Yeah.
The only reason the
There's no
video
end.
stopped, because the video stopped, not the fractal.
Yeah.
That video could carry on for infinite time,
Yeah.
and it would never stop, and it would never be the same picture twice.
Yeah.
Isn't that awesome?
Yeah.
I mean,
Wow.
wow. And I think, yes, this idea of infinity is, well, of course, it's impossible for our limited human perspective to grasp, but as we get a sense of it, there's an overwhelming whoa of possibility. And it's that whoa of possibility that's allowing this whole experience to happen in the first place. And it's going to allow the next level of knowledge to come through as we go through into the flowering of how it is we create this reality in freedom. It's very exciting.
Yeah.
So we'll move back into the knowledge of the
Yes.
flowering.
And I
again.
just want to say again
Yeah.
to these and everybody here, thank you again for this opportunity, because you're making me cry too. This is just John and I's dream, and we've wanted an expression for it. It's like we've known the knowledge is, you know, me instinctively, and my heart, and you've brought it with you,
And the love.
and the love, and
That's what I feel.
and
It's
you
like
guys
so
have given us
Yeah.
a chance to do it, to play with you, and you're the most perfect audience we could have had today.
Well, I'm happy, tears of
Yeah.
happiness.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
awesomeness.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because
It's
to
like,
a-
whoa,
And you
such
see,
a relief.
this
Yes.
is my theory,
Yeah.
is that
It's all
Pe-
okay.
we've all in a sense got tired of hearing the truth, the answer. Right? We've heard it from so many different people. We've got like truth overload.
Yeah.
Yet, our experience is that when the pure, unalloyed, clear, clean, virgin truth is conveyed, it provokes such a knowing, such a
Yes,
recognition
yeah.
that the layer that we've put over that truth of who we realise is so thin
Yeah.
that when it's just even mentioned,
Yeah.
the true truth,
Yeah.
we
Oh.
quiver and shake.
Yeah,
Yes.
Yeah,
absolutely.
and many
yeah.
people who watch this will be experiencing that
Same
to
thing
different
with you
different
guys.
degrees,
Yeah.
and sometimes you can't even put your finger on what's going on. It's just that when we actually hear finally that truth that steps right outside that old Santa paradigm of the universe,
Yeah.
not within it, we go, oh God, yes, of course,
Yes.
the power of who I am, the power of possibility, the power of everything that I am, that we are, is overwhelming. It's indescribable.
The joy is
The
what
joy.
brings
Yes.
this.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yes.
it is. It's like,
And you know, we know that many people now already, as we start to share the free video, are all experiencing that overwhelm right there, even on a tiny little
Yes.
video on
On
an internet link, on a page.
On a flash
Yeah.
video.
But
I'm still feeling it.
and often we'll say to people a glimpse of the truth. People who maybe had very little interest in searching for the truth, and they go, oh God, yes, of course. There's this instant recognition that goes on, and that again is one of those levels of the knowledge, of the knowing,
Yes.
whereby there's this instinctive recognition of what's true for you,
yeah,
without having to go through, oh, okay, yeah, I believe you, I believe you, I believe. It's like, no, I know that.
yes, exactly.
Yes.
You know it. It's not
Yes.
something you believe.
What's
Exactly.
true as you.
Yeah, as
Yeah,
you,
yeah,
absolutely, as the whole of who you are.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
So the flowering area is so exciting because it's opening up that infinity of possibility.
Oh, yeah, infinite. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. We're good.
So we'll carry on with the flowering now. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm so excited.
Now,
Watch your mic, mate.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
now,
Uh,
I want to talk about these levels that we go through in that fractal exploration. I want to ask you a question. Is there any more validity to that first top-level fractal than there is in the last? Which one's more valid?
None.
Which one's more complete, more whole?
They all are.
They all are.
They all are.
But surely the one lower is subsidiary to the one higher. Doesn't that make it less?
No, because it's just part of the process that leads you into the more, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay, so the top one has infinite possibilities
Yes,
beneath it.
Yeah.
But the subsidiary one doesn't have all those possibilities, but yet it still has infinite possibilities. So in a way it does have all those possibilities.
Yeah.
There's no hierarchy.
There's,
No, yeah.
so there's hierarchy and there's no hierarchy. Isn't this
Yeah.
interesting?
Yeah.
It's what I love about the fractal. It's this inordinate potential within it of possibility without diminishment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So every part of that fractal is a whole expression of the original fractal.
Yeah.
And so even though there are levels,
Yeah.
in a way,
Yeah.
no one of those levels is in a sense any different, any higher, any
No.
it's its own unique expression of the same whole.
Yeah.
So let's apply this to maximi and minimi. Is minimi a diminished version of maximi?
No.
So let me ask that a different way. When you are playing maximi, in your mind, in your imagination, and you play the idea of being minimi Adam for a while, do you feel any less as a result of that?
No.
No.
Do you feel diminished?
No.
No.
Do you feel like, oh, I'm only part of my whole self?
No. You're the
Oh,
same.
I've lost my true I.
No.
What are you? When you-
No, you're everything.
You're everything.
All of it.
Yeah.
Yes. So even as Minimi Adam, let's say go back to Minimi White playing from white side of the chessboard,
Yeah.
not playing Minimi Black from black side of the chessboard, is there any sense in which you feel diminished?
No.
No whatsoever.
Because you are a whole expression of that game.
Yes, exactly.
Yes?
Yeah.
A whole
Yes,
expression.
Yes. Yeah.
Even though part of you is also playing a whole expression of the same game from another point of view,
Yes.
Yeah.
both are whole and both are you.
Yeah.
And only if you forget who you are and get lost into that game
Yeah.
might you suddenly have the idea that you're less than whole.
Yeah.
Yes.
But that's part of the game,
Yes.
not part of your truth.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Mm? Because when you look at that game from the point of view of truth, which is, I know what I'm doing. I mean, I'm just playing games here. There is no diminishment.
No.
And
Yeah.
that is a joy because it's like playing a tango with yourself.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Because you're experiencing the separation and playing an idea of diminishment and littleness.
And you're
or-
exploring yourself.
and there's,
Yes.
you know what, it's like
Yes.
the tension of that is very enjoyable. And then going back into the expansion again
Yeah.
and then back into the
Well, I think
contracted.
the exploration
Yes.
of your whole self,
Yes.
call it mini or maxi,
Ah.
is an incredible experience.
Yeah.
To enjoy all of yourself and explore all of yourself.
Yes.
Yeah.
Looking at that fractal to me is like a journey that I've been on and I'm continuing to be on. And you go in and you're through the journey, and it doesn't matter where you are in that journey, it's still big, and it'll branch out, you'll go off somewhere else, but you're still learning, and then you go on again. All steps in that
And whichever
are
step
significant.
you take in that fractal is all an infinite possibility,
Exactly.
and is
But-
all perfectly valid,
Exactly.
and is all simply another
Yes,
expression of who
exactly, and it doesn't matter exactly
you
where
are. You see,
are.
you're getting it. It's fantastic, isn't it?
Yeah, I do.
Now,
I really see
do you get
it in
this
that.
idea of the flowering of
Yes,
that?
yes, yes.
And the flower bursting into
Yes,
petal
yes, yes.
of all those possibilities
Yes.
and radiating itself out.
Absolutely, it's like whoa.
Sunbathing
it's
in
just
its
so,
own glory.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The sunflower basks in its own
It's
glory.
so freeing
Yes,
though. It's like
yes,
oh, I can
yes.
really embrace it all.
Yes, absolutely.
You know.
So this is why the fractal is such a powerful metaphor.
Yeah.
And just by contrast, we often talk about the holographic universe or the hologram as a fractal, and I can see the power of that. And the idea of the hologram is that every part contains the whole. The
Yes.
idea that with a true hologram, when you break it up, you still see the same picture in both.
Yes.
So every part has the whole. Having said that, it doesn't have this wonderful multi-layered idea that actually each picture is completely different, but still the same expression of the whole,
Yes.
a different perspective of the same whole,
Yes.
which is actually a code of, the code in this case would be, the code is, I want to create an island or I want to create a game of chess, and then the expressions of it are these fractal images.
Yes.
Whereas a hologram is a little bit more well, there's one idea of a universe
Yeah.
with different perspectives on it, where you're on the hologram, but you've still got this basically the idea of a hologram,
Yeah.
which actually is usually expressed as waves of energy or product probability, and so forth. And so actually the hologram idea itself can also embed you in an idea that the universe is a hologram, universe, it can actually hold you out there.
Yes, exactly. Whereas the flower or the fractal pulls you in and you are that.
Yes, that's right. So it's almost going around the other way, allowing you to expand into it, rather than being beholden to it.
No, exactly. Yes.
Yes. So again, fabulous. Infinite versions going on and on forever.
I didn't really see that last time. I liked it, but it's like, you know, I could see why you've used that, because it's wonderful. It really does get you to understand.
Okay, now, this has set the scene for something quite remarkable.
Yes, this is I feel.
Well, I'm not sure. Well, there's so many most exciting bits. So this is certainly the most exciting of many, and it is most exciting. Right. And it's a little bit subtle and it's a little bit mind-blowing. But we've kind of prepped ourselves with this fractal, because the fractal is mind-blowing, isn't it? Fractal gives us a taste of infinity. We don't really know what infinity means. When we say, well, supposing our imagination were without limits, and we could create a maximum experience of 6 billion, okay? You understand that's just a taste. That's not even a taste of infinity. That's not even a far corner of infinity.
No, absolutely.
And we had more of a taste of that with the fractal, didn't we?
Yes,
Okay.
definitely.
So here is, I want to restate this problem of living in a shared universe, because for us it's absolutely fundamental.
I love this, John. I'm sorry, I just love this bit. I just want to say that.
To the restriction that we actually experience on our own freedom. And I'm going to go back to this very simple metaphor of sharing a car. If Maggie and I share one car, like, you know, we share one universe.
Yeah.
We share a house, we share a car, we share a universe, right? And I want to go to London one day, and Maggie wants to go to Glastonbury. You've got a problem. How do you resolve that? It's a problem, isn't it? Because either I'm going to have to compromise to Maggie, or I'm going to have to impose myself on Maggie, or somehow one goes in the morning, one goes... I mean, what do you do? And this is the fundamental problem whenever we say, oh, I create my own reality. You really? Well, how do you cope with other people and their needs? How do you cope with the vagaries of the universe throwing things at you? How does that work? And there's no real clear answer from within the universe paradigm. Because as long as you are in a paradigm, a frame of reference that says, well, let's try to work this out within this universe that we share, you got a problem. You're like the kids in the playground trying to work out how Santa gets around the world so fast without knowing who Santa is. It's actually irresolvable from within that paradigm. And yet what we'll see is if we can accept this idea of fractal flowering of reality from our own being, it has the most neat and simple solution that allows you to just let go and get on with your life in full ownership, without imposing and control upon other people who are other aspects of your own self, and without having to feel that you are going to be compromised.
To control them.
Yeah, without controlling or being
It's
controlled.
allowing, isn't it?
Yeah.
A choice.
So let's explore how that works. Because you see, when it comes down to it, the only solution to this how do we share a car problem is what we do. We've got one each.
Exactly.
You see?
Yes.
It gives us our freedom.
Yes,
doesn't it?
absolutely. Yeah.
No, the funny thing is, I've got to add, when you start actually even playing with that idea, you open up the possibilities.
Even playing with it, because it's again, it's keying into a truth that even if we can't fully understand with our mind, I want us to understand it with our mind now, because there is quite a simple explanation to it from the unity frame of reference. It's already opening up that possibility to consider. I have my own. So let's have a look at how that works. Okay. Now, let's go back to our island. I love our island. Okay, and we'll go back to Adam and Eve on the island, okay? Because, you know, we've kept, for simplicity and for speed, we've kept things fairly simple. But of course there are some complications on it, and many people may have already noticed some of these complications. But let's just take the example where Adam and Eve first meet. Okay, so you can play Adam, you can play Eve, you can play both in your mind if you like, whichever way you want to do it, okay? So I play Adam. Right? Adam's sitting on the beach. He's enjoying the sunset, just about to bite into this gorgeous mango. And he sees Eve. Whoa! Hello, darling.
That's a good line.
Well, he's feeling fairly bullish, being the only other male in the entire universe at the moment. So,
You know you're in with the Chads.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, you got a fair chance there. Yeah. So, being a forward sort of guy, you know, it doesn't take long after sharing this mango that he nudges up to Eve and says, "Okay, hello, Eve. Well, I mean, it's just fabulous you're here. How about it? You know, we're here, we're together. You know, let's do a bit of rock and roll in here. You know? And now we come to an interesting. Now we come to an interesting position. What's Eve going to say in response? Let's suppose that Adam, in all integrity, really wants to have some good time with Eve. Yeah. Have we just cut off Eve's choice?
No, because Eve is an aspect of you and what you want. So she, if you're really in that knowing of wanting that, then she's going to reflect that to you. Is that right?
Well, that's very good, and that actually is the simplistic answer. Because the simple answer to that dilemma, does Eve now have free choice to accept Adam's invitation or not, is that,
yes.
Well, you're the same one being, so obviously you're not going to compromise your own real underlying desires. You're going to make the same choice. So whatever Eve's choice make, it is actually synchronized with Adam's true choice.
Yes.
Now that actually is a fairly simplistic answer, although it's a very good answer. We want to take it a little bit level, and I'd actually like to explain why it's simplistic.
Well, she could say,
Yeah.
"You're not my type."
But that's her choice.
Yes.
But
Exactly.
but then, has she then imposed that choice upon Adam? How does that work? Because now we've now determined the outcome, which is the outcome is no. But what if Adam actually wanted yes?
Yeah.
Did the situation impose that upon Adam? Did Adam impose that upon Adam? Or did Eve impose that upon Adam? How did that work? Now, this is the eternal problem of free will
Yeah.
Yeah.
and determinism.
Yeah.
How does that work? And it is irresolvable, literally. No one's ever resolved this within the Santa paradigm of us sharing one island, one universe. There's a very exciting answer to this, and it is totally mind-blowing. But we take it step by step. I want to explain first why the simplistic answer is not quite accurate, but it's a good first step. It's a playground step, if you like. It's quite satisfying. But look at it this way. When you play chess in your mind, the fact is that when you set up mini-me white, let's say as a passive character, and you set up black as an aggressive character, or the other way around, or male and female, whichever, doesn't make a difference. The whole point as 𝐋𝐢𝐯 is you don't know the outcome at that time, do you?
No.
If you know the outcome, then there's no point playing.
No.
Oh, well, I'll obviously make
Yes.
that move, and I'll make that move, I'll make that move, and oh, I don't even need to go through it.
Yeah.
Okay? So as 𝐋𝐢𝐯, you need to go through the motions to have the experience, to
Yes.
find the outcome,
Yes.
and that's part of the
Yes.
enjoyment, even though you could predetermine it. But the best way of determining it is to play it out. So this is very, very important. As 𝐋𝐢𝐯, you don't know the outcome, which means that you set yourself up as mini-me white with a degree of freedom to make choice. And you don't know how that's going to run
No.
before.
Yes.
And the whole problem with saying, well, you know, 𝐋𝐢𝐯 is mini-me white and mini-me black, therefore their choices are going to be synchronized, is that you're actually putting the level of decision back to a level which is the 𝐋𝐢𝐯 you,
Yeah.
who doesn't want that level of decision. He wants to leave it to mini-me white and mini-me black to make their own decisions in order to have that experience of playing out.
Yes.
He doesn't want to constrain them to be synchronized.
Yes.
Well, I'll only do that if I do that. I think that's a hell of an overhead for 𝐋𝐢𝐯 to work all that out.
Yes.
We wouldn't do that.
Yes.
We would play out the role and see how it works.
Yes.
Play out the possibilities, see how it works out. So now do you see why the simplistic one
Yes,
doesn't
yes,
quite
yes,
work?
yeah.
Although it's very close, and it's almost good enough. Wow, so now we've got a problem. 𝐋𝐢𝐯 doesn't want to make the choice. And at the same time wants to grant mini-me white or Adam or mini-me black and Eve wants to grant complete freedom
Yes.
Yeah.
within the rules of the game of chess that have been set up.
Yes.
So it doesn't want to say you can do anything, but within the rules you can make any move you like.
Yeah.
And I'm going to enjoy granting that freedom to myself as mini-me white. Don't forget, as 𝐋𝐢𝐯, you're not granting freedom to anybody else,
No.
you're granting freedom to yourself
Yes.
to make a move within
Yes.
a set of
Yes,
self-imposed
yes,
rules.
Yes. Yes.
We okay so far?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so hopefully we've got the dilemma well laid out on the problem, on the table.
Yeah.
And so what I like to do with this wonderfully simplistic model is ask myself, well, what would I do? How would I actually manage this if I were 𝐹 in solitary confinement with this dilemma? What would I actually do? And if I can find the answer there from within my own being, then maybe I have a clue, or even more than the clue, a pretty damn clear answer for how I do that as my true self, as I am now. How am I doing that now? Okay, so let's run through this. We'll go back to... Oh, this is good. We go back to Adam and Eve, okay? We go back to Adam and Eve. We're going to keep it very simplistic for the moment and allow that fractal idea of infinite possibilities to take over in a minute. So very simplistically, Adam says to Eve, how about it? Okay? As 𝐹, I'm thinking, how do I cope with this? And I've got an idea. How about I don't have one mini-me Eve, I have two. One who says yes and one who says no.
Yes.
Huh?
Yes.
Huh? Right?
Yeah.
Okay. Then for Adam, whichever way he chooses, I've got an Eve that's already set up to want that answer.
Yes.
So I'm not imposing on Eve the answer yes or the answer no. I've got two versions of Eve.
Yeah.
One that says yes, one that says no.
Yeah.
Okay. That means I've already got a version of Eve that will join in with Adam for whichever answer Adam actually wants.
Yes.
Because don't forget, Adam might actually say he wants to, but deep down he wants to actually experience rejection and deal with it that way.
Yes.
He might want to be encouraged to,
No commitment or whatever.
well, it could be anything. Who knows? And
Just the
Adam
experience that
may
he wants
not.
to experience. Yeah.
Yes, he may not consciously know, but as a being, he certainly does know what he really wants.
Yeah.
So let's just make it very simple for now and assume that he knows very consciously what he wants, right?
Yeah.
And he wants to have this answer yes. Okay. Well, then the way I cope with it is I have a version of Eve that actually is that version that actually wants to say yes. So I want to explore the possibility as Eve. What does it feel like to have the answer yes? Yeah.
Yes.
And it's quite a different experience, isn't it?
Yes.
What does it feel like to have the answer no? And now I can explore both.
Yes.
But to do that, I now need two Adams. One who actually wants the answer yes, and one who actually wants the answer no.
Yes.
So now
So it's infinite again.
I've got four. Well, hang on there. It don't take. It's not much of a leap because you can see where this is going, can't you?
Yeah.
Okay, but let's just keep with it for a moment. So now I've got four mini-me's. I've got an Adam who wants yes, and an Eve that wants yes.
Yeah.
And I've got an Adam who wants no, and an Eve who wants no.
Yeah.
So now I've got four mini-me's.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
And then what about the next step? More choices. And the next step, more choices, more choices, more
She
choices.
could have a version of Adam or Eve who are not sure.
Exactly. I was going to say maybe.
Maybe, yeah.
Maybe. I mean, there's so many possibilities.
Well, there are so many possibilities, aren't there?
She
Well, let's
wants
see how it
to,
goes.
but that,
She
yeah,
might say how it goes.
That's what I was just about to say that,
So now
yeah.
I've got to have 3 Eves, 4
Yeah,
Eves,
Eves,
5
yeah,
Eves, 6
yeah,
Eves, 7
yeah,
Eves. Oh,
yeah.
that's just getting ridiculous.
Or maybe I want to be rejected straight away, but then she'll turn around and be this way, or whatever. It just goes on and on and on and on.
So, but that's getting ridiculous to have so many versions of, I mean, you know, my mind couldn't cope with that, could it?
Yes.
Ah, but if I would now release the limits, well, of course it could cope with that without limits, because the only thing that's stopping that way of managing it is limits.
Yes. And aren't the limits your fears?
Well, those are certain limits, but I'm now talking about this very specific limit of releasing my conception of what the limits within imagination
Yes.
are,
Yes.
within
Yes.
consciousness are.
Yes.
Be more your beliefs.
Yes, yeah,
than the
yeah.
limitations
Exactly.
of your own
Yeah.
belief system.
Yeah.
Yes, so
absolutely.
to let go of the belief, well, I mean, imagination
Restricted.
might be powerful,
Yeah.
but not that powerful, is simply to state, well, you know, I have a belief. But we're playing with the idea of what if there were no limits?
Yeah, exactly.
And see where that takes us. And if that takes
Quite
us to a
exciting,
place where we
actually.
have complete resolution of every problem we've ever had,
Yes.
Because there is no problem.
what's the problem? Why go and invent
Yes.
other things that create problems? So,
You can
So-
have lots of fun with it.
Oh, and
I mean, you can. That's what I'm seeing now,
Yes.
really clearly. You can have so much fun.
oh
You know,
God.
instead of going in and thinking, oh, he's rejecting me, and thinking, oh, all right, let's just try and experience this. What's this like?
absolutely.
You know, and then,
Yeah.
you know, it's like,
So
okay,
now, whatever choice you make as Adam, you know that you can have a corresponding Eve that wishes to make the corresponding
Bonding
choice.
with you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because other versions of Eve who wishes to make the other choices are corresponding to different versions of Adam
yes.
who wish to explore that
Yes,
route.
that's yes.
So,
I've actually found this to be true.
absolutely.
Yes, me too. I can. What you're saying. This is
So in what way do you experience that to be true?
Well, when I give you a practical example, it's like I've often, you know, I'm quite an independent being. I like to go off and do my own thing, and I can really see it now, how I've limited myself thinking, if I do this, John will not think I care, you know,
Yes.
or I'm going to be hurting him, I'm going to upset him if I do my own thing. But it's interesting, and then if I come to him with that feeling or that belief inside me, I will actually manifest that in your response. You'll respond to me in a weird way. You'll sort of be nervous or
Yes,
be
yes. You're
defensive.
getting what you're
Yeah,
thinking.
I'm really getting that direct
Yes,
reflection.
yeah,
Whereas if I
yeah.
come to you saying, in my joy, not
Yes.
trying to push it
No.
or project it, just say, hey John, I've got this excitement, I just want to go off today on my own and explore, you know, the moors, you know, go and run wild for a bit. And I'm in my joy about it. It's like, synchronistically, John has made a decision he wants to do some
something.
writing.
Yes, yes,
And
yes.
then-
That's that lovely
Yes,
word,
yes.
synchronistically.
Yeah.
You see? Now here's a very interesting thing about this, all right?
Yeah.
Is that, just imagine this very simple
Yeah.
scenario, because after you've got this, it's just extrapolation, it's just extension that says, oh, it could work for everything. Take Adam. His choice is, he actually wants to ask and be rejected.
Yeah.
Okay, that's his choice. Okay, so he asks Eve, how about it? Eve says, not now, not never, or maybe later, not if you were the last person on
On the
earth.
other world. Yeah.
Which you
You've
are.
got no chance.
No chance. It reminds me of Austin Powers.
Yeah.
And he says, what's your point, Vanessa? Anyway, imagine that situation. Now, look, from Adam's point of view, just look at it from Adam's point of view. He makes that choice. I want to ask for yes, but I'm going to get a no. Okay?
Yeah.
He asks for a yes and he gets a no.
Yeah.
Is he aware of all the other versions of Eve that could have responded differently had he wanted something else?
At that present moment, no, he's
No.
not, because he's only aware of what he's
Because
wanting
he's
next.
playing mini-me.
Yes, exactly.
He's not aware of
all the other possibilities.
all the other possibilities.
Yes.
So this creates a continuous
Yeah.
experience for mini-me Adam.
Absolutely.
Yes.
As Maggie was creating
Yeah.
a continuous experience. You know, if she had come to me in one way and got one response and come to me a different way and got a different negative response, is it me that's changed?
No, it's
Or is it Maggie that's
it's Maggie.
changed?
It's her,
It's me.
her perspective.
So in her universe,
yes.
Yeah.
she has invited in that version of me
Yes.
that wishes to reflect that
Yes.
choice for her.
Right.
This
Yes.
has happened to me too.
Without
I'm really
impo-
seeing it.
Without imposing upon me, because
Yes.
the one that's been attracted in is the
Yeah.
one that wants to have the corresponding
Yes.
experience,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
It only works when there's so many versions of me that
Yes.
whatever Maggie's choice is, there's a version of me waiting to make that choice.
Yes.
Yes.
That way I get to have a continuous, contiguous experience of reality,
Yeah.
moment after moment
Yeah.
after moment. And Maggie also gets to have that same experience. And as our two realities at this very moment now coincide, we are the same one being, Max and me, wishing to share this particular experience now. All right? And wishing to have a continuous experience for each and every idea of Adam, or each and every idea of every mini-me, and each and every idea of Eve. Wishing to have doesn't want to have, oh my God, I've got infinite possibilities every time, oh God,
No.
that one.
Yes.
That's not the experience we want.
Yes.
Maybe there are other experiences that are like that, but this one is, we don't have that experience.
It's like
Right.
enjoying the game to the full, you see,
Yes.
because you don't. You can enjoy the awareness that you have infinite choice,
Yes.
but at the same time enjoy the choice you've made. So you deliberately don't be, you know, you block out the other choices, so you
Yes.
can enjoy this
Yes.
one choice you've
Yeah.
made.
So I think of it like
Yeah.
if you imagine stepping stones across the
Yeah.
river.
Yes.
Normally there's 1, 2, 3,
Yeah.
4. Okay?
But there's more than that.
But now you imagine that you've got
Wow,
actually
they're all over the place.
you've got in front of you like all of these stepping stones, right?
Yes.
But you can't see beyond them.
No.
So you think, that one. Then the whole new set open up.
Yes.
That one.
Yes.
Then the whole new set.
Yes,
open up.
yes, yes.
Now your path across those
Yes.
stepping stones is one single continuous
Yes,
path.
yes, yes.
And your
yes.
experiences of
Yeah.
step, step,
Yeah.
step.
Yeah.
Every
Yeah.
time you make a step, you forget about all those
Yeah.
other choices. You forget about all those other choices. You explore the route that way. It's like going through a maze. Every time you come to a change, you've got so many choices. But you choose one, And that blocks off all the other choices.
Yes.
Now you've got to explore that route.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a new choice here, I go left. And that blocks all off. You know, you've just got rid of those other choices. And so it is, this is how I would do it if I were playing as Maxime, trying to create a nice reality for Adam, who has free will, and Eve, who has free will. I would simply create new versions of them, various versions of them, to cope with all those choices, so each one of them could play it all out.
Yes.
And in a sense, I mean, if you go back again to chess, okay, there are a finite number of games of chess. Trust me, it's an awfully large number, but nevertheless it's finite, okay? And as Maxime, you might want to play out all possible games of chess.
Yeah.
So you would have a choice. You could either do them sequentially, right? First of all, I'll play, you know, choice number 1, white, black, white, black, white, black, white, black. Done that, okay? Now I'm going to play choice set number 2, white, black, white, black, white, black. And you go on for about 10 to the 80 games or something. Huge. As many games of chess as there are. No, actually, I think, if I remember right, I did look at this actually. No, not stars, atoms in the universe. In fact, I think I checked this out because that's actually quite way out. I think there are 10 to the 80, for those of us who know what it means. That means 1 with 80 zeros afterwards. An incomprehensibly huge number, 1 with 80 zeros. Atoms in the universe, so they think, roughly, order of magnitude. And about, I think it was about 210 to 230 games of chess. Okay, it's a very large number. Of course, from the point of view of infinity, this is an infinitesimally small number, but from our point, this is infinitely big. Anyway, my point here is that as Maxime, you have a choice. You could play them out one after the other, but you could play them out side by side.
Yes, yeah.
And in fact, because you know the idea of time and space doesn't even really come into existence, if you like, until you've gone into an experience of mini-me, then in fact by default it's all happening simultaneously. So if you like, all of these possibilities are all here simultaneously in our imagination, our mind, our consciousness, which hasn't yet shrunk itself down to the idea of linear time and space.
So big.
It's just, it's like that fractal.
You know?
It's like that fractal. It's all there.
Yeah.
But this is my path through it. And that's what made the fractal interesting. Because if you looked at that fractal and you looked at every picture at once, it would be a different experience. You know, it's not the experience of that journey we made through the fractal. It's a one-off, without any dimension, time or space, because it's all present at once. In order to give it continuity, in order to give it validity, in order to make it enjoyable, in order to make it an exploration, in order to make it an adventure, you have to limit all those choices down to one route through, and that's what then each of us gets. How's about that then?
Very good. I'd like to share something actually, talking about the different choices that we have, and I've had an interaction with a particular person who's quite close with me. It's a family member, and I can see now really clear. I already knew, but now hearing that, I can really see it. That she's been there. Sharing with me my experience, my beliefs. That, for instance, I love this, and I'm really open to it now, but I can see that I had a little bit of resistance to it, and there would be times when we would embrace it together and she'd be really with me and we could talk, and I wouldn't share this because you can't, it's too big, but she kind of got the idea.
Right.
And then there'd be another time where she'd be completely anti me, put me down, this, that and the other, and it was because I was putting me down. And it's like I was attracting all those options. Good.
Well, that's exactly that's exactly the next point, Teresa. Thank you for that. Because what's actually happening here, a different way of looking at this now, is that Adam is actually inviting that version of Eve, who wants to make the corresponding choice, to join him in his island. Which then becomes their island or our island from his point of view. In order that we may share that corresponding experience together.
Yes, exactly.
And this takes us out of this horrible problem of solipsism, which is where I am the only dreamer.
Yes, I know, and I kept hearing that. Me, all the time.
If we dream at night, and we take it that the dream is an internal thing, that it is a solitary experience, in a way it's quite sad, because you've got all these characters in there, none of them are real.
No,
And of course they reflect who you are, because it's all your little imagination. But this idea that now you can open that up to a bigger experience, where the people who join you in your dream, because we are saying this is like a dream, okay, but this is now no longer a dream, this is a reality dream, where everybody who joins you is another version of you that is real. So if I come along and slap you around the face, not that I would, you're going to feel it, And I
Yes.
know you'll feel it. There's
Yes.
a real person,
Yes.
you know, that is having a corresponding experience.
Yes.
Do I wish to invite that person into my reality to share that pain? No, thank you. I prefer the one who wants a hug.
Yes.
If there's another version who wants to be slapped round the face, let them get on with their life. I
Yes.
don't want that as part of my life.
Yes, but
That's not my
yes.
choice.
Yes.
Yes?
That was a fear in me, though, that if I did speak and say I don't prefer this,
Yes.
Yes.
that I would lose her, which is ridiculous. Because by honouring myself and saying I actually don't prefer this,
Yes.
I will attract a version of my sister that I do prefer.
Automatically.
Yeah,
Yes,
automatically.
but I had the
Automatically.
fear. I didn't believe that.
You
I
see,
didn't
this-
trust
this
that,
is-
you
this
see.
becomes immutable.
I can see that. Yes.
And you cannot then actually go against the will of another.
No.
Now, you can have the appearance of going against the will of
Yes.
another, but only when that other wishes to play the corresponding role for you.
Yes.
I want this for you where you can't have it.
No.
Okay, but it's the version who wants to play that role back to you.
Yes.
So, isn't this a wonderful, reciprocated,
Yes.
harmonious, cooperative, mutually supportive,
Yes.
synergetic relationship that we actually have,
Yes.
where you support me and I support you?
And it's
Yeah.
seeing it as
Always.
that. It's just, yes.
Always.
Yes, absolutely.
Now, this gives me complete freedom.
Yes, that's
Yes.
what I feel.
To
the
be who I wanna be.
hugeness, Yes.
Without
and you're
fear.
taking responsibility then. You know
Yes,
what's
yes,
happening is
yes.
because you've
Yes.
chosen it to happen.
And all the choices I make are my
It's
own
a new
consequences.
understanding.
Yeah.
Yes.
I knew it, but this is a much better understanding.
I don't like the word
clearer.
enlightenment really, but enlightenment gives you choices.
Yes.
In other words, you're free enough, you're awake enough to have those choices.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay,
Know
so-
what you'd like in your universe.
If we
Yeah.
don't like the word enlightenment,
yeah.
let's have another word that we do like that says, from this new position, I now remember the choices and freedom that I have.
Yes, I
Okay?
like that, yes.
So what could we use for that?
Awareness.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on, John.
Oh, I just thought of a
Word
word.
for the choice.
Well, Brian is saying from an enlightened point of view, you can remind yourself that you have this complete freedom. But I don't like the word enlightenment, he said, because nor do I. It's got too many
That I am
accoutrements.
Yes, yeah, but that's because of,
Um,
yeah.
but that's a bit too sort of
I want to say
Eastern, if you want to
embrace.
put that.
Well, what were you going to say, Maggie?
I was going to say lightened up, but then I thought in the dance, because it feels like when you're dancing,
The rhythm of life.
when you know you're in the dance with
Yeah.
it, when you're totally awake.
Yes.
You
And-
switched on.
You seem to. I'm probably digressing a bit here, John. but
Never.
you-
Only the
you seem
version
to-
Only that version. We've
that I
agreed
wish
to
is
it.
to digress with.
Yes.
You seem to. Well, you compromise yourself when basically you want something out of somebody that you know that they don't really want to give.
Yeah.
But when you're awake enough, you don't want anything out of anybody. You've got choices within your inner
Yes.
being that actually that's not what I want in my life, and I don't want to compromise
Exactly,
myself.
exactly. But we don't allow ourselves to have
Exactly.
that. Yeah.
It's
But we
like having
can.
a one-night stand,
Yeah.
if you want to put
Yeah,
it that
yeah,
way.
yeah,
You
yeah,
know, you
yeah,
think,
yeah.
well, I could compromise myself a bit tonight
But
because
it's your choice, and
But
you're
it's
just
your choice.
attracting
Yeah, and it's
someone
all- and
to
it's
you
all
that's
okay.
agreed. Yes.
and it's all okay.
You don't need to
know.
feel bad about it, but we do,
Absolutely, yeah,
because
yeah.
that's the part of the
Yeah.
experience.
But
It's
is it,
probably
Yeah.
gone off course a bit here.
No,
John,
that's
but-
okay.
was-
No.
is it not true that there is a limitation that once you've gone down that path, and the path you could have taken was a different direction, you can't hop between the two. You've chosen that path. The series of choices you've got are the ones that are at that position where you are, and you've got this universe of choices, but it's not the same universe of choices had you gone down this other path.
Well, you know, it makes sense to me. According to the fractal model, if we want to use a model, that would certainly apply in that case, because once you've chosen to go down one path,
Yeah.
you can't jump across. You can only make choices within that path. You'd have to come back up, regress, go back in time, if you like. And obviously, we don't allow ourselves that experience.
No.
Of course, we could do, but not
Yes.
in this game.
Yes,
Well,
that's
I
it.
got to-
Yeah,
I have to add to that, because I feel that you can make a new choice, and it's like in that moment you're creating a new universe.
Yeah.
I think what Mark is saying is you
can't
can
let
make new
go of,
choices
yeah.
at
you know,
all
if it's
moments,
something
Yes.
and
you
you are.
want,
Yes.
But
you'll find a different route to
But
it.
you can't,
Yeah,
you can't make the
sure.
choice unless you love yourself enough, who you really are enough.
Yeah.
You,
Do you mean you can't make the enlightened choice?
You
in those-
cannot make the enlightened.
And now
to make it simple, if
Yeah.
you suffer from low self-esteem,
Yes.
you're likely to accept anything.
Yes, yes.
But that's
Right,
still a
yes.
choice.
But it's still a choice.
Okay.
But you
So-
can experience low self-esteem for a while, and then you learn.
Absolutely.
And it's like, oh, right.
But then you learn that that's actually not what I like. in
No,
my
exactly.
life.
So you've got the
This
choice.
is what I
yeah.
like in my life.
Yeah. So you.
And even though that's wonderful,
Yeah.
and that might be a bit of okay,
Yeah.
you know, whatever. It's I have choices now because I love myself enough and know who I am enough to make those choices.
Good. So let's
Yeah.
come back to your original dilemma, which was this word enlightenment.
Enlightenment,
Okay. And I'm listening to what you say, and it seems to me that you're saying that if I make a fully loving choice, okay, in my love,
Yeah.
and at the same time we now have knowledge of how this all works,
Yeah.
a loving, a choice made from the purest love of me
Yeah.
and the purest knowledge of how all this is working,
Yeah.
okay, that would be an enlightened choice. We don't like the word enlightened because it comes with baggage.
I tell you a word that I think was really good, John, but
Good,
it's probably
carry
a
on.
bit of an old word.
Yeah.
I studied years ago the teachings of a lady called Marie Watts. She called it full open consciousness,
Right.
for one of a better
No, but that's a very good
That's a good
expression.
Because it's open.
Yeah.
But it
Open.
doesn't describe what that open consciousness is, but you could
Absolutely.
use it as a key to take you back into what we have just described. Now, we have had this problem. What do we call it? Because whatever you call it is almost always a playground term that's got its own accoutrements that go with it, based on living in a 3D world.
Something like love. It's something to do with
Yes,
love.
again, love, but now we know that you need the knowledge to go with it.
Yeah,
So we
Yes,
want a
yeah.
word that puts love and knowledge together, and we couldn't find a word, so we used amiga.
Amiga.
Yes? We want to be in this amiga awareness, okay? The, oh my
Yeah,
God,
amiga
all this is me awareness. The, this is the end point of...
Is there a word in the dictionary that does put love and understanding, or love and knowledge together?
Well, this is our exercise for the day, to go and find one. We couldn't find it
You couldn't find it.
that would work in that way. And in a sense, it's a little bit of a new idea to actually pull those two together in that way.
There isn't one yet because of the polarity in this world.
Could be.
And we're creating a new shift here
Mary
today.
Baker Eddy, I hate to
Yes.
say this,
Yes.
called it, she wrote I think it was a hymn, she wrote Give Me an Understanding Heart.
But there you are, that's an understanding. But that is two words.
You want one
Okay?
word.
So if there was one word, we've chosen, and everybody's free to choose their own word, but just so we know, when we say amiga, we mean enlightened, awakened, fully open, heart, fully open mind, fully embracing the entirety of my universe as me, but not on my own, with you, but those versions of you who have kindly come to join me in this wonderful exploration of this incredible real reality dream together. And so that's what works for me, what works for us.
I like the word amiga because it kind of fills me up. When I
Okay.
hear it,
Yeah.
it's an O and it's circular.
It is.
But it's not
And-
absolute. I'm sure many people will have their own words.
Yes.
And you can use the word enlightened so long as for you that has that meaning.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, it's got
Yes.
baggage.
But it has got baggage with it, so, you know, everyone find their own place within that. But the need to be able to express in a shorthand way, to remind yourself of your omega truth, is important, and it is an enlightened state. And a lot of people talk about it as being an awakened state. And I have a little bit of a problem with that, although I can understand why they're saying it, because when I'm in a dream and I am awakened, I step out of the dream, don't I? I actually wake up.
Yeah.
I become Maximi, the dreamer of the dream. I don't want to do that. Well, that's one of my choices. I don't want to do that. Remember, Adam and Eve had 3 choices when they became enlightened? When they remembered what was going on. We could go back in, couldn't we, and get lost again.
Could
Kind
be
of been there,
awakening.
done that. Second choice was, well, we could step right back out, become awakened, wake ourselves up, come out of the dream. But as
But then
Maximi,
yeah.
we wanted to have that dream.
Yes.
So maybe feels a bit early for that yet. So there's this
There's
middle.
nothing wrong with any of it, is there?
Exactly.
It's all perfect.
Well, there's nothing wrong with any of those choices,
No.
and there's this middle choice that says, what happens if we now play this together in that enlightened omega state? Okay, what kind of game would that be now? Now that's our choice.
That's
have
what
to-
an actor plays, John. That's what an actor would play. In other words, De Niro or Al Pacino or whoever.
Yeah, I know,
they
I've
say, well,
experienced this
we've seen you
recently,
play
yeah.
a priest now, you know.
Yeah.
No, we want you to be a gangster.
yeah.
Right.
You know, that's
You
why I
get
think
into
Nicolas
that-
Cage is such a great actor,
Yeah.
or
Yeah.
many
Sure.
of the other actors as well, where they can play many roles and it's all okay.
Yes, and we can play any
That's
role
what
that we
life is. It's
choose.
a big stage play, isn't it?
And
Yeah.
our choice And we're inviting explicitly other people to join us in our choice,
Yes,
right? Is to
yes.
live in Omega awareness, which
Yes.
we're saying is like the end game of this human experience.
Yes.
It's like, let's play out the end game before we move on to the next level,
Yes.
step out, whatever it is happens next. Because I like this experience. This is a great reality I've set up for myself.
Absolutely.
I don't want to step out of it yet.
No.
It's too early to step out.
Exactly, it's
Yeah?
just so awesome now.
And it's, I don't want to get lost in it again.
Yeah.
So it's like this finale of this amazing event, this adventure.
But you don't want to step out of it yet, John,
Mm.
because you feel there's so much more to explore now
Yes.
because
Absolutely.
of
Yes.
what you found.
Of
Yes.
what's opened up now. So many more
Exactly.
possibilities
It's-
have opened up.
yes.
And I
Yeah.
like sharing.
Yes.
I like sharing life, I like sharing reality, I like sharing truth, I like sharing heart,
Yes.
I like sharing the energetic
Yes.
space,
Yeah.
and I want other people to share that with.
Yes.
Well, then I have to create a reality of the world around me,
Yes.
for me, that works
Yes.
for that.
Yeah,
And that's
absolutely.
why we've done the Omega Shift video, and that's why the invitation is to join us in it. It's not so much, hey, if you find your truth, you'll be better off. It's like, this is quite selfish in a way. This is our reality, and you have a choice.
Yeah.
Everyone has a choice. We all have a choice whether you, which version wishes to join us.
Yes.
Because there are surely versions that wish to join us.
Yes.
So we're
Oh,
just
yeah.
connecting up. This is
With-
our
with
way
those
of
versions
creating
that want
art
to join with you.
with those
Yes.
versions that want to join with us.
Yes.
Yeah, and we make that invitation.
And we will too.
Yes, exactly.
We will attract the same.
And so we make that invitation to Brian, to Teresa, to Mark, to the whole world, to everyone,
To
join
the
us.
John the
cameraman.
cameraman.
to John the cameraman,
Me.
and
Can you
John,
think of a word, John, that combines love and understanding?
Lover standing.
lover standing.
That's quite good.
Yeah,
Pretty good.
You
Love
always,
standing.
always come up with a new word for the dictionary.
yeah,
Always.
absolutely.
And of course, it doesn't matter what the
We, of
word
course,
is,
create the
as long as
dictionary.
we've created an understanding and an openness of heart that embraces that. You see, I can't even say as long as we have an understanding, because that's too intellectual.
Yeah, exactly.
I can't just say as long as we have an open heart,
No, it's got
because
to be
that's
the two. Yes.
It's got to be the two together
Yes,
to hold
yes,
that idea
yes,
together.
yes.
But don't you see that in life in so much that you've got the East and the West, John?
Mm-hmm.
The Muslim and the head and the heart, the lion
Always.
and the lamb,
Everywhere.
everywhere.
Everywhere's
Yeah.
reflecting that polarity the
Yes,
whole time.
yes.
Of course, because it's
Yes.
our polarity.
Yes.
It's our
Absolutely,
reflection.
yes.
Of course it will
Both
do.
sides
Yes.
are needed.
Yes.
You know, and nothing.
But only to
yeah.
bring the two together
Yeah.
in the Omega, in the end. In other
Yes.
words, in the
Yes,
Omega shift.
yes.
Yeah.
I just feel that it'll just come.
Oh,
Like Maggie, I feel like Maggie, it'll just. There'll be a word that will come.
Well,
and
we
it doesn't
are-
really matter now,
we
does
are-
it? It's like.
We are in the interim suggesting word,
Yeah.
and maybe
Yes.
it will become the word,
Yeah.
which is Amiga.
Yeah.
Amiga awareness.
For the time
I like
being,
that. I like
at
the
least when we
Omega.
say Amiga, we know what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Not to impose that
On somebody.
on somebody
other
else.
people.
And I'm very
Yes, I
happy to
understand that.
participate in my world where some other word comes up,
Yeah.
because it's not going to change the truth.
No wonder
No.
the word peace is so big, because really, when the two do come together, that's when you find the peace.
Well,
Yes.
that's one aspect of it,
Yeah.
but if I may say so, not the only aspect, because you've also got the juice. Now, the juice is very dynamic and sometimes not peaceful, but it's very energetic and it's very. In other words, you take whatever you want.
But you
From
know,
it.
in peace, where you digressing again, John, but in peace, there is a lot of joy sometimes when you get.
Yeah, because it's the experience, isn't it? You go through
Yeah.
the experience to come to peace, isn't it? Is that what you're
It's,
saying?
it's like the action and the rest, bringing them together.
Yeah.
You know, and eventually, when you do bring them together, you find the peace in the action,
Yes.
or you find the joy in the
Yes,
action,
yes,
or
yes,
whatever. Or
yeah.
just find
For
Yeah.
me, this is where we allow people to have their freedom.
Yes.
One of the reasons why I like the word Amiga is because it's actually non-denominational, if you like.
Yeah.
It's a new word.
Yeah.
Because as soon as you say the ultimate goal is peace, what you're really saying is, that's what I feel at the moment.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I can fit everything around that word
Yes.
for me. Well, of course you can.
Yeah.
And that's as valid as any other one.
yeah.
Yeah.
So by choosing a new word that sits outside that, everyone can fit in around that, their own version of what they wish to achieve in their life, be it love, peace, joy, juice, climbing Mount Everest, doesn't matter. It's all the same.
Yeah.
And they can operate from within the awareness of love and understanding of how it's all working, and therefore climb that mountain, or their equivalent, with an awareness of what's really going on, rather than getting lost in it.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Now,
that's
we are having some good time here, aren't we?
really.
Yeah.
Would you not agree?
Yeah.
Isn't this pretty
Yeah.
awesome?
Yeah, very.
Oh, God.
It's
Okay.
just so liberating.
Life is fun.
Yeah,
Life
absolutely.
is loving.
Liberating.
Yeah.
It is, isn't it? I feel liberated. whoa.
Well, being in that awareness is a
All that
liberation.
darkness is
But
gone.
again, what is the name of that awareness? All right, you could say it's the liberation awareness, but you've still got to qualify it of what you mean by that. So that's everybody's individual choice. For the sake of this course, when we say Omega,
We know
that's
what
what
you
we're
mean.
talking about.
Yeah.
So in this flowering, what we're seeing is that there really is an infinity of possibilities. And actually, you know, even scientists talk about the only way to explain the peculiarities and quirkiness of this particular universe, as they call it, is that there must be an infinite number of versions of universes around, as they call it, of which we're just one that works in the way that ours does. So what that really means is that there are no limits, everything's possible. And so when people do talk about other dimensions, other realities, different realms and so forth, well, why not? I mean, in fact, it could be said that if we can imagine it, if we can imagine such a thing, then imagination can imagine it.
Yes.
So would imagination not have imagined it when we are already imagining it?
Yes.
See what I mean? So it could be said that if imagination just goes, well, everything without limits, and it might be limits in it, but you might say, well, why would you put limits in it? Then in effect, every reality is possible that you can imagine. If you can't imagine it, well then maybe imagination isn't big enough and it exists, but at least if you can think about it, then in some way it must exist. Not just different versions of our reality, as we've been talking about, but all possible realities. Just as like in that fractal, actually, some aspects are very, very similar, and other aspects are quite different, even though they're in the same type of code. So I rather like this. There's a rather interesting implication of this that I still have difficulty getting my head around. And that is this idea, I call it based on a true story. You know, you see films, sometimes it's based on a true story. Well, whatever story you've ever read is a story of an interaction between people and situations and so forth. And you could write at the end of any fiction based on a true story. Because in a way, what that person that's written has done is they've really tapped into somebody else's in some other reality that not immediately accessible, that's already going on somewhere, someone else. Do you see what I mean? So in that sense, all stories are true. And I sort of think, wow, that's amazing. So every story I've ever seen on every film, it's actually a true story. It's actually a perfect capturing of something that has actually been my experience as another being, somehow, somewhere, somewhen, that is not directly accessible to me, but is nevertheless as valid, if you like, as saying, oh no, it really was somebody else's experience in your reality. There's not a lot of difference, really. And so you can have incredible respect for everything and every possibility that comes into our lives as having validity.
Absolutely, it's like the inspiration that film directors get, or anybody. Suddenly you get an idea and you think, where did that come from? It's like another version of you, but you just suddenly opened yourself to that possibility.
So the fact that we take these different versions of our reality, I like to make a little joke about it, because in a sense our reality is like a sort of therapy that we give ourselves to find ourselves again. So it's kind of like aversion therapy, or aversion therapy. You probably know aversion therapy is it's not that popular, but it is a type of therapy where you get a negative stimulus when you're seeing something you're not supposed to be thinking about or doing. So in a sense our reality is also giving us back stimuli which say, don't want to go down there, don't want to go down there. So if you start losing yourself, you'll give yourself a painful experience. So it's like an aversion therapy from creating a universe out of all the possible versions. So it's a version therapy. And that brings us on to this idea of karma, which is thought about in many different ways, but often it's actually thought of as something which is imposed upon you. In other words, you have to suffer the consequences of previous actions. Actually, when you look at it this way, what's actually happening all the time is you're making choices. Now, if the choices you make correspond to the types of choices you made in your past, it could appear like you're stuck in having to... But actually, what's interesting is we always have choices. And as we exercise our desire to have those choices, then we start getting different consequences. So my feeling is we don't have to be bound by those previous choices, or what some people call karma.
I get that.
I can really relate to that, John, with personally feeling I'm a different person. Even from last year, a whole different set of experiences, because I keep changing as I understand myself. I'm letting go a lot of beliefs which would be almost associated with another person. They are associated with another person.
I get what you're saying.
It does appear that as soon as you do follow your soul's purpose,
Yes.
which you two have obviously done, and probably many people in this room, well, people in the room have done.
Yeah.
It does appear that as soon as you do make that choice to follow your soul's purpose, everything else falls away. And I mean, you know, what actually falls away is sometimes the most powerful lessons, or the most,
Yeah.
you know.
Yes.
Well, this is very much
Yes.
part of living the Amiga way, and also, what degree of choice do we really have? We're going to get into that quite deeply, so it's good to bring that up. And I'd like to close flowering now. And flowering actually also, funnily enough, is another acronym. Would you believe it? Stands for some things. So flowering stands for, it's quite a long word, fractally loves one we, experiences reality as infinite nested gods.
Wow. I really get that now.
Because the point I want to make as we close flowering is that this idea of undiminishment, okay, where is God then in this fractal? If we think of God as a creator, yeah, isn't it the whole? Isn't it all of it and every part of it?
Yes.
And if every part of it is undiminished from any other part, then isn't God every part? And there's no difference. We've already established there really is no difference between the parts and the whole. Each part is a full expression of the whole. And what that means is that, okay, we've got this idea of nesting in there, but each nest is an infinite expression of the whole, and therefore, if one wants to use a term like God or the Creator or Source or Absolute, each expression is the entirety of that.
Expression.
In other words, it's not just I,
Yeah.
and my reality, universe, is not just a child of God, a spark of the infinite. It is the infinite!
Yes.
I am the infinite!
Yes.
I am God playing with myself. This is how I do it.
Yes, yes, yes.
Yes?
Yes.
It's not like, oh, I'm part of a greater whole, it's all one, and I'm just
No,
this wave on a
yes,
ocean.
yeah.
No, I am the ocean!
That's limiting.
Whoa!
When you think like that,
I am the
Including
whole.
the waves.
Including the waves in my
Yes.
ocean. They're all my
Yes.
waves.
yeah. Yes.
Now, in fact, there are other oceans for other people's waves,
Yes.
fine, but they're all me too.
Yes.
So, again, the power of this fractal allows me to know I'm undiminished and I am the whole expression of the whole fractal. I am literally, if one wants to use the term God, lots of baggage with that and so forth, but literally, if one, the creator, I am the absolute, I am the all that is, in my fullest of expression, creating my entire reality. And that's going to take us into the next level called vacuum. And vacuum, I will tell you up front what that stands for, because we're going to have a little meditation with the love part 3, aren't we? But I'm going to actually tell you what vacuum stands for. Vacuum stands for, out of the vacuum, that's like the nothing that we are, as Maximi and Solitary come out, nothing's been created yet. Out of that vacuum comes, for each of us, we are a vibrantly awesome, complete universe unto myself.
Wow.
And that's what we'll explore in the next level of the knowledge.
What you do with words. Yeah. I love what you do with words.
Really awesome.
Okay, so now we're going to have a look at
Love part 3.
part 3. Taking in this whole fractal set of infinite possibilities, freedom, choice and all that.
Yes.
Can you
Wow.
sit down for this, I believe?
Yeah, absolutely. So
Cool.
you can allow yourself to even drop more barriers here. Ah, I love this. So, in the love part 3, we're going to start dropping all the barriers between ourselves and our reality, and allow ourselves to feel that we're beginning to sink into the arms of our universe. And you can only do that once you've gone through what we've gone through, when you know what reality is, and you don't need to hold yourself back from it anymore. You can allow yourself to embrace, dive into and fall with all that you are. For our universe is only the same substance of our own being as ourselves. It's all you. There's no need for any more pushing away, for you've only been pushing away yourself. So allow yourself to sink a little into the arms of yourself. I know I've been keeping myself distance from myself, and that's okay. I can enjoy the dance of creation. The wind in my heart is my undoing. The wind of my world is my unmeaning. I look into your eyes and I see myself, and now I can let it all in. I can let it all in. And so allow yourself to feel utterly permeable with your reality. Feel the barriers dropping. Feel the freedom in that. Feel the joy in letting it all go and letting it all in. Feel the effort that it takes to keep things distant and separate from yourself. Your heart has been aching for this moment for a long time. It's time to be like a lamb's. Open up your being like a lamb's. Open up your being like the lambs that you are. You are the Creator. enjoy the play as you contract and expand yourself. You can enjoy it all. You're magnificent, you're magnificent. I love you, I love it all. I bow to you as me. I'm in love. I'm in love. Ooh. Oh. You may relax and integrate and open your eyes when you're ready.
That was wonderful.
Oh,
I felt pulsating. You were talking about contract
yeah, I was
and
hoping
expand,
you'd
and I was
get that.
going, whoa.
You're getting the
Whoa,
pulsations.
lovely.
Great.
The love, when you said about the love,
Yeah,
whoa,
yeah.
to really feel that.
Oh. Oh, thank you. So, over to you, my lovely.
All right, thank you, my
Yeah.
lovely. Awesome. All right, well, awesome. Talking of awesome and
Yeah.
vibrantly awesome and creating universes under myself, that's what we're talking about next. Out of the vacuum comes this vibrantly awesome, complete universe under myself. And
Oh,
in a
sorry,
way,
isn't that orgasmic?
it is, yes. It's actually almost where we started from,
Yeah.
coming back and completing it and really cementing in the wholeness of what that really means. I mean, it is quite overwhelmingly incredible, this idea we're talking about. So, I'm going to start off by saying, dear physicists, there is a glaring hole in what you've been investigating, and it's this. The advanced quantum physics these days, quantum mechanics, says how odd the universe, in inverted commas, that's me, doesn't seem to collapse into existence until it's observed. How odd. There must be a field of quantum probability out there that doesn't collapse into existence until it is observed. Now, there is a kind of pretty obvious paradox here. What's the word? There's a kind of obvious mistake of the way of looking at it here when you see it now from the Amiga point of view. Because if the universe doesn't come into existence until it is observed, shouldn't we be looking at the observer first?
Absolutely.
Hello? But the scientific point of view is that the observer comes out of the universe. So there's this trap, there's a dilemma that science as it stands can't get out of as long as it holds on to the idea that what's primary is what's created outside.
Yes.
Yeah?
Yeah.
And so there's this dichotomy between the two. Now when you let go of that and you say, oh okay, well now let's look at it from the point of view of the observer coming first, everything collapses and changes. Rather than fitting the observer into the universe, we fit the universe into the observer.
Yes.
Ah, we've been assuming one universe with many eyes,
Yes.
with many individuals, with many consciousnesses. What happens if we just thought of one eye, one observer, and many universes?
Yeah.
They've already accepted there are infinite universes. That's an awful lot of awful lot. In fact, they call it the many worlds interpretation. This idea that there are so many universes that they will even say that there are equivalent universes somewhere in parallel. Of course, they have to say parallel because there's got to be a dimension.
Yeah.
Yeah, parallel, one here, one here, one here. So tremendous respect for science and where it's got to. Now there's this next step, which is a complete leap, which is the reversal, where we say, well, if there are infinite universes, My golly, surely that's enough for one each. Why not? And in this particular universe that we are sharing at the moment, in other words, my universe is corresponding to your universe, and your universe, it's raining, and what a lovely sound that makes on the canvas.
I was just thinking that.
Yeah.
It's very cleansing as well, and safe and warm in here. It's
And what's interesting is that each universe, that is mine and yours, is perfectly tailored to each of us.
Yes.
Yes.
Perfectly tailored.
Yeah.
Yes.
A personalised universe.
It's a
Yes,
personalised,
yes.
personalised. You get your own personalised universe.
That was a bit American actually, but that'll work.
So, rather than the upside, inside out, back to front way of thinking, which is, well, let's see, there must have been a big bang which came out of nowhere. Don't know how that works. That created a physical universe of stars and galaxies, somehow out of energy. Okay. That then created an Earth, then animals, and then us. Okay, and then that created consciousness. I don't know where that came from, so I missed you there. If we turn it round and go consciousness first, and let the universe come out, then rather than there being the universe that we're trying to fit into, we get our universe, or your universe, which is actually you, inverse.
Yes.
Outside in.
Yes.
See,
So the
you,
Amiga shift is
Yeah.
selling personal universe.
yes.
Yes.
Yes, it's actually pointing out that we each inhabit our own personal universe. Now, this is not like a dream, you see. I want to make a distinction. Oh, well, like you mean I'm in my own dream? I say, well, in a way, but really, this dream, as you might want to call it, is so real, it's so hard, it's so physical, it's so big, it's so huge. It really is, for all intents and purposes, indistinguishable from, it is a complete universe. All of it. The distant galaxies, down to the rug, down to your own thoughts and feelings, it's all there set up for you. Guess who by? You.
Yeah.
Because if we take the 𝐋𝐢𝐯𝐞 example, hey, I've got to do something with my consciousness, got all this power, let's create reality and enjoy it and explore it. So, what you see, you've got this WYSIWYG thing, what you see is what you get. I say WYSIWYP. What you see is what you project.
Can I just say something?
Yeah.
The thing that got me about doing The Lover's Way was that after coming home, I kind of thought, okay, now I know all this, how can I live my life and really embrace it?
Yeah.
And now I can see that I can just fall in love with my life and just enjoy it. That it isn't
Oh.
going to change.
Well, you are jumping the gun here, but that's exactly right. Yes.
Yes.
Of
And I
course.
can see that now.
Yeah.
Whereas before, it was kind of like you were talking about the solitary thing.
This solitary thing is a huge barrier to get over. It is
Yes.
a pit, a trap. That this is one of the reasons why we've structured it in the way that we have, which is to say, look, don't share this with others unless they watch the Amiga show.
Yes.
Okay? Don't share this course with people unless they've been through that.
Yes.
Don't do it piecemeal, because if you do it piecemeal, you'll miss the important bits that create the
yeah,
bridge
yeah,
into this
yeah.
awesome new place.
Absolutely.
So we say to everyone, respect this deeply.
But I kind of knew that. You know, it's like, once I did it, it was like,
Yes.
no one gets you anyway. So it's like, forget it.
Absolutely.
You know,
And
forget it.
yeah,
I don't want to.
we still say that we do all know this already, and we're doing nothing more than just reminding us
Yes,
of what we kind of
exactly.
already know.
Yeah.
So, if what you see is what you project, WYSIWYP, we really do get, I mean really, one universe each, fully populated. You know, it's like, you've seen the film The Truman Show?
Yes.
The True Man
Man
Show,
Show.
okay?
Yes.
Isn't it a bit like that, where there's not just one Truman, who it's all set up for him. Everybody has their own Truman Show, and everybody who participates in it is not just an actor, they're a willing participant in the whole show.
Yes.
They too having their own version
Yes.
of that. So what a wonderful metaphor The Truman Show
Yes.
is.
Yes.
And a fabulously popular film as a result,
Yes.
because it's again reminding us, you know, tangentially of something which is so fundamental. Yes, we have this whole dome around us. You know, it was a dome, wasn't it, in that Truman Show? And everybody was always there at the right time in the right place, always playing out the right role in the right way. And he started scratching his head saying, hang on a minute, I start to see something at the edges here, what's going on. That's kind of what we're doing now.
Absolutely, and I'd love to add another clip from another film.
What's that?
Vanilla Sky. When
Vanilla Sky.
Like when
Yeah.
Tom Cruise is really lost in his reality, he doesn't know what to do, and technical support come in, and what he's really doing, as what I would feel, what he's really doing is accessing another part of himself for help, and I do that actually in the form of a guide or a channel, but I know it's another part, and I actually find just giving yourself permission to bridge it that way
Yes.
allows the information to come
Come
through.
through, yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
I get.
But I just want
yes.
to reinforce it's really another part of yourself,
Yes.
not giving your power away to someone
No.
else.
Yeah. Yeah. I get what
It-
you're
Yeah,
saying.
does
excellent
appear
one, yeah.
Yeah.
that you need that solitary experience. Let's
Yes.
call it the cave or
Yes.
whatever.
Yes.
And then Maggie and John come along and they say, now get this down.
Yes.
This is you are projecting this universe.
Yes.
You know.
Yes.
But it does appear that you do need this solitary place to go to
Yes.
first of all, John.
Well, I'm not sure,
Even-
Brian. I think that's true for you. I'm
Yeah.
not sure it's necessarily true for everyone.
Yeah.
I think we all have our own routes into
Yeah.
this.
Yes.
In fact, what I'm saying is that the too solitary can be a danger, a trap
Yes.
that you can fall into and have difficulty getting out of.
But even you, John, don't get me wrong,
Mm.
went to India, explored the gurus, the same as probably we all did.
Yeah. I've done
But I don't think I really
Not
went
the
deep
gurus.
into the solitary place in my
No.
path.
That's-
And I guess what I want to do in saying that is to totally honour your path and your approach for doing it, which is
Yeah.
totally valid for you.
Yeah.
And actually people from all walks of life,
Yeah.
from science and from all traditions and from
Yeah.
all different paths, will be coming into this. And there's no one route into it, I don't think. I think it is really horses for courses.
Yes.
Each one is totally valid,
Yeah.
Yes.
even though the fundamental truth is immutable.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes,
Exactly.
that we got it all round the wrong way
Yeah.
in order to enjoy the game.
Yes.
If we don't put it round the wrong way, we
Yeah.
can't enjoy the game.
Yeah.
It's a different game
Uh-huh.
once you put it round the other way.
Yeah.
No less valid
Yeah.
than before.
Did you have? But you did have to get that down, John. That you were projecting the universe, even to the point where you're now doing courses and whatever on it. You did have to really solidly, the pair of you, and I've known you for about 10 years. You did have to seemingly solidly. I'm not saying everybody has to, but it does appear to me that you solidly had to get that down within yourselves.
But that's not
Before
being
you could
but that's not being solitary.
Yeah.
Now our path is to share this.
Absolutely.
Yes, that's our particular role in our reality. That's not everybody's role, and of course, in order to play any role fully, yes, you have to get solidly into it. And by golly, we've
We
been
have.
solidly into it. Yeah.
But
So
you
yes,
getting into it, you were
Yeah.
going through your own evolution anyway, weren't you?
I've been
You were
obviously
evolving through
Yes.
it.
evolving through it as we all
And
do.
you will continue to evolve.
As we are
through it.
continuing. I'm not at the end. I
exactly, there
feel
is
like
no
I'm
end.
just one of the kids in the playground that happens to know about Santa and happens to be sharing it with a few other kids in the playground. No more higher, no lower or
Yeah.
equal. With
This way kind of makes it just really expand.
Yes.
More possibilities.
Absolutely.
See what I mean? It's just knowing about the Amiga shift doesn't make us special. What
No.
makes us special is the fact that we're special in the first place.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's a reminder, isn't it?
Recognizing that in each other and actually then acting that out, which is the living part we're coming on to soon, that makes it very, very special.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's the application of this very basic knowledge that actually is the real juice, if you like, of it. Being in that knowledge is very hard when you come from the other way, which is why we spend so much time with it.
Yes.
So the upshot of this is as we alluded to on the film, we said, love your ego, yeah!
Yes, I'm going to say that because I hear so much about that one.
The ego
Yeah.
has been given a hard time. Now there are some good reasons for that, don't get me wrong, but there's also a destructive part of it too, which is
Yeah.
to put down something which is your own creation.
Yes.
So
yes.
if we take ego as a faculty that we have, that is for me, and there are different ways of looking at it, but I'm suggesting one way here, it's the faculty of identification, of knowing who I am. Now when you say, ooh, I'm just this limited little being in this being universe, that is a problem, I accept. But if you then destroy the very faculty of identification itself as resolving it and say, no, 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 you're not that, go back into being pure.
Yes.
Well, Maxime never has that I experience. I and that only come into being when you start having the island experience. Until then, it's just me.
Yes.
So if we take that identification, that faculty of identification, and then end the sentence, I am what? I am the entirety.
Yes.
I am everything.
Yes, it's so.
Yeah? There's this amazing, little piece of Douglas Adams' Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, where Zaphod Beeblebrox, who is known to have a very big ego, he's very full of himself. And by the way, the book is an awful lot better than the film, in my humble opinion. He's known to be very full of himself. He's so full of himself, he's actually got two heads, in fact. And he ends up being president of the whole universe, and he's like, hey, wow, I'm Zaphod, you know, and he's like really, really big. Anyway, to cut a long story short, he gets sentenced to go into the total perspective vortex, Now this is a clever little device. It was invented by a mad scientist who was so tired of his wife saying to him, why don't you just get a sense of perspective, that he decided to give her a sense of perspective. And so he invented a machine whereby when you were put into it, you actually saw the size of the universe in its entirety. You were able to take that huge perspective in, and the little arrow that said, this is you, and how small you were.
Yeah.
And the relationship of your smallness to the entirety of the universe was so awesome that made you feel so insignificant that all that happened, you heard this blood-curdling scream, and the person just died in a fit of insignificance.
Well,
Yeah?
why not?
So this is amazing. It was then taken up, having killed his wife in this way, as the ultimate punishment for people, you see. So 𝐓𝐡 was going to be punished by this thing, and they put him into it, and he's going, whoa, I don't know, man, I don't know about this, and he goes into it, and they turn it on, and there's nothing. And then they open the door, and he goes, whoa! And they said, what, you saw the total perspective? He said, oh yes. You saw your size in relation to the universe? Oh yes. And you survived? Yeah! How'd you do that? Wow! And it was something like, I don't quote it exactly, but it was something like, wow, I knew I was big and great, but not that big.
Yes.
So there's Douglas Adams coming through with that total identification
Yes.
with the whole of the universe.
Yes.
Yes.
And in a sense, we are doing that total perspective vortex here.
Yes.
We
We're saying,
absolutely, and I find
Yeah.
it very self-empowering.
Totally.
I'd love to add to that because I've often found that in greeting other people, it was easy to see the greatness in them, but I found it difficult for myself. But funnily, since I've been, living and breathing and integrating the Amiga ship within my own being, I really feel the hugeness in me, and it's not like I felt before I had to project it on other people.
Yes,
but now
yes.
I really feel it in them too.
Yes.
And I can honestly say deep down that, when I look at another now,
Yeah.
I couldn't do this before.
No, I was the same. I just
Yeah,
said that.
I can see the greatness in him,
Yes.
and I can honour the greatness in me.
that seeing it in another helps remind you of your own greatness.
beauty. Yes,
Absolutely,
yes.
absolutely.
Or seeing it in yourself
Yeah.
helps remind you to see it and find it in another. It
Others,
works
yes,
both ways.
Yeah.
Yes, yes, yes.
Absolutely.
In fact, you could say others are there to help remind you of your greatness, to
yes.
act as
Yeah,
that mirror back to
absolutely.
you.
Yes, absolutely.
But it does
Absolutely.
appear that the heart energy is, because it's more loving, obviously, does appear to give power to outside itself a lot more than probably the head energy. Do you think?
Maybe it's
not so.
What do you mean by power to outside yourself?
Well, you're talking about basically, Maggie. You couldn't find the strength. You would give all your love out, but you couldn't find the love of yourself. You lost the love of yourself in giving all the love
Well,
out.
I think I was coming from a place
Yeah.
of not loving
Yeah.
myself.
Myself, exactly. I
Yeah.
can relate to that.
Where the
Yeah.
mind or the
Yeah.
head people seem to,
Yeah.
they appear to come from, to a certain extent, loving themselves
Yeah.
more till they get to the heart. So they don't seem to have that problem quite as much. I
Yeah.
don't know.
Oh, but then they may have a corresponding problem relating to other people.
Yes,
you see.
exactly.
So I think it does work both ways.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
You can see, you are everything. So you will see
Yeah.
yourself wherever you look, if you
Yeah.
care to see it in that way. So whether you look out or within, you're going to see yourself everywhere. And again,
Absolutely.
horses for courses,
Yeah.
different routes work for different people.
will, yeah.
This Amiga allows you to jump all of that and straight into that place,
Yes.
thereby accelerating whichever particular perspective you're on already.
Yeah.
So I don't think you have to really change whichever route you're on already. If you're a scientist, you don't have to become a Buddhist and vice versa. It's like, oh, now I understand what I'm doing.
Yeah, exactly.
And then you can integrate it there
Yeah.
from that point of view.
Like Maggie just shared then that she was always giving love to everybody else. In effect, she was still loving herself.
Yes,
Yeah.
I
But
was.
the
I was doing
switch,
it.
it was like a flip. And she
Yes.
realised, and then she started,
Started,
by being
absolutely,
that,
yeah.
she was able to flip and be it to herself.
And she also said
worked.
she saw the greatness in the other.
Yes.
And that helped her see it in herself.
Herself, exactly.
Okay, and to truly see
Yeah,
the
and I
greatness
get that.
in another
Yeah.
is to take that shift too.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Otherwise,
Yeah.
you're always seeing limitation around you.
Exactly, exactly.
So
Exactly.
this is totally awesome.
Yes,
And it is
absolutely.
vibrant, as we're going to get
Yes.
into in a minute, with the vibrating energy of our consciousness,
Yeah.
which we'll see is called Spanda. Is
You're
it exciting?
in for a treat. You do.
I love the word Spanda.
Spanda.
Yeah,
I've
it's
never
powerful,
heard of it
isn't it?
before.
Yeah, we'll come
Yeah.
on to that in a moment.
I
Yeah.
keep thinking spandex. I don't know why.
People do, yes.
Spandau Ballet.
No, spandex.
Oh.
You know, that's the
So,
kind of material.
this
I
is
think.
this
Yeah.
universe, if you like, then, that you are experiencing is a reflection of you. It's
Yeah.
just like looking into your own mirror in the bathroom in the morning. And it's obviously reflecting a perfect reflection of who you are and to serve you perfectly for who you wish to be. Because in the end, you do have free control over all that. And I just want to, one of our little stories, my little story here, one of my
Yeah.
favourites, is about this idea of freely choosing constraints.
Yes.
Okay, and this is, yes, this is quite an experience. I quite like roller coasters, you
Yeah.
know, in moderation probably, but I quite like them, right?
Story.
But there is this roller coaster in a theme park called Alton Towers in England,
Yeah.
Midlands of England,
Yes.
where there is this certain ride called Nemesis, where if you like, you meet your nemesis. And it's billed as the world's most intense ride. Well, that was several years ago, but you know, it was accurate. This is a 45-second long ride that feels like a lifetime, as you'll see. And what it does is, it's one of these rides, I think they're more popular, but this was the first where rather than sitting in a car, which goes round and round, you actually hang on a chair. The chair's hanging from above,
Yes.
your legs are dangling beneath you,
Yeah.
and this chair goes whoop, up, down, round, corkscrew, inside, outside. It goes at 80 miles an hour down towards a solid rock wall, because it's built in the side of a cliff, which flips up at the last minute. I mean, it really pushes it to its limit, and it is certainly totally intense. And
Sounds like our life, actually.
yeah,
right
well,
now.
yeah, absolutely, yes. It does sound like, well, probably not just our lives, most people's lives in general. Now, so, why would you go on such a ride? I mean, it's a bit nuts in the first place even to contemplate it. Furthermore, to get on this ride, you actually queue through it. So trust me, you are under no illusions of the power of terror that this ride is capable of producing in individuals as their screams are whizzing round you in quadraphonic sound all over, right? It's quite incredible. So the noise and screams and sound, you really are under no illusions as to what you're letting yourself in for. And yet, you know, I stayed in the queue. Or at least I kind of sort of stepped out, but my daughter kept pulling me back in, and then I said, oh, I can't do this, and I decided I would do. And in the end, I made this decision at the end of the queue to get on this ride. I thought, well, it's going to be interesting. I'm up for it. Now, I want to be clear, I made that choice. Okay?
Yeah.
Now, on this ride, you walk up and you sit in this chair. And then there's one of these big things, you know, it's not like the old ones where you just sort of sat there holding to bar. They come down, it comes in, it locks on your shoulders,
Well, yeah,
locks
I've
between your
seen
legs.
that, yeah.
And once that thing locks,
You're there.
you're committed.
Yes.
And when I say committed, I mean committed. I looked around. There was no emergency stop button. All right?
Yeah.
There was no way of stopping this thing. Once that thing went in, and you start going chuk 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 chuk, and I'm sitting there thinking, well, you know, I'm a pretty cool sort of guy, and
Yeah.
I'm feeling a bit scared, but that's
Yeah.
okay. I'm just going to have a funny feeling in my tummy, and my legs are going to like dangle around the sky, and it's going to feel a bit weird, but I'll be okay. And here we go, we're off, and oh my God! And this 45 seconds was so intense that I am no kidding. I got off that ride. The only way I could cope with that ride was by numbing the experience out.
Yes.
And when I got off that ride, I'm not joking, my arms were numb from there to there, and my legs from there to there, and I got off like this. And my daughter had to hold me, and I kind of like sat on a wall. And I was like, oh God. And I was totally freaked out.
Yeah.
But I coped by numbing it out. But my God, that was what an experience. And gradually after a while I kind of got myself back together. I stopped numbing myself out, my body returned back to normal, and I'm sitting there panting. And I'm thinking, how mad is that? Why would I voluntarily get on and do that?
Yeah.
But I'll tell you what's even more mad. I went on again.
Yeah.
I actually went on this blooming thing again. And why would I do that? What madness is this? Why would I do that? Well, I'll tell you why. Because part of me, I wanted to experience it more because I had numbed it out. And I thought, well, I know I'm going to be terrified, but I want to experience more of it because I really couldn't remember much of it. I want to, so I got on it again, and this time I let it in. So I still screamed, and I did scream. But this time I was aware of it. There was the wind rushing, and the noise of the people around me, and all the things moving so fast, and the sensations in my body, and the people next to me, and the other screams. Everything was coming in, and I was absolutely terrified. And this time I knew it. And I felt that that was progress. I felt that I'd actually had a better experience as a result. And even though I was terrified, there was another part of me that was satisfied.
Yes, yes.
That was enjoying the intensity of it in some way. And that I felt I had achieved something. Now, this is me, this is what I do, this is what I did, and we do these kind of things. We put ourselves into situations of danger, of challenge, of adventure, quite voluntarily. Now, once this thing comes in and locks into place, understand that what's happened is that I have voluntarily restricted my choice in order to have a certain experience. You see, it's no good me halfway around that ride saying, oh, I want to be on the roundabout or the corkscrew. All right? If I said to somebody next to me, oh, I don't like being here, can I go on the roundabout? They'd go, you're nuts. You're on Nemesis. Get on with this ride. You know, as much as you think you might want to be over there, you're here. And you made the choice. You made the choice. You made the choice to voluntarily put those constraints upon you to follow one single path of experience and to have that experience and deal with it. And so I went round it again. And I went round it again. And again, and again, and again. I went around 12 times, I think roughly 12. And you know what? By the 12th time, I was in ecstasy with this. I was going, woohoo! Not only was I letting it all in, I had no resistance.
No, exactly.
And it was ecstasy. It was bliss.
Yes.
Yes.
It was the same ride.
Yes.
Yes.
What changed was me.
Your journey
The way
through that
I played it, the journey through it. That's what changed.
Yes, I know what
It was no good me there playing victim and saying, oh, I don't like the ride, it's too frightening, it's too challenging. I changed. And I allowed it in a different way. And I allowed the fullness of that in. And talk about juice. I mean, whoa, what an experience. It was brilliant. I could feel it now. It was so live, it was so vibrant.
What a powerful thing to show yourself.
What an amazing thing. And then you know what the weird thing is? If it's so good, you'd think I'd stay on it all day, wouldn't you? But
you got there.
I kind of done it. I kind of done it. And I would have still been in bliss again if I wanted to go on to the next one. Weird.
Like marriage, really.
So I love this because this is such a vivid expression of what it means to have free will, where within free will you voluntarily choose to put constraints upon yourself. Isn't it not true that we have constraints in appearance in our reality? I mean, if I jump up, I go down, I can't keep floating up. Now, I'm sure I could do, I know I can do in a dream, but I've put a constraint on that says every time you go up, you go down. That's just one of them. We have lots of them. We don't even know what half the constraints are. It's like coming into a game of chess without being told the rules. No, you can't do that. Oh, you can do that if you like, but you're going to get taken. Whoa, where did that come from? Oh, didn't you know the rules? No, no one explained them to me. You don't know what half the rules are. But you do, you have set yourself constraints. Now, probably, each and every one of those constraints is up for it, up for change, if you wanted to. But I didn't want to take the thing off and get on the roundabout. Actually, even though halfway around I really did. You know, like being halfway up Everest, you think, oh God, I wish I was in front of my cosy fire. I made the choice. I play out the ride. And I benefit from it. Right? And it's no good playing victim, it's no good whinging about it, getting on and playing it for all it's worth, doing it. Maybe this idea of reincarnation is like the Nemesis, where you keep going back and back and back and learning and learning and learning, but each time it's your own choice. It's not imposed upon you. You make that choice. Your freedom, your free will to put on these constraints. So there you are. That's how you can have freedom within constraint. Because those constraints were freely chosen. Cool. Yeah.
Absolutely.
And the experience of them is what helps you release them and get embrace more.
Move on to the next one. In the end, I let go of all those constraints by choosing another ride.
Exactly.
A different set of constraints, a different set of rules, a different...
Yes, absolutely.
So You know what? I have to admit that at every stage of that Nemesis story, as terrifying as it was, as much as halfway around I would have wanted to push an emergency stop button just to go off, I loved it.
Yeah, and you're glad that you went the whole
Yes,
hog. Yeah.
and I'm glad I went the whole hog, and it was my choice. And with all compassion for the terrible suffering that we do endure, the idea that there could actually be one part of us that is actually okay with it, that is actually enjoying at some level the experience of what the terrible things that we may be enduring is, I find, of great comfort. And it's not to put down the suffering. It's very, very real. I was very, very scared. You know, and if I was sitting next to somebody on that ride, I wouldn't say to them, "Oh, you shouldn't be so scared. You should just, you know, you should be like me. I'm on round 12, scream with delight," because I know that I couldn't do that.
No.
For me, on round 2, it was enough just to let it in.
Yes.
So what would you do sitting next to somebody who's on round 2 when you're on round 12? You wouldn't tell them in the wrong place that they should be feeling like you.
No,
What would you do?
No, because that's not their experience,
No.
is it?
What would you do then? Ignore them or what?
Just be there. I don't
Be
think
there
I'd do
for them?
anything, yeah.
Okay.
If they asked you,
Well, what would you say? Say, help me, what do I do? This is terrifying. What would you say?
relax, enjoy it. I know how you felt. I felt like that.
Yes?
Yeah.
Relax into it, enjoy
I
it.
felt like that on my
When
second
I was
time.
on stage 2, I just let the experience in.
Yeah.
I let go of the resistance. That worked for me.
Yeah.
You may like to try that too.
Or maybe you'd like to try something else.
Yes, but
It's
not.
kind of being very freeing.
And you'll come to the point where you will enjoy it,
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
if you want to.
If you want
Yes.
to, absolutely. If you want to.
And this is my point over and over again, and I just bang on about this one, but there is validity at stage 2. In other words,
It's
to make that
important, yes.
experience valid, you don't have to say, don't worry, at stage 5 you'll be starting to enjoy it, and by stage 2 you'll be loving it like me. Actually, even at stage 2, there is total validity of that experience.
Yeah.
The fear, the terror, the awareness, the rush is all actually for me as valid as number 12 where I'm screaming in ecstasy. See, I can't make that distinction anymore to say one's right and one's wrong. And I feel there is a danger of actually, of us, our own selves, judging
Someone
ourselves,
else's.
even somebody else's position,
exactly.
as being not whole, as
Yes,
being not
yes,
complete.
exactly.
You're not there yet.
No.
You should be where I am.
Yeah.
And don't we all do that when we
Yeah.
have some great revelation? We want everyone to know the same thing.
Yeah, exactly, and it's not.
It's
I
not.
mean, like someone else's number 2 won't be exactly the same as your number
No,
2.
exactly.
Right? They'll have a totally different
Yes, so
experience.
you
So
don't
how
know.
can you judge?
You
what-
can't.
No, exactly.
Well, unless
And
you
if
want
you
to...
fit a safety button in, it actually takes out the validity of the experience.
does.
The total experience.
having a safety button
you still
that
have a
changes...
choice. You can still press that if you
Yeah,
want to.
absolutely,
It's
No, but,
you know.
but we don't have a safety button.
Yeah.
no,
This
exactly.
is the point.
No.
Having a safety button in there does change the nature of experience.
Yes.
There may be other aspects of us that do have safety buttons. Oh, I'm out of here. But not this one.
No.
As
that
we
one,
experience
that
it
one
now.
Is you go on the ride.
Yes,
Yeah.
we're in it, we're on it, we're loving it even if we hate it sometimes, even if it just seems the... And so when you see someone suffering, or when you see yourself suffering, you can have at the same time this incredible compassion
Yes.
for where they are,
Yes.
as well as an understanding and a recognition,
It's
an open heart
but
of the
it's still not
validity
your
of that.
experience.
It's not your experience, but you
It's
can
theirs.
nevertheless play a role in their
Yes.
world, because they're in your world,
Yes, no, I get you.
to help and support them in an appropriate way,
Yeah.
but not an imposing way, not
No.
in a judgmental way.
Absolutely.
See what I mean?
Yes, that's why.
So I love Nemesis. It's a very, very powerful
It's a really
metaphor
good story, yes.
for how we are playing
Yes.
out our reality
Yes.
together.
Yes.
So this is all part of this vibrantly awesome, complete universe unto ourselves. When viewed from this point of view, this entire universe sitting in us changes just about everything. For instance, one example, what does it mean to have a location anymore? Because I may move all around my universe, but actually I never change position because my universe is moving through me. So it changes literally everything, the way we see things. And this idea is not, in a sense, so much completely new. It's just I don't think it's ever been quite completed before. For instance, one of the great philosophers called Bishop Berkeley, and he has something called idealism. He's an idealist, which is very similar to what we're talking about here, except it didn't actually join us all together as the same one being as the middle. It kind of like referred to God as the one that creates the experience for us, as again some independent being. So it didn't quite work. And there's a very famous refutation by supposedly Dr. Samuel Johnson was talking to Bishop Berkeley, and he kicked a heavy stone and exclaimed, "I refute it thus." as if that somehow proved that kicking yourself with a stone and hurting yourself refuted the whole thing. But actually in Bishop Berkeley's universe, he's got a whole universe in which to do that, to play that anywhere in light. And if he wishes to refute it by kicking a stone, that's entirely, sorry, same with Johnson, it's entirely his choice to do that.
Yeah.
And Bishop Berkeley didn't quite have the completeness of putting it all together to be able to explain it to Dr. Sherman Johnson in the way that we have now. So allowing that thought, that you thought, you always assumed, you were always told that you were part of this awesome universe in all of its incredible manifestational glory, was already pretty amazing. But to think now that not
It's
only
your own.
is it your own for you, that you created it for you, that you've got the creative power to put it in place and hold it in place, to explore yourself, and to do it with everyone else around you too, who's doing it corresponding for theirs, is so overwhelmingly awesome that it's very hard to hold that in place. That's why we have to open our heart to that,
Yes.
as well as our minds to that, and this is why this works so
Yeah.
well together. So again, now we're going to move in to the love side to balance it out again with number 4.
Absolutely. I'm so excited about this. Again, another level. We can. It's very interesting for us, John, isn't it? Because we actually did Spanda many years ago.
Yeah, the first
yes.
version of this was
Yeah.
called Spanda Days.
Yes.
Because my first impulse, you know, I said I sort of had a vision. The first impulse, before it all sort of coalesced into this whole what's now Amiga, was of this creative spasm in consciousness that actually creates our universe. And in Sanskrit or 𝐋𝐢𝐯𝐲𝐬𝐶 𝐓𝐡𝐞 or that sort of area of the world, this word spanda is used to describe the dynamic aspect of consciousness, and it's sometimes called the creative throb of the universe. And it's got this lovely energy behind the word spanda. It's like an explosive force, isn't it?
Absolutely. And in the Love Part 4, which we call the rush or Spanda, when you really, really, really let your universe in, it's no longer just a passive sort of feeling. You actually feel the jolt, the ecstatic moment
Energy.
as you release your hold on your reality
Yeah, I can feel
and,
something
and,
happening
and
to me now.
feel it. And
It's like spun
very
out of you. It's like
Spun out of you, yeah. Spanda, spun out,
absolutely.
exploding out,
Ah.
expansion out.
Yes.
So it's a neat word, actually, and there's nothing else in the language that comes anywhere near the power of this, which is why we've kept that foreign, if you like, word. But I think it's
Yes.
actually probably a core word. It has been said that Sanskrit words actually emanate from our own
Yeah,
being.
I feel that they vibrate at what you're trying to say.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Yes. So this really is a section of the love we've included into love because of its amazing energetic aspects, rather than just being a purely intellectual understanding. It's really how we create our universe around us. It's the actual mechanism behind that. So there is some thinking behind
Yeah.
it, but it's essentially an experiential thing. So in this section we want to use these ideas we introduce you to gently take you into an experience of that spanda at some level. And it may be the merest glimpse, or you may get the complete, whoa!
We just feel very privileged to be able to share this with you. That you, I mean, I'm totally awed by that you're actually creating something out of your being, like that cushion or a pen or a hard solid object, and we're going to slow the process down so you can actually experience that moment of creation.
Because we do,
Yes.
self-evidently as we've discussed, have this capacity to objectify our universe
Yeah.
into objects, form, time, distance, space, seemingly around us, seemingly outside of us. But we also know that it's actually only an image that's been pushed out
Yes.
to make it feel like
Yeah.
there's a caravan out there
Yes.
on that screen, to make it feel like we're out here on your screen, that you're out there on my screen, that the rug is here, that the teepee is there. And we know, reminding ourselves, that all that's happening is we're taking a pattern of dots, which we can call light, if want of a better word. It's not external physical light, it's like a light of our own consciousness, our own
Yes.
being, and taking that form and coalescing it into the sense of an object, and pushing it out as if separate from us, holding it out there, and then letting go and in fact collapsing it back in. And in fact, it takes energy to push it out there.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it takes energy to hold it there. In a
Yeah.
sense, it can be quite
Yeah.
exhausting. Yet that energy, actually, when we key into it,
Yeah.
is the thrill, the rush of our own being.
Yeah.
And so if we slow it down and watch it, you may just glimpse into the whoa as it comes in and the whoa as it collapses back. Because it's quite an energetic burst that pushes it out.
Yes. And I just want to remind you that don't try to make this happen. You're doing it all the
No, I
time.
know,
The
yeah.
more you relax, in
Yeah.
fact, chill out with it, and you will notice it happening. Yes. It's amazing. It's
So-
the magic of our own being.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
It is. This is
Yeah.
the deep miracle of the ability of intangible, ephemeral consciousness. What is that? No one can put a word or a finger on what that is. We just know we are existing, that there's awareness, and the ability for that to coalesce into the idea of an object is truly awesome. And it is an energetic process,
Excuse
and
me.
it's the source of our ecstasy, our love, and all the juice and so forth. So being in touch with it is great. And it's what pushes your entire universe out from you, because your universe is really, in a sense, nothing more than the sense of a very, very large space that you exist in. The idea of Venus or an Andromeda galaxy is nothing other than an image in your mind. It could be a little dot of light that you are projecting out as being very, very distant. So distant you can't even put your hand out to touch it. Long, long way away. Ooh, very, very long way away. And yet it's all happening inside a formless dimensional space called your own consciousness. Remember back at the wisdom, what I see dreams out of me. Whether or not Venus is really out there or not is irrelevant. Your ability to project the idea of Venus out within your own being is what we're talking about here. And it is
Yes.
totally awesome. It was never outside of you when you
Yes.
push Venus out there.
Yeah.
When you let it back in, you're
Yeah.
only, it's like an elastic band. You hold it out and let it back in. It never went
Yes.
outside of you.
Yes.
It was
No.
only ever in your own consciousness.
Absolutely. And my ET friends have actually, you know, they've known this for a long time, because they say they don't actually space travel. The ones that I communicate with don't space travel as such. They just shift their point of reference, exactly, their point of view, and so it's like they shift their frequency and they end up where they want to be.
Yes, I can understand that.
It's the most
yes.
efficient way to travel.
Yes.
Can you explain what ET means to you for our friends, and so that we know where you're coming from? Because you've just introduced that one very quickly.
Oh, absolutely. You know, it's well, in essence, it's another aspect of me,
Yeah.
and I've chosen to interact with them because it's my
ET
joy.
being
Extraterrestrial, other dimensional, and I'm not necessarily talking about what most people would associate as with the Greys.
or men from Mars with arrows on their head.
Absolutely. In fact, the ones, yeah, but they I've been in a relationship with many different ones. There's like vast, just like there's many different types of people. There's many different types of other dimensional
So you
beings.
feel you've been in communication with other beings that some people might actually call extraterrestrial
That's
because
true.
they're not from Earth, as it were.
Yeah, and some of them don't even have a physicality.
So they
Some
may
of
be
them-
extra dimensional as well,
Yeah.
actually living in what we might call other dimensions.
Absolutely, some of them don't have a physical
And yet you
body.
have a communication with them.
Yeah.
And you're able to do that.
Absolutely.
Well, that's how could you possibly do that across time and space when they're the same one being as you from different points of view? Oh, I think I answered my own
know.
question.
Yeah, absolutely.
Your imagination.
Well, yeah, your imagination's your gate, but
No, I know what you're saying. It's just you've opened yourself up
Up to-
to experiencing that.
More
Because
It's
good.
been very powerful for my path. It may not be everybody else's, but it was my agenda to have that experience.
I've
To open
experienced it
yourself
as well.
to the galactic side of
Yeah,
yourself.
me
Galactic,
too, yeah.
absolutely.
Side of yourself.
Or even other dimensional, which may not
Yeah.
be galactic in our
No.
terms. It could be simply other dimensional.
Yes,
And
like the angelic realm, where
Sure, and-
the fairy realm.
and of course we can all be very
felt that as
nervous about
Yeah.
saying, oh, what are you doing introducing all these other realms?
Yes.
But I would return back to the idea that even the scientists do state, and I have it on record, BBC, The Horizon, parallel realities, okay? All possible realities must exist for this one to exist.
Yes.
Exactly.
That means that there can be universes beyond our comprehension, with
Yes,
different laws of
yes,
physics and nature that we can't
yes,
even comprehend.
infinite, yeah.
Some which are so amorphous they can't coalesce into the
Yeah.
idea of planets and so forth, and some which are so similar to ours, there's probably another version of you there holding your cup of tea in a different way.
Yes.
That is already emanating from science, and it stops because it stops short of the idea that the observer comes first.
Yeah.
But the truth is coming out nevertheless. So the idea of actually contacting other beings, other dimensions, which can seem from our limited point of view like, oh come on, actually from the point of view of Mini-Me Maxi-Me is like, well, how did we lose contact in the first place?
Absolutely,
Yeah, totally.
absolutely. It can be a great source of inspiration in your own life.
Yes,
if you bring
yes.
the information
Yes,
through,
exactly.
and if it works
It's-
for you
it
and
has been for me,
enhances your
yes.
life,
Yeah.
And in
You know,
fact, it
it's-
can be said that really
Yeah.
all information is available to us if we just allow
yeah,
It to be that way.
to be that way. I mean,
Yeah.
if you take Mini-Me Adam, if Mini-Me
Yes.
Adam says, well, I don't know anything, why should I know what Eve's doing at the moment?
yeah.
She's on the other side of the island. Well, yeah, from one point of view, but from another point of view, she's you.
Yes.
You're on the other side of the island playing out Eve. So, again, as I said in the video, it's not so much the miracle you can know what Eve's doing, it's the miracle is you don't know that you actually got this ability to partition and forget what
Yes,
you're doing.
Yes.
So yes, of course we have access, because it's all from our own being, to all realities and dimensions.
Yes.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's appropriate for us to bring some of that in.
Yes.
And, you know, you've had some very interesting experiences doing that, haven't you? And I must say
Absolutely.
some very valuable information. And I must say, at times, some very supportive information to the whole Amiga shift. So
Absolutely.
I thank you for that.
Thank you guys from another aspect of
Yes.
me.
Well, it was
Absolutely.
Yeah.
you sharing with me about crop circles
Yes.
that I had, the experience that I had
Yeah.
with an extraterrestrial in the circle
Yes.
talking to me and
Yeah.
saying absorb the energy that connected me with my passion for dance.
Yes.
You got your voice, your
I got
song.
my voice
I got
for
my
it.
dance.
And I remember
Just found
one...
more of you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like, oh, but the energy was just like something I'd never experienced before. And that aspect of me came in and said, just breathe, breathe. And I was like, whoa, and I knew I was safe. It's very nurturing. And then, woof, I put my music on, I was dancing in the sun.
I remember one time, May, I think you were having a kind of conversation with your extra-dimensional friends, let's say, other aspects of your being.
Yes.
And I think you said something like, could we have, like, you know, physical contact, because I really want to have more contact with you.
Yes.
And if I remember
I
rightly,
say.
they actually said, well, not really yet, because at the moment you would tend to deify us,
Yes, yes.
like make us gods.
Yes.
When actually they said it very explicitly.
Yes.
We're just you from another point of view.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah? We're no different.
Yes, that
Yes.
makes
Yes.
sense now.
We
doesn't
learn
it?
from
Yeah.
you, you learn from us.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, they're just different,
Absolutely,
playing
that's
out
what the
different
show says,
roles,
yes.
all
Yeah.
from this one
Yes.
very equal place.
Yes.
Yes.
Naturally, you don't even need us.
No,
Yes.
no.
Yeah.
Although
It's a choice,
But
it's just a choice,
It's
isn't
right.
it?
I don't
Yes.
need you to be here, but
No.
trust me, I'm enjoying you.
So,
doing
more
it.
because you
Yeah.
are.
And,
Yeah.
and
It's
so I,
sharing, isn't it?
yes,
It is. Yeah, it is.
It's
Very
a
much.
sharing, and your
Yeah.
imagination is infinite. You know, you can
Yeah.
have what you like, when you like, whatever.
Yes.
If you know, in the way that you really want it.
If it enriches your
With-
life, there can't be anything wrong with
within,
it.
we're going to go into
Within
this.
your own,
Guides within
Yeah.
your own purpose,
Yes.
within what you
Yes.
truly want, and we'll come back to
Yeah.
that.
truly.
So I just thought I'd
Absolutely.
just clarify that, because that's quite a new idea for many
It
people.
is, yes.
But actually, from the point of view of Mini-Me Maxi-Me, it's
It's
just a
simple.
very easy idea,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
And very appropriate sometimes. So,
Yeah.
where were we? Because you were talking to your ET friends, weren't
Oh
you?
yeah, it's this idea of they don't actually physically travel to somewhere. They
Sure.
just shift their point of view.
They shift their point of view. Yeah, they,
What was the other thing was you saying about your names for ET? How do you define ET? Do you
Because there's many varieties, as you can imagine. I mean, other dimensional, other than human. That I would say, in human form.
I think broadly
Yeah.
you could say that, yeah,
Yeah.
okay, we're not the only ones in our idea of the universe.
No.
This is we're massively populated with other mini-me's, if you
Yes.
like, that have
Yes.
other types of
Yes.
groupings
Yes.
and forms and so forth. But at the same time,
Yeah.
there are many other, let's say, dimensions of existence or reality
Yes.
forms that don't quite connect with how we see our reality,
Yes.
although they may bridge over from time to time, and all of which has its validity. Sometimes it can be said that if you raise your vibration, which sounds a
Yes.
bit hokey, but that's actually nothing more, as we'll see, than bringing in more love, bringing in more joy.
Yes.
You know, we are on a buzz, we're on a roll when we go in that place, and actually you then bring yourself into another vibratory level that allows you to perceive, you
Things
give
you
yourself
couldn't
permission
see.
to perceive things you couldn't see when you were
before,
denser
Yes.
and more solid.
Yes.
Yes.
So that could then be described as having a higher dimensional experience, which is
Yeah.
actually only opening your senses up
Yeah.
to a wider perception.
Yeah, this is what.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're becoming more open sensory rather than extrasensory.
Yeah. So if you became totally open to that, then you'd be having the full maxi-me experience, and it would be overwhelming in a way that you probably wouldn't want to have now, because it would interrupt the flow of your own particular path. So we make ourselves open to things that are appropriate to us, and as we seem to have joined a reality that appears to be raising its frequency generally, that appears to be transiting generally, that appears to be preparing, if you like, for a much broader range of perceptual awareness and interaction with even other types of beings, then it all makes sense that we're becoming more open to it. In fact, this whole shift that we're talking about makes sense. In fact, one of the channel guides or communications that we talked to has basically said, you can't actually make that shift. And the way it was put there was that until you recognize and live in the awareness that the world you previously thought you lived in lives in you. Because that's where we come
That's
from.
the shift.
That's
Yeah,
the
that
higher
is the
dimensional,
shift.
that's the higher vibrational awareness.
Yes.
And so this
Yeah.
Omega is very much part and parcel of allowing ourselves to raise our awareness
Yep.
and to sit in that place where we recognize that,
Yes.
you know, not just our world, our body, our brain, if you like, our mind, everything lives in us.
Yes.
Just as it does in a dream.
Yes.
See, it's
Yeah.
not such a funny concept, really, because
No.
we do it every night in our dreams. Dreams are a big giveaway. We're
Including
very familiar with it.
other dimensionalities live inside us.
Everything
Yes.
lives inside you.
And there's no need to be afraid of that, because you'll only allow in what
Yeah.
you want to experience, what
Yes.
you've chosen,
Yes.
that's going to suit your life,
Yes.
your agenda.
Yes.
So it's all beautiful and all
Yeah.
perfect.
Yes.
So we'll come back to
Yeah.
Spanda.
Yeah.
Okay, but it's all part of Spanda, but let's
It is
get on the
fun.
focus
Yeah.
here. Now,
Yeah.
so there is a sequence actually to creation, and we were just touching on it there. And that sequence first, if you think about Maxime creating the idea of chess or the island, the sequence is first of all just me, and then there's the idea, chess. And then there's the idea of mini me, and then there's the idea of, ooh, I'm mini me white. There's a chessboard, and then suddenly you're in the game. So there's a kind of sequence to that. And this sequence is often referred to in many literatures and scriptures from the East particularly, and Chinese and so forth. And the sequence is like you start off with pure being, sometimes that's called Paramashiva, or I like to say pure me, sir. It's just the pure me, as opposed to pure I, just being me. And only out of that pure me, being Maxime, does the sense of I and some kind of creation come out. So the distinction between I and that starts very early on, and then from that you start to come into the idea of form, object, creation, universe. Now what is omitted in all of these, as far as I can tell, and if anyone can show me otherwise, I'd love to see it, is that it is always put across in such a way as if the creation, I, that creation, and then you. But what's omitted is the idea that in fact it's the other way around. It started with me, then you get you in different me's, and then the creation happens within the me.
Yes.
That is the big switch.
Yes.
That's the big Santa secret, okay? Then this unfolding of reality happens at a very, very personal level, not at a cosmic level which you form part. It's at an individual personal level in your own private personal universe.
Yes.
So it's basically, John, it's mist, water, ice, but you start from mist, spirit, if you want to call it that. But
Yes,
or me, if you want to call it that.
Well,
Maxi-me.
but what I'm saying is, whichever metaphor you use for that unfolding, it's always, you can keep the same metaphor,
Yeah.
but recognise it's happening at an individual personal level rather than at a cosmic level which you form part.
Yes.
And it's such a simple switch,
Yes,
and yet it's all the difference.
Yes.
And really, we can't believe that we
How
are so
simple it is.
great that we could do that.
Yes.
And yeah, that is what we're doing. And so that this validates, if you like, all those different approaches by putting the final polish on top that says, oh, that's how it works.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a very advanced system that I was introduced to when I went to India called Kashmir Shaivism, which is probably the purest and closest to this. And it does talk about these ideas, and it has levels of unfolding and levels of limitation called 𝐋𝐢𝐯𝐞 and so forth. But I've never once been able to find the point where it says this is all individual, because it always sounds like it's cosmic, it always sounds like it's grand, it's all absolute.
Yeah.
And then somehow we, what's called Purushas or individuals, fit within that. It's never really explained that the entire creation, which is called Prakriti, happens within the Purusha, within the individual, within your reality.
Yeah.
In other words, it's always coming from the universal.
Yes, down to the individual.
Instead of the individual to
Individual,
the universal.
Exactly,
Yeah,
to
exactly.
the multi-universal, the individual universe. Now that's such a simple switch. You've got to think, why hasn't it been mentioned before, at least explored before?
Yeah.
No.
You see, what I find suspicious about this whole thing is like no one even mentioned to you the possibility that Santa might be your father when you were a kid.
No.
Why didn't they do that? Well, it wasn't time to know.
No.
The fact that this simple switch of perspective, as far as I can tell, has never been mentioned in anything popular. I mean, maybe someone's whispered it into someone's ear, I can't tell. But in popular writing, in generally available scripture, it's never been mentioned. I find very suspicious, because it's an obvious one to at least consider.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah?
it's weird, isn't it?
Why isn't it being considered?
Yeah.
Well, again, back to timing, you know, we didn't want to
Yeah.
know then. It's such an easy misdirection, such an easy trick that once you get it, it all falls into place.
But John, can I ask a question here?
Yeah.
Energetically, for
Yeah.
want of a better word.
Yes.
Okay. Energetically, as a being, call it evolves if you want to.
Yeah.
We know they've never evolved. There's always been the one. We're talking about the personal me. The personal me wouldn't be in a position to grab, or seemingly wouldn't be in a position to grab what you're saying until energetically
They were ready.
they were ready. Their body was ready.
I agree.
Yeah, absolutely.
In other words, the heart was totally open, or the chakras were totally open, the inner was the outer, the outer was the inner. Then they're energetically ready to hear.
Yes.
Actually, this spins out of me.
Yes, yes.
And I
agree.
I just wanted to make that point.
No, I
because
agree.
You were talking about it
Totally.
earlier. and all
Yeah,
that,
yeah.
And that's back to the timing and the whole raising of consciousness and so forth, because in actual fact, the ability for us to solidify these things into physicality is so much like ice.
Absolutely.
You really cannot get into that as you until you start to melt it, which is equivalent
which is
of
what we-
raising
where we
your own
started, really,
awareness.
wasn't it? Yes.
And coming back to mist again.
Yes,
Coming back to mist, yes, but don't forget there is this big piece of water in between
Yes.
to play in,
Yes.
to splash in,
Yes.
between solid and
Yes.
pure spirit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
And I think sometimes there is a mistake of saying, well, let's just go straight to pure spirit. And it must even step out of that. Whereas in fact, that is a fluid substance that you've crystallized down with this Spanda principle we're doing now.
Yeah.
And by returning ourselves back into that, we can play in its creation before actually just stepping out and going off and playing some other game as Maxi did.
yeah.
In fact, that's more like what it's about.
Yeah.
I'd just like to say one thing. I'm listening to Bashar, which you sent me a lot of, and,
Yeah.
and I've loved listening to him. And he's always on about the idea. And I mean, I always thought I got it, but I really get it. And you know, he suggests, or my experience of him is that he suggests that we've chosen to forget so that we can remember. What an awesome thing to
Sure,
experience.
of course. But
Because this is what I mean.
Totally.
To get back in touch with this, it's like,
know.
it's just amazing.
But
And
isn't
I
it-
really get what he says now.
isn't that like Adam and Eve on the island when they lose themselves
yes,
into it?
with the
Deliberately,
mango. Yes.
deliberately to play out that role,
Yes.
and they eat that mango together
Yes,
again
it's
and
like,
watch the
whoa.
sunset, and it all starts coming back.
Yeah.
Oh my God, Eve, what have we done?
But it's
Don't
never
you
without the
remember?
experience of everybody.
No?
You
Exactly.
know.
Well, at least some people to begin with,
Yeah.
maybe everybody in the
Yeah.
end.
Well,
And that-
yeah.
And that's what we're doing now,
Yes.
and that's awesome.
Yeah, absolutely.
Again,
I
thank you.
really feel that.
Thank you for
really.
being here and
Yes.
sharing that new
Yeah.
Amiga, for want of a better
Awareness.
word, and I like the word
Yeah.
Amiga space together,
Yes.
of a return.
you.
And of course, don't forget, it's the returning that's the joy and the value, not the place you're going to.
No.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And if we do think in terms of infinite, there is another dimension that we haven't spoken about yet, which is our own eternality. See, first we said, well, we could do infinite minimes. Then we said we could do infinite depth.
Yes.
But don't forget that I also then am part of that infinity. Then maybe I exist for infinity. There was
Yes.
never a time when I didn't exist.
No.
Time in inverted commas,
Yes.
because that occurs within,
Yeah.
and there
Yes.
never will be a time when I don't exist.
Yes.
No.
Therefore, I am eternal.
Yes.
I actually feel that.
Sure.
Yes, but
I
I do
honestly
too.
don't think I'll ever die.
No.
I can't see
Well,
myself
yeah,
in a coffin.
yeah, I get
and
you.
I also feel
yeah,
that
I
I'm
do.
growing
I really
younger
do.
than rather than aging.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's,
Yes,
that's constricting to
Yeah.
have that
It is.
cut off.
In fact, it
How
can be
How
said.
can it? It doesn't make
Yeah.
sense.
It can be said that a child
Yes.
is born with that awareness of eternality, and that when that child receives within its own reality, of course, but it's our shared space, the idea
Yeah.
that it's not eternal.
Yes.
Oh, you'll die, you'll cease existing if you do
Yes.
that. There's a rebellion that happens in the child that sets up a very
Yes.
deep-rooted anger of resentment.
Yes.
That's not me.
Yes.
And it actually sets up this tension in the whole of their life.
Yeah.
It says, this is not who I am.
Yeah.
No.
And that's
Yes,
why when you
absolutely.
get back to Omega that says you are all this, there's this, yes, there's this recognition. I always knew that.
Yeah.
And I covered it with so many layers of my own choice
Yes.
in order to enjoy the process of returning.
Yes.
Now, if we are on this, if you like, infinite line, I never stopped and I never got there, I'll never get there, I'm
Yeah.
always where I am. And you ask the question, well,
Yeah.
how far advanced are you on that
Yes.
line? Are you doing well? Are you almost there? Are you almost
Yes,
not there?
Bashar says
You can,
this,
you
doesn't he?
can
Yes.
answer this by saying, well, actually, if you are on an infinite line,
Then you're
and
right.
you have infinity behind you, and you have infinity in front of you,
Yes.
you are always by definition halfway.
Yes.
So stop trying to get somewhere else.
Exactly.
You're never gonna
enjoy
get
the
anywhere.
Journey. Yeah.
Always enjoy where you
Yes.
are and be aware of where
Yes.
you are and work
Yes.
from there, because this whole idea of displacing yourself into some future place where you've got there is a myth.
Actually, you'll start to experience loss of energy. I mean, physically,
Yes.
because you're actually you're separating yourself.
Yes.
So you're going to lose energy. We'll go into more detail about
Yes.
that, but I'm actually beginning to experience that physically. If
Yes.
I think of the future now, I lose energy.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
It's
like,
almost like,
oh,
like a
yeah,
vacuum.
yeah, yeah.
But immediately I remember
Yeah.
and then make awareness and say, oh yes, it's all here in this moment.
yes.
You're
And I just
preempting
want to.
yourself.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's weakening. Isn't it?
Yeah,
Yes.
it is. I think you become more aware of that
Yeah.
as you have this.
As you open
awareness.
up, yes.
Yeah.
The more you
yeah.
open up, the more you become aware. The more you
And
see
more
the jolt
sensitive.
as you change your
Yeah.
position back to the old
Yeah,
way.
you do. You become more sensitive to all the changes in a way because
Totally.
you're more open.
So let's go back to where we
Yeah.
started, which is this idea that there's this I and this
Yeah.
that principle occurring in creation. Well, that means it's occurring in us.
Yes.
And we're going to tune into what's occurring with us. And if you just for a moment tune into the idea of waking up, and just remember a time when you woke up quite slowly. I don't know if you ever had this, when you kind of like woke up and it was all in slow motion. You wondered where you were, wondered what was going on. You may have even wondered who you were. You ever had that experience? Well, just sort of just take yourself back into that space for a moment. I know I've sometimes had it like on a train where, you know, normally if I'm asleep, I'm in a bed, but everything's different. I'm all confused and it all goes into sort of slow motion. And the first sense you get is this sense of, as you wake up, a sense of just beingness. There's no question that you're me. You know, I'm just me. But there's no distinction in there either. You're just in this place of existence. And then you start to think, well, hang on, I am something. I am somebody. I don't know who I am, but I am something, somebody. And you start to get a sense that you are a person, and that maybe you have a name, and that you, oh yes, of course I'm me, I'm John, or whatever, and that then you are somewhere. Oh, I'm jolting around. What's that? Oh, and then it coalesces into the idea of, oh, I'm in a train. And then suddenly everything just falls into place. And suddenly you know where you are, you know who you are. Oh, I'm John, I'm sitting in a chair, I fell asleep in the train. But there was this sequence to it of coalescing into form, into idea of who I am, where I am, and what's around me. And if you like, that's a mini little taster into that whole creative process that's very grandly called the creative process of the Atman, or the infinite self, or the absolute, or the all that is. And it's actually just a very, very familiar process that we do. You see, the all that is, the Atman, can't do that process outside of you, because you are that Atman doing that process. The process happens through the individual. The individual doesn't participate or partake of that process. So waking up is a little taster of that process in action.
God, I feel like I'm going to burst out my body.
And what we find is that wave of coalescing into form and object around you and who you are is actually a vibrant, radiant, ecstatic, energetic pulse of your own being, a wave of your own being, your own consciousness. It's the essential essence of that one being that we are, creating the idea of living on an island, of playing chess, or living on this plane of existence we call our Earth. It radiates out from our own heart, our common core center, the one being that we are, in, if you like, almost glittering spangles of bubbly light and love. Spirati is the name in Spanda for that glittering essence. Spirati or spandana, like particles of dancing gossamer threads weaving together in a tapestry of our essence, crystallizing exquisitely for each one of us into the form, the solidity, an expanse of our own private projected universe. So that we, that is you and I, can share this experience right now together. This idea of an unfolding of reality from what's like a compressed space of consciousness without dimension is a little bit like a fan unfolding. A fan closed up seems to occupy no space. When it unfolds, the pleats open up and becomes complete as it unfolds into one big fan. We may even have a picture on it of a nice Chinese lady with an umbrella. And that was all held in that closed fan, but when it opened up, it appeared. It's enfolded in itself when it's closed, and it's unfolded when it's open. And we are that fan, and it's opening and closing between us. And what we'd like to do now is tune more into that creative process and almost slow it down so we can really appreciate that fine art of creation that we do and the energetic impulse that is Spanda. And to do this, we're going to have a little kind of meditation, and it will involve eyes open as well as eyes closed, but we'll stay with eyes closed for a while.
So I want to stay with
And what I'd like to say is that this creative process of projecting out our entire universe and then collapsing it back into ourselves is actually happening all the time. You know, on a film, when it's running at 25 frames per second, or 24, there's actually just individual frames, and the shutter goes down and closes that frame off. A new frame comes in place, the shutter goes up, the light shines through of a new frame on that film. And we see them all going, and that creates a reality for us, doesn't it? Of course, what's actually happening is that that reality is coming in and out of existence all the time. And if you slow a film down and put it in slow motion, you can see each frame come up, hold in place in that light for a moment, and then disappear back into the darkness again, because we put it into slow motion. So one of the ways of accessing Spanda is to play with ways of slowing your creation down, that refresh, if you like, of your putting it out there, bringing it back, so that you can become aware of that projection, holding, and then coming back into dissolution, back into your own being again. Thereby not just enjoy the film, but also the creative process that's allowing the film to be projected in the first place. Now, you're with me on that one? Okay, great. Now, there are many ways of doing this, and many meditations allow this to happen without being quite explicit as to what's going on. We're going to introduce just one of them now, which is actually to watch the creative process on the breath. Sometimes you can say it will always be there between two thoughts, and one of the meditations popular is to watch the space between two thoughts. And I quite like the breath, because personally I find that the easiest. And I want you to think of your breath as a rolling wave, like a wave on an ocean, or a sine wave if you're technical, where your breath rolls in and rolls out. Rolls in and rolls out. So just be aware of your breath rolling in as you breathe in, and rolling out as you breathe out. And notice that the form of the breath is to actually slow down as you get to the bottom of the out breath, or slow down as you get to the top of the in breath. And then you go over the top or under the bottom of that wave, you slow down to what's almost really a stop as your breathing stops for a moment. Like when you throw a ball in the air, it goes up, stops, and then comes down. So it is with your breathing. If you take the idea of breathing in, for example, you breathe in, there's lots of movement there, you breathe in, lots of movement, and you come to the top of the breath, it all slows down until right at the top of the breath, it stops, actually, for an instance, and then starts moving again as the breath goes out. So if we breathe in, and out, as we go over the top of the breath, or you can do it under the bottom of the breath, it's the same. Notice how everything slows down for a moment, becomes still for a moment, and then starts moving again as we breathe out. So this time as we breathe in, notice how we're going to breathe in a little bit slower to help slow the process down. As you come in, come to the top, reach the top of the breath, pause for a second there and let it come out. And again, breathe in. See if you can notice that point of stillness between the breath, at the top or the bottom. Okay, I'm going to assume that you're all with me to some degree on this now. What I'd like you to do is to hold some thought. What you should do really is to do this exercise once you've identified that still point between the breaths, as you just float into it, stop and float out of it. That's the still point between the breaths. At that still point, because there is no movement, there is no spanda, there is no expansion, there is no energy, nothing exists in the still point. It is a place of pure being. The existence, as we call it, the creation, the reality, can only occur on the in and out breath. So what we're going to do is notice how when we go through that still point, everything kind of like starts to become ephemeral and almost disappear, and then come back into our awareness again as we start going over the top of the breath and into breathing out again. So if we access the still point, there's only you there at that point. The pure me is existing at that point. So just allow yourself to have that feeling of the pure me in that still point. So as we breathe in, allow the still point to reach there, it's pure me, and then of course we come out and there's being again, there's existence. And to help this even further, we're going to hold an idea in our mind. It could be an object, a person, a universe, anything that you're comfortable with holding an idea in your mind with. It could be this lovely bunch of flowers that you can remember seeing pulsating before. You hold the image of a bunch of flowers, let's say, whatever it is for you, in your mind as you breathe. Bunch of flowers, bunch of flowers, bunch of flowers. And then for a moment that bunch of flowers actually disappears at the still point and then comes back into your awareness again as you start breathing out. So hold bunch of flowers or whatever it is in your awareness, breathe in. And if you're lucky, you may have noticed that the bunch of flowers really wasn't there anymore at that still point, just as the breath went over the top or underneath the bottom. The bunch of flowers almost disappeared out of existence for a moment. And then came back into existence as the breath regained its momentum, regained its energy, regained its movement. So allow yourself to do that again. Allow yourself to breathe in or out, it's okay. Holding a bunch of flowers or whatever you're doing. Hold it really vividly in your awareness. Lovely, beautiful, colourful, fragrant bunch of flowers. And allow yourself to breathe in and slow it down even more. Rolling over the top, the bunch of flowers disappears. And as you come over the top, the bunch of flowers reappears. in your awareness, which is the only place it can be. Now that's an interesting exercise to do with your eyes closed. It's even more interesting when you do it with your eyes open. Because from the point of view of awareness, there is no difference between what you perceive with your eyes closed and eyes open. It's all on the same screen. It's just that the very physicality of it is so much more physical, hard, solid, separate, dense, not you, when you open your eyes, with a dodgy knee now. Let's take this bunch here. When you hold your eyes and you see something that appears to be right in front of you, allow yourself to look at the bunch of flowers there. It sits there, doesn't it? It's out there. It's different. Would you not agree? We have that experience. Now, any still point that you can access will allow that to simply merge back into you for a moment during the still point, and we're playing with the breath as a means of doing that. So just as you did it in your mind and imagination now, just now.
In the centre there, John.
Yeah? In the centre here?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Alright. Let's do it with that bunch of flowers now with eyes open meditation. You've heard of eyes open samadhi probably. Well, this is kind of what we're doing now. What I want you to do is notice how good you are at making that bunch of flowers physical, hard, solid, out there. Even though it's very delicate petals, it's still solid, form, physical, object, out there, separate. And our consciousness has the ability to hold all that in awareness as an object outside of you. So really allow yourself to feel the sense of objectification within your own awareness. You know that that experience is happening within you, and you experience it as being an object outside of you.
What is incredible, well, it's not incredible, but is when I don't breathe, the whole thing goes to a vibration, goes to light almost.
Exactly.
Yes.
When I do breathe, it has more form and colour.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly. And in fact, the fact that you could even say it goes into vibration means you haven't quite stopped breathing. So allow yourself to go through the whole process of going into form and vibration and then physically disappearing at the still point and then coming almost immediately straight back into existence again. You may not catch the still point, don't worry. In a sense it's hard to catch, but in a sense it can be easy too.
At the still point, it totally disappears.
Disappears.
Yes.
Because
Totally.
existence happens on this energetic impulse. If you slow the impulse down to nothing, there is no movement upon which to create the idea of object, of Spanda.
It doesn't disappear for me.
That's okay. Actually what's happening is it is disappearing, but you're not aware of it disappearing. Okay. So,
It's so beautiful, I don't want it to.
now that's a very interesting point. It's
I'm
so
really
beautiful.
enjoying the
Ah,
Create it.
so
I
is
don't
the
want it to
allure.
disappear.
So
Yeah.
is the allure of our created world around us. It's a very
It's so beautiful.
beautiful place. Why would you want to destroy it?
Absolutely.
Okay. Now, what
I
we're
was thinking,
doing
I don't
is,
want it to go.
what we're doing is a very good point you're making here. We're not trying to destroy it. And in fact, there are many poor paths. How about that? It's a poor path, which will in some ways encourage you to disappear it and yourself completely. Now this is the equivalent of saying, I'm out of here, I'm going to be maxing me again. But we don't want to do that. We actually want to enjoy the experience. And what we're saying is that if you key into the creative impulse that's creating your reality, this is the pulse of your own vibration. This is the ecstasy itself that you're looking for. The ecstasy itself is riding on the wave of your own creation. Now the reason we're playing with allowing it to disappear is not because we actually want it to disappear, it's because we're actually going to be looking at and observing the process of disappearance and reappearance in order to key into our own creative impulse, which we're calling Spanda. So what I would say is, don't be hard on yourself. It's something you can play with over time at any time, and we'll extend it in a minute. But just for now, allow yourself to at least get the sense of it having a little bit less form and solidity as your breath goes over the top. Yeah? And a little bit more form and solidity as you breathe, and a little bit less form and solidity as you go underneath the breath, and a little bit more. And allow yourself to meditate on that for a moment or two, and allow yourself to extend the slow part of the top and bottom of the breath to feel even more of it, to the point where it may even start to vibrate or become less formed, to the point where it may even simply lose its form for a moment.
That's exactly,
I'm actually stopping breathing, John. It feels like I've stopped breathing, and I'm just not. I feel such reverence towards the flowers. So almost like awe.
Awe.
Yeah, I'm feeling awe. And
Well,
I'm
they
like,
are, yes, an awesome creation.
Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. The colour.
but when you realise you're creating it,
And you get the experience of that to some degree at these still points, like between the breath. And then somehow the awesomeness of it is even more powerful because you're actually keying into your own energy that is creating it, because you've slowed the film down enough to observe the sequence of coming in and coming out of your reality.
yes.
so the samadhi is the still point where everything disappears. Then they talk about a higher state than samadhi, don't they? Is it nika, nirka, whatever, and so many names for it.
No, it's not.
Well, I don't really mind
No,
what we
it's
call
not
it.
there, yeah.
What I'm
Awesome.
what I'm saying is that the process of bringing
The idea of what they're talking about.
the process of bringing that bunch of flowers into existence, because don't forget, this is actually what's happening, is as much as you love the flowers and you don't want to disappear, you did bring them into existence in the first place. And so slowing our process down to watch that process allows us to key into the energetic impulse to a degree, and it can take time to do this, and we're going to have a meditation in a minute that allows us to go even more deeply. I want to at least introduce the mechanics of it now, so you know what you're looking for.
Yes,
See what I mean?
okay, because I get the idea of what you're saying.
That's okay.
Yeah.
And
Well,
some people go straight into it, and some people will understand it but not go into the experience.
Yeah.
If you think of it, if you think of it, Teresa, maybe as suddenly the still point is the canvas
Yes?
that is totally blank and has got nothing
Yes.
on it, and then the painter is the breath
Yes? Good.
that puts things on the canvas
And pushes it out
and
into
pushes it out into
this
creation,
very
or
rich canvas.
Rich canvas.
Yes, exactly.
But when you come back to the samadhi or the still point,
Yeah.
it totally disappears as the canvas.
Yes.
Even the canvas disappears.
And then I start to
Yeah.
paint.
Now, what we're saying is that process of painting
Yeah.
as a process of your own being is a wonderful process to key into, even to get the tiniest glimpse of. Because if you got the full hit now, you'd probably explode, because it is so awesome. Yes?
Totally.
Because don't forget, it's not just creating the flowers, it's creating your entire universe.
yeah.
So this is the creative impulse or throb of your universe, the universe from your point of view. And it is an awesome power.
Yeah.
And we will not allow ourselves to experience the fullness of it straight away. We'll work up to it.
Yeah.
Because to behold the fullness of it is to be in a very high ecstatic state.
Yeah.
So what we'll do now is is to extend the idea a little bit further and then have a meditation. Because the whole idea of objectification becomes even stronger when you physically hold something in your hands and look at it right in front of you. So what we want to do is all hold an object. Something hard, like a pen, or anything you can hold. So let's,
Piece of jewellery.
anything you can hold.
Yeah, you're trying.
Just an inane object like a
Or a
pen or a
glass.
remote control you've got there is good, or a watch.
Or hold
Yeah.
my bangles.
Here's a pen. If you'd like to have a pen, you can use one.
I'm going to
Just
do
an inane object. You okay with that? All right. I want we just repeat now the same exercise. Holding an object.
Yes.
Maggie's got a glass.
Yeah.
And as you hold it and feel it, you feel its physicality. Now, And if,
Eyes open, John.
if you want to make a noise and just
Yeah,
take the top
that's
off or
powerful,
whatever,
isn't it?
because you've got auditory, feeling now as well as visual. The previous exercise, very visual exercise, okay? And of course we all have different modes that we pick up on. So by holding it, you've got touch, you've got vision, okay? You may even have a smell
I've got
That is-
taste.
or a taste, and maybe a noise if you tap on it. Whatever works for you. And notice how solid it is, how physical it is, how different it is from you, how out there it is from you. And now allow ourselves just a very short time, and then we'll go into a meditation, to do the same exercise of breathing it in and out of you. Because you are actually breathing that object in and out of you. So allow yourself to breathe in and out, and watch the very physicality of it start to at least dissolve the slightest bit
Yes.
as you go over the top of the breath. Do it for a few breaths now, and allow the breath to slow even more over the top and bottom, and just watch.
Oh, yeah. Bloody hell, half of it's gone.
And if you're getting the experience of it going, I want you to now watch it coming back into, it's like plopping into reality. It goes plop, yes?
So,
And key in to the energetic impulse that you are, that is you plopping into your own reality out there. That's the Spanda. So do that for a few moments and watch it come in and out, and if you can, key into the energy that you are that's creating that form. It's the energy that creates form.
you can see how
Whoa!
yeah.
Oh, I felt that go through my whole body then.
Yes, well done.
Oh,
Oh, right the way from there to there.
Very good.
And that just went.
It's interesting how anyway I am addicted to the bliss of the stillness,
Mm-hmm.
which is
Mm-hmm.
I'm really addicted to that.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, I want to stay there when I get the still point,
Mm-hmm.
and it all disappears.
Mm-hmm.
It's amazing how addicted that can be.
Well, the
Yeah.
still point is a point of bliss.
Yeah,
Bliss is undifferentiated pure beingness.
absolutely.
Love is bliss in relationship.
Yeah,
So you can love the pen as you because you become in relationship
Yeah.
with it, which is your own creation. So that point of bliss has an even greater depth from one point of view, not to invalidate the bliss in any way,
yeah,
has an even greater depth when you go in relationship with it as your own creation.
absolutely.
Hmm. And then you can love your bracelet, your pen, your watch. As you,
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah,
I
that's
really
powerful.
do, yeah. No, I get that. I mean, I always have
Jeez.
loved this anyway, but wow.
and what I like to do now is allow Maggie to take us deeper into that
Yes.
experience, holding your object, using sounds and tones to help us open even
Yes.
more to this place of still point and the place either side. Because not only is the pen being created as you start breathing, it's also dissolving back into you, which is also an energetic pulse as you move into that still point. Okay.
yeah, I think that'll be fine.
Is his eyes open or closed?
Whatever, but please at some
Yeah.
point have your eyes open to look at, to
Yeah.
allow the object as well as the internal objects as the external object. The external object is the hardest because it's the hardest physical. So do it with your own flow there.
Keep an eye on the camera, John, as well.
Allow yourself to drop all the barriers between you and that object. And enjoy the breathing. Enjoy the sensation of movement. Of in and out. And notice what happens when you start to dissolve totally the barrier between you and your object. Notice what happens when you expand your heart. When you open all of your being. breath and you are becoming as one, as one. Your reality is dissolving. You are dissolving. Notice that as you allow yourself to become more translucent, more fluid, without any effort, the object of your attention mirrors that. Allow your reality to flow into you. It's a bit like breathing in reverse. Allow everything to come into you. You're not projecting. You are falling. Falling, you're allowing it to come back into you. Merging with you, melting. What happens when you allow yourself to melt? Melt with the object of your attention. You're not doing anything to it. It is not separate from you. The molecules of dancing light are you and it. Can you even experience the hardness anymore? As you allow your heart to open into love, you feel your own self. Spinning your world up from your center like cones of light, spinning around you, spinning out you. In ever expanding circles, and back again, and back again. And as you allow yourself to love, to open your heart, open the whole of your being to the object of your attention. Notice and feel what happens. Distinction dissolves, and then as you focus, everything comes back into form again. What a wonderful creation. And allow yourself to come back to center. You may open your eyes when you're ready. If not already.
What I was finding with this is that it would disappear and then I'd come back and it would change and it would be a road or it would be a desert or something like that. Is that, you know, and I thought, yeah,
Yes.
it was many, it could be anything. It was
Yes.
like, it wasn't a bracelet anymore, it became roads,
Well,
desert. I can still see it now, desert.
we did say that
Yeah.
reality is very fluid until you
Yes.
objectify it and solidify it into
Because
form.
I was interfering with it, my thoughts, you
Yes.
see, and I thought, well, I'm just going to let this
Well,
go.
well, hang on a minute, hang on. What's happening here is you're putting primacy of the object over your perception. If you start off with you first, and then perception, then object, the only reason you can hold that object of a bracelet in form as a consistent thing that doesn't change its shape is because of the power of your consciousness to go from that very fluid state to that very solid state and hold it in place. And we're very good at doing that. Otherwise we couldn't operate in this type of reality.
Yeah, right.
As you move in and out of that place, and of course you're actually moving into that interim, more fluid place, where of course it's going to change shape and form, because you haven't imposed yourself upon your creation yet.
Yeah, that's what I just thought I'd go with the flow of it.
That's right.
Yeah.
So the flow is, first of all, formless, then more form, it could be roads, deserts, flowers, whatever, until it solidifies into complete form,
Which was the bracelet.
which is then the bracelet. So the fact that the bracelet appears to change its form is actually the wrong way around. It's the fact that you've managed to take your formless, moving consciousness and create a single form. That's the miracle.
Yeah,
Yes.
absolutely.
Very clever.
Did anyone experience? I experienced it inversing, almost like the glass I was holding became absolutely gigantic, and I became really, really small.
That's happened to me before.
Well, that's what happened
Anything,
with the roads because it became a
Doesn't
place.
surprise me, Maggie.
anything can happen in this formless space.
I lost myself. I actually went into the bracelet.
Yes,
Yes.
exactly.
Yeah, and I
Yes.
became the bracelet.
Yeah.
And you went into the glass, Maggie.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
did.
and the glass became you, and
Yeah,
you became.
Yes.
This is a very different place to
Yeah,
play in.
Yes.
And what we'd like to do is to take this space with us into our break. And when we come back, we're going to extend that space into not just these objects, but these objects, people.
Yeah.
And then feel not just the love and the connection with the object, but with the person.
Yeah. I'm
Okay?
already in love with
And we can
you
already
anyway.
do that over our break. Yes?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Oh, thank you. That was lovely.
Okay, well, welcome back from our break. We had an interesting meditation on Spanda, and I felt that you glimpsed some of it. Some of that, where's the distinction between my object is coming out of me, coming back into me, maybe a little bit of the rush as that happens, certainly getting the feeling of it's losing some of its solidity for a moment and coming back into form, yeah? And you may have even, I think, trees at one point, you had the, oh my God, rush of like,
Yeah.
whoa, it's just come in, it's come back, is that right?
Yes.
Cool, well, the next step, what if we were to do the same thing with somebody else? Looking in their eyes as the object of our attention. That's pretty awesome. It's also pretty scary, because people are the scariest thing. If you like, the window into the soul is actually a window into our own truth, our own being, and so we feel very exposed and vulnerable. And so this exercise, we're going to do 2 exercises next. The first is to prep you for the next exercise. The first exercise is a model using technology. Isn't technology great? It allows us to do these incredible things. It's a technological model of how reality works, of mini-me, maxi-me experience. This is completely original, as I think probably most of this stuff is. Never seen anything like this before. And yet when you go into this experience yourself, and we certainly recommend, this is worth setting up for those who watch the DVD, and we'll explain different ways we can do that. It's quite a remarkable experience. And the only way I can describe it is to actually set up and do it for you.
Okay.
All right? So we'll take the first 2 volunteers. Maybe you two, you're sitting there.
We
So
both seem to know that.
Brian and Teresa, what I'd like you to do is just to sit on these 2 cushions for me, please.
Okay.
And you can choose whichever one you sit on, doesn't matter.
Okay.
Thank you.
That one if you like.
Okay.
Ugh.
Facing the TV.
Yep. Ugh.
Okay.
Okay. Oh gosh. Yeah.
Now, what I'd like to do for our audience as well is to explain what's actually going on here. So, what we actually have, I need to explain what we have set up, okay?
Lovely back.
Now, it's an odd situation, but it'll all become clear as you see it in action. Let me explain the setup that we have here. Starting on this side, we have a TV camera and a TV. But this camera is not connected to this TV. This camera is connected to this TV over here. So that's why on this screen we can see a picture of Brian, who's sitting here in the middle.
It feels like you're over my head when you do
Now, so here's Brian. His picture is being taken by the camera over on our left and being shown on this TV over here. Conversely, of course, we have another camera here which is taking a picture of Teresa, but that picture is not being displayed on her screen. That picture is being displayed on Brian's screen over here. So the effect of this is that Brian can see Teresa on his screen, and Teresa can see Brian on her screen. Fair enough so far?
Yeah.
All right.
And I can see Mark.
Now, but what we're going to do now is we're going to put a little barrier. We're going to put a little...
It's confused who he is
Now,
now.
Brian, we're going to put a little barrier between the 2.
Oh wow.
Wow.
So now all you get to see... I'll
It's
just put it a bit
just
further.
that,
That's
yeah,
it. Okay. All
absolutely.
you get to see is
Teresa.
I
Teresa.
see Brian.
So all Brian can see is Teresa, and all Teresa can see is Brian.
Yeah.
Okay? Now, I would like you, Brian, to give Teresa a little wave. Just wave to Teresa.
Hi, Teresa.
Okay, let's just see Brian waving on the other TV screen there. So this is what Teresa can see. Okay. So Teresa, what you see Brian waving at, yeah? So Teresa, could you give Brian a little wave back?
Hi Brian.
Hiya.
Hiya.
Yeah, good.
So Brian, could you ask Teresa how she's doing?
How are you doing, Teresa?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
I'm doing fine. Good. Good.
So Teresa, could you hold up a certain number of fingers? Choose any number. Okay, Brian, how many fingers is she holding up?
3.
How do you know that?
Because I can see she's holding it.
Oh, okay, fine. All right. So,
Glad it wasn't 2.
I know, I did think about that, Brian. But
yes,
I
I know, we
thought,
did wonder. We trusted you there, Teresa. So,
no, I wouldn't do
Brian, I'd like to ask you a question.
Yes.
Where's Teresa?
On my screen.
Okay, so just point to her, will you? Great, okay. So now, Teresa, I'd like to ask you the same question. Can you see Brian?
Yeah,
Where is he?
on my screen.
Okay. Now, I want to ask you another question. Teresa, are you sure Brian is on your screen?
I'm looking at him.
You're
on
looking
my
at Brian,
screen.
so Brian is on your screen?
No, he's not on my screen,
Oh, but
but
you-
I'm looking at him.
Oh,
He's
but you
behind
just...
me.
Okay. So he's behind you?
Yeah.
Okay. Brian, where's Teresa?
Teresa is behind me.
She's behind you, but you just said you were looking at her on the screen.
She's behind me.
You said she was in front of you just now. Make your mind up, my friend. Where is Teresa?
She's behind me.
She's behind you. Okay, so you've got no contact with Teresa at all, apart from
Only on
behind
the
you.
back, Yeah.
All right. But surely you can see Teresa over there. And Teresa, surely you can see Brian
Actually,
over
I
there.
can feel myself going into Brian.
Ah, right.
Yeah.
Now, Teresa, can you not see Brian over there? But you can feel him. Your backs
Yeah,
are touching. It's very important. You can feel each other through your backs, which are touching. Yes? So you can both feel Brian's back. You know he's behind you. But you can relate to Brian in a visual sense by looking at him on the screen. Brian, the same for you. You can connect with Teresa by recognizing you can feel. Like if you just wiggle your back, you can feel each other's backs, can't you?
Quite good fun.
Yeah? But you can visually connect with a picture of Teresa on your screen.
Yes.
Okay, now is any of this familiar? What are we doing this for?
To see that there's no difference between me and Teresa.
Yeah.
Well, there is some difference, isn't there?
Yeah, she's got longer hair.
You're not looking at yourself, are you, there? You're looking at a picture of Teresa.
Absolutely.
Teresa, you're looking at a picture of Brian. Isn't this a little bit like Adam and Eve? Pretend for a moment, Brian, you're Adam, and Teresa, pretend for a moment you're like Eve. And pretend for a moment, if you will, that I am 𝐋𝐢𝐯𝐞. You see, I've got the unique advantage here of being able to see both your view, Teresa, and if I spin my head, I see your view, Brian.
Yeah.
So at the moment, I'm playing being Brian. I can see Teresa. Let's say I'm playing Adam. I can see Eve.
Yeah.
Now I'm playing being Eve. I can see Adam.
Yeah.
And if I step back, I can see both
Yeah.
at the same time. But you can't do that because if you're me playing Eve, Teresa, you only get to see Adam.
Yes.
And similarly, Brian, for you,
Yeah.
you only get to see Eve.
Yeah.
And yet, if we just allow for a moment we're all the same one being,
Yeah.
then all three perspectives are being held at once.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes, Adam sees Eve sees Adam, and 𝐋𝐢𝐯𝐶
Sees all.
sees it all,
Yeah.
has the overview. But I feel a little bit removed from it, I have to say. I feel you're the ones that are having experience. You get to wave at each other. Wave again. Yeah, you get to wave at each other. I don't get to do that. I just kind of like, as an impartial observer, notice what's going on. You two can have an interaction, can't you?
Yeah.
Now, you could quite happily communicate all day with each other, couldn't you? You could discuss things, you could make plans, talk to each other. You've got a good communication going on here, haven't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
After a while, would it be true to say that you would start, as you did at the beginning, forget that Brian is here behind you and start to think that Brian's over there on the screen? The more you talk to the screen, the more you start to think Brian is over there. And the more
Yeah.
you talk to the screen, the more you think
Yeah.
Teresa's over there, correct?
Yeah.
So if you were to now carry on a conversation and even carry on a life together, you really would start to think you're looking at Teresa.
Yeah.
And you're looking at Brian. That's how you first answered the question. I said, where's Teresa? You said over there, and Brian's over there. When you thought about it, you thought, well, hang on a minute. If I go back within myself, I can feel Brian behind me as me, if you like. We're connected. We're connected right at our center, right at our heart. Now do you see, can you feel the parallel between this technological experience where you see another on a screen, yet feel them close to you in your own, behind your own being,
Yeah.
and the idea of mini-me, 𝐋𝐢𝐯𝐶 creating a mini-me, two mini-me experiences. So this is a kind of unique experience, isn't it? That you're talking and conversing to each other through screens.
Yeah.
So let me ask you again now. I'll ask you both, and you can both answer in your own time. Brian, where is Teresa? Teresa, where is Brian?
Brian is behind me.
Inside of me.
Okay. Behind and inside, we take to mean more or less the same thing, okay? Now, but it is also true to say that you can see Teresa there, can't you? So there is a sense in which she's there too. So is it not true to say that there's kind of two Teresas? There's a Teresa you get a picture of,
Yeah.
and there's the real Teresa, which is you on the inside.
Yeah.
And Teresa, there's the picture of Brian, and the real Brian, which is you on the inside. So you get to have this kind of dual thing. Now, supposing you wanted to really look in Brian's eyes, so if you can both look in the cameras for a moment. Oh no, you can't do that, sorry.
Look into the,
You imagine looking into each other's eyes,
Yeah.
and like falling in love and merging in oneness.
We can't really look at each other's eyes.
Yeah, I
'Cause
know.
to me, Brian is looking
He's
down.
just imagine he's looking in your eyes, because the cameras aren't quite aligned,
Funny
okay?
to
I'm
me.
feeling rejected. Oh, isn't that funny? I'm not though. I've been looking straight at you.
I know,
there
it's just,
you go, you're looking down and
it's
I'm
just the
No, we're not. We're looking at each other.
Just-
but,
Yeah.
You'd have to look at the cameras, and then you wouldn't be able to look at.
No,
each
you've
other.
got to,
exactly.
you've got
No,
to,
yeah.
looking at the camera.
Yeah,
you've just
okay.
got to pretend
And
you
then I'm
look,
not looking.
Yeah, I know
No, no,
exactly,
no.
so you can't see each other.
Okay, listen to me.
Isn't
You've
that
got to look at
funny
the TV screens and pretend you really are looking at each other's eyes. So just let go of the focus a bit and just think we're looking at each other. I'd like you to imagine really connecting, allowing the connection between each other to occur, as if like you were falling in love or really deeply connecting.
Whoa,
And
you're
notice
changing.
what's happening is that you're feeling a connection both with the image on the screen coming back into you and through your backs,
Whoa.
the fact you're the same one being.
Hold on.
So to merge with Teresa, to be with Teresa, to really be with Brian Teresa, you allow this picture of Brian to come into you and the feeling that you are Brian, connected with Brian as your soul, your being, your Maxime, to also come into you. Because in a sense, there really are two Brians and there are two Teresas, even though one's an image and the other is your true self.
Can you give us 30 seconds, John, just to go into this?
Yeah,
No, I'm sorry, just that
yeah, go
so
into it.
powerful.
It's a very powerful experience.
No laughing.
No, I'm not. I'm smiling because I can really feel it.
Now what you should be feeling is the connection both on your back and with the image.
Yeah.
Because
The
both
image
are...
is changing though. Brian's
That's
changing.
what I was saying to John.
Yeah.
Go
Go on
30
then.
seconds. It's just that
Go
it's
on.
so powerful.
Full,
that-
that you're changing. He's changing shape. Well, not shape.
yeah.
I won't talk for 30 seconds, just hold both the feeling of being touching your backs and the image as being the same being in your awareness.
Whoa.
Can you describe what you're feeling?
I lose it. But the face is changing totally.
Yeah, yeah. And
Just-
I've got my heart's going. I can feel the connection.
Yeah, describe the connection.
Oh, it's here and sort of all here. Well, it's all the way through actually.
Mhm.
All the way through my body anyway, my torso.
And your being.
Yeah.
The whole being is resonating with the connection by allowing yourself to recognise that
But
you're...
it's nice to go with it. It's not something I've done
Yes,
before.
it's nice.
Mm.
Isn't it a good feeling to allow the connection?
It's almost like you're melting into one another.
Mm. And if you just close your eyes for a moment and try to achieve the same connection, now you can only feel each other on your backs.
Yeah.
You haven't got the visual connection to go with it.
That's more empowering when you've got both.
So it's actually more empowering when you've got both. Isn't that interesting? So an open-eyed connection serves you in making your inner connection, if you like.
Yes, the outer and the inner.
I know this has been done 1,000 times before, Teresa, but I see different lives. I see your face changing into different people. And
Yes, that's what I saw with you.
Women and men. And
Yes, yeah,
whatever.
yeah. I know you.
Yeah.
Okay, now what I'm going to do is ask you to just move out a little bit so I can push this between you a bit more, okay? Now you don't have the connection with your back,
Right.
okay? So now this is like Adam and Eve getting really into their eye and forgetting they're the same one being.
Yeah, okay, I
Okay.
get that. There is a difference.
So the only connection you've got now is with the picture,
Yeah.
okay? So now try to go into the picture and connect with just the picture.
I've still got the awareness in my back, so yeah.
Okay, well now I want you to forget that,
Okay.
okay? I want you to try to connect with that person by going into the picture only,
Oh, he's changing again.
okay? By, in other words, pushing yourself out there to the picture, trying to go across the gap between you and the TV to get into them out there. Now, is there a difference between the ease with which you connect when you're only trying to do it through the screen? Is it easier, more difficult, or the same?
No, it's
It's
harder,
harder.
definitely.
Okay, put your backs together again. You feel the connection?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's the Maxi-Me connection, the soul connection, the we are the same me
That's
connection.
nice actually,
with
because you
the-
feel the warmth now as well.
We're the same one being connection that we are. So when you want to connect with somebody on your screen who's not actually out there, you in a way now have had a little experience of what to do, haven't you? What are you going to do now when you look in someone's eyes? You're going to connect with them both
Internally,
and
externally.
as the screen image, because both go together. Because now if you close your eyes and don't look at the screen, and you've only got the back, you can feel the connection, can't you?
Yeah.
But it's again a different type of connection without the image.
But you've still got the memory of the image.
Oh, well, okay, let the memory go.
I know what everything's going
Such as your imagination, it's so powerful. Now you have reduced the dimensionality of that connection. It's still there, but you've reduced the dimensionality a bit. Open your eyes, say hi to each other.
Hi.
Say I love you.
I love you.
And just for the last moment, hold that connection of screen and back as one. And as 𝐋𝐢𝐯𝐚, I'm getting to enjoy both. This is great. Thank you.
I really feel it now.
Thank you.
Brian?
Thank you so much for that lovely exercise.
Absolutely.
Any last
Whoa.
any last comments?
I
Going
just
into
feel
you
really
and-
good.
You feel good?
Yeah.
Good.
My heart's going whoa.
Boom diddy boom diddy boom diddy boom diddy boom diddy boom diddy boom boom boom.
Oh, goodness gracious.
My
I
goodness
couldn't have
gracious
done
me.
that last time.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we just need to give Mark a quick exercise there.
Yeah.
Now, okay, so we're going to do this quickly if we may, but I wanted to give Mark the opportunity to experience it anyway, okay?
That's lovely.
So, Mark, say hello to Maggie.
Hi Maggie.
Hi, Mark.
So you're looking at each other, seeing each other on the screens, okay?
Yeah.
So, Mark, you might let's play along here a bit, but where's Maggie? Just where's Maggie?
There she is.
Okay, good. Maggie, where's Mark?
Oh God.
Play along.
Sorry, it just feels.
Go on,
inside
play
me.
along, play along. Where's
Sorry,
Mark?
It's behind me, but and then also inside me.
Oh, so he's not on the screen at all.
Well, I'm really feeling that stronger.
Okay. Okay. But do you not feel also, when you look at Mark on the screen, does that not reinforce your connection with him? You get to see him as well as feel him?
Absolutely.
Good,
Feeling
good.
stronger. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
And Mark, as you look at Maggie on the screen, but you also feel her on your back as well,
Yeah.
Yeah.
can you feel that there's these two Maggies? The image of her out there, which does create a connection,
Yes.
and the physicality of you actually touching, which is the metaphor for being the same one me, where you feel the soul connection, if you like. You pull the two together and allow yourself to sort of look at it. Now look at the screen. It's not directly in the eyes, but imagine it is directly in the eyes. Allow yourself to merge with each other, both screen and body. So now you're looking at each other
Yes.
and you're feeling the connection.
Yeah.
So now, so if I say to you now, Mark, where's Maggie?
Well, yes, she is behind me, definitely.
And
And in front.
and in front. Isn't this weird? That the same one being is in two places, as it were.
Yeah.
Out there on my screen and in there is me. And can you feel both?
Yes, okay.
You can feel the connection, can't you? And you can feel it in her image too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you just move forward slightly, so you lose connection on the inside, okay? You're still connecting with Maggie. Maggie, you're still connecting with Mark. Allow that connection.
It feels awful now.
Yeah,
But no,
Yeah.
no, well, don't
Yeah.
prejudge it. Allow yourself to look at Mark and
Yeah.
merge on the outside, because you can merge that way too. You can feel the connection there as
yeah,
well.
yeah,
Yeah.
It's not the same though.
Not quite the same. Okay, now reconnect together your backs.
So it's more orgasmic.
Okay,
And you're connected
Alright.
visually and-
now close your eyes and just concentrate on the inner connection. The inner connection. Now, do you feel connected?
Yes.
Well, of course you do. And now open your eyes and enjoy the joint connection of both the image, being Maggie and Mark, and the inner connection, being the same one me that we both are. And as 𝐋𝐢𝐯𝐚, I'm enjoying both, because I get to see both, which is awesome. It's great. And how are you feeling about that, Mark?
That's great. Yeah, it's very connected.
You're feeling very connected.
Yeah.
And Maggie?
It's just
It's weird,
one
so-
thrill after another, actually. Yeah, absolutely. Multi-orgasm.
So, okay,
Yeah.
go into this and just literally fall in love. Fall in love with the image and the connection. Just allow yourself to flow into it right now. And notice how it's both the image that you connect with, as out there, yet of course it's not out there, and the inner connection. Cool?
I'm finding I want to mirror Mark's
Yeah,
expression.
Yeah.
It's a different
Wherever he
relationship
does, I'm
there.
wanting to mirror
I know.
back to him. That's
Isn't it like
interesting.
looking in a mirror
Yeah, I'm
and then you're
copying
reflecting
Yes,
it back?
yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Yes?
Yeah, I want to copy his every
Mm.
smile or every nuance. Yeah.
Waving at each other. So you could talk and connect and plan your plan your adventures on the island like this perfectly happily, couldn't you?
Yes,
By
you
looking
could.
at something that's not Mark, that image, although it represents Mark, and connecting in soul, you get this wonderful connection. And this is what we want to explore next, is to apply this metaphor with our reality by looking in each other's eyes in exactly the way we're going to do it now. So Mark, you'll be looking in Maggie's eyes directly, but the situation, I want to remind you, is exactly the same as this. That even though you see Maggie out there, you're going to be feeling her in your heart, and the same with Teresa and Brian, okay? Any other thoughts before we close on that? You want to share? You don't want to?
What are you feeling there?
There's a great connection, isn't there?
There's a great
Absolutely.
connection.
And that's all that's doing, is reminding ourselves of how this reality is working. By simply reminding ourselves, this is an Amiga reality. This is the same one being, if you like, seeing out 2 points of view and seeing each other in their respective realities. See, what I want to point out is that Mark has got no idea what's going on behind him. He can only guess what Maggie's seeing. Maggie has got no idea what's going on in Mark's universe. This is all Mark's universe.
Yes.
Okay? And this is all Maggie's universe.
Yes.
This is her private world.
Yes.
No one gets to see that, except of course me, and I'm
Yeah.
privileged. Because I'm Maxi-me. Yeah. And Mark, this is your private universe. Okay? And we're one step away from being all the same one me.
Yes.
Aren't we?
It's John, what
Yes.
you were saying outside earlier about
You just want
the
to stay
problem
there
with
all
just
day.
being Maxi-me. What were you saying outside?
The problem with just being Maxi-me is that I don't get to experience what Maggie and Mark are experiencing.
Yeah.
I've set it up, but I can only get to experience it by
observer.
becoming Maggie and looking in and becoming myself as Maggie and becoming myself as Mark. Now I know what it feels like.
Yeah.
Whereas out here, I'm a kind of observer detached from it.
In
Yes?
other words, you've become a recluse, you've got to the cave.
Well, that could happen, but as Maxi-me, I'm not even entertaining any reality at all. I've set the reality up within myself
Amazing.
Yeah.
To experience
to
it that
experience it, but as
I'm
Maxi-me,
naturally
I've set it up, but I'm not
everything you
experiencing it.
do.
Yeah.
Except I am experiencing it. I am experiencing as Mini-Me Mark and Mini-Me Maggie, because they are me. And so this metaphor breaks down in the sense that it looks like there's three of us. There's not. There's just the one.
Yeah.
And the most important part for me of the Amiga Shift video is where I ask Maggie, when you're Mini-Me White, who are you? And she says, me. When you're Mini-Me Black, who are you? Me. And when you're Maxi-Me planning to play chess, who are you? Me. It's all me, whichever way you look at it. It all revolves around me. And that is awesome. So I'd like to thank you guys.
Thank you.
And you've done well. Well done.
Yeah.
You enjoyed your connection.
Lovely.
Thank you for that.
We move away from it now and it kind of feels a little bit lonely.
Now-
It does
You know what I
actually.
mean?
Don't
Yeah.
want to let go,
And
do you?
Yeah.
The danger of just
lovely.
Oh, this
being
way around, actually.
Hang on. One at a time. One at a time. Brian, yeah?
the danger of just being the Maxi-me,
Yeah.
or the danger of just being the one consciousness,
Uh-huh.
or the danger of just being the one atomic light, if you want to put it that way.
Uh-huh.
What is that? Not the danger, but it's too strong
Okay.
a word. But
No, okay. Well, we mentioned this earlier, and the
That's
question
the
was, because Brian, you were saying, well, of course it's the one, isn't it?
Mm.
And I'm saying, what do you mean, the one? What does that mean? Because in the situation with Mini-Me and Maxi-Me, playing out this game, if you really were in solitary confinement, and you really did play out the idea of being Adam on your island and being Eve on your island, and as Adam you said, well, of course it's all the one, isn't it? I don't know what that means. What's the one?
Mm.
I mean, I'm just playing out an idea in my own awareness. So what is the one? There's not one island that sits between us. I have my universe, Eve has her universe. They're two independent universes or experiences of the island. The thing that's common, or one, if you like, and this is the bit that I've never really heard said before, is the fact that it's all me. That's what makes it one. It's not the island, or what the island's made of, or consciousness. It's the fact it's me. I'm playing it out. I am the whole. I am all of it. I am both Maxi-Me, Mini-Me Adam, Mini-Me Eve. I am the whole. And wherever I am within that fractal, it's always the same me. So it always comes down to me, which is the most empowering place to be, because anything other than me is to be disempowered to some other power. Whatever you call it, whether you call it your inner self, the spirit, the all that is, one consciousness, anything is an act of disempowerment. To say, well, whatever it is, it's very good, but it's not me. I mean, I might be part of it, but it's not me.
Yeah.
And it's coming into the me awareness that is fundamentally shifts the omega shift. And that is what makes it so awesome. Because from me, I can hold everything. You see, even in this situation, we can hold the idea that I'm both the image, the screen, I'm the individual, I'm the other person, I'm connecting with them, I'm Maxim, I can hold all of that. And you guys, you felt this connection, didn't you?
Yes.
You did feel it, didn't you?
Yeah,
Oh,
very
yeah.
much.
Now, may I just point out a little irony here for us.
Yeah.
Okay, and here is the irony. It took 2 cameras cross-wired to 2 TVs with a bit of cardboard to make you fall in love with each other.
Yeah.
What's that about?
So easy.
It was so easy, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Because you understood what was going on and you allowed it in.
Yeah.
Well, we now understand what's going on with our reality,
Yeah.
and we can allow it in without the support of the metaphors of the technology.
Yeah.
By looking in each other's eyes and remembering that we are recreating this experience. Because the person you're looking at, my friend, is on a screen in your mind.
Yeah.
And you are on my back,
Absolutely. Yeah.
in my heart,
Yeah.
as me.
Yeah.
So when I allow you in as an image to come into me, and you as the maxi me, the mini me Brian to come in at the same time,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
when we connect.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And that's when we fall into each other's being. And that's when we merge. Yes? And we go into that wonderful space together. And
Yes.
falling in love is to be, you see, when you
be
fall
one,
in
isn't
love,
it?
when you really go in love and you reach that peak, you go, ah, and the main connection is coming from within
That's
you.
why
Yeah.
you got the orgasm.
Yes, I do.
Yeah,
It's like natural, automatic.
It
Yeah,
is
it is.
an orgasmic type experience, is when you
Yeah.
let that rush of who you
Yes.
truly are in with another
Yeah.
person.
It goes through your whole body.
Yeah.
Yes, and
Yeah,
this
that's what
is
I
the
think.
really the
That's what I meant when I
highest
said that.
spiritual path, is this taking all this omega knowledge and applying it with others, allowing them in,
Yeah.
both as the image that they represent, which is a form of them,
Yeah.
and the being that is you that they represent, which is another form of you,
Yeah.
and it's all the same one me. To let it in the same way we did that now, by looking in each other's eyes and holding each other's hearts. We're going to do the same exercise now. We're going to do the same exercise as we did there,
But it's like the cardboard.
without the TV and the cardboard. But I want you to remember at all times, it's the same. And if it doesn't feel the same, you've got to remind yourself.
Yeah.
Why? Of course it's the same, because when I look at you, you are a screen on my, you are an image on my screen.
Yes.
And I love you as an image,
Yeah.
and I love you for the connection I feel for
Yeah.
that you are me from another point of
Yeah.
view too. So
Yeah.
you've got the two running side by side.
Yeah.
Again, this is quite unique and an awesome recognition of what it means to connect. I'm not trying to get out, this is the whole point here.
Yeah.
In this, we're not trying to get out and get into somebody else.
No.
We're not trying to connect
Yes.
across. You
Yes.
see, when you saw the image on the screen, you recognise that that was a representation of Brian or trees and not the actual person. So you couldn't get up and get into the screen to connect with them. You had to merge into your being and allow that screen to come into you
Yeah.
to get the full connection.
Yeah, I really relate to that.
So that's what we're going to
Yes,
do now as
yeah.
our next exercise.
Can
in
I
pairs.
ask a question? I mean, like when you fall, I mean, this is talking about love and the connection.
Uh-huh.
When you fall in love with
Uh-huh.
a being,
Uh-huh.
yeah, what's the difference? Because I mean, there is a slight. I know it's the same thing, but there's kind of something quite.
Well, you're
different
falling
there.
in love in the old frame of reference, but when that reaches its peak, it will be the same thing.
Absolutely.
But it won't be there for very long because the old frame will pull you back. That doesn't mean to say you can't be madly in love with someone, but you won't be in that peak while you've got the they're out there I'm trying to get to.
Yes, I understand.
And when it breaks,
yeah.
when the relationship starts to break down, there is a tendency to try to get out and get back into them.
Yeah.
And you forgot that you never did that in the first place.
No.
They fell into you,
Yes.
and you merged with them as the
Yes.
one being, you know.
Yeah, right.
We're at one. How do we do
Yes.
that?
That's why they call it falling in love.
Yes.
Yeah.
You really do. You let yourself fall.
Yeah.
Drop
Yeah,
the
into
barriers,
it. Yeah.
Yeah, melt into it.
Yeah.
And the danger with the
yes,
old Eastern
yes.
philosophy is, John,
Mm-hmm.
you're totally out of the human scene, for want of a better
Yes.
word. You're out of the game.
Mm-hmm.
You're joyless and reclusive,
Mm-hmm.
which is
Mhm.
fine. You might have a lot of peace,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
but there ain't nothing going on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you're actually trying
Yeah.
to say be Maggie and actually step up and get out of it and get it back up to here to be me, up this
Yeah,
place.
exactly.
And actually, you probably won't achieve it. The best to achieve is to recluse into your own space
Yeah.
thinking that's enlightenment, when actually it's just denial of the whole of who you are.
Yeah.
Both in terms of the connection with your own creation on the screen
Yes.
and the connection with your other aspects, which are the same one me.
And the word is, John, the whole of who you are.
The whole of who you are. Yeah.
In sort of scriptural passages, you could say, for want of a better word, finding your humanity within your divinity and your divinity within your humanity, and bringing the whole circle of life together.
Yeah, that would be one way of saying it. Absolutely.
Yeah.
And so long as that's not done as in any way as a reference to some third-party
Parties
entity,
that, yeah.
but that is me. I am humanity. I am divinity. I am the complete representation of the absolute.
Absolutely.
I am the whole fractal possibility, all in one instance,
yeah.
as the whole instance. And this is the way that I, as the divine, if you like, as the absolute, experience and exist at all.
So it's the ultimate affirmation.
It is the ultimate affirmation, yes.
I'd like
Totally.
to
Thank you,
add
John.
something about the love, actually, that for those people who have difficulty in, what would you say, embracing or letting themselves go,
Yeah.
actually, totally, being there myself, I find that that's beautiful in a way, because when you do let go from those things you're really afraid of or you feel disconnected from, you will actually feel it's like a rubber band.
You get pulled back again. Yeah.
You go, when you do let it go, it's really orgasmic, because and that's beautiful, because you will really feel the force, the energy that you've used to get yourself separate.
It's a very
So
good analogy.
never ever put yourself down. I mean, I know those that are listening to this will feel that, oh, but I can't allow myself to feel that. It will happen if that's, if you just allow it, don't
Yes,
try.
yes, yeah.
And when you do, by God, you're going to get a wonderful jolt back into that feeling, that orgasmic. The intention is going to be even more marked. Actually.
That's why the act
Yeah.
of making love
Yeah.
is obviously so powerful, because it's so intimate.
Yeah.
It's the joining of
Because
two
the-
people, isn't it?
Yeah.
The
Physically.
joining of
Yeah.
It is.
two
and-
people as one.
You're two parts of yourself.
Yes,
Absolutely.
that's what I was saying to you earlier on.
And
Yes.
notice that the
Yes.
joining is both physical and spiritual.
Yes.
It's both on the outside
So-
and,
and
the
on the
inside.
inside,
If
yes.
it's purely on the
Yes.
outside,
Yes.
it's meaningless. If it's purely on the inside, it's disconnected.
Yes.
And it's when those two come together,
Yes.
which is what you were doing on the screen. You were
Yes,
making
yes,
love on the screen.
yes.
You were coming together both
Yes.
physically and,
Yes.
for want of a better word, spiritually, as the me that I am,
Yes.
remembering my true nature.
Yes.
That completes the experience. And that's the
Yeah.
exercise we want to do now, is to
Yes.
connect both on the outside and on the inside, and to remind ourselves of who we are and to immerse ourselves, fall in love with ourselves, if you like.
Yeah.
We'll do that now. Okay?
Oh,
Okay. So, what we're doing now, we're just setting ourselves up to replicate the very experiment we did with the technology, but now with our technology reality itself, which actually operates in exactly the same way. So each have got your left hand over the heart, the right hand side of your partner, and then your right hand on top of theirs. And what you're doing is you're looking in each other's eyes and each other's face, and just as you were doing when you looked in the screens. The image that you are both seeing of each other at this time, the image is the same as the image on the screen. You are creating the idea of the other out of that image, but of course they are not actually out there. What you're seeing is just an image, although it represents them. Okay, so reminding yourself that the person that you are seeing, there are two versions of them. There's the image that you see, that you create the object of that person from on your screen. They're not really out there, but it does represent them. And you can feel them in your own being as you. And you bring the two together as the one being you are, representing yourself in two forms. And you allow that merging, at the same time the honouring of each other's individuality. So allow yourself to be with the image and the heart, with the being and the form, with the merging as the same one being and the honouring of each other's individuality.
Oh, that's so nice.
Total respect. Total merging. The two in one. One in two. They are not out there.
No.
They are you
Yeah.
from another point of view. What you see is just an image, a representation of them. Although it's a real image that represents them, they're not out there. Allow the image back into you.
Yeah, can you, yeah.
Allow the image back into you as you, and connect in the heart with the being. Like you were connecting back to back, they are right now, metaphorically, on your back, holding it, touching your back, being the same one being that you are. Allow yourself to float in and out of that space. As you merge into the one being that you are, notice how both of these are valid experiences. Both have their place. Being at one, being separate, and being in that halfway place where you're enjoying the separation and the togetherness.
Feels like I'm falling into you.
Falling in love again.
It's like you're just still there anyway.
Allow the resistance to drop away. Remember the steps of the love is to be aware, to let it be, and then let it all in. And number 4, feel the rush. Feel your resistances as they come in and out, as you hold back and as you let go.
Yeah.
They're both there, they're both present, they're both valid. But you may now be beginning to connect with another human being in a way that you may never have actually reached before.
Yes.
At least not consciously or deliberately.
Gateway.
I'm totally looking at a mirror of myself.
And indeed, one option to do this exercise is to look into a mirror and merge with your own self in that way. And it's better with somebody else. It's still good. Both are good. Feel the love
Yes.
in the knowledge of who you are.
Let's do more of these workshops.
Amazing.
See your own greatness in the other. See the greatness of the other in you. Allow yourself to allow it all in. And be kind to yourself as you notice your resistance kicking in. This is deep, deep exercise. This is a deep reconnection.
No, I don't feel any resistance.
Thank God for that.
Yeah.
I don't.
No,
There's no fear.
no fear.
So if we could do the same exercise now.
Thank you. It was lovely.
Thank you. That
Give a
was
hug.
Really
great.
was.
Great.
Have a hug.
Yeah. Thank you.
This,
You're
if you're
quite
doing this,
cheerful.
if you're doing this,
Yeah.
doing this in a group,
Thank you.
Am I doing it with
Coming out
Maggie
with
now?
humour.
I would love.
Okay.
I would love.
yeah, do
to
it, girl,
it.
girl.
I
Let-
would
Would you
love-
Maggie?
Okay, so your left hand goes over to your partner's
Oh gosh.
right side, over their heart more or less. Left hand over to your partner's right. Your right hand covers
Oh
partner's
God.
hand on your
I'm
own
sorry.
chest.
Oh God.
Now, allow yourself to have the same experience. And if you feel any resistances, because now it's of the same, you're of the same sex, then allow those resistances to be valid, to come up, maybe to dissolve, to go through them. Be okay with them, notice them, let them be, breathe. You can combine this exercise with breathing. You can breathe the other person in and out. And you will notice that they will dissolve by themselves into your being on the breath in the same way as the object did and the flowers did. And you can use that to help you reconnect, to truly connect.
This is extraordinary because I have not felt this way with a woman.
No.
It's good to allow yourself to do it
Yeah.
Yeah.
with the same sex.
It's kind of, it's nurturing. It's
Yeah.
different, isn't it?
Not only are you going to fall in love with people of your own sex,
Yeah.
this will extend to falling in love with everything and everybody in what is just your universe.
Or you're coming into me one or two.
Distinction evaporates.
Yeah, I really let you in, which is it's big for me actually,
Yeah,
particularly for a woman. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
I'm much more with men. Much more
Weird.
Yeah.
resistance with a man.
Appreciate the different energy when going between people as well.
There's so much.
Yeah.
It's almost like I'm being invited to go in.
Yes. I see a young, very young person in you.
Mm.
You're
Yeah.
so different.
Yeah.
Yeah. Your
see
face
the
has
child,
changed.
yeah.
Yeah.
Little girl.
I see that in you too.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
I love you.
You too.
Yeah, you're alright.
But right yourself, actually.
The men are a little less expressive.
Just a bit.
If you want to play with that idea, you could just vocalize "I love me," because you really are only looking at
Yes.
yourself.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm seeing.
We just said that. It was
Yeah.
lovely.
I love me.
Oh,
I know
love
you,
me.
and I know you.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
I love the whole of me. Because strictly, I love you is a separative.
Yeah.
You
Oh,
are
yes.
I
distant.
love the whole of me. Yeah.
Yes, I love the whole of me. I honour. I accept.
And I love the
Embrace.
reflection that I'm seeing.
Me too. I love me as I see it as you.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, the other person's not out there.
Yeah.
So they're
Hold
inside.
that.
Yeah.
They're out there in the sense you're projecting an image out there, as you did with the TVs. Truly, they are you, in your heart, in your being. They're the whole of me.
Your eyes are like an ocean.
I feel like I'm hugging you, even though I'm not. Mm.
Okay. How are we doing?
Gentleness.
It's beautiful. Yeah,
Are
I
you
feel.
marrying me?
Pass it, almost.
Thank you. Okay.
That was lovely, actually, Teresa.
Yeah.
Maybe we could just
Yeah.
hold here,
You're not doing
Capture
anything next week.
this, and a little bit of distraction. Yeah.
Well,
And then we'll break it.
Usually just to look in your eyes.
I
Very
know.
powerful, isn't it?
Yes,
it
it
is.
is. But, you can see how much you've reduced the barrier. Yeah.
What I'd like to say is that this is something we can do either deliberately like this together in groups with any group watching this DVD, or at any time we can do it with the other partner's permission, even without. You can still recognize that you are your own screen and where the real connection is, okay?
And you can do it with animal spirits. I've had that one,
Yes.
melting moment with the horse. Wherever you look into an animal's eyes.
They
With a
recognize.
dog a couple of weeks ago.
and sometimes it can even be easier with an animal because
Yeah.
they won't look away.
No, yeah.
And with
absolutely.
nature.
Yeah, I had that.
And with
trees.
pens and with your whole universe.
Yeah.
And what I like to say is that whatever level one allows oneself into this,
Yes.
if you're allowing a little bit more in,
Yeah.
then you're allowing a little bit more in.
Yes.
It doesn't have to be the ultimate let go.
Uh-huh.
It can build over time.
It can build a bit, and you get the real.
I didn't feel any resistance with you at all.
Oh, it was lovely.
I don't know if I did with you and Mark, just a wee bit or not. Or may, well, obviously it was my own resistance. But maybe it's because we're two guys.
Was
You
it?
know,
Yeah,
whatever.
Yeah, but it's, yeah.
There's a bit of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
But it was-
I did it
it
first,
was
but then again,
yeah.
I just kind of melted into it because
Yeah.
I thought,
Yes.
no, this is okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then it kind of melted away, didn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, that's certainly what I felt,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
saw,
I
but
felt
I
that
don't
as
know,
well,
yeah.
Yeah, it did take
And
a
then I
while, but
really saw your eyes.
Yes.
I mean, and
Yeah,
Maggie's, I
yeah,
really,
the eyes
what,
become-
her eyes were saying, come in, you can come in.
Yeah.
I didn't see any pain in you at all, Mark. Did you? I didn't see.
I saw a little bit of sorrow, but that's my own
Yeah.
reflection, isn't
Yeah,
it?
exactly.
But that's not you, that was my own reflection I saw.
Right.
But the love, I saw the love, the gentleness.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's what
Yeah,
I
the
saw.
love, yeah.
And you're talking about seeing the characteristics of another.
Yeah.
And how did it feel to allow the other in? Brian, how did it feel to, as far as you're able to, how did it feel to allow the other in as your own self, as your own being?
Warm, nurturing for me.
Oh,
It was like a familiar. It was familiar. Yeah, very warm.
With me, it would be allowing, having been married twice and all the rest that goes with
Oh,
that.
I'm with you on that
It
one.
would be letting a woman in
Yeah.
again and again and again.
Yeah.
If you know what I mean.
Yeah.
It would be. There was no resistance at all.
No.
And probably at some time there would have been maybe
Yes,
slight
yeah,
resistance, but
yeah.
it was all totally okay.
Yeah. I was
You know.
just talking.
And even
Yeah.
with Mark, it was just like it was all totally okay.
Yeah.
Whatever, you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
And did you have a general feeling of love between the two of you, or how far did you go towards actually losing yourself, as to say me?
Well, you yeah. Go on. I kind of went right in. I could feel here, and it was nice feeling there. That's what I felt, and then I just felt myself like with Mark. I felt myself. We just became what? Oh,
Yeah.
I just liked it.
Yeah.
I really loved it.
And at that point,
Yeah.
at the peak where you really loved it, was the distinction between you and Mark being lost? Were you feeling like
One person.
one person?
Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. Did you have that at all,
Oh,
Maggie and
absolutely.
Brian?
And it's funny with Brian's face. It's like I've saw like just one eye.
One eye. Yeah.
One eye.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You were saying that earlier on, though, weren't
Yeah,
you?
yeah.
And-
And it can appear. I didn't see one eye. Yeah, I probably did see one eye with you. as
And
well.
and in terms of feeling you became the same one being, how far did you go along
I
that?
could really feel that. I
Yeah.
could really see that Brian was totally my reflection. I could really, really get it.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
You
that's what I got
experience
from
it,
you, yeah.
Not just intellectual.
Yeah, yeah.
You were,
Did you feel any pain?
I didn't feel any pain
No,
from you. Did you
no.
feel any? Because
No.
I wondered, about
No.
that, you know.
No, I didn't.
No, it was just like we were really, it's like open to each
Yeah,
other. It
exactly.
was like, there was nothing there between
Yeah,
us.
nothing at all. It was totally open. To
Yeah.
it. In fact, I took your phone number. Do you remember?
Yeah.
Oh, and Maggie's eyes, I kind of got lost in a sea, but it was straight away. It was easier, which is strange because you said it's usually easier between
Yeah.
male and female,
Uh-huh.
but I found it easier.
Yeah.
Whereas I'd been so resistant to Maggie
Right.
before,
Right.
not because I wanted to be, but
No.
because it was the reasons I
Yeah.
gave,
Sure.
that I just kind of fell into your eyes,
Yes.
and it was like straight away. So that was huge
Cool.
for me, huge.
Okay.
Absolutely. It was big for me too because I'll be honest, I've never felt such a connection as I have today with other women.
Yeah.
And there was just absolutely no resistance.
No, exactly, and
Yeah.
that's like me. Yeah.
It was just awesome. I actually felt intense love for you.
Yes, me too.
Really,
It was so
yeah.
easy.
It was. It wasn't
You were
no effort.
tearful at the end there.
Yeah, well, I
Yeah.
was because I was seeing myself as I really am,
Yeah.
and I liked what I saw. I saw the beauty, the young, the beautiful. We both saw
Yeah, we
little
both
girls,
saw
didn't we?
Yeah, we both.
Adventurous and
Yeah.
excited. That's what I saw.
Absolutely. I think that's the secret of opening to the love, is that in a way you're totally opening yourself to see your reflection. And it's interesting what you said about you couldn't look into my eyes before because you were afraid to see yourself.
Yes,
and
exactly.
that is so literally true.
True, it was because
Yeah. Yeah, and I know I have. I've always been in the past. I've certainly held back from that.
yes,
because I was so, you know, I had self-esteem issues and stuff
Yes,
then.
yes. Yeah.
And but now it's not even like I have to try. It's just like
No.
the veil has dropped.
It's got, it's,
the
yes,
barrier's
yes,
gone.
yeah.
Okay, well
Yeah.
on that note, the
Yeah.
veil is lifted and the barriers have gone.
Yeah.
Shall we move on?
Yeah. Let's.
Yeah.
Oh,
Wasn't that
thank you.
awesome?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was awesome.
That's available to you at any time
Including
in your reality.
squeals.
And of course, with more the chance we get to actually share the true amiga, the deepen you, the more you can deepen that as well. And it is lovely, as we've demonstrated, to share this enlightenment with another
Yeah.
from a place of true being
Yeah.
and true love, true connection, and true honour for each other. So we now move on to step number 5 of the knowledge, which we call amiga. We've had to remind ourselves, the wisdom, what I see, dreams out of me. It's the primary wisdom we start with, it's all me. We're one mirror ball, so that as much as appearances of seeing you out there, I know we're the same one being, projecting into our own separate realities. The oneness is in the me, not in the reality out there. And the way in which that flowers out, evolves out, unfolds out, is like a flower. So we call this fractal level flowering. Fractally, love's one we experiences reality in infinite nested gods.
Beautiful.
Does that like that?
I like the nested bit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
me too.
Which then took us back to our own personal reality of the vacuum, out of this space of nothingness, the absolute vacuum of being, comes this vibrantly awesome, complete universe under myself. My very own Truman Show.
Yes.
All the actors
Yes.
and all the players are willingly, lovingly coming in to support me in my own unfolding.
Yes.
What a great metaphor that one is.
Yeah.
Living is finally with just amiga. And amiga, we'll say, is our mechanics for enjoying the grand adventure.
Oh, wow.
Or God's adventure, as long as God is not something other than you.
Yeah, outside
Yeah.
of you, yeah.
So we've covered a lot of these mechanics, and so we'll just skim through very briefly the headline of what some of the mechanics are. Now we've established that we've set ourselves up this amazingly vibrant, complete universe unto ourselves. And we realise that we've put some constraints and limitations on it. It operates under certain kind of rules, which are not immutable. I mean, there seems to be some movement here, but what are the basics of those rules? The limitations, like the rules of chess or the nature of the island, the fact there's gravity and so forth. And we could talk a long time about what they are, but we'll just take a few headline ones. So, number one is that we really are kind of in control of the whole thing, but here's a good analogy for it. If you imagine a director creating a film, let's say like Tom Cruise, again, Mission Impossible, right? He's the actor, here's a director who creates the film. The director has the overall script. Now actually what I'd like to say here is that what we're about to share with you is really at this knowledge level number 5, which is at the living and loving level. So accepting all that we've said so far, we're now sharing our experiences of living and loving this amiga way. So it's not quite an absolute truth in the sense that, you know, we can prove this absolutely. We're now sharing our experience, as you will do as you notice the effects of living this way in your reality. And you may pick it up and share it in slightly different ways, but this is like, for us, our validation through living it. And so this is how it feels to us, is that Tom Cruise is basically going towards this grand script. So part of the constraint is that we wish to explore a certain script. Like, for instance, if you're playing Maximi's playing mini-me chess, part of the script might be to play a passive character. So, you're not really going to want to step out of that passive character halfway through, because that's the role you wanted to play. The way you play out that character is up to you, but you've put a kind of constraint on it. So it's just a little bit like a director, as 𝐋𝐢𝐯 puts a constraint on the actor, 𝐵𝐼𝐸, to say, well, there's an overall script or theme to what we want to play out here, but you can play it any way you like. What makes, say, Tom Cruise a great actor is he plays it out really well. But he is working towards an outline script.
Yeah.
Now, he can probably play that scene many ways, but if he says to the director, hey, I think I want to play this scene in Egypt instead, the director's going to say, no, you're not. Just as if you're playing chess and you suddenly want to play drafts or checkers, you say, no, it's not going to happen. We're playing chess. We're playing out this scene. So I think in many ways we have a theme that we hold, you know, part of our theme is to share this. We all have our own themes, which we get every choice how we play out. But we're probably not going to allow ourselves to step far out of that theme, which is why you wouldn't let yourself win on the horses.
Yes.
Because part of your theme was to go through the whole process of learning to become strong within yourself and not be reliant on money coming in to save you, for instance, in this case. Whereas for other people, it's totally appropriate. So in that sense, we've got tremendous freedom, like I did on Nemesis, but there are certain, and we could call that your theme or your life purpose. You're going to go down that one way or another, probably, unless you really fight, and you might as well allow yourself to discover what that is, get on and enjoy it.
Yeah.
So that seems to be one of the fairly fundamental rules that we've noticed. Another rule is that, and we've spoken about this so very briefly, of course, Adam on the island, if his hut collapses in a storm, is he a victim?
No.
Not really, is he? Not truly. I mean, in a sense, he's oh my God, the storm's blown down. But he did create the whole scenario, and probably wants to rebuild the hut and go through like that. So it might look to 𝐵𝐸𝐸 Adam like it's a random occurrence and out of his control, but between all of us, 𝐵𝐸𝐸 and 𝐋𝐢𝐯, we've set it all up. It's part and parcel of the whole island experience. And actually, when you think it from that point of view, there's no one else to blame, is there?
No.
And it's all okay.
And it's all okay.
Yes, exactly.
Absolutely. Yes, it's all okay.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's perfect as it is. So,
It's an experience.
in that sense, with that understanding, yes, you can take total responsibility for the whole thing. Even though you may not know at the time why you set it up, you can allow yourself to know that you have set it up and to learn and grow from everything that happens.
Yes.
Accept it, own it, learn from it.
I found actually this saying, I don't know why this is occurring, but just saying, I know this is happening and I've created it.
Yeah, that's what I do now.
Opens the doorway and you find the answer. Usually comes very quickly.
Yes, I do that now. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yes.
It's not resisting it then, it's just allowing it to be.
Yeah, absolutely. And then it becomes a surprise because you become curious about your reality and you develop a childlike anticipation about what's happening.
And keep your eyes wide open to watch all the little nuances that are going on that you normally miss.
Yeah.
Even a leaf falling from a tree can be significant.
Yeah, absolutely.
Everything. And so if you're closed off to it, like I was when I was numbed, I missed most of it.
Yes.
When you really open your being to the whole presence of yourself, there's so much happening.
And
of course then what that brings in is the idea that in fact that what you're watching or involved in is actually more like a mirror in the sense of its reflective nature of who you are.
Yes.
So what comes back to you can only really be this idea of what you've, as it were, put out. Even though it may come back in a different form with a kind of delay, it's always as a result of what's going out. Just as if you look in the bathroom mirror in the morning, you're only ever going to see yourself. Now it is true that with the way we set up this reality, what reflects back may not be immediate. It may have a time delay, which makes it kind of interesting, but it can never come back any different to what you've put out. If you like.
Absolutely.
So this idea that what you're seeing is truly a reflective mirror of who you really are, it's a bit hard. I mean, it's a very popular idea, and it's a bit hard for some people to take on when they feel they're living in this universe.
Yes.
But when you come to remember and recognize that, hey, it's my universe, then in a sense it would be odd were it to be any different.
Yes.
Because it is only you that set it up in the first place for your own purposes. So why would you bring in truly random occurrences? There wouldn't seem to be much point.
It gives gives you a great sense of empowerment.
Yes,
then, doesn't
absolutely,
it?
Maggie, it does.
It to realise, even
Yeah.
though this is terrible, I couldn't possibly be creating this. Like some of the situations we've
No way, I'm creating this one.
Why would I want to?
I
Yeah.
can honestly say, when I look back now,
Yeah.
even just the things that have just happened last
Yes,
week,
yeah, I know.
Yeah, I can say
I
that
can
too.
see why I created it,
Yes.
because I wanted to go to this level of strength and enjoyment, and to
Yes.
to literally see my own creation in action.
Yes.
I could witness it and
Yes.
really see it, and then I could choose to go through whatever I'm going through, kicking or screaming or enjoying it. But in that very moment of acceptance, something beautiful happens.
That's right, yeah.
And allows everything to change, because you're owning what you're creating. It's magic.
Yeah.
And what you come to realise
Yeah.
really is that you're really reading a new language,
Yes.
a language of reality. Because our reality is talking back to us the whole time, because it's reflecting who we are and giving us messages, for instance.
Yes.
But we've got to learn to read those messages, because
Yes.
they don't come out in neon lights like
Like
you know.
in the film, remember the one with what's his name, the really funny guy?
Only one,
Oh,
Jim Carrey.
No, not the other one. With the blonde hair, he looks a bit like our wonderful cameraman.
Steve Martin.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yes.
that's it. You've helped me now. I knew you, didn't I?
Yeah,
Oh, that's
he kept getting communication from
He's
the
better
inside.
looking than Steve Martin.
Yeah, oh, much better
Yeah,
looking.
he is. No,
Yeah,
that's
that was LA, wasn't it?
yeah, LA.
Oh, that was a good film.
LA Story.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He got messages from the billboard.
That's
Yeah.
right,
And,
yes.
and in Siddhartha,
Yeah.
the Herman Hesse book we talked about, one of the main characters is the ferryman, who got all his messages from the river.
Yes.
The river
Yeah.
told him everything. And what Siddhartha came to realise that was in fact that was quite a narrow view. That in fact the messages were coming from the entirety of his reality.
Yes, they do.
And
It
we-
does, yeah, everything.
It's
and we can
talking to you all the time.
in symbolic
whispering.
terms.
Yes.
Yeah,
And in
on
a
the
sense,
car
you've
and
got to
stuff,
you've got to watch and decode those and
yes,
see what
yes,
it's actually
yes.
saying.
Yeah, I've learned to do that.
And it usually speaks to you loudest, pushes your buttons
Yes.
the loudest, where you're giving your power away the most. Because to give your power away is to separate yourself from your own creation. That creates that pain that Maggie was talking about.
Yes.
It hurts and it pushes
Yes.
you back into
Yeah.
Yes.
who you really are. And it's
Yes.
actually quite a good way of seeing any kind of pain. I believe you can always trace it back down to a fundamental separation.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Even if you
Yeah.
stub your toe, if you look at it carefully, you don't like the sensation.
Yeah.
And actually you're trying to push yourself away, and it's more the pushing yourself away that creates the pain than the actual sensation.
Yeah.
And if you accept the sensation
Yeah.
for what it is, it's no longer painful in that
Yes.
sense.
Yeah.
I've tried it with toothaches. I find that hard because it's so close. But I have done it with like really bad injuries and things. And actually, you can use the pain as a focus to merge into it and
Yeah, I've
actually
done
allow it back in
That's
and
my
actually
foot.
get bliss from it. I guess that's how masochism works.
Yeah.
Is to accept the pain and use it as a focus.
They don't have resistance to
There's
it.
no
No,
resistance
exactly.
to it.
Yeah.
That's right.
When you push it away, it becomes more painful.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
So,
That's what I've-
so separation is, if you like, the same as is pain
Yes.
in one form or another. In
Yes.
other words, if you're feeling pain, there's separation. If you let go of the separation and allow the re-merging
Yes.
back into the whole of me and the being and recognizing what's going on, then the pain will actually not just disappear, it can transmute into joy or even ecstasy.
Yes. Yes.
And of course, what presses our buttons the hardest? Of all things, relationships.
Because they're right in your face. There, you can't run away from them.
Intimacy, I guess,
Yeah.
John.
Well, that only happens in
Yes.
a relationship.
In a
So in an
relationship, yeah.
intimate relationship, and of course it
Yeah.
has been said
That's
that
because it's love, isn't it? So,
well, it's also very much reflecting right into the core of your being, which will bring your issues up as well.
Yeah.
So it's often said that relationships are indeed the highest spiritual path. So the old idea of the guru in the cave is kind of like a bit of a cop-out, really, because those people may often have difficulty with relationships. In fact,
Yes.
some, of the finest gurus have got pretty poor interpersonal relationships because they develop that side, but not necessarily the other side as
Yes.
well. So in terms of really reaching a wholeness with where we are now, rather than trying to achieve an elevated state, allowing in relationships
Yes.
to teach and guide us in this language of
Yeah.
our own reality, very fast, very powerful, and of course can be very bumpy at times
yes.
and challenging.
Oh, you're not kidding.
Yeah.
But they are fully self-imposed constraints.
Yes.
And
when you accept that, that's when you can move through each relationship, isn't it, and take it for what it's giving you.
Yeah,
Yes.
and sometimes
Instead of resisting it and thinking, oh,
Yeah.
what am I doing wrong? Yeah.
what you might often find is you go into a new relationship with someone else because they're not giving you that type of stimulus that you
Yes.
needed.
Yes.
And you need to have some other form of stimulus or an opening within your being
Yes.
to face something within you.
Yeah.
You know, no disrespect to my previous partners, but I almost can't relate to them. I couldn't relate to them now in a way. It's like I
I'm
was a
finding
different
that happening
being.
with me
I was
now.
a different version of
Yeah.
me. I was with that person. And
They were helping you explore who you were then.
Yes.
yeah, that's exactly. They were doing a wonderful job.
Yes, and you can accept that now.
And
I
they're
can.
probably different as well because they were wishing to share that idea with me. And with you, I've grown hugely. I really have.
That's a mark of
actually.
the level of challenges we've
Oh,
experienced.
it's been John has really pushed my buttons to the limit. Absolutely.
And if I may say so,
I've done.
haven't you grown as a result?
I have actually.
Yes. So painful as
Absolutely.
it can seem,
Yeah.
The result
Yeah.
It's
can be
ecstasy,
astonishing.
isn't it?
Yeah.
Absolutely fabulous.
Yeah.
And vice versa.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm completely expanded, expanded and whole and complete, and integrated in my knowledge, which has been challenged by the love for integration.
Yes.
Absolutely.
So it had its purpose.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
You're a different person because you were a bit of a mouse before, weren't you? As a male. Sorry, maybe this should.
Cut. Luckily, I'm the editor as well.
Rat maybe, but mouse.
Right, yeah.
You don't come across that way. That's quite interesting.
But I don't, well, we can cut it out. Okay.
It doesn't
But
matter
when I
if you're
saw-
not.
Leave it in.
Leave it
Yeah.
in because you can
Yeah,
really see
but when
that
I
it's the
used to see
change.
John with his ex, he had humpy shoulders and you looked really small. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you actually thought that she was taller than me, but
Yeah, I did.
I'm 6 foot. She was 5'2". So
Yes.
Oh dear.
what's that? Yeah, amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Wow.
didn't even know I was doing it. When she put it out, I realised, oh God, yeah, that's ridiculous. I really am
Yeah.
disempowering myself to an
Yeah.
outside agency here.
Yeah.
And I realised it in a sense that was the story of my life
Yes.
in everything I was
Yes.
doing.
Yes.
So that was very instructive. It was
It
even
was.
the story of my life with my guru, and my spirituality was to disempower that. And we'll talk more about that whole disempowerment issue in a minute.
Yeah.
So let's carry on with a bit about some of these just basic Amiga rules. Because if there are rules and mechanics to our reality and that we set up, we're not quite sure how hard and fast they are. Yes, okay, it drops when we let go.
Yeah.
Does it always drop? Well, not necessarily. Perhaps it could serve us for it not to drop sometimes to levitate, but maybe probably more often than not. I remember in The Matrix there was this lovely scene where Neo saw the child bending the spoon.
Yes.
And he was completely captivated by this. And he knew it was a virtual reality, but he was still, how does that work? Because I thought in this virtual unreal world you weren't allowed to do that. And the kid is reminding him of his own truth, which is actually the truth of wisdom, that all of it was happening within his own awareness.
Yeah.
And the child said something like, there is no spoon.
Yes.
It's not the spoon that bends,
Yes.
it's you bending yourself.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Very clever.
See?
And I've actually had that experience, and I bet you guys would be able to bend spoons easily. You just, bend yourself. You go into that transparent
Yes. Yeah,
state.
like we did earlier on.
Yeah, exactly what you did in Spanda. And what will happen at that moment when you feel that you've become one with the object, that's when you can bend the spoon easily without any force.
Yes,
Maybe
and it's
just a
not
light
a
touch.
trick. I mean, it can be a
Yeah,
trick,
it-
but actually when you do it this way, it will just bend by
it
itself.
will bend because
And
you've just made yourself more pliable.
Yes.
You've melted yourself.
just as you felt your
Yes.
bracelet was turning into roads and so
Yeah.
forth,
Yeah, yeah.
it is literally changing into
Yes.
those things.
Yes.
And maybe if you've given it a tweak, then you might have got sand in your face.
Yes.
Yes.
A lot of the old gurus, John,
Yeah.
used to be able to
Well, that's
literally
alchemists.
manifest
Gold.
gold or an apple or whatever.
And in a sense, it's a party trick.
Yeah.
And one can say, well, how relevant is that to my game? Is that part of my theme?
Uh-huh.
Because when you realise it's all your own
Yes.
creation, the idea that you can bend it in some way is like, well, yeah, so what? Does that serve me? Is that important to me?
Yes.
And you may well find that in many cases it doesn't serve you. And I know that people who understand that they create their own reality, that thoughts create their situation around, can spend a long time trying to create things like the ability to fly. And they never get anyway, not because they don't have the ability to fly. They're awesome, eternal, vibrantly awesome, complete, they can do anything they like. It's just that they don't actually want to at all levels of the being.
Yes.
And so just like Maggie didn't want to win on the horses, all that money at that time, they don't want to learn to fly because it interferes with and their agreements with everyone around them that they've agreed. It's like Adam suddenly changing into, from an island to a fish tank or something. It's like, well, what's that about? And we're from an island here, And so so we don't know where the boundaries are, but we can have fun playing with them, recognizing that in fact it's not the boundaries that's the intrigue, it's the expression within those boundaries that represents our true self and our true expression and what we really want to do with our lives.
Yes.
And that in terms of knowing what that is and how to find answers, all those answers are within you as you. They're all available when it's appropriate. And one way of saying it is that you'll always need to know what you need to know, when you need to know it, as opposed to having all that knowledge available to you right now, which you don't need.
No.
So you could say, well, I'm omniscient, but I'm holding it all back because I'm only using those bits that I need to know at the certain time. And that knowledge comes from you. Even as we talk, of course, we can only activate something that's true for you.
Yes.
And we can't really impart something new to you.
No.
We can only remind you of something that we already know.
Yes.
And that is one of the common responses we get. It's, I already knew that, yes.
Yes.
So let's just wrap up. So it is with great joy and great pleasure that we kind of like, for now, wrap up the knowledge with just some of the rules of Amiga. It's manyfold and it's many multi-levels, but what we've done really with the knowledge aspects is to wrap up so many of the fundamentals that are how it is, so that knowing those we can get on with now putting those into those sort of static principles into living action, which is why we're about to go into living the Amiga way and to wrap up actually with the final level of the love, which is what, Maggie?
Falling in love. Letting yourself really go into that place of allowing yourself to fall. We were talking about that outside actually, because you had a dilemma about that feeling. I think you were wondering if it was possible, if it was wrong, if I'm wrong here, that to fall in love with everybody and everything. And I believe that's the way we're going. And in some civilizations, it's their natural way. They love everybody. But we're not talking about the free love thing of the 60s. This is much more...
We're talking about the love we experience today.
Yes.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And that in fact, that love comes out of relationship. And that relationship is totally core to the experience of reality itself. Because you are always in relationship with yourself in the form of these symbols around you.
Yes.
If you take away relationship, you actually take away the experience. And you go back into being Maxime in solitary confinement, tapping his fingers and saying, what shall I do next?
Yes.
Where you recreate. And so the intrigue of our reality creation is not so much, oh, that's clever, isn't it? Oh, I managed to create an island. Oh, I created chess. Oh, I created the world. Am I clever? That's not really where the intrigue is. It's in the relationship that you develop within that and the exploration that the intrigue, the exploration, the excitement comes about. Even climbing Mount Everest is a relationship with the mountain, isn't it? And a climber will say they come into relationship with that mountain, and they in a sense will merge together and become one in partnership as they climb each other, as it were, to reach that peak together. So it's that relationship. Oh my God, all this is me is not to step out and dissolve. It's like, let's play with that, play with myself.
Yes.
So a lot of this is about how to access that place of of wanting to love and to be loved and to recognise it's core to our nature.
I'd like to just say something, because Maggie shared what I said outside, but actually what I was getting at is that, yeah, I love everybody, but what I'm really in love with is the idea of having an intimate relationship with one person, do you know what I mean? And loving everybody else and having the freedom for both of us to explore, but still to, you know, come together again. It's like you're not separate really, do you know what I mean?
Well, I mean, I believe that is a core desire for you to reconnect with the entirety of your being, as symbolised by a single person, and that's a perfectly valid route to explore that. And also at the same time, I think, to recognise that there's a deeper desire within you to extend that love and intimacy to the whole of your reality.
Yes. Yes.
As an expression of you, as a partner to you,
Yes.
that will relate to you and talk to you in a way that a lover would do.
Yes, yes. Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what yes.
And that brings me to I love to share just a little story with you guys, because it was a profound realization to me. And I went for a walk in this grove once. It was a time of, it was a big solstice, and not solstice, eclipse, a few years back in the middle of the summer, and people were looking for their glasses at it. And I just felt, rather going where everybody else was going, I felt I wanted to go off into this yew grove. And I went there and I connected with the yew trees. And it felt like I died. I felt like I was falling into the earth. And then I saw these blue lights sparkling, myriad blue eyes. And I then felt this overwhelming, like a wave of love went through me. It was like a cosmic orgasm, totally. And I heard the voice, and this is other aspects, what I call the founder beings, who are other aspects of me too. And I said, gee, that was awesome. And I suddenly had the realization we had got it all wrong about love. You know, it was this total orgasmic feeling. And they were saying that is the way you're naturally meant to live. Not just restrict it to...
No, I see what you're saying. I do get what you're saying.
The sexual relationship, but to live your life like
as
that.
love,
As you totally... Because I surrender, it was just the most powerful energy that went through me, and love that I wouldn't have cared if I died in the next moment.
No, to have known that love.
To know that energy that went through me, which I knew was coming from which I know now was coming from myself, and I chose that moment
to show it to you. That's a similar experience. I don't need to get into it, but I had a similar experience a couple of weeks ago, which I said, and it was like, whoa, it was, whoa, I know what you mean.
I'll never forget it, and I can access it quite a few times, and it's always more intense each time now.
But it's very centering as well, isn't it?
Yes.
Now the thing is that allowing that experience, it's all very well talking about love, but to actually allow it in is very much in relationship to the knowledge. And I remember we saw there's a new American program called Men in Trees.
Oh yes.
There's a couple of characters in that. There's a quite a big black, rather lovable guy called Buzz.
Buzz, yeah.
And a young white lad called Patrick. Well, cut a long story short, and not to spoil it for people, blank out now for a moment if you don't have it spoiled. A spoiler here. Turns out that Patrick is Buzz's son, which is a bit odd, seeing as he's white and black, and apparently that can happen. And so it's a bit of a shock, because they've known each other all their lives, and they hadn't realised that they were actually father and son, you see. Well, Patrick was all for like, oh God, I found my father, you know. But Buzz was really holding back. So quite a lot of the story was centred around the fact that Buzz wouldn't open up to the fact that he was his son. It was almost like he was denying it.
Yes.
But you see, what became clear was that what was happening was that he was so overwhelmed by that knowledge that to accept the knowledge that, oh my God, Patrick, you're my son, would be to open his heart to it. Because they were inextricably linked, you see. So because his heart couldn't expand that quickly and that fast, it was too much of a shock, he actually had to hold back the knowledge that Patrick was his son. Well, Patrick, what's going on here, you know, Dad? And Dad was like, oh, you know, I don't know about this, you know. And I feel that our relationship with our reality is very much like that.
Yes.
Because the knowledge forces the love.
Yes.
When you accept the knowledge that you are the entirety of your vibrantly awesome, complete universe.
It forces the responsibility, John, as well.
It forces the responsibility, and it forces an openness of heart, Brian,
Yes.
which is which is a love.
Yes.
Absolutely.
'Cause
And
yeah.
and they are literally hand in hand. You really can't have one without the other.
No.
One forces the other. So one way of dealing with our inability naturally to suddenly open our heart is actually to deny the knowledge. Is to forget, well, I don't need to think about that, because thinking about it, allowing it in, is to open your heart. And when you know that, it can actually allow you to open your heart even more and more quickly, because you know what's going on. It's just accepting the enormity of this.
And conversely, you also open yourself more to your reality,
Yeah.
and letting it all in, you realise that you are it all.
Yeah,
Yes,
exactly.
it works both ways, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Something's just clicked for me. I don't need to share it, but something
Okay,
really big's
fine.
just clicked.
Great.
That's lovely.
Yeah.
So we're talking really about a love affair with life, Maggie?
Yeah, absolutely. That's where I feel that that's what my theme is, and I've been heading that way all my life, and I've created situations that would be most challenging, like love was taken broadly away, in order to feel it within myself.
Yeah.
And it's always been my passion and joy to spread the love and to share the love, no matter what situation we're in. I've wanted to taste it even in the most challenging situations, and now, by God, I've got it, and I want to be able to speak that truth and look you in the eye and say, yes, I felt the love even in the challenges. I could always feel it, and sometimes it's been hard. It has really been challenging, but I think we are all very strong beings, and,
Yes.
and I can really see the depth now, my own power to create very challenging situations.
And we tend not to give ourselves more than we can cope with,
Cope with, because sometimes I thought I can't cope.
even if you think you
We
can't.
wouldn't
then-
do that. We would only give ourselves
So
what we felt we were able
We
to
needed
cope with.
yeah, absolutely, and I'm so glad I went through that, because I want to live life to feel, live life to the full. Sorry, I'm stuttering.
To the full.
Live life to the full, and love life to the full.
Yes.
Absolutely.
So
I
it's
want
like
to be
this,
totally alive.
It's like it's
Yeah.
like most people only experience
Yeah.
that total aliveness in the
Yes.
way you described it in a love affair, and at the peak of a love
Yes.
affair, in
Yes.
fact.
Yes.
And in many ways, that is the peak human experience.
Oh.
It's a
Yeah.
deep flush of love.
Yes.
And so much of our stories and songs are about that, even though, as Maggie says, it's a bit of a taboo thing.
Yeah.
Yes.
But it does provide us with everything we need. It provides us with
does.
energy, with excitement, enthusiasm,
Yes.
with joy, nurture. All the great values are held in that place. And which is funny why love gets a bit of a sort of bad press at times, as if there was something wrong with it. It's something even the mobster boss loves his family.
Oh,
Yes,
yes.
of course it does.
Yes, and that's part of his
Yes.
motivation. So
Yes,
love
to protect the
actually,
family.
exactly,
Yeah.
actually features in all of our lives. And I guess what we're saying is, well, yeah, what would life be like if life were like that all the time?
And it's up to you. Can choose
Oh, but you
that.
just
And when you do find that, when you do fall in
Yes.
love with life itself, yourself
Yes.
as life itself, everything is just added automatically.
yes, absolutely, Brian.
Because
Yeah.
there's nothing you're looking for
Yeah.
outside your being.
No,
Yeah.
Nothing
absolutely.
at all.
And isn't that the experience that you
And
have?
the rest
Yes.
is lessons
Yeah.
to get you there.
Yes, 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 yes.
And Brian,
Absolutely.
just so we can relate to that, isn't that actually the experience that we have when we fall in love?
Yeah.
That everything is provided
Absolutely.
for, everything is there,
Yeah.
everything is
Shining,
possible, everything's
rosy.
shining.
Yes, yeah.
There is this great union, as we
Yes.
said before, and this great, at the same time, honour or homage of the other as an individual.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Like, I feel totally at one with you, and at the same time I give you complete freedom to be yourself, because
Yeah.
by being you, I enjoy
Yeah.
that expression as I enjoy my own expression. So it's a very powerful metaphor for where this whole living the Amiga way is taking us,
Yeah,
isn't it?
yeah.
And we're giving, like, at the end, a taste of that, because we
Yeah.
are, we're beginning to enter into that territory.
Yeah.
Yes.
And to even get a hint of it is wonderful and exciting.
Yeah.
So that the universe ends up as being like a partner, like a lover in a sense.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, if I can, just a little bit. I did say, I don't know if I said before, but it was about a week or so, 2 weeks ago, maybe more, I don't know. I was listening at home on my own, literally on my own. I was listening to Sade, and I like her music, but this one particular song I kept hearing it, and I just sat down and I thought, I just want to be with this for a while. And I had this amazing experience, like you experienced in the woods, and the song was called "The Kiss of Life," and I literally felt the kiss of life, the
Yeah.
love, and I
Oh,
didn't have anything else around me,
Yeah.
but I really felt it, and it was
Yeah.
like you said,
Yes.
whoa. And yet before I'd wanted to die,
Yeah.
I'd felt like I wanted to die, but that kind of woke me up.
Yes.
You remind me of an experience that we had actually at Waterfall Cottage, you remember? And we were really, really on a peak state that day, weren't we? Having a
Yes.
wonderful time.
Yes.
I mean, really in our joy and ecstasy,
Yeah.
really dancing with our own life and being and reality. And we stepped outside in late evening. The first thing we noticed, Maggie, you were singing, weren't
I
you?
know, I was really going on my singing, and something I really noticed when I'm singing that the
Animals go mad, don't
they
they?
do,
Yes.
and the birds. Yeah.
In this case, the birds were going literally mad around us. They were like evening swallows or something. They were dancing in like infinity signs around us.
Around us,
It was
yeah.
just a completely awesome experience.
And then they would
Yeah.
stop, wouldn't they, when I stopped singing?
When you stopped singing, they stopped. Yes, and then, but we were all really on a roll here.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
And what this is the most incredible thing that happened was that is that our view of the sky was over towards where the sun rose in the east. Behind us were big trees, and we didn't normally see the sunset there because that all happened behind us. Well, you might just see a glimpse of it. But as we were just really reveling all together in this experience, the sunset exploded in the east with the most radiant blaze of colour like you would normally get in sunset.
Absolutely.
While we were honouring it,
Yes.
it was like it was honouring us.
As-
It was
Yes,
like
we were
nature
talking
was
about
saying,
this.
yes,
Yes.
You got it right.
you've
Yes,
got it right,
yes,
guys.
yes.
Let's dance in this
Yes,
together.
yes.
It wasn't just
Yeah.
that it was giving us a prize.
Yeah.
It was like nature was enjoying and reveling in that
It
too.
was giving and receiving.
Yes,
You were both honouring.
exactly.
And that was John and I were talking about that earlier on. It's
Yeah.
awesome.
Yes.
It was rejoicing with us.
Yes.
It was, yes,
Yeah.
rejoicing
Yes,
with us.
yes.
Yes.
Until you fall in love with life itself,
Yes.
there will always be lessons
Oh,
Yes.
yes.
in the individual.
Yeah.
Yes.
Until you fall
Yeah.
in love with life itself,
Yeah.
and then you've got it all.
And what we're saying is you
Because
can't...
everything is the one life.
Yes. Yeah.
And to really understand what that means, the one life, is to really accept that the entirety is me.
Yeah.
It's all
Exactly.
you.
You take
Absolutely.
responsibility, then you're
Yes.
no longer a victim
Yes.
of
Yeah.
your circumstances.
Exactly.
Yes.
And as long as you're sharing your reality, you can't do
Yes.
that no matter what
Yes.
you say. And
Yes.
this wonderful amiga place where you own your whole reality
Yes.
in coordination and partnership with
Yeah.
everyone that appears in it is that stepping stone into really loving and being in partnership with your creation, your
Yeah.
reality, your universe.
So
It's
as you
fabulous.
were saying earlier, Teresa, to Maggie, is that you love that intimate relationship where you love everybody, but you'd like that one singular love.
Yeah. But it's kind of clicked into place now.
Until you love life. I mean,
Exactly. It just clicked.
what I
just a
realised
minute
for
ago.
myself is once you love life itself
It just happens.
in all its glory,
Yeah.
Yes.
then it just happens.
Happens exactly,
The
and that's
rest
what
was
clicked.
getting me to the point where that happened.
Yeah.
The
Yes.
rest were
Yes.
lessons.
Yes. Exactly.
To get me to
Exactly,
the
Brian.
point,
Yeah.
Why
Yeah.
let it go totally?
Yeah.
And then whatever
Yeah.
happened.
Yeah.
happened.
Yeah. Exactly. You don't need to force or try. It just
Yeah,
happens because
yeah.
you're there.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's
yeah.
what clicked just a minute ago. It's like, oh.
Well, again, for me, you could call it. You could call it full open consciousness.
Yes.
Completeness, whatever
Yeah.
you want to call it.
Mm.
But you're in your completeness.
Yes.
And then because you're in your completeness, the rest is just there.
Yes.
Yes.
It's not even added, is it?
No, no, it's
there.
just there because
Yeah.
that's who
Yes.
you are.
And it comes back to, as John
Yes.
would say, you.
Yes.
Which of course is me.
Yeah,
Yes.
absolutely.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
absolutely.
Yes, it's
Yeah.
difficult, the language, isn't it? It's quite difficult
Yeah,
across this
just-
space.
yeah.
But that's why I say it comes back to the amiga, because that brings in the me,
me.
and the overwhelm and the whole, the whole end times, if you like, of that. And the love affair, if we're tight, this relationship that we're talking about here on this fifth level of the love, the dynamism, you often talk about it like a dance, don't you?
It's not. Yes, it's not just surrendering into the arms of the lover. There's also the dance, and when you really let yourself go the whole way, you begin to experience your universe as your lover, and that changes everything
understand that.
because abundance and support is like one of the things for me is I've not always felt my universe supporting me,
Yeah.
but now as I'm in partnership with it.
Mm.
And treating as my whole reality as my
Yeah.
lover. What a
Yeah.
great metaphor.
Yeah.
I'm actually automatically, because I'm shifting my frame of reference, I'm feeling and I'm experiencing the abundance and support. It's just been awesome.
Yeah.
It really has. You know, you
And
can't.
it's not just money, though, is it?
It's,
It's everything. It's
it
just,
is.
it's not just money. People think of abundance is money. Abundance is a beautiful flower.
It is.
You know, it's recognising everything.
It's health.
Yes, it's
Yeah.
everything. Yeah,
It's-
exactly.
They can-
Creative expression.
They can,
everything.
yeah, absolutely, and they can
Yeah.
even be
It's
abundance.
completeness, isn't it?
Yeah.
They can even be abundance inside what might even be your greatest fears, because those greatest
yes.
fears hold a great store
Yes.
of power and
Yes.
energy and
Yes,
learning
I
as you
agree
go into
totally
them
with that.
and learn what you're trying to tell yourself through them.
Once
Yeah.
you get there, it's wonderful because
Yeah.
then you think, oh, what a gift.
Yes, there's a treasure held
Yeah,
within it,
yeah,
absolutely.
yeah.
Yes.
Well, the fast track is living from your completeness
Yeah.
and then going into the mini-me. But living the mini-me in your completeness, isn't it? Really?
Enjoying it.
Well,
And
I-
enjoying all of it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or
Yeah.
whatever.
Well, yeah,
Even the restrictions or whatever, you know.
It's really taking responsibility. Once you take the responsibility, then it's, well, you're just there, aren't you?
Yeah. Claim it for all it's worth.
Exactly.
You know.
You can't
Take
blame
Yeah.
anyone else.
Yeah.
It's like, okay,
So on that
I
note,
want this.
to finish up the whole section of the Amiga shift,
Yeah.
the full shift which we've been covering today, perhaps you could just close that down for us, Maggie, with a short meditation to complete on the Love Part 5,
Yes.
falling in love in its broadest sense.
Yes.
So we're prepared just to finalise with a quick review of how all that applies that
To
we
our
haven't
lives.
already covered
Into
to
our
living
lives,
that in our
yeah.
lives. And we have covered a lot already,
We
but
have.
there's a little more to say.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. So now you can get to chill out again. But make yourself comfy. Okay. And allow yourself to relax into the core of you. Imagine you're at the center of your universe, and all around you was the swirlings of your world. I send you this card of love. I send you my love. And as you feel your love, I feel you falling into this as I drop my barriers of creation, I'm in love. I know not where I am, I'm in a dance. I'm in love, I'm in love, I'm in love, I'm in love, I'm in love with it all. And allow yourself to feel the skin melting on your face. I know it's my imagination. I dream of you. You dream of me because we are the same one being. I feel you in my being here. I feel you. joy I can expand and come back into center. Ooh, I send you this card of love to myself from the other points of view of me. I know you can feel me because I feel you as me. And allow yourself to enjoy the sensation of knowing that you are your own world. And yet at the same time, you're not alone because you're all one with the other mini-me's perspectives of yourself. Enjoy, radiate, revel, celebrate, luxuriate in that experience, for you are all that is, and this and all is you. And you may integrate now and know that you have really shifted into a new dimension of yourself, a new vibration, a new octave. Feel the vibrations. They are emanating from you. Enjoy, revel, celebrate being who you are. And celebrate with your reality and with each other in joyful communion. The sacred finale is here. And you may open your eyes when you're ready. Smile, stretch.
I'd like to point out that all your songs are spontaneous, aren't they, Maggie?
They
They're
are.
wonderful though, they're just so perfect.
Oh yeah, I never planned
The
them.
words are perfect.
It's just what I feel is appropriate.
Gorgeous. Gorgeous.
Ah. Totally, yes.
We should do an album, Maggie. Spontaneous Love.
Yes.
Be a bestseller.
Yeah, that's a great idea. Yeah.
Maggie's spontaneously.
Yes.
I'll play it in my club.
Yeah.
The sound of the birds in the background is beautiful.
Yeah.
So Maggie, thank you for that. And perhaps you would just also like to summarise the 5 levels of love for us.
Yes. Yes. It's awareness as first as just being aware that all this, what you're experiencing right now, is all you. And the very act of doing that, without trying to change it or fix it or do anything with it, opens a doorway.
And being aware of the barriers that are already there, the
Oh,
distances that you have
yeah,
with
as
the
you allow
objects.
yourself to just sit with whatever you're experiencing, you will get in touch with yourself. You will feel the barriers, the sensations that stop
And then
you
for
from
those barriers
experiencing
that
joy.
you're pushing away,
I really found this very powerful in helping people with their issues, rather than trying to fix them or change them. And you've experienced this very much, Teresa, is that if you allow whatever you're experiencing in and embrace it, dive into it, it's like that very moment. It's like you created that emotion because you had to get into it.
Yeah.
Allows it to start changing into something you prefer. Without trying to make it change.
Yeah.
It's almost
Or
like
avoid it
sitting,
even.
absolutely. It opens up into almost like it goes eventually into love. But let it be is the doorway.
so those things that you're pushing away is to allow it, but just let it be.
Yeah.
Without the pushing away, but without denying it.
Yes.
Yeah, because
In
that
fact,
hurts
I
more
wanna-
to do that.
I
Which
want
then-
to add something really important because I noticed in working with my clients that when they got stuck in something, is because they were invalidating what they were feeling.
Yes.
That's when they would really get stuck and really jam up. Oh, I'm stuck here. It's because they felt what they were experiencing was wrong.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah, oh
and then
yeah.
they couldn't move.
Yeah,
so you'll
absolutely.
and it wasn't that we will do this. Because we need to face this and embrace it, and then we can have our preference.
Yes.
That opens the way for letting it all in.
Letting it all in. Yes, it does. At that moment when you let it be, it's funny. It just automatically allows you to let it all in. You really do. You let it all in because you don't have a barrier. You're not going to judge it.
No.
No judgment, no invalidation, no pushing away, no separation. It leads to letting it all in.
Yeah.
And when you really let it all in, you find it's actually a
You
rush.
Get,
Yes.
you get the rush,
Yes.
as you have me squealing today.
Yes.
Yeah, it really does. Woo!
That's what's so lovely.
It is,
Yeah.
and in fact, the beauty is, as I say, the more you hold back and then let it in, sometimes the stronger it can be. It's like an
Yes.
elastic
Yeah.
band.
Yes. Yeah.
And as you expand that to the whole of your universe,
Oh, you feel in love with everything, and you know, the more you open to your universe as your lover, in the deepest sense, you will feel it supporting you in the fulfillment of your dreams. You will not feel you have to make things or force things to happen. You're in tune. You're dancing with your reality.
Yeah.
It's
Spiraling.
yeah, absolutely.
which takes us to, thank you for summarising the love,
Oh, you're
part 2.
living the Amiga
Living the Amiga way.
That was really good, Maggie.
Well, welcome back to part 2 of Living the Amiga way. We'll spend a short amount of time summarising. We've already covered in our conversation so much of how this applies to our life, but let's put a little bit of focus time on its real application, because part of our whole motivation now, as you know, is it's not just, oh, we've got some answers, we want to teach you about it. We actually want to join in with you in this sacred finale. We're inviting you and everyone to join in and say, we can treat this whole island experience, this whole living on Earth experience differently when we recognise how it all works.
Yes.
We can bring it in together, we can enjoy it together, we can develop, we can go to places and do things that we probably can't even imagine at the moment when we garner all our resources together and work together in Amiga, in the Amiga way, if you like. So this is more than just a sharing of a way of life for individuals. This is a collective thing that we can all, in our own way, join in together, in our own individual and collective universes here, for a whole new way of life, in fact. A whole new dimension almost of existence.
Yes, a new octave, as our cameraman John here enjoyed the word. Yeah,
Very good.
absolutely. And it's about enriching your life and seeing your life as spiritual too, that there's no separation. And diving into it, not rejecting anything.
Yeah.
Celebrating.
Yes,
Actually,
celebrating.
a celebration
Yeah.
of actually our own radiance,
Yes.
our own beauty, our own self-radiance, which was quite a moment for me when I realised that self-radiance was an anagram of sacred finale. In fact, there's a whole list of anagrams for self-radiance. We must put it on the internet. It's one of the most richly anagrammatical sort of words I've ever come across. There's dozens of awesome anagrams of self-radiance.
What was sacred as well? You told me that. You changed that around. Sacred is something else, isn't it?
Scared.
Scared. That's
Yes. When you change it, when you
it.
go
I mean,
into
how?
Scared finale.
Yeah.
absolutely, but when you really dive into being scared, you will feel that moment where you feel that it's all you. When you allow yourself to feel that scared, and then it becomes sacred.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I forgot what I was going to say. It was
Well,
something
one of the
really
things
important.
about we've learned today, you'll come back, is that actually everything's perfect as it is.
Yes.
Absolutely.
There's nothing wrong with where you are, and you are in control. So a big question is really, what are you going to do Monday morning?
Yeah.
Which is now tomorrow morning, isn't it? So what do we do with all this stuff?
Yeah.
How do we change our lives? How do we
Yes.
change our way of life? How do we change our relating? And of course, one of the big lessons that, well, we've already known, I think, but is really embedding, is there really is no difference between physical and spiritual.
Yes.
It's all the same one thing.
Yeah.
And part of the problem has been to make a distinction from what seemed hard and separate to something that seemed very pure and clear inside us that we could relate to. It's been very hard to relate to that physical world as spiritual when it feels so hard. But now we know it's only an image in our own consciousness of our own spirit. How are we going to use it? How are we going to use this power? Well, we're going to share some of our experience, of what's worked for us, and I'm sure you'll share some of your experiences too.
I feel you're absolutely miles away.
We can have this. Yes. So.
Actually, one thing I wanted to just bring in an idea briefly here is that one of the things I learned when I was in India was that there are different levels of path. And I'll just go through them briefly because it's actually quite interesting to realise that we are always working in different levels. And they call them upayas, which I think is rather funny because each upaya takes you up a higher upaya.
Oh yeah.
And the first one's called anava upaya, which I think is quite funny because it's all about anava, another, where you're very much in this separate world, and it's all really about doing things by rote. And if you do things by rote long enough, like repeat a mantra, it has its effect.
Yeah, it does.
Perfectly valid.
Worked for me.
And
Yeah.
even saying I love you, even if you don't mean it, just to say I love you, I love you, I love you, it has an effect.
Yes, yes.
And this would be the very fundamental. No, it's not a very fast one, but it does work.
Yeah.
The next one up is called Shaktupaya, which is where you really bring in understanding more, and then you do things more from understanding. Oh gosh, yes, it is all me, and I remind myself this is how it works. I remind myself of Omega, and so if I keep reminding myself, that has an effect too. It's more of a sort of intellectual reminding myself. So I'm now doing things, but with meaning. And the third level up is called Shambhav or Shambhavupaya. Shambhavupaya is more like I just will it to be. I just go into that space. So a lot of technique
I get this.
is in Shaktupaya. Do this technique in this way. And we all actually crave technique. In fact, most courses you go on say, well, here is the technique and the process you follow.
Yes, yes.
And yet what's interesting about Omega is it's really almost technique-less.
Yes.
Because it's actually working in that higher level, Shambhavupaya, where you basically, now you come to know, you practice just being it and
no
living it.
attainment anymore.
It's not quite, no, it's not quite an attainment, it's more an act of will to be back in that place and to remind yourself of it. And they actually do have a fourth level called Anupaya, Anu is a point, where you just be that, you just be it, without even the will. It's a way of life.
Yes.
And what does that mean? Well, we're actually very good at being in third density, in the physical world. It's just like what we do, we don't think about it.
No.
It's just our everyday experience. Well, when you shift it, when you really complete the shift, it's just the way it is.
Yes.
You don't have to will it. Oh yes, Omega. Oh yes, you're me. Oh, we're the same one. You live it, you feel it, you
Yes,
are it.
yeah.
So actually, primarily, what we're working towards is that third level and the fourth level.
Yes.
The fourth level is really the completion of it, where it just becomes a way of life. The third level is, how can we find ways of just reminding ourselves and using a word just to take us straight into it? And perhaps less concentration, although we do include it as well on that second level, which is, okay, here's some technique and some process that you follow. If you keep doing this, you'll be in Amiga awareness, which has value too.
Yes. Yes.
So there's a bit of a mix there, but overall, we've actually done living the Amiga way already.
Yes.
We now know how to do it. How do you do it? You just be it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
You remind
don't need
yourself
to think
of
about
it.
it. You just are it.
And if you
Yes.
can't remind yourself,
Yeah.
and you can't be it, well, go back and watch the tape again, because each time
Yeah.
you
We've-
go
Yes,
through it,
yes,
it
prove
takes
it.
deepens
deeper.
it.
Yeah,
It
absolutely.
really does.
so from that point of view, job's done,
Yeah.
but nevertheless we can still talk about the implications. But primarily, the deepest living
Yes.
is the simple being of it, and that has already been achieved.
Oh, yeah.
And even we get deep value out of reviewing what we've already done. I actually like watching my own free video. 'Cause
Yes.
oh, that's
Yeah.
awesome. Because in a way you can't hear enough of it.
Yeah.
No,
It's so
exactly.
true and deep.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And certainly for new people
Yeah.
who haven't had much exposure, you will hear a lot more new
Yes.
each time, won't you?
Yes.
I did.
Yes,
I'm
you-
doing
yes.
the original. I mean, I've got so much
Yeah.
more again from
Yeah.
this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Deeper, much deeper understanding.
So in a way, that's a kind of primary recommendation.
Yeah,
It's just
a
keep
reminder.
reviewing.
Yes.
Yeah.
What,
Yes.
and reviewing and deepening, reviewing
Yes.
what we've already got,
Yes.
because that takes you into the higher level where you don't have to go to, tell me again what I've got to do.
No, yeah.
What do I do today? How do I treat? What is the law of attraction? How does that? It becomes a way of being.
Yeah,
Also,
absolutely.
I would love to add that as you do it again, often for some people they'll experience it even more powerful
Absolutely.
because they couldn't allow it all in, that knowledge the first time.
Yes,
Exactly.
And then when they do it more and you've experienced
That's
that.
my experience.
Yeah, that's right.
Yes.
I had
Totally, yeah.
resistance
Yeah.
still, even though I enjoyed it.
Yes.
This
Yeah.
time I've really opened.
And from that point of view, in a sense, there's no end to that. It'll just keep deepening. And I'm sure that in time there'll be many more resources available in our world to deepen it in a number of ways. And at the moment, we're delighted we've got at least one, which offers that. So and it's our joy to share the free version of that with everyone, because there's a lot. As you were saying, that's a lot in that free version.
Yeah, a lot.
And it's really nice that is available to everyone.
Yeah.
And this takes, of course, to a whole new level, doesn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes, it does.
There's a huge amount in the free one. A huge
Yeah, I
amount.
know. And I just love our world so much. We had to do that. It is.
Totally.
Yeah.
Yes. And so, the basic message is, okay, you now know how it works. There are wondrous possibilities for living. If you want to live it and juice it, go do
Yeah.
it, be it.
Yeah.
And that, if you like, in an encapsulation, is living the Amiga way.
Yes. It's about exuding it, and it's almost like when you really get it, you're radiating it, you're exuding it. And it's a great way to feel alive.
Yes, agree,
Yeah.
totally.
Emitting it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, you are in that radiance,
Oh,
emitting it,
Yes.
being it. And of course, that attracts like.
Yes.
it
And you'll
does.
find more and more circumstances, people, situations,
Yes,
events
yes.
reflecting that back for you.
Yeah.
So in a sense it is pretty automatic.
Yeah.
But at the same time we can talk about various areas. And we listed 10 areas. That's 5 actually. 10 areas.
Yeah.
We'll spend just perhaps a few moments on each one.
Yes.
They are living.
Yes. I wanted to say something because I just had this idea. It's just a thought. Actually, there's a lot of I've been noticing there's a lot of addiction these days to watching celebrities. People are really into it, and
Yeah.
I realised, what I want. I think what I personally view that is people wanting to learn how to celebrate
Yes.
being themselves
Yes.
And greatness.
and their
Yes.
greatness.
Yes.
And I think, wow, to be a celebrity of your own self,
Yes.
to give yourself permission to
Yes,
be a
Maggie.
celebrity, to
Yeah.
celebrate being who you are.
Yeah.
And revel, and it's not egotistical, because what you're doing, what I found is that others will come along with you.
Yes.
Because you're giving them permission to do the same.
Same. Yes.
Yeah, and they will sort of automatically mirror you back, and they come out and shine too.
Actually, you reminded me of quite a good little
Yeah.
story about this, which
Yeah.
is also for me really fundamental, and that is I was with some people in a very nice paradisical type place recently, and there was one guy there that was telling that he'd had a hard time at his ashram retreat in India with his guru, and his story went like this, which was that he was about to leave, and the tradition was to bow to the guru and say, you know, blessings and that sort of thing, and then I'm on my way now, bye bye. Now what this guy did was, he not only bowed to his guru, but he also turned around and bowed to the entire audience as well.
Yes.
You see? Whoa, 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 the people around, whoa, can't do that, can't do that. And he looked at the guru, and as it turns out, the guru said, it's fine, yeah. But I thought about this, and I thought, well, yeah, good on you.
Yes.
Good on you.
Embracing everything.
Because I had a guru. I actually had a guru for quite some time, and I didn't spend a lot of time with him physically, but in that time that I did spend with him physically, I actually did bow down like everyone else. It was a done thing. And now, at the time, I really felt that I was not bowing to some external person. I was really bowing to my own self, my own meanness. But it suddenly occurred to me, and I was saying this to this chap in this cafe. I said, you know what? I had a guru once. I bowed to him many, many times. Must have done it many times. Do you know I don't think he bowed to me once?
No.
Not a single time. He never honoured me in the way I was honouring him. Why didn't he do that? That's very strange. So I said, I honour you for honouring the audience.
Yes.
Because you knew that truth.
Yes.
And you were prepared to express it. He said, yes, yes.
Yes,
so I got down on the floor in the cafe and I said, I honour you, I bow to your feet, friend.
Yes.
So I did, I bowed to his feet. And he said, I said, you are a great being.
Yeah.
He said, thank you, so are you. And he bowed down and he put his forehead on my feet. And it was a wonderful moment because we really were in the honour and celebration of each other's greatness. And I honour you and you and you and you and our audience and the cameraman and Maggie, and that helps me honour myself. So I honour totally who you are.
That's okay.
And I prepare totally who you are. Because
and I honour you, John.
I do too.
And I honour who you are.
I honour you too.
And I'm prepared to bow to your feet because I am only actually bowing to myself.
Yes.
Because I really wasn't bowing to myself with the guru, even though I thought I was.
Yes.
I was bowing to something outside of me.
Yes.
But now when I see that greatness in you, I really am now actually seeing the greatness in myself.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes. I'm not looking out and saying, well, you've got something I haven't got. I say, oh no, you are who I am. And by seeing it in you, and of course I bow to my darling Maggie too.
And I bow to you too. Absolutely.
Totally. That's a very, obviously it's a very dramatic, and we did this in the cafe. But you don't have to be that dramatic. Of course you can be.
But exactly, if you feel that's what you want to do,
that's
then
right.
you give yourself permission to be that way.
When that person understands what you're doing, of course.
Like Maggie was doing earlier on, she gave herself permission to really fully express and scream, you know, and shout. When I actually wanted to, but I wouldn't allow myself to. So by you doing that, you inspired me to be like that myself.
Absolutely.
So I thank you for that.
I think I've lost feeling embarrassed by it. But to hold myself back feels to diminish me now.
Yes.
And I cannot do that to myself anymore.
No.
To compromise myself creates pain in my being.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's that dramatic. But it's one of the things I often have people coming running up to me and saying, "Oh, you're beautiful, you're the light, I can see it," and they really get quite. It's so difficult for some people to accept the same in them, the greatness in them.
Oh, that's why I avoided your gaze. You see, it's the same. Yeah, absolutely. I understand that.
It's very interesting. I mean, I was in a crystal shop not so long ago in Glastonbury, in fact, and got into a conversation with this chap, and this chap said, he said, "Wow, you really seem to have something." I said, No, actually, I said to him, "Wow, you really seem to have something," because he told me, he said, "You need this crystal because of this and this. I can see it." And I said, "Wow, you're awesome." Now, you really know what you're doing. Now, what do you think his reaction was when I said, "God, wow, you're awesome. You really know what you're doing here"? What do you think his natural reaction was?
With a lot of the old guru type mentality, John, you'd go into, "Oh, I'm nothing. I'm absolutely nothing."
Yes, exactly. Yeah. Oh, no. Oh,
Yeah, well, I was going
No,
to
no,
say,
no, no, not me. No, I'm just a channel. I'm just a channel.
Yeah,
Just
because
a
you can't
channel.
accept it, yeah.
And I said, you're not just a channel. You're awesome.
Yeah.
Yes.
What you have just done is phenomenal.
Yeah.
Own it.
Yeah.
I see it in you. Can't you see it in you?
Yeah.
And I added in this lovely phrase. By seeing it in you, I thank you and honour you because you're reminding me of my own greatness.
Yes.
Which is such an awesome place to
Yes.
come from. Because culturally, and yes, a lot of traditions, often Eastern, have suppressed that almost to the point of, you are nothing.
Yes.
How dare you think you're
Yes.
something? How do you have the temerity to say that you're anything other than nothing? Don't you know how it all works? The only thing of value is the great infinite spirit, the infinite light within. All else is an illusion, valueless, worthless. Sorry, you just called me worthless.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
I am awesome.
Yes.
And actually, if you did but know it, so are you. Why are you denying it?
Yes.
It doesn't work for me. Now, that might work for you. I honour that in you. But whatever you say, you'll never convince me that you're not awesome, that
No.
I'm not awesome,
No.
that we come from awesomeness and the whole expression is awesomeness.
Yeah.
That's my truth. That's where I come from. So
Yeah.
one of the problems with saying how great you are is either inflated ego,
Yeah.
big head, yeah, or submission down to somebody else. Oh, you're so great, I'm so small. You see?
Yes.
But you see, you can avoid both those traps by honouring both.
Yes.
Absolutely.
It's a two-way exchange.
Absolutely. As much as I see it in you and honour it you, I thank you for allowing it to in me.
Yes, absolutely.
So someone says, God, you're great, aren't you? Right, yeah, bloody I am.
Thank you for seeing that. I see
Thank you
that
for
in
seeing
you.
it.
Yeah.
And thank you for reminding me.
Yes.
And I see that in you too.
Yeah, I do that. Yes,
They go,
absolutely.
oh, no, no, no. So look, you may not be in touch with it, but
But
I see it.
am. Yeah.
Absolutely.
And I am in touch with it.
Yeah.
I'm not shy of it.
No.
And I exhort you, I encourage you.
Yes.
I please
Yes.
find it in yourself too.
Yes.
Don't deny yourself. That's kind of like, if anything is a sin, and I'm not sure anything is a sin, I certainly don't feel a sin in myself, that would be like a sin.
Yes.
It'd be like
It's a denial of
It's
who
a
you
complete
really are.
denial of your own greatness and awesomeness. And so, yes, that's a cause of pain and suffering. So, thank you for reminding us of that, Maggie, because in terms of, in terms of what do we do about this,
Yeah.
one of the first things you can do is honour
Honour another.
everything.
Yeah.
Yourself, others, and it's quite a treat for other people to be told how wonderful they are.
It is, and it's a
Yeah.
lovely thing to
Yes.
to share
Yes, it
anyway.
is.
I mean, it makes
Yeah.
you feel
Yeah.
so big.
But you see,
And them as
the
well.
thing is, Teresa, that only works when you do that with integrity.
Absolutely, you
It
can't.
does,
I can't
yes.
do it if
Yeah.
it doesn't. I don't feel it, then I'm not able to do
No.
it because
And-
that is really just not being real.
And the
Yes.
true integrity is the recognition of
Yeah.
what we were doing with those TV
Yes,
screens,
yes.
what we're doing with the hand and
Yeah.
heart.
Yes.
Oh my God, you really are me from another
Yes.
point of
Yeah.
view. I love you
Yeah.
for it.
Yeah.
I know you don't know what I'm talking about,
Yeah.
but I see it in you,
Yeah.
and I honour you.
Yeah.
And in terms of sharing this with others, which is a great way of, it's often said that people teach the things they want to learn.
Oh yes.
And we're in that position. It's not like, oh, we are the fully enlightened
no.
Megarites,
Yes,
you know.
I know that. Yeah.
No, we're learning and living and enjoying and loving it too. We're we may be the first kids in the playground, but we're all young and we're all in it together, and we're
Yeah.
just, I'm pretty sure it's going to be just second nature, and it doesn't put us on a pedestal at all. It's
No.
not at all. I absolutely honour you for what you bring in our reality, and I honour myself for what I bring and we bring in our reality too.
Absolutely.
That's why we want to say, come and join us
Yes.
in our sacred finale.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Not follow us. We don't want to be your leaders.
No.
Well, it's there to
Yeah.
lead.
No.
If the kids in the playground, I think I mentioned this before, if I didn't, I'll say it again. If the kids in the playground who are 9 years old find out about Santa, it's all very exciting, and we're very excited about it. Yes, we did, didn't we? Because if you go to the 16-year-olds and say, oh, you found out about Santa, they go, yeah, get over it. And like the common knowledge, this is common knowledge. So
Yeah.
we fully expect this to be common knowledge, and then what do? We get on with our expression. We get on with living it and loving it. So-
Enjoying life to the full.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes.
So just a point on that actually, because I think this is quite central. One of the things that we all want to do when we find something new that really works for us, that opens up, moves us, opens our heart and so forth, is we want to share it with others, and quite right too. We want to share it with others. So the question arises, well, how do you share this? And I think it can be reduced to something quite simple. One is that, you can direct people towards the Amiga Shift video.
That's what I would do because it's much easier.
Yes, but of course you have to have their interest.
Absolutely, if they ask.
If they ask, and they say,
absolutely,
cool,
I wouldn't
you know,
force it on them.
they might say, what do you want? I want some of that. You say,
Yeah.
"Just go with-" Or you might say, oh God, I just had the most amazing, awesome experience.
Yes,
You've got to
absolutely.
see this video. Oh, it's 2 hours long. That doesn't matter. You've got to see it. Right? But there is another way of doing it as well,
Yes.
which is to come out with the truth directly without trying to explain
Absolutely. I find that's very powerful.
it. It is, isn't it?
If you're radiating it, you can just come out with it, and people are not stupid.
No.
They're amazing, and they get it. If you're radiating, if you're in your integrity, they will pick it up.
I've had that
Yeah,
experience.
yeah.
That's why I've been saying to you, when are you going
Yes.
to get your video out? You know,
Well,
because I've had that where
well,
I want to,
and I-
I can't explain this to you, but it's awesome.
Okay, so now this is the point. I can't explain it to you, but it's awesome. Okay. So this is our recommendation. We don't recommend, in fact, we recommend you don't try and explain it. You'll get yourself, I'm good at this. I know I'm good at it.
Yeah, exactly.
And
that's why
I
said
have
that.
never succeeded in explaining this to anybody. And I have tried many, many times. If I don't have their full attention for a course.
No. You
So-
can't explain it in 5 minutes, John.
No, well, you know, our challenge was to bring a full 2-day course down to something that was consumable, like a video. We brought it down to 1 hour, 50 minutes, with an invitation and a wrap-up afterwards for good measure. And that was the best we could do. We could shave a bit more off that, but it's not going to be an awful lot. And you can't do that yourself. It's very skilled, it's very specialised, it's very energetic. People will be able to in time, but immediately that's not very accessible. And we recommend don't try and do it. But now here's the exciting thing, and this is exciting, is it turns out you don't need to. Because you can do something else instead. For instance, you can say, you may be having a chat and you may be getting into some area where you wish to express yourself about this spiritual experience. You say, but of course you do realise, Teresa, don't you? Now you look in their eye and you go in that place. You do realise, Teresa, of course, that we are actually the same one being
Yes.
experiencing
Yes.
this reality
Yes.
in our own separate
Yes,
universes,
absolutely.
completely independently.
Yes.
And the reason why your universe synchronizes with my universe is because we're the same one being wishing to share this.
Yes, exactly.
Now
I
that
have no
might
fear
sound,
about it now to release it.
you know, you try it. Now
I
that's
have no
that's
fear
not an
at all.
explanation.
No.
No.
That's the truth.
Absolutely, I know that, and because I know that, it kind of drops all that
Exactly.
fear. It's
Exactly.
like, I'm just,
Yeah.
you know,
Now, you can
they
say
are
that-
me, you know, they are me anyway, so.
You can say that in your own way, although I wouldn't recommend in drifting too far from that core expression. You know, we are the same one being experiencing this in our own separate worlds, our own separate experiences, synchronizing because we're the same one, one being wishing to share it. It's something we repeat many times. It is the core. It took me a long time to be able to express it like that. Now, what we found, haven't we, Maggie, is that when in integrity, that means you're living it.
Yes.
You say that to somebody.
Yeah.
Do you know what? They get it.
Yeah.
Exactly, because you're
Yeah.
being it.
Yes.
That's been my experience.
Yes.
Yes.
It's like, what are you on, Trees?
Yes.
What
yes.
happened?
So we
Yeah.
can really recommend an expression of it rather than an explanation. They say,
Yeah.
what do you mean? Say,
Watch the video.
explain that.
Exactly.
You can say, you don't need to understand what it means. You already know it's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you can feel it.
Yeah.
Say, oh, okay, you go and watch a video. I can't
Yeah.
explain it. I know it's true. I can feel it's true. Did you
Yeah.
feel it's true?
Yes.
And you can express these wonderful, timeless core truths that we've been exploring in your own way
Yeah.
without the need that you feel that you've got to justify it or explain it when you live it. They would, if they pick it up, they'll say, oh, give me more, give me more. Then you can say, I can't, you go and watch the video, it's brilliant.
Yeah, well,
That explain it all, and then we'll talk again.
Exactly.
Because I'd love to share more of this space with you.
Yes, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
And that's exactly what I say, because I don't want to spend time explaining it, because you've done it all for me. Why would I want to do
Well,
something
we're going
that
a little
you've done
bit
for
further
me?
than that, Teresa. We're saying you couldn't do it.
I wouldn't want to. I don't feel
I don't
want
think you
to.
could. Well, some people might be able to, but we've never succeeded. So we're
No.
saying be very, very, very cautious if you think you can do that, because it's really hard.
I wouldn't even want to, John.
Exactly.
It kind of, my head says no.
And the joy
It's
of
like,
this
"What?"
is you don't need to.
No, exactly.
A, you've got the resource that does it for you.
Yeah.
And B, you can be free to express the conclusion of it.
Yes.
Yeah? To
Yes.
anybody you like, anytime you like.
Yes.
You can even say it silently to yourself if you want to. Mm? And they will pick that up. They'll feel it. They'll go, ooh, what was that? It's like a ripple goes through them, yeah? A ripple of recognition. A good title for a book, isn't it? The Ripple of Recognition.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah.
Good title for the song, actually.
Hey, the ripple of recognition.
I'm already working on it. That's my area.
Okay.
So we need to go through some of these.
Well, we're going to go through some of these.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
There are 10 areas
Yeah.
that we can just touch on about where we live. Number 1 is living our purpose, our theme out. Number
Yes.
2 is living for relationships. The essence of existence that we is in relationship. Number 3 is living in our power, to be fully empowered with our new awareness and our reality. And number 4,
It's living in freedom, to be free to be all that you are,
Yeah.
without inhibitions, without limitations. Living, and number 5, living in the greatness. We talked about honouring yourself, celebrating who you are, and celebrating and recognising that in another too.
Yeah.
And number 6, living in abundance. I want to say you can have your cake and eat it,
Yes.
and we'll go into that in a bit more detail. And number 7, which
one of
is
your specialities.
one of my specialities, living with the challenges and accessing the joy in that.
and the gift that's in that.
Oh,
Yes, absolutely,
In fact,
because there's
the
always one.
capacity for exquisiteness, the exquisiteness of joy is more in the challenges, because you've pushed that part of your way in the form of a challenge or an obstacle. The capacity to experience even more joy. And as you integrate it within yourself, you can then allow more challenges to come into your life. And what you're actually doing is you're actually taking yourself to higher and higher octaves, levels of joy, your capacity to experience complete joy.
So number 8 then is actually
Yeah.
going straight into that joy, living in joy.
Living in joy.
And then actually living with suffering, because
Yes.
we don't want to be in denial of our reality experience here. Suffering can play an inordinate and enormous part of our life and our
yes.
friends' lives and
Yes.
other people who appear,
Yeah.
to the point of great tragedy
Yes.
and great desperation.
Yeah.
And being able to face and deal and live with that
Yes.
with compassion,
Yes.
without being,
Yeah.
what's the word? Dismissive or
Yes.
Denial.
denial or flippant about it.
Yes.
Oh, well, you've created it yourself, or it's all
Yes.
perfect.
No,
or something.
absolutely. You having compassion for.
Is not
Yeah.
dealing with it in a way that's in integrity with the whole of who you
Yeah.
are.
Yeah.
And finally, just number 10 really is that actually, how do we integrate this with all the other paths that we have and that other people have, paths that people have around us? Okay, so I feel that we can probably move through quite quickly and just remind ourselves
Yeah,
of a
maybe.
lot of what's already been said already, and maybe just add a few things here and there.
And
Yeah.
maybe illustrate it with a personal example.
Okay.
Or a story.
Okay.
Make it short.
Well, number
personal
1,
example.
living on purpose, playing out our theme. May I kick off with a story here?
All right then, John.
Okie dokie.
Okay, John.
This is very interesting because we.
Sorry, I just want to give John a hug. Actually, I've just been feeling that. Actually, yeah.
I know you had such a good time with Mark.
I
and,
know. Yeah, I did
Oh
actually.
dear, oh dear.
Doesn't want to get the wrong idea.
Oh.
Oh, that's all right. I got the right idea.
You're safe. You're secure.
Okay, quick story.
Yes.
We're probably all more or less familiar with the idea that living your purpose is to sort of follow your joy, follow your expression, follow your excitement, actually, because anything that puts you into that high, buzzy state is a raising of your consciousness, is actually you coming back into alignment with who you really are, with your own unique expression. And in fact, that buzz of like, yes, is an indication back to you, you're on target here. This is who you are. You remember what we said? One of the strongest feelings you have is like, yeah, this is me. Well, a few years ago, while I was developing very much the knowledge side of the Omega shift, although it wasn't called the Omega shift then, didn't know what to call it for a very long time, in fact. I bought a digital camera. Always having an interest in
Yes.
photography, the digital camera just completely liberated me, because all of the problems with processing and getting exposure, it was all instant, wonderful printing. I started producing these most amazing photos. I was really excited about it, so I was following my excitement, following my joy. I would share them with other people. We would share in that joy. Oh wow, these are awesome! Look at the light, the shine, they're incredible. And we really get off on these photographs. So I thought, well, you know, following my joy, I will be a photographer. Why not? And as far as I was concerned, and other people were supporting it, was world-class photography. It was just awesome, you know. So I'll be a world-class photographer.
Yeah.
So I started doing this and, you know, having some fun. But then it was really weird, because things started going wrong and they were going against me. My printer wouldn't work, and I couldn't get this to work, and that didn't arrive, and that broke, and then even the framer, he refused to give me the frames he made for me.
Yeah, you had a row with you or something.
Yeah, he started accusing me of something I hadn't done.
Yeah.
He'd heard something which was completely untrue. This is ridiculous.
Yeah.
And then I thought, oh God! And I had this other amazing inspiration, which was to do with some video, some video feedback systems, which produce these amazing fractal-like patterns. And I just got this great idea for putting it in the big modern gallery in London, the Tate, the new Tate. I thought, what an awesome exhibit! And I was
Great idea, actually.
yeah, it would be great. And I was getting excited. All I needed was a big projector to actually try it on a big screen, because I thought, because you could actually enter into it and actually play with the art yourself. Anyway, it's a bit complicated, very exciting. And the effect is awesome. And then I was getting myself ready to go and see someone who had a projector and they were going to use it. I was going to try it out, and I was getting sick. I got swollen glands and I couldn't move my leg. I was like,
No.
now at the time, Maggie was doing some of her channeling, weren't you, darling?
Yes.
And I said, can I have a word with one of your guides, please? Because this is just getting a bit pissed off with this.
Yeah.
And so she said, yeah, of course. And I just had this quite natural conversation. It was quite fun, actually. And I said, what is going on here? And they said, well, you know, all these things you're doing, they do represent who you are, but they don't really represent the whole of who you are.
No.
And they said, when you are actually doing the whole of who you are and really living your theme, then all these other things will find their place.
Yes.
But you're focusing so much on one of them,
Yeah.
thinking that's you. That's not you.
No, it's just a little bit of you.
It's a little bit of you. So no,
Yes,
you're not
absolutely.
going to be a world-class photographer.
No,
That's
yes,
basically what they
yes,
were
limiting
saying.
yourself,
That's not
isn't
who you
it?
are.
Yeah.
So I go, well, who am I then?
Yeah.
And they said, this was quite funny actually.
Yeah, it was actually, because they're quite humorous.
Yeah. I mean, it's actually just like having a chat with a regular being. Right? Really. So they say, come on, you know. And I said, no, I don't. They said, yeah, you do. I said, no, I don't. Tell me, I can't take this anymore. We had a bit of a banter. Anyway, it was kind of sort of reluctant agreement. Okay, we'll tell you, but only because you really do know anyway.
Yeah.
I said, okay, come on. He said, you're a truth seeker.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
I just went, oh God, I've been in denial ever since. Total denial. It's the only thing that's really, really motivated to move me all my life, and I can never deny it. I can never accept it as being the obvious truth. You know?
Yeah.
So it was at that point then I said, okay, now I have to commit to who I am.
Yes.
I know I'm a communicator, and I know that I'm always driven by this. And I love to pull the truth together and share it.
Yeah.
So now I have to commit to that.
Yeah.
And that's what I've been doing for 3 years, to the exclusion now pretty much of all else. But we've put everything on the line for it to get to this point of actually being able to get that expression. And it feels like the best time of my life, even though from the outside one might look at the physical circumstances and say, my God, this must be the worst time of your life.
Yeah, no.
But it's not, because now I'm in that expression.
Yes.
I'm playing out that theme that obviously I set for myself.
Yeah.
Yes.
And no matter how far in my life I've tried to go this way or the other, and I could give you a lot more examples, I've always blocked myself.
Yeah.
This is the route that's going to take me through
Yes.
to the expression of who I am.
Yes.
So I think you can add to that in finding your life purpose, you can get too contracted with it, too fixated in tying it down.
Yeah.
Because the main thing in finding your life purpose is to be all that you are. And the little jobs that you do, well, maybe not so little, are only expressions of that in the moment.
Yeah.
But they actually are also part of you.
Yeah.
But you've got to tap into that thing. And for some people it's difficult because they cannot believe that they'll be able to do it.
think you're getting an agreement there, mate.
Yeah, the peacock's agreeing with
Yeah,
you.
absolutely.
Clear agreement there.
Absolutely. It's, you've got to go for your wildest, highest joy.
Yes.
And the thing is, you will develop the resources,
Yes.
the way to do it.
Yes.
Or often if you have devaluation issues, self-esteem issues, you'll even totally think you cannot do it at all. But once you allow yourself to start doing it without thinking about it, you'll just get more and more skilled at
And
it.
it can be a leap of faith,
Yeah.
as we speak from our own testament,
Yeah,
don't we?
absolutely.
There's, you know, I've actually in my life, now being 50 and really had this passion all my life, I've put myself into a position where I pretty much had no choice left but to do it. I kind of like, I could have done it earlier, and I accept the timing is actually perfect and it is always right, but I can also see that I really have distracted myself with other things, whereas all along I always knew what I wanted, and I just couldn't allow it in. So I think allowing it in, and you know, climbing Mount Everest, that can be a challenge. But if that's your passion and joy, you got to do it. And this does feel a bit like climbing Mount Everest, and that doesn't make it bad. That makes it a challenge. That makes it exciting. Yeah, it's difficult at times, but boy, it's in the truth of who I am, who we are.
And sometimes it may scare the hell out
The
of
shift
you.
out, the shift out of you.
Sorry,
Shift.
because and you know you're hitting your highest joy.
Because that is
It
because
really
you
scares
are
you.
in fear.
Yeah, because your fear
Absolutely, I
can
know that
sometimes
one.
be your greatest fear. Can
Yes.
also be your highest joy too.
Yeah.
When you're
It means you're on track.
denial. Yeah.
In fact, if you're not actually experiencing a lot of fear as you go into your highest expression,
Then it's
you
not
may
your
be
highest
slightly off
expression.
track.
Yeah.
It may be, not to make it
And you
absolute.
sabotage yourself sometimes.
Oh yeah, you justify.
Because
You justify
basically-
what?
yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
I've been there.
Because basically,
Yeah.
as Mandela, was it Mandela said?
Oh, I
Your
love-
greatest fear is
It's-
the wonder that you
You
are.
are absolutely.
Yeah.
It's not
Well,
that you're
that's-
inadequate. It's that you are.
Or everything.
Yeah,
everywhere.
I've got that. I love that.
Yes.
Well,
I do. Have you? Oh, I
Well,
love
we
that.
now know the wonder of who we are, and that
Yeah,
is, in a sense, so overwhelming that, like Buzz in The Men in Trees,
Yeah.
you actually will find yourself shutting down for it because you can't take it on all at once. It is an awesome thing. So to close what could be quite a long session about purpose and theme of life and so forth,
Yes.
the overall is you've got to go for it.
You've got to go for
Yeah.
it. There's nothing to lose but
No.
your inhibitions, your
Yeah.
limitations, and the capacity to, you know, it's just like you feel you're really living your life's dream then when you allow yourself to go for your highest joy.
And what's interesting about Amiga awareness is it turns out that your own personal life dream is not so personal. It turns out it's your world's life dream with
Yes.
you
It
too.
is.
Because
Yes.
as you play out your dream, your world
World reflects that.
reflects
back
that
to you.
back to you.
Yes.
Absolutely.
There
Yeah.
will be an audience.
Yes.
Yes.
Instead of worrying all the time that
Yeah.
who's going to like this.
Yeah.
Of course, if you really love it,
Yes.
then everybody else will.
And I think we should mention as well, because it's a very important part, and we played quite a lot of it on the wrap up of the Amiga shift. We were talking about how that can then affect world situations, wars, governments, and so forth.
Yes.
So let's just explain what we mean by that, shall we?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Because that's quite a bold statement to make.
Yeah.
And yet now, with the understanding that we have about how we create our reality and how our world is reflecting back to us, we can see that all the, let's say, terrors and atrocities that appear in our world, they are there to serve us for a purpose. They are reflecting, if you like, a terror, atrocity, a limitation within
Oh
us.
yes.
Absolutely.
And actually you can't beat them down.
No.
You can.
Much as you would go out and force it down there, it'll pop up here.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
As it's in your
Yeah.
awareness,
That's
it's
right.
there for a
Yeah.
reason.
It's
I
there.
accept that.
Yes.
Yes.
Because
And
it
that's
isn't out there.
and actually, you know what? That's a very, very mature place to come from, because you are taking ownership for an
Yes.
inordinate amount of suffering in your world,
Yes.
and challenge in your world,
Yes.
and it's there to serve you. You're not responsible for it in the sense that you are creating other people's suffering, but you are responsible for that experience of your entire world
Yeah.
yourself. And all the others who wish to also be jointly responsible for that, yes, because that ownership is joint, in
Yes.
fact, as the same one being,
Yeah.
are also there sharing it with you.
Yes.
And that puts you in a situation you say, well, what do I do about it? And just because it's all made of you doesn't mean passivity is the option that's going to work for you. So, for instance, you're walking down the street and you see a young child and they trip and they fall in front of a car. You're right next to them and you know that if you put your hand out to hold them, you can save them from getting run over by that car. So what do?
You do it.
You take action
Yeah.
in your world to do what's right for you.
Yes.
And if you were to misinterpret what we were saying as saying, well, that child, if they fell under the car and got crippled, that would be their problem because they create their own reality. You're missing the entire
No,
point.
because it's in your reality, so it's there for you to
Yeah, if
take
you
action
see
on.
Take action on.
Yeah.
You've got to own it. If you
Absolutely.
see it,
Yes.
Yes. I
even
get
if it's
that.
a million miles
Yeah,
away,
yeah,
it's
it
still
doesn't
your
matter.
world.
Now you
Yeah.
have the choice of whether you
Yeah.
put your hand out to save the child or not. And if you choose not to, for whatever reason, then if we step back to our fractal infinite versions of everything, then indeed the child who falls under the car will be that version of the child that wishes to have that experience.
Yes.
But that's the child's affair, really.
Yes.
You're taking you out of the equation. You've just put yourself into a reality where you've just crippled a child out of your inaction.
Absolutely.
And you are responsible for that. And you will, if you like, suffer the consequence of that back to yourself. You will feel the pain that you've created in that other aspect of yourself in some way. And so this is not to be recommended.
That lady, the cancer thing. Yeah.
So taking the view, oh, well, you know, everyone creates their own realities, well, I'm not responsible, is to miss the point completely. You are totally responsible for the entirety of your reality. And that is a big responsibility for an individual to take on. But when you recognize that it's only there to serve you and to help you and to support you, you can act in a way that is in utmost integrity at all times with the whole of your being. And I, for one, would always put my hand out to save the child. Because I wouldn't like that feeling of what is actually pain and separation. Say, well, a child creates their own reality, it's their own problem. That's a terrible thing to say, and it's terrible for you. I would prefer to be with the child that's saved
Yeah.
Yes.
than the one that I let die or be crippled. Because
have
that's
an-
my choice. And so that extends to anything that's happening, or any level of atrocity, and even world leaders
Yes.
who are committing atrocities. What they're doing is they are exploring for themselves the very same thing that we're talking about. Where is the power? You know, they've been brought up to think that the power lies in domination and defeat and
Yes,
big money. And
control, yeah.
do you think that's where they're getting their power from? It may feel like it, but in the end it kills them, it squashes them, they get drained and they get sucked dry by it as well. And it's not serving them. So by being the living example yourself of Omega, for want of another term, let's call it Omega, and radiating that, recognizing where your power truly lies, your world must start reflecting that back to you.
Yeah, in a sense, being the world you want to see.
To see,
Yeah.
exactly. I get that now.
And because we live in a physical world, we've chosen this physical experience, taking action from that place of integrity within your being would be the appropriate action.
That's right. And
Yeah.
then the world will start to reflect
Yeah.
back. You will start to see things happening in your world
Yeah.
that reflect that back to you. And that's our experience very much,
Yes.
is that we see the things that are reflecting back to us, that shift in us of who we
Yeah.
want to be. And that's our world that we choose. That's my world that I choose. And so that's how you can have a global effect.
Yes.
And wasn't it Gandhi that said something similar to that? Become the
did.
change you want
Yeah,
to be, or something. Well, this is why that works. You become that, and then
It starts with you.
Yes.
yes,
Yeah.
it starts with you, and then the atrocities, if you like, no longer serve you
Yeah.
to reflect who you are.
Yeah.
So
So
they're
the
not there
atrocities will disappear into somebody
Absolutely.
else's reality.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, another version of you that may
Yeah.
have made a different decision might be experiencing,
Yeah.
but you don't have to.
Yes.
As Bashar says, you have choices in it all the time, and you've got all these things coming at you. You don't have to choose to have all of them. You can be selective and say, well, yes, I prefer this, I don't prefer this. And it goes away.
And you exercise your integrity, your
Exactly.
responsibility,
Yeah.
your
Not
maturity.
out of fear, out of
Yeah.
the knowing that it's
But
Yes.
as soon as you try to change it out there,
it doesn't work.
it doesn't work.
No.
Yes.
No.
But it doesn't mean you don't take action
No.
that's in your reality.
Yes,
Exactly.
absolutely.
So-
Absolutely.
So
It's a very good analogy about the child, actually.
it's a huge thing to take on, but in the end it comes down to me and my individual perception of who I am, where I am right now, what action I want to take about it. And my choice right at the moment is, I don't like a lot of the things I see in my reality.
Yeah.
I'll be honest with you, they don't seem to fit with my integrity, but I
No.
recognise they are reflecting limitations in me as well. So
Yeah.
I decide to take action about that, and what I decide to do is, in my way, share the solution. and that's what we're doing now. That's our approach to doing it.
Yes.
Not the only way of doing it,
Yeah.
but it's what works for us now.
Yes.
And that will, if we stay in our
Yes.
integrity,
Yes.
okay, it's not automatic.
Yes.
No.
If we stay in our integrity, that's a test
Yeah.
for us, that will, and that's certainly our experience at the moment, beginning to have, that all starts to reflect back
It's
to become the world of our
dreams.
Dreams.
Joy. I'm really seeing that. You know, it's
Yeah.
interesting because when I'm really seeing the world opening up and becoming more loving. I
Yes.
see, you know, there's a lot of stuff about environmental issues, but I'm actually seeing the opposite. I'm seeing, especially in Somerset, the amount of care that going
Yes, I
into the
am too.
environment here,
Yeah.
and the farmers are not spraying their fields,
No.
and
More
there's this
yeah.
general love, you know, for the
Yeah.
land,
And that's our
everybody
experience of
around
our world we're living in. And it's not
Yes.
blinkered, that's the
Yeah.
real reality. And the more we live in that and
Yes.
radiate it, the more it must reflect that back to us.
It's no alternative but to.
Yeah, so I feel fully
Yeah.
empowered to create around me a world a world of my dreams which fully reflects the kind of reality I want. And the journey towards that is as interesting, exciting and fulfilling as the end result.
Yeah.
Absolutely. There's no need to force it down someone else's throat
No.
or try to convince someone.
Exactly, that's where I was. And
Yes.
when you're coming from that place,
Yeah.
it's because you're trying to push it down your own throat, really.
Yeah,
Especially when you
absolutely.
realise it is actually perfect as it is.
Yeah,
And all
yes,
the players
absolutely,
in it
yes.
are in there
Yeah.
like you, out of their
Yeah.
own choice.
Yeah.
Enigmatic and weird as that seems.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you look at people on Nemesis, you think, well, the Nemesis rating. How could you ever choose to do that? But actually, they are all there. No one's been shackled into
No.
those seats. They've all chosen it, and then underneath it, we are all probably in that same position.
Yeah.
And I think this would be nice to lead on to the idea of victims and perpetrators.
Yeah. Oh,
and
very
suffering.
good. Yes. Yes.
You know, it's interesting, just sharing my own experience. I have been a victim. Well, I've called myself a victim.
Yeah, yeah.
And when I look at it now,
A victim of what now?
of
Abuse.
yeah.
Okay.
Of abuse, yeah, very much so. Physical abuse. And when I see it now, I can really see that I totally brought it upon myself.
Yes, I can.
I wanted because I had a hatred for myself at that time. Well, it wasn't so much a hatred. I thought I was nothing, worthless,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah, okay, yeah.
And so that's what you do, you give out. And in a way, the person who would respond to that is not necessarily someone who's necessarily has power over you.
No.
It's in a way, you could be viewed as having more power over them, in the sense you're manipulating them
Yes.
to respond in that way.
Way.
So you're putting an invitation out that says, "Please
Yeah,
abuse me. I feel worthless."
I
Yes.
feel
And
worthless.
only a weak person would respond to that. You see,
Yes.
if you do that to me,
Absolutely. Yeah.
I'd say no. I don't want. I
Yeah.
don't want to abuse you. Thank you. So,
So-
you have to go and find someone else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You have to actually go and find someone who's weak enough to respond.
Uh-huh.
And in that sense,
Yes.
you're saying that the role of victim and perpetrator can be reversed if you look at it from that point of view.
Absolutely.
That they become the victim to your
And you
desire
yeah, absolutely,
Yes.
to be the victim.
to be the victim. Yes.
And I do not, and I honour that experience because it showed a lot for me, and I
Yes,
learned
yeah,
from
oh,
it and
yeah.
grew from it, and I give immense gratitude for those that I was in interaction with, because it was a wonderful gift to give to me.
But of course,
I
you know.
gave it to myself actually. Yeah.
Of course,
Yeah.
there are no victims and perpetrators.
No.
That's just used. That's just
Yes.
used for
Yes,
illustration.
They are,
absolutely.
It's actually balanced. Both are
Yes.
serving each other
Yeah.
equally. Both the victim,
Absolutely.
both the perpetrator equally. But it's a good
Yes.
example. Yes, absolutely.
Yes. But as you lose that need to play that game out, you won't see it in your reality
yes,
anymore.
absolutely.
And I certainly don't. No.
Okay, well look, let's go on to number 2, which I think we
Yeah.
can do very briefly because
Yes.
we've really done relationships in depth. But let's just remind ourselves that they are the essence of existence itself.
Oh yes.
Existence without relationship is
no
nothing.
existence.
And so relationship is everything. So the study and paying attention to relationship, not just to people, but with everything. Your relationship with reality, do you know you have a relationship with the clouds and the weather?
Oh, yeah.
That
Yeah.
the clouds
Yeah.
and the weather are reflecting how you feel. You know
Yes,
that?
yeah.
Are we all aware of that? No,
Yeah.
not
You
generally.
can- you can
but
check
you
that.
tune
Oh,
into
yes,
it.
Yeah.
You can tune into that, and you can actually become aware that that is happening for you.
Absolutely, and I want to add on to that. One of the things you can do, you know, people worry about electromagnetic frequencies and things like that. You know, once you know you're all that, you can change the frequencies.
Yes, I know,
Yourself.
absolutely.
It's
We'll let it go.
yes, yeah.
Yeah, or move beyond it, raise your frequency out. So
Yeah,
there's all sorts
so
of
it's
that doesn't say, oh my God, I'm disempowered to that.
Yes.
I mean, we have a lot,
Ah.
and I'm very familiar with
toxins,
environmental
and
toxins,
things.
pollutions that come in, and we actually feel disempowered. One tends to feel disempowered to
I
them.
would love to add to that, because it was one of the realizations we had in our house. One of the challenges we created for ourselves.
While
was
we were
having
doing the filming,
While we were under very extreme toxic conditions. We did that under, and it was a wonderful challenge.
we should
because-
explain what the toxic conditions were.
Yes.
Well-
Okay.
Well, it was just that we had a very old house with a lot of woodworm, a lot of beams with woodworm that had been treated with woodworm treatment that was very toxic to our systems.
Yes.
And we were basically very ill from it for a long time without really realising what was going on. Except in the end, we kept saying, we were out of the house for a few hours, we felt great again. So we kind of like made the connection in the end.
Yes.
So we were under that toxic pressure ourselves,
Yes.
weren't we?
But what the beauty of that experience was that I realised the more we enter our joy, it didn't affect us.
Yeah, it was
we
true.
were-
You've gone
yeah.
into Maxi Me there, John?
Let me just take that for a moment,
Yeah.
because I feel that this is actually often a confusion
Yes.
that comes in, is that the confusion comes in is that we can often think that if we elevate our spirit, our awareness, that we become Maximi. Now, but from my point of view, that's not quite how it works. Because, again, if you go back to Adam and Eve on their island, they're saying, well, we could step out and become Maximi, but that would really be step out.
Yes.
Yeah, and you wouldn't be in the
Okay,
experience anymore.
and you wouldn't have the experience anymore.
Yeah.
No.
So as long as you're still in the experience, you're not Maximi, you're
No.
Mini-Me,
Yeah.
but an enlightened Mini-Me or
Yeah.
an Amiga Mini-Me
Yeah.
is an enlightened Mini-Me.
Yeah.
Yes.
So recognizing how reality works as a Mini-Me is not the same as being Maximi. To be Maxi-Me, you would have to have what I was doing up here. I see both screens.
Yeah.
Yes.
You have a
So,
higher
for instance, if
perspective.
you and I had the same Maxi-Me source at the first level, and you were to move into that experience, you'd be looking out of my eyes, John Malkovich style,
Yeah.
as well as your eyes at the same time.
Yeah.
And you'd be having that dual view. Or you might come out and actually step into, which can happen in certain shamanic
Could you
traditions.
overcome it with an enlightened mini-me?
Sorry, overcome, you said.
Or
What do you mean
could you-
overcome?
Could you basically not be affected by it just by knowing that you were more than that?
Well, that's exactly what
Well,
Maggie was saying.
Yeah,
Yes,
once,
yeah,
once you
that's
went
the
into
thing,
joy,
Yeah.
it
Yeah,
went
I-
away. You weren't affected.
Yeah, it's like I expanded, and I had to go through that experience.
Yeah.
I mean, the Christian scientists would be absolutely right, because I did give my power. That's why I
Yes.
suffered.
Yes.
Initially, I gave my power as something the toxin was separate,
Yeah.
something I had to deal with.
Yeah.
But there's
And it
joy
was
in
it
that.
was only there in the first place
Yeah.
as a reflection of the
Yeah.
power that we were giving away to our environment in the first place.
Yes.
Yeah.
And part of taking our power power back was to get out of there
Yeah,
as well.
exactly.
Yeah.
So we did both.
There was a lot of things in there.
Yeah.
It was
Yeah, there was
multifaceted.
many,
Yeah.
many levels, and so
Absolutely, there
it
always
was a great
is.
gift.
Yeah.
Because it's this feeling we
On all levels.
Yeah.
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 There's so many. Yeah.
So we don't resent it.
No.
It gave us an opportunity
Yeah.
to move further forward in
Again,
our
a gift,
exploration.
another gift.
Yes, and to arrive where we are today
Yeah,
and so forth and
absolutely.
move on. So yes, good example.
Yeah.
So let's just talk about power a little bit more, because
Yeah.
there's a huge issue there. I'd like to just touch on it briefly,
Yes.
because power is a very interesting thing, because in a sense, when you give your power away, you are in effect giving it to something or somebody. So for instance, if I got money and I give it away to you, well, I'm giving you my power as represented by money, and it ends up in your pocket. But often if you give your power away to something or somebody, there's actually like an energy exchange going on. So for instance, one of the ways of looking at why a guru would have a lot of power, and they do, is actually because everybody's giving them their own power.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now my personal experience was of being involved with the guru for a long time, is those long timers, the people who've been doing it for a long time and were most committed and most devoted, like me, we were the most ill, sickest, depleted, sometimes zombie-looking people of them all.
Yes.
And yet this was supposed to be elevating our spirit.
Yeah.
And then in the end I worked out that I was actually just giving my power away to another form in my reality, external to me. No matter how much I thought that represented my own
Yes.
self,
Totally agree with you.
I was actually giving it away.
Yeah.
Well, if you give someone away an awful lot of money, they get very rich.
Yeah.
And then energetically, what I found is that if you give something, you could actually take a rock, and if everybody who went by worshipped it, that rock would probably gain its own power in time. And certainly when it's to a human, they will gain power too.
How would you feel about the guru who's actually doing that, John, now with what you know? Which is, it's all okay, it's all fine, but what would you feel about the guru who is actually accepting that and doing that?
Well, they're no different to me.
No, exactly.
That's what I feel.
Yeah.
Is that we're harmoniously reciprocating. You see, if I'm in a
saying,
position,
what would you think about the guru who'd accept that in their life and carry on doing that?
well, they're just doing the same thing. They're learning the true source of power. Because as
Exactly.
much as they take that power,
Absolutely.
okay, it's not. They are disempowering themselves by taking it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So does it do them a lot of good? Well, in some ways, yes, it's very nice to have a lot of money, thank you very much, or a lot of power. But in other ways, it destroys you too.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's a very common thing
I've
for
seen it time and time again,
a
yeah.
guru to actually self-collapse and implode into all sorts of disaster areas,
Yeah.
which we needn't go into.
Also,
But it doesn't necessarily do someone a lot of good to take power from somebody else. In
No.
fact, it will not do them a lot of good, I would say. In the end, it will always destroy them, although it may be quite an interesting experience in the meantime.
Yeah.
So I would say that, like me, they're simply exploring the true source of their power.
Absolutely.
In fact, they're actually experiencing disempowerment
Exactly.
because they're feeling they have to get it.
yes,
from outside.
exactly,
From
exactly.
Yeah.
And I'm feeling I have to
Yes.
give it to the outside to
Yes.
get it back.
But the whole point of that experience for you was that if you hadn't have had that experience, you wouldn't have empowered yourself.
No, I love him. I love him for it. I
Exactly.
love the whole experience
Exactly,
for it.
I know, I
needed to-
accept that.
Yes,
I
of
do,
course.
yes.
That's why everything's
So
perfect.
nothing, exactly,
Exactly,
exactly.
yeah.
No, there is no judgment.
It's not
is
a
there?
bad thing that
No,
it happened, but I
exactly.
wouldn't do it again.
No, you don't need to. You've been there, done that, got the T-shirt. Absolutely. Sometimes we have to do that several times.
Totally, yeah. So this
Absolutely,
whole
I get
area
that.
of power is very interesting, even to the point, for instance, of reading a book.
Absolutely.
Now, this is very interesting. Maggie was reading a book by an author, I won't say who it is actually, because
Yes.
this is a very well-respected author in the field.
Yes.
And I could see Maggie kind of like getting drained by this
Oh, I
book,
can
you
remember
see.
you telling me this.
And
Yeah.
I said, guys, it's like that. It's drawn. It's like it's a web that's drawn you into it. She sort of went, and she put the book down. On the back of the book, it said, "So and so weaves the magic web again and draws you in." You see, and that's exactly what was happening. And we looked at what was going on, and you know, there's two ways to read a book.
Yeah.
Yes.
One is that you say to yourself, in effect, this person knows more than I do.
Yeah.
I need to get my information from them. That gives them power
Absolutely.
over you.
Absolutely, yes.
You know more than I do.
Yes.
Another way to read a book is, I know it all already. I might use this as a means of reminding myself.
Yes.
Absolutely.
That's how we would like you to hear this.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah?
Exactly.
Because then you're not giving us. We don't want your power in that way.
No,
Yeah?
no.
We
I
want to
know,
enjoy the
I
shared
understand that.
experience.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if we are reminding you of what you already know,
Yeah.
hey, that's great.
Yeah.
If you're going, oh, John and Maggie know it all, no, we don't know it all.
No.
But we can act as a catalyst, as a
Yeah.
symbol to remind
Yeah.
you of who you are.
Yeah.
And that you
Yes.
know it all.
Yes.
Yes.
That we know it all.
Yeah.
That I know it all.
Yeah.
So
Whatever.
the whole empowerment thing is a very big and quite dodgy area to get into, and it creeps into everything that we do. And in fact, I could summarize the whole situation by saying, in fact, the entire human experience is actually an exercise in disempowerment, because you put your power up to the universe.
Yeah,
Yes.
totally.
And then you will always be exploring it while you're in that.
Yeah.
So number 4 would be then living in freedom. How much freedom do we actually have to move within this? If this is all our own creation, are we free to do anything we like without any thought? Well, again, no, not really, because, well, of course we are actually free, but would we choose? It's what we would choose to do within that,
Yes.
because every choice we make has that consequence of what comes back to us. So we're free to choose whatever we want to do to empower ourselves, or to disempower ourselves if we want to do that. So from one point of view, yes, we're completely free, but not without consequences. And we get to choose what those consequences are by the choices that we make. And with that comes a responsibility for your own reality, and the consequences that you have with that. So you can feel totally free to be who you want to be in your expression when you realize that you are that whole. And you don't want to go around destroying things that are in the whole of you, because you're really just destroying
Yes.
you.
Or
Or hurting people. Yeah,
when
you
you
feel-
feel so connected to all that you are, you really feel the pain.
Yes, you do.
It comes, in yourself when you hurt another.
Or even
Yeah.
even down to hurting, animals, or even
Flowers.
trees,
Yeah,
flowers.
absolutely.
Yes, they have their
Yeah.
own version, we haven't gone into how that works, but in a sense, everything has its own consciousness. Yes. Maybe in different ways to a full mini-me human, if you like, but in their own way, it's all held within maxi-me awareness. What a flower is, and what a tree is, what a human is, what an animal is, and so forth. There are corresponding, if you like, mini-me versions at each level. So total respect to our creation and freedom to work within that. That's our choice. And of course, that freedom extends to working within our self-imposed limitations. And that's back to the Nemesis ride, where I was free to enjoy it in any way that I wanted, given that I'd put the constraint on. Living in greatness. We are free to live in greatness. And we've talked a lot about that, haven't we? We've done the bowing to ourselves and back, and truly celebrating on that, honouring that greatness is really, for me, one of the pinnacles of Omega awareness, isn't it?
Yes.
It's just awesome what we are, who we are. It's actually beyond comprehension, really, how awesomely great. When you can say, well, the universe did it, it's easy to be who you are. When you think, oh, God, I did it, that is just stunning.
Absolutely.
And you did it.
Yes. Thank you.
Now, there's a big area now, which is number 6 here, living in abundance, which is very popular these days with the increase of popularity of the law of attraction, as it's often popularly called. And that's popularised massively recently by the film The Secret, which has provoked a huge amount of interest in this whole area, and as such has had a very positive impact. But this whole area of abundance has quite a few kind of like, it's not quite as simple as it looks.
No.
For instance, I think one of the things that happens at a very simplistic level, and we won't go into too much depth of it now, is that, for instance, I can always manifest a parking space.
Yes.
I don't remember the last time I didn't get a parking space.
Yes.
My whole life is about the parking space is always where it's supposed to be. To the point where we actually went into Wales a few months back, and we went to an Indian restaurant, and the idea was I would park in the marketplace. And it was starting to rain, and Maggie had nice clothes. So I thought, well, I'm obviously going to get a parking space because we don't want to walk in the rain, and there's a parking here. And I went round, there was no parking space. I thought, well, that's a bit odd. There must be a parking space. I went round again, there was no parking space. And as I came out, I thought, well, this is ridiculous. This has never happened before. And I was about to drive down the road when I saw that someone pulled out from in front of the Indian restaurant, and I could just reverse up the one-way street straight into it, and we went straight in there. Now that's my everyday experience.
Yes.
Now the problem is this, is that we have that experience and we extrapolate out and we say, well, therefore I could manifest anything.
Yes.
And it doesn't quite work like that, does it?
No, it doesn't. It's all to do with what you as a being in your integrity really, really want for the highest joy in your life.
Yeah.
So you may impose certain restrictions on yourself, but you are free to experience them in different ways. Give you an example, actually.
Yes.
It's about, I'm really getting now that my life theme is to do with joy, expressing and sharing joy. And I've actually explored that through the challenges as well as the ecstasies as well. And I will forever do that, and I will impose limitations like going through a period of lack of money in order to experience joy without it, but also to be able to, it's like, I'll tell you what it is actually, when I am reveling in my own being, I will draw the money to me.
And it's not obviously not just
it's
money,
like,
it's all forms of abundance.
Yes.
And certainly one way of looking at abundance is that is to have everything you need to do to be who you are.
yes.
Yes, and from that point, we might have said to ourselves, oh, we're not abundant, but actually we've always had everything we needed to do
Absolutely.
that we need to do what we're doing. And from that point of view, we've been fabulously abundant.
In other words, you're not focusing, Maggie. You're full open consciousness again. You're not focusing on something that you, even be it joy or parking space.
It feels like to me, Brian, that when you abound in the dance of your own being,
Absolutely.
you attract abundance in whatever
In many
form,
forms.
in whatever form is most appropriate to you.
Because you
For
can
you
actually,
to
you
fill
can
that-
actually give your power to money.
Yes.
Again, which is
Yes.
limits you. It's more than just that.
It's funny, the higher I got in my joy, the more abundance I draw into
Yes.
me. And that includes money as well.
Yeah,
So
absolutely,
it's not
it's
about
everything,
going
yeah.
and having to work or earn it. It's just more being in that joy, dancing in abundance.
So
abundance
would
of
you
me.
say, probably,
Yeah.
Maggie, that
Yeah.
being in your joy was being in your completeness?
Was
Yes.
it another word for that? do you
Yeah,
think?
when you're feeling joy, don't
Yeah.
you feel so connected to everything
Absolutely.
and everyone around you?
Well, your energy
Different-
levels are high too,
Yeah,
aren't
and
they?
you're
Everything
not,
is.
You're not pushing away
No, yes.
abundance coming to you because you are all it. Everything is
Absolutely.
available to you.
Yeah.
So you're now all in then.
And of course, the converse
Yes.
is that one of the reasons why it's so popular, because it's actually a shortcut, easy route. Everybody wants more,
Yes.
and someone comes along and says, well, actually, it's very easy, you just got to think about it. Whew, is it that easy? Yeah, really, it's that easy. So, cool, well, I'll have that then. Yeah, I create parking spaces all the time, just think about whatever you want when it comes. And of course, it actually is not as easy as that
No.
when it doesn't fit in with who you are and what you want, particularly when what you think is that
Yes.
by creating that thing, it will bring me the joy that I want.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Yes?
that might not
Now, you see, with the parking space, I don't really care when I get a parking space.
No,
Well, I'm
no.
already in that joy, so it
Yeah.
disappears.
Yeah.
If I said, oh my God, if I don't get a parking space, I won't be able to be happy. I'll have to
Yeah.
walk in the rain. I don't think the parking space would
be,
arrive,
yeah,
you see.
no.
So many times when we're looking for all these wonderful, magical manifestations,
To make you happy.
yes, we're looking to actually make up a lack that's inside us.
Exactly.
You know,
So you're
and
getting
the
lack.
stronger that
Yes.
lack is,
Yes.
the less likely it is that you will draw it. In fact, it's more likely you'll push it
Pushing it
away.
away,
So you can do
absolutely.
your affirmations and thinking for it, and it won't come.
No.
And then what happens is people think something wrong with them. Well, I did all the manifestation,
Yeah.
it didn't happen. Well, I think there are many little tricks that can be missed in how to make that work for you, because it does work at one level, but that's a big one. And that's why one of the things we were saying on the free video is that, whoa, hang on a minute here. You can have anything you want, but you've got to really want it. It's got to be in terms of your life theme.
With
It's
the
got to be
whole
supporting
thing.
with the whole
Yeah.
of who you
Knowing,
are.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you've got to be living in the joy of what it is you expect it to bring to you
Yes.
before it comes to you.
Yes.
Because then it will support who you are. It won't make who you are.
And further to that, actually, it's almost like you've got to be it before you see it,
Yes.
literally.
Yeah.
To be that vibration. And I've really experienced that, actually. The more I'm reveling in abundance and luxuriating, I mean, I'll even use tools, physicality to help me in this.
Yeah.
I'll dress up and wear gorgeous
Yes.
clothes and stuff.
Yes.
The more I attract it to me.
Yes.
And it's not just
Yeah.
money, it's the whole
It's the whole
life
lifestyle.
of abundance.
Yes.
And the ability to do what you need to do. And that is exactly what we're doing.
Yeah.
And to be who you
And
need to be. And even though there are challenges, which would
Yes.
be number 7, living with challenges,
Yeah.
each challenge that we have, as we've already discussed, holds a gift, because it's
Yes.
only arriving into us because we've invited it to
Yes.
serve us in some way that we don't know about yet.
Yes.
And of course, the sooner we realise that,
It's like, oh.
the sooner we can learn from the
Yeah.
gift that it's giving us, and then the sooner we can integrate it.
I would love to add something to that, is the fact that when you have a challenge in your life, a wonderful way to go into it is to get curious and excited by it as a child would.
Yes, yes.
And then it's like, wow, something opens inside you and you really experience something more joy than you can imagine. Let me phrase it in another way.
Uh-huh.
I apologise for viewers here, I'm getting a bit cold so I'm a bit stumbly. But what's actually happening, I found that as you get curious about your challenges and say to yourself, I know this is happening for a positive reason. I know this is going to take me into more joy. I wonder what this is. I'm in wonderment about all of this. It opens up the door for you to see how you can use what you're experiencing to take you into more expression of you, more creativity, more joy, more love, more connection, more creative expression.
And into your
Yeah.
joy, which
Yeah.
is number 8, living in joy.
Yeah.
And this is really, this
Yeah.
both of the challenges and the joy.
Yes.
This is really fundamental to the whole Omega shift. The
Yes.
whole oh my God, this is all me. In fact, a very simple way of living the Omega shift at that Shambhav level is to be in that awareness. Oh my God, it's all me. The challenge is me. Why am I doing this? What's
Yeah.
the joy, the excitement, the adventure behind that? Why is it there? And oh my God, this is all me. What joy, what beautiful sunset, what beautiful flowers, what beautiful person, what beautiful dog, what beautiful world, what
Yes.
beautiful bank account. Even beauty in the things that we might normally reject.
Yes.
I know.
Like toxins, like world leaders you don't
Yes.
approve of.
Yes.
What a beautiful being, finding their own. How are they serving me? How I
Yes.
honour them for
Yes.
that.
Yes.
And that it all comes from this amazing, oh my God, awareness that if we're not getting the rush of, whoa, we're not really living it, we've lost it, it's become like an intellectual thing we put in the back of our mind.
Yeah.
Because when you live it, you're feeling it,
Yes.
and you're embracing it, and you're
Yes.
loving it, and you are enjoying it.
Yes.
And that is a direct route back into the joy, and even through the challenges, as you so wonderfully put.
Thank
even though
you.
you're cold.
Yes.
Yes, it's getting dark, and the TP is doing a wonderful job for us.
Yeah.
Dark and cool. So, two more. Living with suffering. Now, this is a really challenging one, because suffering is real,
Yes.
and we all know what suffering is, and we all have compassion. And many teachings that are so similar to this can end up being misinterpreted by people saying, well, you know, it's all your own fault.
Yeah.
You brought it on yourself. And that doesn't feel very good to say it that way, does it?
No, it's not very compassionate, is it?
No, it's not very
No.
compassionate. And yet, in a sense, there's a truth to it too.
Yes.
So how do we deal with that? How do you feel we should deal with that?
Well, there's somebody suffering in your world.
Yes.
So to handle that, you're dealing with your own suffering.
Yes.
Yes.
By helping that person.
They're reflecting that back for you, to give you an opportunity to
Yeah,
deal
they're
with that.
reflecting you. You're seeing suffering, so you're
Yes.
seeing your own suffering.
Yes.
So you deal with it.
So you deal with it, and you support it in a compassionate way.
Yes.
And actually that brings up quite an interesting point, is that this idea of the world being a mirror, it was a very popular idea, and obviously as we look at our reality we can notice that happening all the time. It may not be quite a mirror in the sense that the bathroom mirror is on a sort of one-for-one.
Yes.
It may be that what that is reflecting for you, and sometimes I like to use the word serving you rather than reflecting.
Yes.
It may be that the person who's suffering is giving you an opportunity to explore compassion
Yes.
Or your tolerance.
or tolerance
Yeah, it could be many things.
or
yeah.
understanding. Not necessarily
So,
a
yeah,
one-for-one that
one-to-one.
they're
Yeah.
suffering because you're suffering.
Yeah.
Or if someone's angry with you, it may well be because you are angry. If someone's critical of you, it may well be because they're reflecting back your own criticism of yourself, or the fact that you don't realise you're being critical of others. Or it may be they're giving you an opportunity to experience and explore something quite different.
Or give you an opportunity to experience compassion.
Yes,
Yes.
exactly.
To tap into
Yeah.
your own heart. They're
Yes.
taking on suffering, which is an amazing thing to do for you to experience compassion. Yeah.
But the point about it is that you have attracted it
Yeah.
into your reality, and you can own other people's suffering as your own, in the sense that I have brought that into my reality to serve me in some way. And in fact, if you're picking up the version of that person who has also chosen to suffer in that way, it almost increases your compassion for them.
Yes.
That they would do that for you.
Yeah.
Yes, I mean, like
Yes.
maybe a little baby
Yeah.
will come in and just
Yeah.
have 2 months of life, just to give you the opportunity to experience the pain of the heartbreak of your own child dying, and to come to terms with eternality within yourself, or whatever that service is. Because behind it, it's not quite maybe as dry as, oh, it's just a mechanical reflection. We do help each other.
We
I
do.
do things for you, you do things for
Yeah.
me.
It's like the baby dying, and
Yes.
as a gift to you. For this is, I mean, there's many reasons for it, and you cannot generalize because each
No,
one's
absolutely.
personal to you, and you must check within your own
It's-
being how
yeah.
it serves you. No one can tell you how
No.
it's serving you. Only you can.
But it's not just necessarily a mechanical thing.
Yeah.
Oh, the baby. So maybe that mini-me
Yes.
aspect of your own being said, I'll do that for you.
Yes.
I'll be that baby for you. And there was an agreement there.
Yes.
Because there's a relationship there. It's not quite as,
Yes.
in this reality we have agreements and understandings, we help each other. And that, if you like, extends to all levels of our being. It's not quite, well, that's just how it works. It's like, no, this is what we're doing. And that understanding generates an enormous amount of compassion, responsibility, action, help, support, as appropriate, without imposition, and with respect for what someone has to go through. So I think dealing with suffering is really stretching the ability for spiritual and other paths to cope. And often, how can a loving God allow war and suffering and dying babies? It's very hard. There's no answer to that. But from this 𝐸𝐸𝐴 point of view, there actually does come an answer that has coherence within it.
Yes,
Yes.
absolutely.
As you own the whole of that,
Yes.
and you act in accordance
Yes.
Yes.
with what's you are creating with your own
Yeah.
reality. So
Yes.
thank you for that, Mark.
Excellent.
And that just leaves us really with number 10, which is quite an easy one, which is living with other paths. And that's just easy. just live with them.
Yes.
Don't impose.
No, exactly.
No need to impose.
No.
I'm not telling you what to do, but there's no need, because
So
every
it hurts
single
when
path.
You do. It's like, oh,
Yes, you're actually hurting yourself.
you drain
Yeah,
yourself.
You do.
Because you
Completely
see
drain
now,
yourself.
this is very interesting, and it's quite a good place to kind of end up on, because as Maxi-me, you don't get to experience anything at all unless you go into Mini-me with a certain set of limitations. Now those limitations come in all forms. Okay, you can be limited by the fact that you can't fly off your island, but you're also limited by your understanding of what the island is and your philosophical and religious and spiritual and political and scientific background. These are all forms of limitation. And the point is that without those forms of limitation, you can't have the experience. So every one of them is a valid form of limitation. Every one of them is a valid experience. And so you may look at someone and say, oh, they've got it all completely wrong. But they haven't.
No.
They've got it completely right for the experience that they want to have at that moment. The exploration of their own sense of disempowerment to something outside of themselves, for instance, as represented through the particular system of thought that they're subscribing to, that's what I've done. That's what we've all done.
Yes.
There was nothing wrong with it. There
No,
was
it's
nothing wrong with
perfect.
Nemesis Ride 2 of getting it all wrong at that stage. There's nothing wrong with, because I'm not sure how well I'm making this clear. Without a structured belief system of some form, to believe in something, there's nothing. There is no experience.
No.
So you have to believe in certain sets of limitations. And who's to say that one set of limitations is more valid, appropriate than another one? When each
exactly.
person is experiencing those things, the
In a
point is that it works for them.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah? So, hey, I think that so-and-so is the answer. Great. How well is that working for you? Oh, I think it's the best thing since sliced bread. I'm really pleased for you. I love it. Yeah, and if you want to say, well, I was there once and I moved on and they're interested, fine. But the initial point is one of total respect for the fact that they are in the right place. They're not wrong.
Yes.
They are right. Because if you took that away, they'd have nothing at all.
No.
Yes.
And they want to have something, as we all do. So that's my approach, is to start off by saying that all truths are valid. All approaches are valid for the person who believes them. That's what makes that reality work for them. The fact that I have a different one, I don't have to follow what they say. I follow my own approach.
Yeah.
And if they don't like my approach because their belief systems don't allow for it, well, that's okay too.
Exactly.
Because that's another exploration. The fact that they wish to invalidate me, I'm happy to be that servant for
Yes.
them, to reflect the idea of what invalidation feels like. Because in the end, it's not very nice. I don't think, in my understanding. How does that sound?
Yes.
Sounds beautiful.
As Bashar would say, I love you enough to allow you to be what you want to be.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah,
I love you
absolutely.
enough to allow you to be what you want to be. And I
But
think
also in that exchange, like you're saying, that they may be not where you are, but my experience has been that they might not be where I am in one area, but they're way ahead of me in another area.
yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Exactly.
It's a two-way.
And often you may not be directly aware of where they're so far in advance of you.
Exactly.
That's why I like to stay with the infinite line. We're all in the middle.
Absolutely, yes.
We're all halfway.
No one is less nor
Absolutely.
more.
No one less
We're
nor more.
all
Yeah.
equal.
And
The
you know,
infinite line is infinite, and you're in the middle, but you're also the.
Experiencing
Exactly.
things in your
Yeah.
own unique ways.
and
Yes.
you can learn from everybody.
Absolutely.
And in fact, if they're
Absolutely.
in your reality, they are there for you to learn something.
Exactly.
So you can honour them
Exactly.
for whatever they're doing.
Absolutely.
Even if they're abusing you.
Yes.
And how you respond to that.
Yes.
You may even fight them.
Yes.
But that's again a mark of power when that's appropriate.
Yeah.
Okay, well look, thank you. Those are the main areas of living. Each one of those could be a seminar in its own
Yes.
right. May well be at some time.
Yeah.
But for now, the initial, oh my God, it's all me. And that is the primary place.
Yeah.
And not to get too much caught up in some of the subsidiary stuff. But that's
Yeah.
all there to support you.
Yeah.
What I'd like to do just for a few minutes is just cover some of the main traps that we can fall into with this awareness. And I'll just go straight through them, because once they've said and they've been understood, we've really made the point.
Right.
The first trap is actually dealing with aloneness and alienation. Because taking this new shift, if you stop halfway, you can fall down this little pit that goes, oh my God, it's all me, but it's only me and I'm on my own and I feel alone, and that's a difficult one.
Yeah.
And actually, the Omega shift marks a whole new intimacy and connection with reality itself. So if you're not more involved in powerful, connected and loving new relationships,
Yes.
and not only with everyone but also everything, you kind of miss the point.
Yes.
And you
which
kind of
is,
probably
yeah,
crash in that
where I
place
went
in
last
between.
time, yeah.
And we would recommend seeking support
Yes.
for that, especially after this course, if you're feeling that, either directly with us or through the Omega Shift Support Forum, because that's not the place to be. And if you're in there, you're in a transition period and you need to get through it,
Yeah.
otherwise you'll get stuck behind it or down into it.
Yeah, you do get through it.
Right, okay, so sometimes what we're talking about here can lead to a temporary disorientation, where you kind of like, you've lost your feet. We all like solid ground to stand
Yeah.
on.
Yeah.
And so because we're shifting, it
Yes.
can be actually be very disorientating. You may feel like the rug has been really pulled under your feet.
Yeah.
And you may start to feel this disorientation as you start questioning your old ideas about life, the universe and everything. And the whole point of this was to say, is that you said, I feel strong enough to deal with this. And what we would say is, draw on that strength.
Yeah.
You are strong enough to
Yeah.
deal with this.
Always
That's why you're
remember that.
dealing with this now. This is
Yeah.
here for a reason. And don't let the initial disorientation, which we all feel as we shift, detract from the joy and the beauty that sits between us.
Yeah.
And again,
I'd
seek
love,
support. Yeah, go ahead. Lan.
yeah, I would love to add the fact that when it's like you really do got in an octave in your being, your frequency, your vibration as you expand to be more of yourself. So it's like going suddenly onto a fast roundabout. You know, as children, you used to run. I don't know if you were on
Oh, yeah,
any of
that's
these
right, yeah,
roundabouts
yeah.
to catch up with it. You're actually speeded up your own frequency.
Yes.
So you will feel disorientated. You'll get used to it as you come up to speed with
Yes,
it, as you're
exactly.
just okay, chill out with it, go for a walk. You know, doing some sports is very
Because
good, or gardening.
We are
Do
actually,
some- yeah.
we are actually dealing with an energetic shift in
Yeah,
our own
yes.
being,
Yes,
not
exactly.
Just-
a knowledge,
yeah.
No.
and not just an open heart. It's actually a shift of
Yeah,
energy.
Yes.
Completely different.
And it's our constant experience that a shift of energy, of frequency, is disorientating in its own right. So don't be scared of it, embrace it, and don't let this allow you to reject
Yeah.
the whole process because you
Yes.
think there's something going wrong. It's actually quite normal. After all, this is the most advanced and challenging shift in human
Yes.
awareness perhaps ever. So
And-
let's embrace it
That
for
was
what
my
it is.
experience as well.
And
Yeah.
some people may experience nausea. That's quite common,
Yeah.
actually,
Yeah.
because the frequency has gone up and they're expanded, they're vibrating. And if you've got any resistances in you, it's like being car sick, travel
Yeah,
sickness.
yes, yeah.
Yeah.
You will actually experience the same sensations because you are not going with your emotion, your energy.
And that old frame of reference, that
Yeah.
old world out there we live in paradigm, please don't underestimate its
Yeah.
power. It has this enormous lock over us. It will constantly pull you back and pull you down. And you'll know it when you feel your energy drop and when you
Dropping,
feel
yes.
that you are beholden to things outside of you that you
Yes.
can't cope, you can't challenge.
Yeah.
It's perfectly normal to flip in and out of it. Don't be surprised. Put your Mika glasses back on and just resonate back again with your
Yes.
truth in any way that works for you. Now, another trap has to be said, we don't want to become the gurus here. We don't want this to become an institution, the Amiga way.
Oh,
no, okay.
No.
Now, there's great stuff in this, but be it through the teachings or any one of us that's involved, to think that we are the source of this, we said earlier, is a big trap. We don't want to get involved in that. Yes, we'd love to have a great group of people that love to share this together for whatever form, but not looking to the institution as being the source of the truth and the power,
Yeah.
but to actually use that to reflect
Experience.
back into ourselves.
Yeah.
And that is a very rare thing to achieve, and we would love to see that.
Yes.
So that everybody that we meet in our friendships are there because they're empowered beings, not
Yes.
because they're looking for power from any kind of Amiga institution in
Yes,
its own right.
absolutely.
And here's a good one to avoid, what we call spiritual smugness, okay? Because you know the truth now, you see. But if you start getting smug about it, how's that going to go for you?
Well, I'll go against you, won't it?
Yeah. So let's just move on from that one, okay?
Yeah, I don't need to do
Total
that.
respect for everybody
Yeah, absolutely.
comes with this shift. And if you're not feeling that respect and you think yourself elevated in some way, whoops, you need to
Yeah,
think
no,
again.
been
Yeah.
there, done that, got the t-shirt.
Yeah.
Another one that you can feel is a kind of alienation with people around you because they haven't got the shift and you have. And actually one of the reasons why we did the video was to help reduce that, because it's a wonderful place to be, but it is lovely to share it.
Yes.
And so even if you have a few people to share it with, that's just a wonderful place to be. So, you know, up to you. You can draw more people in to enjoy it if you want to, but don't think that because somebody else is not in the Amiga know that they can't enjoy it with you. Because if you're enjoying it,
absolutely, they
will enjoy it too.
Yes.
Yeah. It's like like watching someone eat a great mango. You can actually enjoy it.
Yeah.
And
So, you know,
You could even take the Amiga out, John, and say in the know.
in the know.
we mentioned that, didn't we, about calling it in the know?
Yeah.
And also you can enjoy it with animal spirits too.
Yeah.
And as you're in that place of joy,
Yeah.
they reflect
Sure.
that back. They
Oh,
start-
I noticed that with the pigs up there
yeah.
today. And the goats.
Yeah.
Okay, so just a couple of objections that are typical. I'm not transformed overnight. What's wrong? Well, there's nothing wrong. This could be a slow transitional process. Sometimes it can take years to make these shifts. Sometimes they can happen overnight. Sometimes they happen in stages.
Yeah.
Whatever works for you. If you see a truth that works for you, start imbibing it, start enjoying it, see where it takes you.
Yeah.
Simple as that.
Yeah.
So you're saying it's just a dream? No, we're not saying it's just a dream in that sense, even though it's dreamlike. It's actually very, very real. And if you still haven't got clear about how real our reality is and how much impact you can have on those fellow souls, fellow aspects of your own being that share it with you, you need to go back and look at it all again.
Yeah.
Because if this ends up with the idea of, oh, it's okay, it's only an illusion, or it's just a dream, wrong end of the stick.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is very real.
Yes.
When I was on Nemesis, it was very real. I had to deal with it, and that's the
Embrace
decision we've made to do, is to embrace it, isn't it?
It's
Yeah.
a dream and it's real.
Reality.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it's
If
both.
you're
Yes.
there, it's if you don't, then you just will not be there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And just before we wrap up, any final thoughts that you have on your side?
I just think it's awesome, all this. As you know, I've done it before. I did do the Lover's Way,
The prelude.
the pre
yeah.
one,
Yeah.
and coming back on this, and it was a journey from that. So everything you're saying resonates totally with what you've just said, and it's been my experience, and I'm at peace with it now. I've kind of made that shift. I feel
Right.
definitely.
Well, it's an ongoing thing, but I know what you mean. There's a threshold where you can like get over the big hump, and you start more being in that place.
Exactly,
Yeah.
rather than the old
Yeah.
place.
Yes.
You'll still dip in and out.
Exactly.
I have done, but you know, it's more in.
More in now than out.
Out, yes.
It's absolutely wonderful. Well done. And I know that you've been very doggedly determined
Yeah.
to take that love and that joy and that understanding through and apply it in your life.
Yeah.
And you've done a supreme job on that.
Thank you,
So
John.
well
Yes.
done for
Thank
that.
you.
Yeah.
And it's testament that we can all do that.
Yes.
Yeah?
Thank you.
As opposed to saying, oh, that was great, and then getting on with your life and forgetting about it.
Yes, which I nearly did.
Well, yes, but you didn't, and that
No,
was
I
good.
didn't. No.
Any other final pints?
No, it was great. It was really fantastic. I really enjoyed it. It was really good.
Well,
John.
thank you. It's been
Yeah.
wonderful having the opportunity to
Oh.
share.
Amazing.
Yeah. No.
Amazing, Mark.
Yes.
Amazing.
What's the most amazing thing, Mark?
I think the way it's tied it together for me.
Right.
And we've had conversations over
Yes.
the last months, years,
Yes, we have.
little elements of it.
Snippets of it.
Snippets, yeah.
So I've probably given you most of it over the years,
Yeah.
but it was never all brought together like this, was
That's
it?
No.
right.
Yeah.
That's right. So I've been able to tie it together, which is
Yes.
quite real. So it'll be interesting to see what effect it has on my
Right.
day-to-day existence.
Yes, exactly.
Because you know it's very easy to with the snippets and keep it very intellectual.
Yes,
and
exactly.
Not actually live it.
Yes.
So this I think made it more heartfelt.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Yes,
and
absolutely.
tied together with the intellectual side
Yeah.
as well. So
And I
that
think
makes
the
it really-
cameraman got so much from it as well.
Yeah,
Yes.
he did.
John,
John.
why don't you join us for a moment with your camera there and just share some of your feelings? It would be lovely. And our great thanks to John, our cameraman here.
Yes.
Just gone well out of his way to provide this amazing service. Thank you.
Oh, and the peacock welcomes you as well. He say, hooray, he's here! Yes!
What goes on behind the scenes that we never see?
Hooray!
This
Did you hear
man.
that peacock?
Done a sterling job. Thank you.
Well,
Thank you.
I'm sure it'll be good enough. It's been fantastic. Like, have I been looking from the outside, or have I been looking from the outside in?
Yes.
I've been maxi me sometimes. I've been mini me, wondering if I've got the camera switched on. Technical things going through my head. I've had loads and loads of recognition of been thinking those thoughts.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think that's more than anything else. That's the one that's been coming up.
Right.
I've been thinking like that. I didn't get all the answers, but I've
Right.
certainly been thinking now. You know,
Yeah.
these guys have been thinking.
Yes.
They've thought it pretty well through.
Well through, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I think what you've come up with is an incredible piece of work of explaining what we all think about, and we're all struggling to get to terms with, and presenting it really in a fantastically palatable way with tremendous metaphors and analogies and images, very very structured, but at the same time very spontaneous.
And taking you into the energy of it as well. With
Yeah.
how does that feel?
I must say I feel very very. I mean, in some ways spaced out,
Right.
but highly energised.
Right.
The brain is kind of got all of the senses open,
Right.
and I feel deep little subconscious, unconscious little stirrings sort of shooting up from all little places. I'm just kind of watching them with interest now.
So the fact that you've been thinking these thoughts before, which is great, and this is like putting it together for you.
Yeah.
How is that then as a whole now? How has that affected you? How is that affecting you as a whole to have that pulled together?
I think that the one particular thing I've liked is this idea that the self that we are is actually me.
Yeah.
In a simple way.
It's just
Awesome,
me.
isn't it?
Everyone's picking that up.
Yeah.
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 That's really
It is a great-
nutshell. So I'm going away thinking. So this radiant self is me.
Yes.
I used to think of it, you know, the I in
Yes,
me is
yes.
the I in you, is, you know, the I am.
Yeah.
It's kind of a little bit. It's more personal.
It is.
So it's
The
the
I,
idea
the
that
I,
the cosmic I and the personal me
yes,
ain't no different.
they're the
No.
same thing.
And maybe that's the kind of central message of all this.
Yes, that's right.
That's what I, as the wee cameraman behind the camera there, has come up with.
It's an awesome,
It's awesome.
awesome insight.
And as for these three, I mean, fantastic, bubbly, spontaneous conversation,
Great
interaction.
audience, yeah.
And as for Maggie with her
Oh.
beautiful things, there was one particular occasion when all the birds in the air came and joined us.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Well done. Thank you, John. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Well done.
Yeah.
Yeah, big hand for John. Yay! And I see, of course, John is actually clapping and celebrating himself too, which is a wonderful place to be.
Yes.
And thank you all so
It's so much.
for
Yeah,
allowing this to happen
absolutely. It's
with
just-
us.
And I'd
in
like to
this-
thank you two
Yeah.
for being this and
Right.
continue all through all your challenges, because I've been very aware of them.
You have,
I've
haven't
been
you,
very
Teresa?
open
Yeah.
and honest.
Living
And,
it come what may.
I just
Come what may.
want to honour you and say thank you for continuing and
Well,
not
thank
giving
you.
up.
Yeah,
I
thank
really
you.
do.
Thank you. I
Both of
appreciate
you.
that because you reflect the honour I hold for myself in that too.
Yeah.
Because I honour what we've done too.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because we could have given up and moved on, and many a time we thought, oh God, let's just go and get a job or just
Yeah, I
do
know.
something
That
to
would have
leave.
been just, yeah.
rather
Go
than
and
stick
live in
with-
You'd have got a headache again, John.
That's right, yeah, right.
You'd have been ill. No, you
But
couldn't.
as I said, we've been through it so many times now. We have just had to stick with it through thick and thin. Sometimes very thin, and it's just so wonderful
It's
to be in that
lovely.
expression of who we are. So thank you.
Yeah.
This is living our dream out loud
Yeah,
to be.
absolutely.
This come to this point and to
Shown
share
us-
with you
you've shown
guys.
me.
You
So
said
much
something
love,
the
both
other
of you.
week, Maggie, that was really quite profound. You said, you know, Brian, if I just did this for me and I made one video and I was the only one that bought it, it really wouldn't matter
Yeah.
because I've got to do it.
I got
don't
it. That's
really
what
have
I
a
feel
choice.
inside. I wouldn't care. You know, it sounds very dramatic,
Yeah,
but if
no.
I died in the next moment, I know that I have done my.
You've done your bit.
Done my bit. My
Yeah.
purpose,
Yeah,
my
Yeah,
dream.
absolutely.
Yeah.
I agree. I used to always think, gosh, if I died and I hadn't actually got this written down or something,
Yeah.
it would
How
be really
could I
annoying.
Come back and
Do it again!
Can't bear
That
it.
would be okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would be okay too.
Well, maybe not, because you promised yourself you would this time.
Yeah.
Well, we haven't died and we have done it.
Yeah,
and I agree with Maggie that in that sense that's done. And of course, at the same time, it's obviously just an opening for a whole new new phase, and we're not done yet.
I know,
either.
life begins at 50.
Absolutely, absolutely. Aye, yes.
And well done to you
Yeah.
for keeping your vigour, youth, enthusiasm,
Yeah.
energy.
Woo.
You are a living, shining example to us all.
Yes, and now Peacock agrees again. Whee! And again.
Wow.
Whoa, 3 times.
So I've woo, 3 times, yeah.
Yes.
Yay!
Do you hear that?
Yeah.
This is the nemesis.
Yes.
Yes, yes,
Yeah.
yes. I think in many ways we can't believe after all this time where it's actually happening, isn't
It's
it?
yeah.
And here it is. And you're
Yeah.
affirming it, so thank you. Thank you very much for that. Fabulous. And despite all our amazing technical challenges and things, we've got through it all.
Yeah,
Yes, we
I've
have.
thoroughly enjoyed
And
it.
we've all been very calm.
And
Yeah.
yes.
And it's
Peaceful.
been wonderful. Thank you.
I
Absolutely.
just want to say a message to you guys that if you stay in love, you're invincible, you and I.
Yeah. Absolutely.
I'd like to say that we're invincible anyway, but by
Yes.
staying in love,
Love.
we can be aware of it.
Yes.
Is that right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I've
Yes.
got some closing thoughts as well, if I may, which is that what I feel is that Amiga, and I do think it's mega, I mean I really do in all my being know this is mega and it's timely, is not the answer. And that might surprise you.
No.
For me it's an enabler. Because in and of itself it's like, so Santa's your dad, well, so what? You know, it's an enabler. The knowledge, which is my passion, is really only an eye-opener for how things are. For me it's not really wisdom. See, wisdom is what you do with that knowledge. It's how you apply it and how you integrate it and how you make it into your life as something very, very real. So again, the knowledge is an enabler. And if you like love, the love in of itself is really a vehicle of expression, and it's a vehicle for immersion in your own reality. And how you apply that love is your compassion. It's your beingness, integrity. And so you put your wisdom and your compassion and integrity together again and apply that into your life. And what do you get out of it? You don't get Amiga out of it. The Amiga is the enabler. What you get is a unique expression of you.
Yes.
An allowance of that expression. Your own unique exploration of this amazing island. I mean, if you think Adam and Eve Island is neat, whoa, what about this one? That's pretty damn awesome, isn't it? In fact, if you were Maxime thinking, how awesome could I make it?
Yeah.
I think it'd be pretty hard pressed to come up with a better one than this, with all of its rich diversity and all of its challenges. I mean, it's a mega game. I mean, forget chess. I mean, it's nothing compared to the complexity and the diversity and the intrigue of the opportunity and the freedom of expression. And, you know, there are some rules like gravity, but by golly, what a lot you can do with them.
Absolutely.
It's like an artist with a paintbrush and a canvas, except so dimensionally, multiply, sensually, everything.
Yeah.
It really is your canvas.
It really is. What you might find actually, I'm sure, too, is you'll experience so much more creativity in all aspects of your life once you take in this awareness. I've really noticed that. I've got so creative.
Totally.
Yeah.
Because now you realise, wow, it's down to me, isn't it? What can I
Yeah.
do with this?
Yeah.
It's like a toy box, a toolbox. It's like,
Yeah, wow.
you know, whoa.
Oh, so much treasure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like an artist that's only ever had a bit of charcoal to do his paintings on the wall, ending up with a huge acrylic set and paintbrushes and clay and wood and sculpture. It's like, whoa, what a play set, what a toy set that we've got here. Totally. So, and that's just down to each of us individually, and that's nothing to do with Amiga. That's the enabler to allow that to happen. And so this responsibility, only you have the answer for how you're going to play that out. The Amiga will open that door for that realization. In fact, I mean, I think living in Amiga or the Amiga way is self-realization, but that's only the opening to become the whole of who you are. You are the creator God of the whole of your known universe. Play it for all it's worth.
And go and paint with it boldly with your creation, your life.
And it's worth a lot. And it's a great honour for ourselves to put ourselves in this situation. And I'd just like to reinforce, of course, this doesn't mean looking to our life as the example of what you can achieve.
No.
You know, and actually, you know, we're not rich and glamorous, far from it.
No.
Well, maybe we're quite glamorous, actually. Well, maybe one of us is. We're not your typical self-made
Yes.
millionaires that say, oh, follow our path, you can be like us,
Yes.
actually. We are an expression of, an inspiration for being one's own expression.
Yeah.
Yes.
But you won't be like us, you'll be
No.
doing your own expression. You don't have to think you'll be like us in some way, except as an inspiration for being an expression
Yeah, go and be yourself.
Of all that you
Yeah,
can be.
yeah.
of all you can be.
And that's the,
Yes.
that's the
Yes.
I
interesting
mean,
thing.
totally.
All that you can be.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
you can use the love, the 𝐸𝐞𝐬 love, the 𝐸𝐸𝐞𝐬 knowledge to create your own wisdom, your own compassion, and live a life of your dreams. So we leave with the question, what is your dream? What is your adventure? Where's your juice?
Yes.
Are you going to squeeze it out?
So much.
Are you going to be in the thrill of that
Yes.
spandic pulse of the whole of your being, creating an artistic delight for yourself?
What do you want to do with your world? What do you want to leave as your mark?
I think we just had another agreement.
Another
Yeah.
agreement coming there.
Yeah.
So with that, we'd love to close.
Yeah.
Deeply honour and thank you,
Yes.
and all our amazing, wonderful viewers,
And including the peacock.
and the peacock,
Yes, because the peacocks really
Yeah.
enjoyed
Yeah,
it.
And
he
the
has-
pigs.
And the pigs.
and all the technology that supported us so wonderfully.
Yes,
Yeah.
it has,
Yeah,
actually.
and the TV for its wonderful presence and
Yes.
energy.
Yes.
And also for the viewers that will be watching our DVD.
Thank you so
Yeah.
much. Our
Yeah.
honour and love to you too.
Yeah.
And
It's
ours too.
absolutely awesome
Yes.
to know all the time in the background that you've been there with us.
Yes.
So thank you. And good night.
Good night.
Right.
Good
Super.
night.
Thanks, Jim. Made it. Got it. Got it in the can.
Thanks, John. That was lovely. Thank you so much.
And the
Oh,
is the
you
email.
joking, weren't you? No, I knew that. As soon as you said that, I thought, what am I saying?
Emotional.
Yeah,
That was just
The best friend a guy could ever have.
yeah, it is.
Thank you.
Oh.
Yeah, you two are a great inspiration.
Yeah.
Well done. Yeah, I really honour that. Yeah, it's good. It's good.
Yeah.
Oh, you've been awesome. Absolutely awesome.
Thank you, Mother.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So freeing.
Yeah, I
One going in black. Yes. I've got a lovely to meet you.